You merely performed magic tricks with playing cards on the street. Yet the National Security Bureau dispatched SWAT teams to arrest you immediately, even determining your actions warranted a lead peanut execution by firing squad. All because this is a world where superpowered individuals exist. Some people receive a special playing card granting superpowers when they turn 18. Each card corresponds to a different supernatural ability. However, those who obtain powers are strictly monitored by the Security Bureau. They're forbidden from revealing their superpowers to ordinary citizens. In the interrogation room now, the officers stare at you sternly. Explain why you used. You blink several times with genuine confusion. What superpowers? Playing dumb, are we? An officer raps his ballpoint pen against the table. You blacked out the entire city for 5 seconds, in front of countless civilians, and displayed your power card numbers on the 101 tower. First, I'm flattered by your appreciation of my magic skills. But what I want to say is, it was all an illusion. The blackout and card light show on the tower. I bribed electricians beforehand to coordinate it. Cost me quite a fortune too. Hearing this, the two officers exchange glances, before bursting into laughter. Do we look like 3-year-olds to you? I'm telling you very seriously. You've violated the noble code. You'll face severe punishment. Ha! You seem to have misheard. Not bro. It's just a magic trick. As for those supernatural abilities you mentioned, I genuinely don't know anything. Forget it. I'm not playing along anymore. Goodbye, folks. We see you stand up raising both hands, vigorously shaking the silver bracelets on them, as if trying to break free. The short, stout officer immediately reaches to grab you. The next second, a loud snap is heard. The silver handcuffs slipped off Joko's wrist and instantly clamped onto the portly policeman's hands. Joko wore an innocent expression. Oops, my hand slipped. How did the cuffs end up on you? You. The portly policeman nearly lost his temper but then closed his eyes and silently chanted a strange incantation. Cube transforms all things, severing the mundane into two. Cube, what the hell? Before Joko could fully process it, crack! The central part of the handcuffs shattered on command. Now it was Joko's turn to be baffled. Seriously dude, you can actually do this. You broke the handcuffs just by reciting some weird poem. Joko had freed himself earlier by using a small wire to pick the lock, then relied on momentum to transfer the cuffs when the policeman approached. But this cop hadn't used any wire to open the cuffs. Joko sat back down. So you're in the same line of work. Which technique was that? Where'd you hide the wire? The policeman looked utterly confused. What do you mean by colleague? I used supernatural power. Here, this, divine card. He took out a playing card from his wallet. 2 of diamonds. A playing card can break handcuffs. Why not? This is the 2 of diamonds' unique power. It can split any object in two. The gods bestowed this upon me on my 18th birthday. Ah, the memories. The policeman suddenly realized. Wait, don't you have one too? Joko spread his hands. I've got nothing but eggs. You didn't receive a divine card on your 18th birthday. I told you, I'm still 17. The two policemen exchanged glances again. So when is your birthday? Joko raised his wrist and checked his watch. 5. In just 5 days. Happy early birthday then. 4. Ha. 3, 2, 1. Beep beep beep. The clock struck midnight precisely. At that moment, Joko officially turned 18. Boom. His entire body erupted with dazzling light. A strange sensation surged through him. Joko felt something stirring inside his body. In an instant, his palms began to glow faintly. A blinding white flash followed. A playing card slowly rotated in midair. Joko caught the card, and the light instantly stopped. What is this? Joko fiddled with the card in his hand. Isn't this the Joker from a deck of playing cards? The back of the card in his hand was carved with exquisite patterns, while the front displayed a jester design. On 2 corners of the card, several letters were written Joker. Suddenly, a shrill voice echoed in his mind. Divine card, Joker unique. Special ability, possesses all abilities of other playing cards. Activation condition, hidden. Detection, current conditions satisfy activation requirements. Ability automatically used. Randomly selecting other abilities. Immediately, the playing card in his hand rapidly flipped and transformed into another playing card. This card's front displayed an imposing king, with club symbols on 2 corners and the letter K written. King of Clubs. Special ability, alters probability of event occurrences. Note, after 1 use, this divine card reverts to Joker. The 2 police officers stared wide-eyed at Joko, dumbfounded. The divine card you mentioned, it couldn't be this one, could it? Joko waved the King of Clubs in his hand. The 2 policemen snapped out of their daze. You really just turned 18. Joko took out his ID card and handed it to them. Genuine as can be. The next second, we sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. The 2 policemen bowed in unison. They escorted Joko to the police station entrance. Young man, you're welcome to visit again. While smiling and waving, Joko thought to himself, fucking weirdos. After walking half an hour through night streets, he arrived home. Looking at his shabby little apartment, Joko sighed. Why couldn't I have transmigrated into some noble family instead of this broke commoner's body? He reached into his pocket for the keys. In his pocket, his fingers brushed against a small note. The note carried a faint perfume scent. On it were elegantly written words in red ink. I will come find you tomorrow. Joko frowned. The perfume fragrance lingered on the note. This scent, could it be that woman in red? Chapter 3, The Aristocratic School. After entering his home, Joko immediately examined the note. The strong perfume scent gently dissipated. His brows furrowed deeply. Joko was a magician who had practiced since childhood how to place objects on others without them noticing. But someone had actually used this very trick on Joko himself. This perfume scent undoubtedly belonged to that woman in red. Joko was certain that woman had never come near him. As a skilled magician, he wouldn't give anyone the opportunity to approach him unnoticed either. So how exactly did she do it? How did she slip this note into his pocket without even touching him? After brief consideration, Joko quickly arrived at an answer. Perhaps some supernatural ability could teleport objects. Supernatural abilities, he had them too. The divine card Joker. He pulled out that playing card. The original Joker card had transformed into another. The King of Clubs. What are you thinking about? A shrill voice suddenly spoke. Damn, the divine card can talk. Hey, I'm not a god card, I'm the deity who gave you the Joker card. You can call me Joker God. What deity? This is a technological society now. We advocate science and oppose superstition. Speechless, can't talk with you. Typical time traveler mentality. Alright then, bye. Wait, don't you want to know what this playing card is for? You tell me. You heard it at the police station. Every promising individual receives a god card bestowed by deities when they turn 18. The god card is exactly this playing card in your hand, possessing the power to activate special abilities. Each different god card has different special abilities. And the Joker can transform into any kind of playing card. It's the single most powerful god card in the world. If it's so powerful, why give it to me? Ahem, well, naturally because your temperament suits being a Joker. Ha! Could you explain that more clearly? Hee, now your Joker card has transformed into the King of Clubs. Looking forward to the moment you use your special ability. Bye. After saying these words, that shrill voice disappeared. No matter how Joker called out, the Joker god's voice never appeared again. King of Clubs. Joker silently recalled the ability of the King of Clubs. Alter the probability of events. How should it be used? Can it be applied to any event? If he directly bought lottery tickets and adjusted the probability of winning first prize to 100%, wouldn't he become rich? Or was there a more appropriate opportunity to use this ability? However, Joker remembered that the Joker god had also said one more thing. After using this god card's ability once, it reverts to Joker. The probability altering ability could only be used once. Joker decided not to use it immediately and carefully put away the god card. The next day, ding dong, the doorbell startled Joker awake. He opened his eyes to see it was already early morning the next day. He had unknowingly slept through the night. He got up, washed his face, and walked toward the door. Click. Joker turned the doorknob. When Joker saw the graceful figure standing at the door, he sighed lightly. It really is you. Outside the door, the woman in red revealed a charming smile. Hello there, handsome. Did you get my note? Speaking without waiting for Joker's reaction, she entered on her own, opened her LV bag, and poured out its contents with a rustling sound. Piles of bright red 100 yuan bills. Joker looked at the money and swallowed hard. Joker had lost both parents in childhood, making a living by performing magic tricks day to day, never sure where his next meal would come from. In recent years, his financial situation improved slightly through magic performance livestreams, allowing him to afford a small apartment. But this much money, Joker was seeing it for the first time. Sis, don't tell me this is from yesterday's magic show tips. Not tips, but they are indeed all for you. Why give me money? You're not thinking of keeping me, are you? The woman smiled faintly. What nonsense is this child thinking? This is all scholarship money. Ha! Scholarship. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. The woman handed over her business card. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Yun, a professor at Dragon Nation Noble Academy. Divine card, Diamond 5. She produced her playing card, the 5 of diamonds. Playing cards again. Joko hesitated before asking. Are you also an ability user? Ability user. She covered her mouth and laughed. That's such a strange term. Anyway, no time to lose. You're about to miss the freshman registration. What registration? The enrollment registration for Dragon Nation Noble Academy, of course. Today is the first day of school. Dragon Nation Noble Academy is the most prestigious institution of higher learning in Dragon Nation. It has produced countless top politicians, business leaders, and elites from all walks of life. Graduating from this school guarantees a future with annual salaries in the millions, marrying a beautiful and wealthy partner, and reaching the pinnacle of life. It's no dream. Joko had dreamed of attending this school. However, this school only accepts nobility. Miss, I'm a commoner. I know. You've been exceptionally admitted. Ha! With his dream now within reach, Joko found himself hesitating. Divine Card Superhumans Elite School. And this woman in red suddenly wants to enroll me. Strange, very strange. Joko looked at the mountain of cash. You mean, if I agree to enroll, all that money is mine? Of course. Joko immediately said. Master, starting today, I'll be your student. Strange as it may be, who would say no to money? Hesitating for even a second shows disrespect to money. A fool who won't take easy money. So let's hurry and complete the enrollment procedures. Professor Chen Yun asked again. Have you had breakfast? The new student orientation starts at 8 a.m. At what time? 8 o'clock. Joko pointed at the wall clock, but it's already 7:55 now. Dragon Country Elite School is located downtown, far from Joko's home. Even by taxi it would take at least an hour. Oh, that's no problem, we're not walking there. She held her divine card in her left hand and extended her right arm. Hold tight. What for? Just take my arm. Joko placed his hand on Chen Yun's arm with a mixture of trust and doubt. Chen Yun closed her eyes slightly, holding her 5 of diamonds, murmuring. Diamond transforms all phenomena. 5 dimensions determine the return path. Diamond what? 5 what now? Another strange poem. In an instant, Joko felt himself being squeezed into an extremely narrow space. His whole body was deforming, the discomfort making it hard to breathe. The next second, the air suddenly became fresh. He blinked and looked around. His shabby apartment environment had completely disappeared. In its place was a magnificent and glorious school gate. On it were written several large characters. Spiritual Card Academy. Ahead, there was a sea of people. The Dragon Nation's Noble Academy, which we also call Spiritual Card Academy. Just now I used my spiritual card to teleport us directly here. Joko came to his senses. So that little note, did you also use your ability to teleport it directly into my pocket? Professor Chen Yun said as if praising a child. How clever. She glanced at her phone. Oh, I forgot to mention, to enroll, you'll need to pass 3 entrance tests. But I believe in you. With your abilities, passing these 3 tests shouldn't be a problem. I have other work to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. The young female professor disappeared in a flash after throwing out these words. Joko felt somewhat speechless. Someone so young becoming a professor, and she didn't seem very serious either. She didn't appear very reliable. He sighed and looked ahead. At the front, an upperclassman was calling out, "New students, please line up in order for the first round of entrance tests." Joko stepped forward and stood at the end of the line. His heart was uneasy. This was an elite school. As a commoner, could he really pass the tests and enter the nation's top institution? Brother, you're a new student too. Someone ahead suddenly spoke to him. Chapter 4, Bloodline Test. Joko looked up and saw a strangely dressed male student. This male student had smooth, long hair. If you didn't look carefully, you might not even be able to tell his gender. His clothing was very simple. If not for the fact the school only admitted nobility, Joko would have thought this person was a commoner like himself. Joko politely replied, "Yes. May I ask if you are too?" The long-haired guy let out a shout. "That's great, woo-woo. I'm extremely nervous right now, worried I might fail the test, scared to death. Finally met another freshman just like me. My name is Zhang Yang. May I ask who you are, brother?" "Oh, I'm Joku. Quite an uncommon name. Brother, you must be like me, coming from an unknown minor noble family." "Ha, my family's almost as poor as commoners. My parents have to spend quite a bit for my schooling." Zhang Yang flicked his long hair. "Hey, I heard there's a legendary figure among this year's freshmen." Joko was quite interested in gathering more information and looked at him with curiosity. "I'd like to hear the details." Zhang Yang chuckled. "I heard that person caused a 5-second blackout across East Sea City yesterday. Even made all the lights in the E family's financial tower malfunction. It made headlines. And reportedly, he accomplished this amazing feat while still being underage. It was on that very day he received his divine card and gained admission qualification. What's more important, he obtained the rarest Plum Blossom divine card." Joko feigned ignorance and asked, "Oh, is the Plum Blossom divine card that rare?" "Of course," Zhang Yang said with an all-knowing expression. "Anyway, I've never seen a Plum Blossom one in Dragon Country." Moreover, Zhang Yang said mysteriously, according to 2 police officers' revelation, that guy comes from commoner origins. Joko continued asking, "What's wrong with being from commoner origins?" Zhang Yang stared at him in astonishment. "Aren't you shocked? This is the only case worldwide where a commoner was granted a divine card by the gods. And because of this, he got exceptionally admitted by the school. TSK, I'd really like to see this person with my own eyes. How did he catch the gods' attention? Does he have an extra leg or arm compared to ordinary people?" Joko played dumb. "I wouldn't know. I suppose he must be exceptionally handsome." Ahead, that senior student was shouting to maintain order. "Line up one by one, no need to rush." Zhang Yang also noticed that senior student. He excitedly shook Joko's arm. Look at that person. Joko observed the senior tall with somewhat dark skin, too far to clearly see his features. What about him? What about him? Zhang Yang looked at Joko incredulously. That's Senior Li Hanfeng. They say he ranked first among all freshmen in the entrance examination. Joko didn't realize the entrance examination was actually graded, nor did he understand whether this ranking was important. He just nodded vaguely in understanding. The line for the entrance examination was very long. Joko saw the freshmen at the front passing through some kind of security gate like device one by one. Beep Magic Level 3, Divine Card Square 4, qualified. Beep Magic Level 5, Divine Card Spade 6, qualified. At this moment, Joko quietly asked Zhang Yang, "Hey, what's happening up front?" Of course, it's the first round of entrance examinations. You must know all freshmen need to pass 3 tests. This round is called Bloodline Test, which examines whether the mana level in new students meets the standard. So what does this mana level mean exactly? Joko continued asking. Zhang Yang suddenly widened his eyes. Wait, seriously? How come you don't even know about mana? Joko made up an excuse to dodge the question. I grew up in a commoner family, no one ever told me about it. Zhang Yang began explaining seriously. In that case, you must have played games before, right? Do you understand the concept of combat power? This mana is an innate energy within nobles' bodies, something similar to combat power. Through acquired training, one can gradually increase their mana level. When the mana level reaches 10 points, it can upgrade one's divine card by 1 level. As he spoke, Zhang Yang's eyes shone with excitement. Many people graduate without ever achieving an upgrade, and some never reach a mana level above 10 points in their entire lives. I'm not asking for much. As long as my mana level doesn't fall below 3, I can pass the test smoothly. Joko immediately felt uneasy in his heart. If it's really below 3, will I be rejected by the school? Zhang Yang replied casually, don't worry, this round is just testing your lineage. As long as your nobility, your magic element level will basically be above 3 points. Only commoners have no magic elements in their bodies at all. So you can rest assured. After hearing this, Joko felt even less confident. Suddenly, exclamations of surprise came from the queue ahead. Beep Magic Element Level 11, Divine Card Diamond 8, qualified. The security gate's announcement attracted countless stares. Magic Level 11. It said that 10 points is a threshold that freshmen can't possibly break through. How could he reach 11? As expected of the Yi family, one of the 4 great noble houses, they're naturally stronger than us minor nobles. The Yi family is the largest clan beneath the royal family, with pure bloodlines and wealth. Joko looked ahead into the distance. A lavishly dressed young man strode proudly through the security gate, looking quite smug. At this moment, Zhang Yang reacted just like the others, his mouth hanging open. This Yi Lingtian actually broke through the 10-point mana threshold upon enrollment. Joko asked again, who is Yi Lingtian? Ha! Zhang Yang was shocked by Joko's question once more. You don't even know Yi Lingtian. Then let me ask you, do you know that the financial building that lost power yesterday belongs to the Yi family group? Joko nodded. Even commoners know that, right? Exactly. Yi Lingtian is the noble young master of the Yi family. He acts rather flamboyantly and domineeringly, best not to provoke him. Before the crowd's emotions could settle, another commotion broke out at the front of the line. The detection gate produced another astonishing result. Beep Mana Level 15, Divine Card, Spade Q, qualified. The crowd instantly erupted. 15 mana points. Even among great nobles, such talent is rarely seen. Which noble lady is this? Why is she covering herself so thoroughly? As expected, true experts keep a low profile. Joko looked at the noble girl undergoing testing. She wore a black face mask and a long white dress. What caught the most attention was her silver hair. This was extremely rare in the Dragon Kingdom. Joko inadvertently glanced at her left wrist. A silver bracelet faintly reflected the sunlight. Zhang Yang exclaimed again. Damn, I didn't expect 2 top-tier geniuses to appear in this batch. Moreover, her divine card actually has the point value of Q. Joko asked again, what's the difference between Q and other point values? Chapter 5 Letter Cards. Zhang Yang was no longer surprised by Joko's ignorance of the divine card ranking system and patiently explained. J, Q, K, these 4-point values of divine cards are commonly called letter cards. Compared to other numerical divine cards, their abilities are exceptionally powerful. Moreover, it's said that those who obtain these 4-point values divine cards have received personal guidance from the deities. I see. Zhang Yang suddenly pointed mysteriously at the girl wearing a mask. She must be the one who caused the citywide blackout yesterday. Only letter cards could possess such powerful abilities. Look, she doesn't even dare show her face. She's afraid of being recognized. Joko smiled. Didn't you say that person was a club card? From what I heard the detection gate announce, it seems that girl's divine card suit was spade. Zhang Yang scratched his long hair. Seems like you're right, I forgot. Soon, the two reached the front of the line. Our turn now. Zhang Yang looked somewhat nervous as he stepped forward under the detection gate. Beep Magic Level 3, Divine Card Heart 5, qualified. Phew, thank goodness. Zhang Yang cheerfully took his uniform and freshman orientation manual from the senior student. Some surrounding students began whispering, only Magic Level 3. That's the minimum admission standard, isn't it? Look at how he's dressed, another minor noble's kid. Yet Zhang Yang completely ignored the surrounding voices, waving his arms excitedly. Divine Card Academy, here I come. Joku took a deep breath and stepped forward. Hello, I'm the senior student in charge of this round of testing. Please pass through this detection gate, said the dark-skinned senior. Standing under the detection gate, Joku silently closed his eyes. Entering the Divine Card Academy is the crucial step towards class mobility, making big money, and achieving success. The detection gate emitted beeping sounds. Beep Mana Level 43, Divine Card, Club K, qualified. Instantly, the world seemed to freeze. The next second, the crowd's discussion erupted like an explosion. Wow, what? 43. A freshman. Which family is he from? Judging by his attire, he seems to come from minor nobility. A minor noble with 43. The suit is clubs. The rank is K. Joku himself didn't show excessive excitement. He knew his divine card was quite special and had already prepared himself mentally. However, the detector didn't seem to identify his card as a joker. Instead, it displayed the transformed version of his divine card. Zhang Yang, who had passed through earlier, immediately turned around, his mouth agape as he stammered. CLU clubs. Could you be? Joku calmly received his uniform and admission manual, giving a slight bow to the senior student. Then he approached the stunned Zhang Yang and said plainly, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Joku, born from commoner origins. I was the one who caused the city-wide blackout yesterday." On one of the campus towers, two professors silently observed the entrance examination ceremony. "Director Chen, you truly have an eye for talent," a middle-aged man said softly while looking at Joku in the distance. "I heard you contacted him beforehand and promised him sponsorship." Chen Yun chuckled, "Just lucky coincidence. I happened to be passing by East Street when he performed some commoner's street magic for me. By pure chance, he turned out to be a genius with extraordinarily high mana levels. As for you, Professor Yuan Xing, your class only admits students from middle nobility and above. Doesn't that make you miss many promising candidates?" The middle-aged man called Yuan Xing neither confirmed nor denied, merely frowning. "I still believe innate talent and bloodline surpass all else. A commoner-born student with mana levels as high as 43 is merely a statistical anomaly. Moreover, mana levels don't determine everything. His future performance remains to be seen." However, Yuan Xing trailed off without finishing his thought. Chen Yun looked up at him. "I know what you want to say. You noticed his divine card too." Yuan Xing gave a light hum of acknowledgement before saying, "Plum Blossom K, a divine card of the Plum Blossom suit. The entire Dragon Nation hasn't seen one for a long time. Classmate, join our student club." The dark-skinned senior in charge of entrance examinations excitedly stopped Joku. "I'm Li Hanfeng, president of the Black Blade Society." "Oh right, the Black Blade Society is the best and most awesome student club in the whole school. A genius like you absolutely must join us." Senior Li Hanfeng tightly gripped Joku's hand, shaking it up and down vigorously. So this is the enthusiasm of university club recruitment. Before Joku could figure out how to respond, "New students who passed the first round of testing, please come over here." Another senior student called from a distance. "The second round of testing is about to begin." Hearing this, Joku said with slight apology, "Sorry, senior. I still need to complete the entrance examinations." "Oh, sorry about that." Li Hanfeng scratched his head. "Later other seniors might invite you to join their clubs, but don't agree to any of them. Only a handful of people failed to reach the 3-point magic level in the first round of testing." Joku was now at the end of the line for the second round of testing. "Damn, so you're that mysterious commoner genius." Zhang Yang happened to still be in front of Joku with an incredulous expression. "Hey, did Senior Li just ask you to join his club?" "Seems so. Did you accept?" "No." Zhang Yang looked like he'd seen a ghost. "Why wouldn't you? So many people want to join Black Blade but can't get in. Li Hanfeng is practically a school celebrity. Rumor has it he ranked first in entrance exams, completed a divine card ascension in just his second year. Not to mention his stellar grades and scholarship awards." Joku felt overwhelmed by this string of achievements. "Though, I hear Black Blade only recruits students with spade divine cards." Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. "So your divine card really is the king of clubs?" "Yes, why?" Zhang Yang looked as if he'd seen a ghost and suddenly made as if to kneel down. "Your Majesty, please accept my obeisance." Now, dear subject, rise. We cannot accept such grand ceremony." Joku didn't understand Zhang Yang's intentions, so he simply played along with the joke. "Heh." Zhang Yang chuckled as he explained, "Didn't I tell you before? Those who possess letter god cards seem to have received divine guidance. Moreover, different letters represent different meanings. J stands for Jack, Q stands for Queen, K stands for King, A stands for Ace. Your god card is K. Who knows, maybe you'll become a king someday. Shoo, keep your voice down. Joku hastily covered his mouth. Although this is modern society, if others hear this they're bound to gossip. After all, isn't this just superstition? Didn't that girl before have a Q god card? Is she going to become a queen? That I don't know, Zhang Yang scratched his head. But that's what my mom told me. She said those with K god cards are destined for kingship. Joku didn't take Zhang Yang's words too seriously. After all, his divine card was the Joker. He had merely activated his ability to temporarily make the divine card appear as the king of clubs. If following Zhang Yang's theory, would having drawn a Joker card mean he'd become a clown in the future? Chapter 6, Aptitude Assessment. The line gradually shortened as Joku focused his attention on the upcoming test. Brother, this second round is called Aptitude Assessment, or you'll compete one-on-one with other students. Zhang Yang looked toward the second test ahead. But it's only for aptitude evaluation, no one will be eliminated. Losing doesn't matter anyway. Joku also looked forward. The person conducting the second assessment was a senior female student. She had short hair, pale skin, and looked exceptionally beautiful, dressed in exquisite and luxurious clothing. Many freshmen cast ardent glances her way, with a few bold boys even approaching to strike up conversations. However, the girl remained completely indifferent, her expression frosty throughout. She paid no attention to anyone's enthusiasm, merely carrying out the freshman evaluations methodically. When they got closer, Joku noticed a small badge pinned beneath the senior's collar, a ruby heart-shaped brooch. Joku couldn't help but look twice. Hey bro, you're not staring at Senior Zhuang, are you? Zhang Yang clearly noticed Joku's gaze. Just forget about it. This senior is famously known as the school's ice queen, extremely aloof and cold. She's beautiful alright, but don't even think about getting close. I've heard no one's ever seen any guy by her side. Joku withdrew his gaze. I was just looking at that small badge on her chest. Zhang Yang responded immediately. Oh, that thing. It's one of the 4 great noble families' crests. Like that Yi Lingtian's Yi family, this senior's surname is Zhuang. The Zhuang family is also one of the 4 great nobles. The Yi family is famous as the Diamond Sacred Card family, while the Zhuang family is the Heart family. That's why their family crests match their corresponding suit patterns. The line gradually shortened until it was finally Zhang Yang's turn. My turn now, bro. I'm going for the second round of testing, Zhang Yang said as he stepped forward. Stand here. The senior's voice was icy cold. Zhang Yang obediently stood before a detection device as instructed. The detection device resembled a large computer with a helmet connected beside it. Put it on. The short-haired senior still refused to utter more than necessary. Zhang Yang dutifully sat before the computer and properly fastened the helmet. On the opposite side of the computer sat another helmet, and soon another student took the seat across. His attire was equally luxurious. Joku noticed he also wore a small aristocratic badge on his chest, different from the seniors. This one featured vines entwined around a square. Joku seemed to recall that the Yi family's emblem was indeed a square. The boy opposite wore an arrogant, domineering expression. How dare this minor noble compare with me? Damn! Why must I undergo testing with Yi Lingtian? There's no way I can win. Zhang Yang looked utterly miserable, muttering under his breath, yet forced himself to put on a smile and extend a hand. Brother Yi, pleasure to meet you. Yi Lingtian cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Yang's attire. I don't shake hands with minor nobility. Zhang Yang withdrew his smile and reluctantly retracted his hand. This student, the test is school mandated. Please wear the helmet. The senior female student glared at Yi Lingtian, her tone growing firmer. Also, refrain from making class discriminatory remarks. Yi Lingtian looked up at the senior girl with angry eyes, seeming ready to retort. But when he saw the badge on her chest, he ultimately lowered his head without speaking. He too put on the helmet. The aloof senior sister lightly tapped a few keys on the computer. The next second, Zhang Yang and Yi Lingtian instantly vanished. The cool senior cleared her throat. Next, Joku took a deep breath and stepped forward. Simultaneously, another person came to stand opposite Joku. The student opposite was a black-cloaked figure wearing a hooded cape, their expression hidden from view. What kind of outfit is this? A bit too alternative. As Joku approached, that short-haired senior unexpectedly raised her head slightly and initiated conversation with him. So you're the genius with a mana level of 43. This simple question caused an uproar among the students behind Joku. Wait, am I hearing this right? Senior Zhuang is actually initiating conversation with a male student. The senior completely ignored the student's murmuring, pulling a business card from her pocket and handing it to Joku. I hope you'll consider joining Crimson Heart. It's one of the school's 3 major clubs. Here's my card. The crowd erupted in discussion. What? She's personally inviting him to join Crimson Heart. I've never seen Senior Zhuang invite a freshman to join before. TSK. The sun must be rising from the west today. The Ice Queen's persona is crumbling. Senior Zhuang raised her head and cast a cold glance at the line of freshmen, her expression visibly displeased. Miraculously, they instantly fell silent, not daring to utter another word. Joku took the business card and examined it. Zhuang Xingyao, Divine Card, Jack of Hearts, Chairman of Crimson Heart Society, Champion of Elite Cup, Heir to the Heart Scepter. Couldn't understand it, but it seemed impressive. Joku pocketed the card. I'll consider it. Countless eyes fell upon Joku as if wanting to carve him into 1,000 pieces. Consider it. Which family is this guy from? They say he's just an ordinary commoner. Does he even know what he's saying? Holy shit, my biggest dream since enrolling was to join Crimson Heart Society someday, and he's considering it. Magic level 43. Life's so unfair when you compare. Joku ignored the murmurs behind him. Alright, both students, please take your seats at the computers and put on the helmets. This is the second round of entrance examination, aptitude test. When the system selects the test content, both parties will be automatically teleported to the examination venue. Joku put on his helmet. The man in black followed suit. Joku noticed there was a simulation wheel on the computer with each segment labeled with a word: strength, intelligence, luck, psychology. Zhuang Xingyao gently flicked the wheel with his finger. The wheel spun rapidly before gradually slowing to a stop. Finally, the pointer landed on one segment. Luck. Gentlemen, this test will measure luck. As the old saying goes, luck is part of one's capability. For this round, whichever student has better luck will be the winner. Prepare yourselves. 3, 2, 1. Commencing teleportation to examination site. Zhuang Xingyao clicked something on the computer. The next moment, Joku felt everything around him spinning. It reminded him of the sensation when teleporting here with Professor Chenyan, almost identical. He seemed to be squeezed through extremely narrow spaces while moving. His whole body felt compressed, making it hard to breathe. Then, the air suddenly became fresh. Looking around, Joku found himself in a new place. Chapter 7, Russian Roulette. After Joku recovered from his dizziness, he began carefully observing his surroundings. It was the interior of a small classroom. The entire classroom contained only one desk, 2 chairs, and a blackboard. He was sitting on one of the chairs. On the other chair sat his opponent for this round of testing, that black-clothed classmate. Zing! A sharp knife suddenly appeared on the chair behind him, pressing against his spine. Joku felt the icy touch of the blade, making his hairs stand on end. He was startled for just an instant before quickly calming down. He couldn't act recklessly. The test must have already begun when he entered this room. And this classroom was likely the examination hall. Joku recalled the spinning wheel on the computer screen that had pointed to luck. He kept guessing in his mind about how luck would be tested. Rock, paper, scissors. Dice rolling. Or comparing card draws. Just as Joku was letting his imagination run wild, fluorescent lights flickered on the blackboard as several lines of text slowly appeared. Second round entrance test, aptitude assessment. Assessment focus, luck. Test content, Russian roulette. Russian roulette. Joku was very familiar with this term. He had seen it in many films and TV shows. It was an extremely cruel life gambling game. The gambling tools were a revolver and human lives. The revolver's magazine was a cylinder with 6 chambers. After loading one bullet into a random chamber and spinning the cylinder, it would be closed. This created a pistol with randomly positioned bullets. The gambling parties would take turns pointing this pistol at their heads and pulling the trigger. The one who got shot would naturally lose. The key point of this game was it relied completely on luck. This actually matched the luck assessment. However, this was just a school entrance test. Was it really necessary to gamble with lives? The words on the blackboard continued to appear, explaining the test content. The pistol has 6 chambers and 1 bullet. 2 students will take the revolver and pull the trigger against themselves in turn. The person hit by a bullet will be eliminated. Note: please do not leave your seat and strictly follow the rules. Otherwise, the blades on the seat will thrust forward. After reading the rules, Joku sighed. It was exactly the same as the Russian roulette he remembered. But the same question remained. What kind of test is this? Do we have to risk our lives for an exam? As if hearing Joku's thoughts, 2 more lines appeared on the screen. The examination hall is an intelligence simulation with safety protection devices. After the assessment, both parties will be transported back to school with no actual harm done. That sounds reasonable enough. Joku stopped looking at the blackboard and turned his gaze to the desk. There indeed lay a revolver. A luck assessment, how brutally simple. Classmate, would you like to go first or shall I? Joku asked the student in black. Outside the examination hall. Terminate the test. Chen Yun rushed breathlessly into the testing site. After sending Joku and the student in black into the examination hall, Zhuang Xingyao was arranging for the next pair of examinees to put on their helmets. Professor, what happened? She raised her eyebrows in puzzlement. There's a Skull Society assassin who has infiltrated the exam hall. What? Upon hearing the words, Skull Society, the new students present all gasped in shock. Even Zhuang Xingyao, who usually maintained an icy expression, showed a slight change in countenance at this moment. Professor Chen Yun spoke breathlessly, her words fragmented. We've received intelligence a Skull Society assassin has disguised himself as a student planning to kill one of the new students. Moreover, he's already teleported inside the examination hall. The Skull Society, a top-tier assassination organization lurking within Dragon Country. Anyone targeted by the Skull Society never escapes their deadly fate. Countless important figures, dignitaries, and wealthy merchants have died at the hands of the Skull Society. Yet now, the Skull Society's target is actually an ordinary student. Professor, is this true? Would an assassin really target one of us new students here? And Zhuang Xingyao hesitated as she spoke. The examination hall is fully simulated by AI. No matter how dangerous the tests appear, they're all virtual. Even if you die during the exam, you'll be safely transmitted back to reality after it concludes. Chen Yun finally caught her breath and spoke with grave seriousness. Someone at our school has sabotaged the safety protocols within the examination system. What? Zhuang Xingyao grasped the severity of the situation, her typically calm demeanor finally breaking. She rushed toward the computer control panel, muttering to herself, "Terminate the test, must evacuate the freshmen from the exam hall immediately." Her fingers flew across the examination system interface. Soon, students began transmitting back one by one from their helmets. What's going on? I was about to win. Thank goodness, I almost lost there. Countless freshmen either complained openly or secretly rejoiced, while most wore puzzled expressions as they turned to Professor Chen Yun and Senior Zhuang Xingyao. We deeply apologize, students. Due to technical difficulties, this round of testing is cancelled. Professor Chen Yun bowed in apology to the assembly. Teacher Zhuang Xingyao pressed her lips together, her eyes fixed intently on an electronic screen. What's wrong? Chen Yun cast a puzzled glance. Zhuang Xingyao, usually composed, now spoke with a slight tremble in her voice. One examination room has malfunctioned. The test content has become Russian roulette. There are 2 people still inside. Get them out now. Without the safety system, if someone gets shot, they could really die. Zhuang Xingyao's voice grew hoarse as she whispered. The examination room is out of control. Moreover, the bullets in the gun have been replaced with real ones. Inside the examination classroom. Hello classmate, would you like to go first or should I? Joku attempted polite conversation with his counterpart. I'll go first. The black-clad man opposite spoke with a raspy, low voice that didn't sound quite like a student's. He extended his right hand and smoothly picked up the revolver. Joku noticed a black skull tattoo on the back of his hand. So edgy. Joku thought to himself, was this some wannabe gangster? The black-clad man didn't utter another word. He raised the pistol, pressing it against his temple. Joku calculated the probability in his mind. 6 chambers, 1 bullet. Theoretically speaking, the chance of firing was about 1 in 6, approximately 17%. Which meant if luck was on his side, the bullet might fire right now one shot, and Joku would win outright. Of course, 17% wasn't high, and more likely, it would be an empty chamber. Click. The black-clad man pulled the trigger. First shot. Empty chamber, no hit. The black-clad man silently handed the pistol to Joku. Sigh, Joku lamented inwardly. Truly a game of luck. 17% wasn't high odds, and he wasn't that fortunate. Joku quietly accepted the gun. He weighed it slightly in his hand. It seemed to be a real firearm. Joku recalled the words written on the classroom blackboard. The examination room is a smart simulation with safety safeguards. After the test concludes, both parties will be teleported back to school with no actual harm done. Now he couldn't help but doubt if he happened to take that unlucky shot, would he really be unharmed? Chapter 8: The Unexpected Test. Joku raised the gun and pressed it against his own temple. The barrel was cold, its chilling touch pressing against his skin. 5 empty chambers remained, with only 1 bullet loaded. The probability of firing was 1 in 5, 20%. Not excessively high, but with luck being fickle, a single shot could still be fatal. Joku closed his eyes and pulled the trigger. Click. He exhaled softly in relief. Second attempt. No shot. After all, the odds were still only 20%. He couldn't be that unlucky. Rolling his shoulders, Joku prepared to hand the pistol to his opponent. Suddenly, the examination hall's system voice rang out. Beep. Emergency test issued. The student currently holding the gun must complete a minor task before transferring it. Otherwise, you must fire at yourself again. An emergency test. A task before handing over the gun. The classroom feed is coming through now. With Zhuang Xingyao's adjustments, a large screen lit up, clearly broadcasting this life or death examination in real time. Russian roulette, originally just the school's luck-based exam question. And now, the guns have been replaced with real ones. Meaning, if shot, one would truly die. Zhuang Xingyao murmured to herself, her voice tinged with subtle anxiety. It wasn't that she particularly cared about the lives inside, but this second round of examination was under her responsibility. In past freshman examinations, there had never been any casualties. If an accident occurred this time, she would undoubtedly bear the blame and face punishment. At this moment, all the freshmen in the school were watching intently on the big screen as the assassin from the Skull Society and Joku engaged in a deadly game of Russian roulette. When Joku's turn didn't result in a shot, Professor Chen-yun let out a long sigh of relief. If a student dies on the first day of examination, it would be a major educational incident. The next moment, the big screen displayed the distribution of emergency test question. Emergency test question. Professor Chen, do we have such a segment? Zhuang Xingyao looked up and asked. Professor Chen-yun frowned, her eyes fixed tightly on Joku on the big screen. Absolutely not. The luck test is meant to examine pure luck. So, this pop quiz must have been arranged by the assassin. Inside the examination hall. A pop quiz. Joku frowned as he looked at the blackboard. Why did he have to do an extra question when it was his turn? Could this also be part of testing one's luck? Whoever has bad luck gets an extra question. Pop quiz content. Within the 5-second time limit, find a red item and place it at the center of the desk. Countdown 5. A red item. Just find something red and put it on the desk. The question seemed extremely simple, but Joku quickly scanned the entire examination hall. The classroom was very plain. Desks, chairs, benches, pistols all gray, with no trace of red anywhere. 4. Joku couldn't leave his seat to search the hall thoroughly. After all, the initial rules clearly stated that attempting to leave the seat would immediately trigger the dagger to thrust forward. He didn't want to gamble on whether he or the dagger would move faster. Moreover, even if he left his seat to search carefully, there was no guarantee he'd find a red item. Joku turned his gaze toward the black-clad man opposite him. Beneath the shadows, the corners of his lips seemed to curve into a faint smile. 3. Something's wrong. This examination feels terribly wrong. Because this test was clearly stated to be a luck assessment. Yet the sudden test question's content clearly exceeded the scope of luck evaluation. Moreover, only I was required to complete this test question, which obviously violated the fairness principle of testing. 2. Can't dwell on this further, need to safely pass this round first. Red item, red item. To be honest, Joku had already thought of one red item, but he was somewhat unwilling to accept it. But as the countdown pressed closer, there was no other choice. Without further hesitation, Joku silently extended a finger to his mouth, then bit down hard. 1. With an expressionless face, Joku gently withdrew the injured finger from his mouth, then calmly placed it at the table's center as blood dripped down. The blood was red. Red item detected, test question completed. Joku expressionlessly handed the pistol to the person opposite him, then asked, "Classmate, you don't seem the least bit surprised by the sudden test question's content. Moreover, your voice doesn't sound like an 18-year-old. Could you explain why you've been hiding your face all this time?" Phew, that scared me to death. Zhang Yang patted his chest after seeing Joku escape danger. Bro, you can't die. I finally made a genius friend. I still need to copy your homework later. Professor Chen-yun also took out a handkerchief from her LV bag, gently wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. Thank goodness, of course nothing would happen to the student I took a fancy to. Zhuang Xingyao didn't speak immediately, her gaze firmly fixed on Joku. When she saw Joku bite his finger without changing expression, easily solving the surprise test question and even noticing the assassin's abnormality, her eyebrows lifted slightly. Joku, just what kind of background do you have? Inside the examination classroom, the Skull Society assassin ignored Joku's questioning, simply taking back the pistol and without hesitation fired another shot at his temple. 4 bullet chambers, 1 bullet. The probability was 1 in 4. That is, 25%. Click. Third shot. Empty chamber. Joku furrowed his brows. Too decisive, the person opposite fired without the slightest hesitation. Joku began to suspect, did this black-clad man know something? Had he perhaps learned the bullet's position in advance? I'm indeed not a student, the black-clad man suddenly spoke. But I bear you no enmity. I'm merely following orders. Joku tightly knitted his brows and took the pistol. Once again pressed it against his own temple. He had no choice but to follow the examination rules within this testing hall, for he could sense the dagger at his back, seemingly stirring with restless intent. The examination rules in this classroom have been altered by you, haven't they? So, what were your orders? Joku asked softly. 3 bullet chambers, 1 bullet. A 1 in 3 chance, 33% probability of death. This probability was already dangerously high. The bullet very likely resided in this chamber. Without hesitation, Joku pulled the trigger. He clearly saw the murderous glint in the black-clad man's eyes beneath the hood at this moment. In this instant, the black-clad man uttered 3 words, "Kill you." Click. 4th shot. Empty chamber. The black-clad man sighed, his tone full of disappointment. What a pity. Joku gently set down the pistol, his eyes unblinking as they locked onto the figure across from him. So you're an assassin. If I'm not mistaken, the safety protocols in this examination room have already failed, haven't they? If I get shot, I'll really die. The black-clad man raised his head, revealing half his face, a pair of cold, vicious eyes staring straight at Joku. You're quite clever, but being too clever can be a bad thing. I'm starting to understand why that person wants you dead. Joku ignored the black-clad assassin's words and directly handed the pistol back to him, but the other man didn't take it. Because. Beep, another surprise question issued. The system voice sounded again. Chapter 9, the most important thing in the world. Surprise question. The current gun holder must answer the following question within 5 seconds. If answered incorrectly, you must shoot yourself again. Question. What is the most important thing in the world? Countdown 5. What? Again. Joko clenched his fists. As expected, there were additional assessments only when it was his turn. Joko was now certain that someone on the other side was playing tricks. 4. The question was, the most important thing in the world. Was this thing a concrete object or an abstract concept? Wealth, love, career, social status, or life? Logically speaking, life is the most important. When you're dead, you have nothing. But, was this really the correct answer? 3. How many people have sacrificed their lives for freedom and dreams? Yet many others believe nothing matters if you can't stay alive. Ultimately, this question has 1,000 different answers for 1,000 different people. Because it's an open-ended question, there is no inherently correct answer. A miser would consider wealth most important, a love-struck fool would deem love supreme, and a workaholic would devote themselves entirely to career. Throughout history, how many have pursued immortality in this vast world? Staying alive is the greatest priority. Joko frowned, his mind racing furiously. No matter how he answered, there was perhaps no way to get it right. This was an unsolvable dead-end question. 2. Joko reviewed the sudden examination question's content once more. If the answer is wrong, you must shoot yourself again. That's it. The question didn't require giving the correct answer. It only said that if the answer is wrong, you would have to shoot yourself again. Therefore, as long as you give an answer that absolutely cannot be wrong. The key to solving this lies in transcending the question itself and providing an answer that absolutely cannot be judged as wrong. 1. After deep contemplation, Joko suddenly looked up and immediately spoke. My answer is wrong. The system voice froze momentarily. With a mechanical electric current mixed in its voice, it gritted out. Damn you. Outside the examination hall, Zhuang Xingyao still didn't look up, anxiously operating something on the screen. Must be quick, must rescue him before the Skull Society succeeds. Professor Chen Yun stared nervously at the large screen. When she saw Joko's ingenious answer, she let out a slight sigh of relief and wiped her cold sweat with a handkerchief. Many freshmen also realized what was happening. After understanding the meaning behind Joko's answer, they couldn't help but admire him. How did he come up with this kind of answer? Zhang Yang completely failed to grasp the situation. He muttered softly. What does this mean? Did Joko's answer pass? Professor Chen Yun beside him explained. The key is in finding the correct answer, but finding an answer that cannot be judged as wrong. Zhang Yang tilted his head. Why wouldn't this answer be judged wrong? Professor Chen Yun analyzed carefully. If the system judges this answer wrong, what would happen? Zhang Yang had to work hard to think about Joko's answer. He said, his own answer is wrong. If this statement is wrong, then according to Joko's words, his own answer would be correct. Senior Zhuang Xingyao chimed in from the side, her hands still not stopping their movements. Exactly. Chen Yun nodded. Since the answer is correct, of course the system would count him as passing this unexpected test question. Zhang Yang scratched his head and asked again, then what if the system judges this answer as correct? Professor Chen Yun explained again. If the system judges Joko's statement correct, then my answer is wrong would be true. Joko's answer becomes wrong again. This contradicts the system's initial judgment. Zhuang Xingyao concluded. Therefore, this answer is a paradox, neither right nor wrong. Since it has no right or wrong, naturally it cannot be called answering wrong. This freshman didn't directly answer the system's question. He is clever. Zhuang Xingyao's hands suddenly stopped moving. Professor Chen Yun quickly asked, "What's wrong, Xingyao? Any progress on repairing the exam room?" Zhuang Xingyao gently shook his head. "I've tried every method, but it's completely ineffective. Now, there is only one way for him to come out alive. That is, win this test." Inside the exam room, after smoothly passing the second surprise question, Joko handed the pistol to the killer opposite him. Your turn. The black-clad killer's expression finally showed a hint of hesitation, but he still pressed the gun against his own temple. After all, the rules are absolute. The sharp blade on the seat still pressed against his cervical spine. If he didn't follow the examination rules, he would die too. The killer's fingertips began to tremble slightly. 2 bullet chambers, 1 bullet. A 50-50 chance, 50% probability of death. The mortality rate this time was already extremely high. Joko looked at his fingers. The killer seemed to be staring intently at him. After 2 seconds of silence, he pulled the trigger. Click. The 5th shot. Empty chamber. At this moment, the examination room fell completely silent. Both of them understood what would happen next. The black-clothed man laughed triumphantly. Kid, do you know what this empty chamber means? If you had intentionally answered the surprise test question wrong just now, this empty shot would have been yours to fire, and I would have been forced to take over the pistol after your 2 consecutive empty chamber shots. But now, the black-clothed man tossed the revolver over. The 6th shot is your turn. In Russian roulette, there are 6 possible shots with 1 bullet. The first 5 were all empty chambers. This means Joko helplessly gripped the gun handle. 1 bullet chamber, 1 bullet. This final shot would fire with 100% probability. A situation with certain death. Was there still a way to escape? Joko felt the sharp blade behind him, its tip slightly pricking his skin through his clothes. If he violated the rules by attempting to flee or fight desperately, the blades on the seat would undoubtedly thrust forward. He couldn't gamble on whether he or the blade would move faster. He exhaled deeply, pressing the cold gun barrel against his temple. The gun's muzzle felt warm against his temple, yet its chilling touch resembled death's fingertips. Pulling the trigger would end everything. The black-clad man whispered softly, "I'm sorry, I'm just following orders. Since I'm going to die anyway, could you tell me who wants me dead?" Joko suddenly asked. The black-clad man shook his head firmly, "Absolutely not. I could never reveal that name." Joko didn't give up, pressing again, "Is it someone I know? Someone in this school?" After the words fell, Joko suddenly noticed that the killer's face hidden beneath the hood's shadow twisted strangely. That's too strong a reaction, Joko thought. This could only mean his guess had hit the mark. Someone in this very school wanted him dead. Why? I'm just an ordinary freshman. I don't remember offending anyone. Why would someone want to kill me? Joko refused to give up and pressed on with his questioning. The black-clad man seemed to let out a cold laugh. Do you really not remember? Your parents. Chapter 10, Plum Blossom King. His parents. Joko froze momentarily, the hand holding the pistol trembling slightly. His parents had never mentioned anything about divine cards or supernatural abilities. His family had been extremely poor during his childhood. Thus, even now, he firmly believed his parents were ordinary civilians with no connection whatsoever to nobility or supernatural powers. However, ever since childhood, Joko had been plagued by a recurring dream. In that dream, strangers broke into his home amidst raging flames, and his parents died tragically. At that time, he was still young, hiding under the bed, trembling and powerless. In the last second before his mother's death, she anxiously spoke one sentence to his younger self. But no matter how hard Joko tried, he couldn't recall the exact content of that sentence. His mother's voice wasn't soft. Logically speaking, Joko should have heard it clearly. It was his mother's last words. He couldn't possibly have ignored them. He had tried desperately to remember, exhausting every possible method. Yet those words seemed to have been erased from his memory. Whenever Joko attempted to recall, his head would ache violently. "Stop dawdling, let's go." Seeing Joko hesitating to shoot, the man in black urged impatiently. Joko closed his eyes. He didn't want to die. He still hadn't understood his mother's words, hadn't unraveled the mystery of the divine cards. Was there any way to survive this? As if by instinct, he suddenly opened his mouth and, as if possessed, uttered a strange incantation. Plum Blossom establishes all laws, monarch decrees heaven's statutes. The moment the incantation left his lips, Joko's own face showed a trace of astonishment. He had never heard this phrase before, yet this strange poem-like chant flowed naturally from his mouth as if born with it. Instantly, the playing cards in his pocket became scalding hot. Plum Blossom K unconditionally alters the probability of events. So that's how it is, Joko realized instantly. He had previously witnessed someone using divine cards. At that time, they too had recited a strange poem. Thus, without realizing it, he had now triggered the special ability of Plum Blossom K. Before Joko's eyes, numbers seemed to be wildly fluctuating. The figure initially read 100, but under Joko's gaze, it rapidly decreased to 0. This number represented the probability of the bullet firing. In that instant, this probability changed from 100% to 0%. Joko slowly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing like torches. All traces of inner anxiety had completely vanished. His tone elegant and brimming with confidence, he calmly regarded the assassin before him. "I am a magician. Throughout my years of performance, my favorite thing to say was always, a magic trick never fails. You simply fall into its meticulously designed trap." He pulled the trigger without hesitation. Click. The 6th round, the final shot in this game of Russian roulette, the pistol's last possible discharge, was empty. The black-clad man's face contorted in shock, as if unable to believe what he'd witnessed. The assassin stared blankly at Joko for 2 seconds before stammering. "Why, how impossible. That was the last bullet. The firing probability was 100%. It should have hit." Joko remained perfectly calm, casually tossing the pistol back to him. "Perhaps the bullet jammed. Perhaps there was never a bullet to begin with. Or perhaps I performed an exquisite magic trick. Regardless, the next shot is yours." Russian roulette, 7th round. The black-clad man's hands trembled as he accepted the pistol. Pressing it against his forehead, he snarled, "Impossible. The organization never makes mistakes. There must be bullets in the gun. Joker spoke calmly. There are indeed bullets in the gun, specifically in the chamber you're about to fire. If I'm not mistaken, even you must abide by this examination room's rules. Regardless, go ahead and shoot. Only when you fire can I leave this place. The black-clad man's trembling gradually subsided. He looked at Joker with eerie calmness. You're clever. Too clever. But showing your edge too conspicuously isn't necessarily good. Had you pretended foolishness, you might have saved your life. Yet you've displayed qualities matching your lineage. You cannot be allowed to live. He pointed first to the black skull tattoo on his hand, then upwards. The higher-ups are watching this duel too. Your display has only strengthened their resolve to eliminate you. If I die, another killer will come soon enough. Joker gazed steadily at the assassin, then raised his head to address the sky. Apologies, but I've never known concealment, nor seen the need. Send more assassins if you wish. I'll kill however many you send. The killer hesitated for a moment before finally pulling the trigger. Bang! The head exploded, splattering blood across the entire table. The Skull Society's assassin was dead. On the examination blackboard, text quickly appeared. Test completed. Winner, Joku. Joku stood up gracefully and bowed. The magic show has concluded perfectly. He pulled out a tissue and gently wiped the bloodstains from his face. You will be teleported out of the examination area shortly. Gradually, Joku's body dissolved into specks of light before disappearing completely. The next second, he reappeared beside the school's examination machine, transmitted out from the helmet. That exam was quite something. He stretched lazily and walked leisurely out of the teleportation gate. Though that killer was a bit too chew-uni and talked way too much. Ha! Why are you all gathered here? Has everyone finished their exams? Surrounding Joku from all directions, countless pairs of eyes stared at him in stunned silence. Chen Yun walked up to him. Her expression was shocked, her voice slightly hoarse. The one you just killed was an assassin from the Skull Society. Before you, the Skull Society had never failed a mission. In Joku's own house, he was reviewing the events of the day. The audience member from his magic show, that woman in red, turned out to be a professor from the Supernatural Academy. She even dragged him into taking the elite school's entrance examination. And through a strange twist of fate, he temporarily ranked first. There was no helping it after all, he was the only survivor of the second test. Due to fatalities during the exam, the entire testing process had to be suspended. The originally scheduled third test was postponed to 1 week after enrollment. So theoretically, all examinees this time qualified for admission. Before Joku returned home, Professor Chen Yun had repeatedly insisted on sending escorts for him. But Joku refused. He didn't want bodyguards surrounding him. Having people around would feel more like surveillance and would only restrict his movements. For 18 years, he had survived alone, solved every difficulty alone, and faced every survival crisis alone. He was more accustomed to acting alone. Joku took out that Joker card again. After using the probability alteration ability, the card had transformed from the King of Clubs back to its Joker appearance, awaiting the next activation. Supernatural abilities, divine cards, elite schools, and assassins. He recalled the final words of that assassin before death. Don't you remember your parents? You've demonstrated qualities matching your lineage. This has only strengthened their resolve to eliminate you. Why would someone want to kill him? Why did the assassin mention his parents? What exactly were his mother's last words before she died? The assassin's final warning echoed in his mind. The next assassin will come soon. Joku didn't know how soon meant. He only knew he would be prepared. The next day, Joku woke up early, preparing to report to school. On his way, countless expensive luxury cars sped past. Rolls-Royces, Ferraris, Porsches. Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind. These expensive cars are exclusively for nobles. And only nobles possess divine cards and supernatural abilities. Could it be? Chapter 11, Catching the Subway. Perhaps it's precisely because nobles have divine card blessings. With the help of supernatural abilities, they become elites in various fields and amass enormous wealth. While commoners, without divine cards or knowledge of supernatural abilities, can only serve as beasts of burden to be exploited by nobles. This thought sent shivers down his spine. Joku still remembered how he was mistakenly arrested by police 2 days ago, charged with using supernatural abilities in front of commoners. Thus, commoners remain in the dark like livestock, completely unaware of supernatural abilities' existence at nobles' mercy. Joku sighed. In just 2 short days, his worldview had undergone earth-shaking changes. He originally thought this world he transmigrated to was no different from Earth except for its political system. However, the emergence of elements like divine cards, supernatural abilities, magic schools, and skull bones assassins forced Joku to admit how little he truly knew about this world. Joku clenched his fist. Fortunately, he had received his divine card on his 18th birthday, allowing him access to the real world. As long as he could study at Divine Card Academy, he would eventually become a noble too. He refocused his attention on commuting. Last time, Professor Chinyun's teleportation ability had instantly transported him to school. But today, Joka had to go independently without teleportation skills. The subway was his only option. At 8 a.m., the subway station was packed and unbearably crowded, making Joka sigh involuntarily. Most nobles had private cars in this world. Subways were generally for commoners or impoverished minor nobles like Zhang Yang. When the train arrived, people swarmed forward, pushing and shoving to board. Joka barely managed to squeeze onto the train with his nimble physique, only to find all seats already taken. Helpless, he could only sway amidst the jostling crowd. Ding dong, Dongcheng Plaza Station has arrived. This was a major station, and some passengers began disembarking one after another. Joka was going all the way to the terminal station, so he remained standing where he was. In the crowded subway, a soft body bumped into Joka. Sorry. A clear female voice came from behind him. Joka turned his head. It was a girl with silver hair. Sunlight pierced through the train window, refracting into delicate halos on her silver locks. The skin visible above her black mask was porcelain white, her eyelashes casting butterfly wing shadows across it. The girl was dressed modestly yet stylishly, appearing neat and distinctive. She looked about Joka's age and carried a red backpack, seemingly also heading to school. After apologizing, the girl slightly closed her eyes without looking in Joka's direction. Her silver hair was so distinctive that Joka immediately remembered who she was. That girl from yesterday, the one whose divine card was the Queen of Spades. Joka shifted his gaze to her wrist. There was an engraved silver bracelet. The bracelet bore a peculiar symbol. This insignia closely resembled the medals on Zhuang Xingyo and Yi Lingtian's chests, but with slight differences. It was a spade pierced by a long sword. He recalled what Zhang Yang had said. Zhuang Xingyo and Yi Lingtian both belonged to the four great nobles, hence they possessed such medals. This girl before him was also one of the four great nobles. Joka frowned. Such subways were typically ridden by commoners, with only occasional impoverished minor nobles. Why would she choose to squeeze into the subway too? Excuse me, Joka attempted to strike up a conversation. Boom! A violent tremor suddenly shook the subway. Passengers looked around in confusion, voices rising in questioning murmurs. What's happening? An earthquake! Ah! A shrill scream echoed through the subway car. A female passenger covered her mouth, pointing toward the end of the carriage with trembling fingers. There's a monster on board. Joka followed her pointing direction. In the subway train's last carriage stood a silent figure cloaked in black, hood drawn over its head. At first glance, he appeared to be just an oddly dressed eccentric. However, what extended from his sleeves weren't human hands, but black, slimy and slippery octopus tentacles. Slowly, the humanoid monster began to speak with a hollow, raspy voice. Resistors die. This doesn't concern others. I'm here to kill only one person. As he spoke, he gradually moved closer to Joka's position. Hey, what are you doing? Cosplay. A muscular man with thick limbs blocked his path. This is a public space, please respect order. The monster paused, seemingly raising his head to carefully examine the man's face. 2 seconds later, the raspy voice spoke again, non-target. Obstruction removal. Suddenly, it extended one tentacle, raised it high, then swung forcefully, slapping the burly man away. Despite appearing tall and muscular, when struck by the tentacle, the man flew away like a piece of paper. From under the tentacled monster's black robe came the sound of slimy movement. When the overturned strong man collided with the train railing, the stainless steel pipe emitted a buzzing vibration. That man instantly collapsed to the ground, unconscious. After clearing the obstacle, the strange creature continued to shuffle forward. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock, hastily making way and fleeing from the carriage in terror. Joka didn't move. He noticed that on the monster's black clothing was painted a skull, and he observed that the silver-haired girl hadn't left either. It's a killing monster from the Skull Society. Generally, they're pre-programmed with the target characteristics for elimination, so they don't kill innocents indiscriminately. Therefore, that civilian man isn't actually dead. The girl murmured to herself. But precisely because of this, these killing monsters are like machines. Their behavioral logic is extremely singular and rigid. Joka sighed faintly. He recalled yesterday's second round of freshman testing. That killer had confidently declared they would soon send someone else to hunt down Joka. Seeing this tentacled monstrosity, Joka had already mentally prepared himself, though he hadn't expected their arrival to be so swift. Joka sighed softly and murmured, "Ha, must be here to kill. Must be here to kill me," the silver-haired girl muttered. She whispered to herself, accidentally stealing Joka's line. Joka gave her a sidelong glance. "Miss Classmate, aren't you being a bit presumptuous here?" The girl remained completely oblivious to Joka's look, her gaze firmly locked on the tentacled creature. In the next instant, she swiftly produced her divine card. Her movements were fast, but Joka still caught sight of the design. "A black queen. Queen of spades," the silver-haired girl chanted. "Although using divine cards in public is illegal, this is an emergency, it must be done." She then recited an incantation. "Spade breaks armies, queen forges divine arms." Instantly, a pistol materialized in her hand. Bang! 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 She fired at the monster without hesitation. The monster didn't evade, directly taking the bullets but showing no reaction to the damage, continuing to advance straight forward. A flicker of surprise flashed in the girl's eyes. She quickly shook her head and was about to step forward when suddenly an arm blocked her way. It was Joka who had reached out. "Classmate, I'm its target. Please don't make unnecessary sacrifices." Joka stood in front of her and said softly. The girl sized him up carefully, asking hesitantly, "You are?" Chapter 12, The Tentacle Monster. Joka cleared his throat lightly. "Remember the magic level 43, the sole survivor of Russian roulette? Back then, there was a Skull Society assassin trying to kill an ordinary freshman." The girl waited politely for him to finish. "That's right. I was that very." Roar! The monster suddenly let out a furious howl. Before Joka could finish his sentence, the monster abruptly accelerated and charged toward the two of them. "Sorry, tell me later." The girl instantly brushed off his arm and stepped forward. The tentacle monster's gaze clearly locked onto the silver-haired girl when it saw her. Then, it emitted another hollow sound. "Target located for elimination." Ha! Upon hearing the monster's words, Joka froze momentarily. "Target located. Is this girl really the tentacle monster's target? Does your Skull Society need to kill so many people simultaneously?" Joka stood frozen in place, seemingly sensing the girl's helpless gaze ahead, suddenly feeling somewhat embarrassed. Beep! Divine card Joker, ability trigger condition met. Why did the divine card activate? Joka clearly remembered what that high-pitched voice said when he obtained the Joker divine card. Ability, possess all other playing cards' abilities. Trigger condition, hidden. The ability trigger condition wasn't publicly disclosed. Now, some unknown condition had been met, activating the ability. Randomly selecting divine card ability. This voice remained high-pitched and quite distinctive. Joka remembered that the owner of this voice called himself the Joker God. In this situation, drawing a combat power type ability would undoubtedly be more advantageous. To be honest, Joka really wished he could draw a cool and flashy combat type ability. That way he could elegantly kill the monster, save everyone on the train, and bask in countless astonished gazes. He stared intently at the divine card in his hand. Just like when he first obtained the divine card, Joka watched as his card flipped in midair and finally transformed into another card. The Seven of Hearts. Divine card, Seven of Hearts. Ability, read anyone's inner thoughts. This divine card will revert to Joker after use. Ha! Mind reading. Could it be any more useless? Joka felt speechless, to put it bluntly. Under monster attack conditions, this ability was basically completely worthless. Read anyone's inner thoughts. Whose thoughts should he read? That monster's. Does that tentacle freak even count as a person? Then he quickly consoled himself. After all, abilities were randomly drawn. It's perfectly reasonable not to draw an ability suitable for the current situation. In the blink of an eye, the monster had already darted near the two of them. The silver-haired girl activated her divine card ability again, instantly summoning a long sword which she swung forcefully at the monster. However, the tentacle monster reacted extremely quickly. It simply raised one tentacle on its left side and swatted away the long sword. Before she could react, it lifted a second tentacle from its right sleeve and thrust it toward the girl's body. The girl's body trembled slightly, as if she had given up struggling, and she closed her eyes. At this moment, Joka took small steps, approaching. Since the assassination target wasn't himself, there was no need to worry. No matter how close he got, nothing should happen. Click! Just as Joka was passing by the monster's side, the tentacle monster's hand suddenly stopped mid-air. Its head tilted slightly, its hooded face turning toward Joka. Joka seemed to see gleaming eyes beneath the hood, staring straight at him. Joka blinked. "If you want to kill someone, just kill them. Why look at me?" The tentacle monster's withered mouth opened again. Target identified, changing elimination objective. In an instant, it turned around, its eyes locking onto Joka. "What? Wasn't that girl your target just now? Why switch to me?" Its tentacle lashed out toward Joka with speed too fast for him to react. Swish! The expected pain didn't come. The girl stood in the distance, her arms still extended from throwing something. She'd somehow produced another long blade and hurled it at the tentacle monster, diverting its attack. Joka froze, uncertain how to respond. "What are you standing there for? Run!" the girl shouted from afar. In a flash, one of the tentacle monster's arms swung toward Joka with tremendous force. Joka barely managed to leap to the right. Thud! The attack missed his head by mere centimeters. The tentacle monster moved swiftly, charging toward Joka to attack again. Joka rolled aside from his position on the ground, narrowly evading once more. He charged left and right through the train carriage, causing exclamations from passengers. But the tentacle monster completely ignored everyone else, focusing solely on chasing Joka. "Big octopus, what did I ever do to you? Why does your Skull Society want me dead?" Joka dodged while thinking angrily. "Spade breaks armies, Queen forges divine arms." The girl in the distance swiftly drew her playing cards and shouted again. Whiz! This time she materialized a spear and hurled it forcefully at the tentacle monster. The tentacle monster leaned aside to dodge. The subway window shattered under the spear's impact, eliciting screams from passengers. Joka finally caught a brief moment to catch his breath. Supernatural card abilities. From Joka's observation, her ability seemed to be unlimited materialization of desired weapons. Compared to his own, this ability appeared far more suited for combat. However, he was no longer an ordinary person unaware of these matters. As a member of the Divine Card Academy, he needed to learn to wield his own abilities properly. His Joker had changed into the Seven of Hearts. Though he didn't know if his mind-reading ability would be useful in this situation, it was certainly better than doing nothing. Joka followed suit, holding his divine card. Should I also recite some weird poetic line? Anyway, I'm going to use my divine card. Instantly, a strange sensation surged through Joka's heart. He felt the magical elements flowing within his body. This feeling was exactly the same as when he used the King of Clubs in the examination hall last time. Simultaneously, a genuine incantation naturally escaped his lips, as if he was born knowing it. Heart sees all souls, 7 emotions reveal truth. He could feel his ability taking effect instantly. Immediately, everything before Joka's eyes seemed covered by a thin layer of bloody mist. A complex yet filthy voice flooded into Joka's mind. Execute slaughter. Follow command. Royal blood eliminate. Joku also froze slightly. Were these the thoughts of the tentacle monster? He recalled the words that girl had said earlier. This monster is a killing machine trained by the Skull Society, acting only according to commands. Erase royal blood. Was this its killing order? Royal blood, does this refer to royal lineage? Immediately, a conjecture surfaced in his mind. The tentacle monster still hadn't given up its attack. Joka relied on his agile movements, dodging left and right to evade the monster's 2 octopus-like arms. Bang! His back slammed against the subway railing, the cold metal sending a jolt through his body. Joka finally managed to put distance between himself and the tentacle monster. But that dark, thick, gurgling voice appeared again. Royal blood, erase. Distance too far, switching attack target. The monster's tentacles immediately retracted. Instead, they lashed toward the silver-haired girl. The girl jolted in alarm and leaped backward to create distance. The moment the distance widened, Joka once again heard the monster's inner thoughts. Moreover, the voice was identical to before. Target too far, switching attack target. In an instant, the tentacle monster's attack turned towards Joku again. Could it be? Joka seemed to vaguely grasp the monster's attack pattern. Chapter 13, Part 7. Judging from the tentacle monster's inner thoughts. As long as the distance becomes too great, this monster will switch to attacking the other person. Yet both times, the monster completely ignored all other passengers on the train, attacking only Joku and the silver-haired girl. In the entire train were there only these two who fit its killing criteria. Moreover, if one of them created distance, would it then attack the other? When the tentacle monster was about to kill the girl earlier, Joku had unintentionally taken a step forward. Thus, the monster threw the girl aside and turned to attack Joku instead. Joka formed a hypothesis. The monster can only kill one person at a time, therefore it will only attack whoever is closer to it between the two. Testing this theory would be simple. Joka looked up and shouted at the silver-haired girl. Run towards me. What? The silver-haired girl froze in surprise. Trust me. The silver-haired girl sized him up carefully, weighed the pros and cons, and ultimately followed Joka's instruction, running toward him. Target switched. The tentacle monster abandoned Joku and turned back to attack the girl. Stop! Joku shouted urgently. The silver-haired girl cooperated perfectly, halting immediately. Joku promptly moved toward the monster's direction. When Joku became the closer target, target switched. The monster retracted its tentacle from the silver-haired girl and extended it toward Joku. Just as expected. This strange creature apparently lacked autonomous judgment, operating on very simple logic. 1. It would only attack either Joku or the silver-haired girl. 2. It would always choose the closest target. Given this, the solution became perfectly clear. Who would have thought that mind-reading ability, seemingly useless in this situation, could unexpectedly prove so valuable? There are no useless magical items, only unreliable magicians, Joku murmured to himself. Who said offensive abilities are stronger in this situation? In the hands of a skilled magician, even rotten wood can bloom flowers. Joku swept away his previous panic, becoming extraordinarily composed. He retreated a step with remarkable ease, his movements graceful and unhurried. At this moment, the silver-haired girl, the tentacle monster, and Joku were aligned in a straight line along the train. Moreover, the distance between both individuals and the tentacle monster happened to be exactly equal. Suddenly, the monstrous humanoid froze in place. To outside observers, it appeared as though Joku's single step backward had pinned the tentacle creature in position. The reason for this, naturally, was known to Joku himself. He curled the corner of his mouth, quietly listening to the monster's inner voice. Anomaly. Both targets at equal distance. The monster's behavioral logic was simple: it would only attack the closer target. But when two targets maintained identical distance, its judgment system would become paralyzed with confusion. This was the true solution to break the deadlock. The girl momentarily froze in astonishment. She glanced at the motionless monster, then turned her incredulous gaze toward Joku. The girl couldn't hear the thoughts of the tentacle monster, so she was naturally astonished that Joku could effortlessly pin the creature in place. But the next second, the tentacled monster simultaneously extended both arms, attacking them separately. Simultaneous attack. The monster's voice was thick and turbid, seemingly several octaves higher. "So you're not stupid after all," Joku murmured. Joku wasn't surprised by the tentacle monster's action. On the contrary, if the monster had foolishly abandoned its attack and remained stationary, Joku would have doubted the intelligence of the Skeleton Society assassins. Joku quickly said to the girl, "Step back. Both of us need to maintain equal distance from it while retreating." The silver-haired girl couldn't hear the monster's thoughts, so she naturally couldn't easily discern its attack patterns. Thus, she completely didn't understand why Joku gave such an order. But having seen how Joku could restrain such a monster with just a small backward step, she had already developed trust in his abilities. So she complied very obediently. The silver-haired girl moved with lightness, leaping nimbly onto the train's sidewall, evading the tentacle's attack. She then retreated with rapid steps. Joku also dashed backward with remarkable speed, moving like an arrow. The surrounding people could only see a black afterimage. The two maintained perfect synchronization throughout, keeping identical distances that prevented the tentacle monster from focusing its attack on a single target. When they retreated to a certain distance, crack! The tentacles reached their maximum extension. At this moment, the carriage presented the following scene. A tentacled monster stood in the middle of the carriage. It stretched out one tentacle toward each side, attempting to attack both young people simultaneously. But constrained by its limited reach, it became immobilized at the center. Both tentacles extended to their limits left and right, yet couldn't touch either target. This monster's brain is too simple. Joku slightly crouched and casually picked up an iron rod from the ground. This rod came from train guardrails the monster had knocked loose during the earlier conflict. He weighed it in his hand twice, finding the railing quite satisfactory. The next second, he vertically lifted the iron rod, aimed at the tentacle, and forcefully stabbed downward. Joku instantly pinned the tentacle to the ground with this move. The tentacle struggled but remained immobilized, nailed in place by the iron rod. The silver-haired girl stared blankly at Joku's actions, not understanding why he did this. Joku noticed her questioning gaze. "If you don't understand, just follow my lead." The silver-haired girl froze momentarily, then nodded. She activated her ability, materializing a spear, and imitated Joku's movement with a swift downward thrust. The tentacle writhed violently as it was pinned to the ground by the spear. Now, both hands of the tentacled monster were completely immobilized. "Please move toward the center with me, but maintain the same distance," Joku said softly. The silver-haired girl opposite him nodded as well. The two moved with perfect synchronization, gradually approaching the tentacled monster while maintaining identical pacing. Because they kept equal distance, the tentacled monster couldn't concentrate its attack on a single target. Thus, it could only mobilize its tentacles to attack simultaneously. But his tentacles had already been firmly pinned to the ground by two iron rods. This was exactly why Joku had driven his tentacles into the ground. The two safely approached him. Royal blood eliminate. Error. Both targets at equal distance. The freak's mental voice continued buzzing like static. He wanted to attack the duo with full force, but his tentacles were tightly nailed down by the rods, so he could only writhe and struggle in place. Joku stared grimly at the skull pattern on the freak's clothing, his expression darkening. "I told you, feel free to send more assassins. No matter how many come, I'll kill them all." A cold glint flashed. Joku drew a dagger from his pocket and cleanly slit the monster's throat with one swift motion. As the monster's head disintegrated into bloody mist, a crimson glow slowly swirled then faded in Joku's pupils. The noise-like mental voice of the monster vanished instantly. The disappearance of the supernatural effect meant this freak had completely died. Joku stretched lazily once more, tilting his neck with casual ease, as if he hadn't just killed a person but had merely woken from sleep. The silver-haired girl looked at Joku, hesitating to speak. "Ask whatever you want to ask," Joku said softly. Chapter 14, The Princess. "How did you do that?" She blinked with puzzled eyes, her voice crisp and clear. "Do what?" The silver-haired girl's eyes widened in surprise, freezing that monster in place. She continued hesitantly, "Normally only certain divine cards' abilities can immobilize people. But I only saw you step back and suddenly that monster stopped moving. During that whole process, I didn't see you use any divine card." Joku didn't want to reveal he'd used the Heart 7 divine card. After all, during yesterday's bloodline test, his divine card was shown to be Club K. Normally, a person should only possess one type of divine card. "I don't know either. Probably got stunned by my handsome looks." He deliberately made a joke, attempting to divert her attention away from the question. She seemed to perceive Joko's intention, smiling understandingly as she said, "Never mind, I shouldn't have asked. Hello, I'm Su Chensi. Thank you for saving me." The girl performed a slight noble's curtsy, her posture impeccably elegant and dignified. Joko pulled out a tissue and quietly wiped the bloodstains from his face. "Don't mention it. I'm Joku." Su Chensi's expression changed slightly. "Joku, you're that commoner from yesterday with 43 magic points who killed the Skull Society assassin." Joka nodded silently while countering with a question. "And you're that freshman whose divine card was the Queen of Spades, right? I saw you use your ability. So the Queen of Spades' power is unlimited weapon manifestation." Joka had excellent memory in yesterday's admission line, only her silver hair stood out conspicuously. Su Chensi made no attempt to conceal it, openly admitting, "Correct, it's a combat class ability. But I can only manifest weapons I'm proficient with." Joka gave a wry smile. "Speaking of which, we just used our divine cards in front of civilians and even killed someone. Won't the school expel us for this?" He still remembered that night on his 18th birthday when he performed an incredible magic trick that made the police suspect him of being an ability user. At that time, the police treated him extremely harshly, even mentioning the death penalty. Su Chensi shook her head. That person was a killing monster affiliated with the Skull Society. They've completely lost their humanity, only obeying their trainers' killing orders, automatically seeking out and eliminating qualified targets. He didn't count as human. Using abilities in front of him falls under special circumstances. The law grants immunity for such cases. Moreover, I'll speak to my father about this. You don't need to worry. Father Joko understood immediately when he heard this word. So she really was a noble young lady from a powerful family. And based on the tentacle monster's earlier command, Joko had already guessed at this girl's identity. "So, as a noble, why would you take the subway?" Joko finally asked the question that had interested him from the beginning. She smiled and said, "You didn't think I was that kind of arrogant noble lady, did you? Actually, I've always believed we should narrow the gap between nobles and commoners, treating everyone equally in society. That's why I came to experience taking the subway today to lead by example." Then she sighed. "But I never expected this would attract assassins from the Skull Society. Given the monster's behavior, the order he received was probably kill all nobles." Joko raised his head. "But I'm not a noble." She chuckled softly. "No need to hide it. Though everyone says you come from commoner origins, your magic energy level is so high you could only be high nobility. Also, that dagger of yours is clearly a noble's item too." Dagger. Joko looked at his right hand. He was still lightly clutching the dagger that had killed the monster, its tip still dripping blood. "This dagger is exceptionally well crafted," Su Chensi praised. Joko still shook his head. "This dagger was left to me by my parents. I'm certain they were commoners. As for why I possess mana and was granted the divine badge, it's probably just an exception." Su Chensi lowered her head in contemplation. "If you're truly a commoner, then what were the orders received by the Skeleton Society's monsters? To kill all Divine Badge Academy students." Joku didn't respond. He remembered the thoughts of the tentacled creature. "Royal blood eliminate. We're here." The subway slowly pulled into the station. After exiting the platform, they could see the spire of one of the school buildings in the distance. A sea of people pressed against each other in the crowd. "Joko, I need to go now. Thank you again for helping me on the train. I owe you a favor and I'll repay you someday." Goodbye." Joko bid her farewell. To be honest, Joko's first impression of this girl named Su Chensi wasn't bad. She was clearly a noble lady, yet she actually took the subway to school. Moreover, she seemed completely without aristocratic airs, being extremely polite. Joko thought of Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian wore his family crest prominently, nose held high, as if afraid people wouldn't know he was nobility. Both were nobles, yet the difference was quite substantial. "Wow, Joku, you're finally here." Someone slapped his back vigorously. Zhang Yang chuckled. "So, nervous or excited? The freshman orientation ceremony is about to begin." All the freshmen crowded noisily into the Divine Emblem Academy's grand auditorium. Every student chatted excitedly while observing the auditorium's decorations. At the front of the auditorium stood a large stage with dazzling lights. Rows of seats filled with freshmen spread across the floor below. Joko and Zhang Yang found seats toward the back. "Hey, I just overheard people in front saying the king's daughter is enrolling this year too. Wonder what this princess looks like. With royal blood, she can't be bad. We'll be classmates soon, who knows, maybe I'll have some special story with the princess, ha ha ha." Zhang Yang had already started fantasizing. Joko wasn't as excited as Zhang Yang, responding half-heartedly. "She's a princess, probably too proud to notice a minor noble like you." They continued chatting about trivial matters. The entrance ceremony began. A senior student came on stage and announced in standard Mandarin, "Teachers and fellow students, welcome everyone to Divine Card Academy. Now, the entrance ceremony officially begins. Let's invite the principal to deliver the speech. After finishing, the senior host stepped down from the stage. The freshmen were extremely excited, all waiting for the principal to appear. But as time passed minute by minute, no one came up to the stage. People began looking around curiously at each other, and the whispering in the seating area grew louder. Ahem, it seems the principal is delayed by some matters. Let's skip this segment for now. Downstage, a young female professor stood up to control the situation. Recognizing her red outfit, Joku immediately identified her as Professor Chen Yun. Now let's invite the freshman representative to give the speech. With that, Professor Chen Yun initiated the applause. The students below the stage also broke into scattered applause. According to tradition, this privilege always goes to nobles. This year, it's probably that young master from the Yi family. Hey, don't you know? The royal princess enrolled this year too. It must be the princess. Joku overheard such discussions nearby. Amidst applause, a strikingly eye-catching figure slowly ascended the stage. All freshmen's gazes were instantly captivated. A young girl with flowing silver hair and billowing long dress gracefully stepped onto the stage. The exquisitely elegant girl, wearing high heels, slowly approached the microphone. Joku, look! A goddess has descended. Zhang Yang beside him was practically drooling. Joku didn't respond immediately. His gaze fixed on the girl's left wrist. On her snow-white wrist rested a silver bracelet. She spoke, her voice clear and bright. Hello everyone, I'm Su Chenxi. Ah, even her voice is so beautiful. Zhang Yang nearly jumped up screaming. Chapter 15, Seating Arrangement. Su Chenxi stood tall and spoke articulately. I'm honored to stand here as the freshman representative. Most classmates probably recognize me already, but what I want to say is, I don't want everyone to treat me as a lofty princess, but rather see me as an ordinary classmate. Zhang Yang froze in an instant. So she's the princess. No wonder she's so beautiful. Ah. Joku slightly covered his face with one hand, pretending not to know the boy next to him. Su Chenxi continued her speech on stage, though most of it consisted of somewhat official prepared remarks. Only one sentence left an impression on Joku, something she had said before. I hope in the future there will no longer be any disparity between nobles and commoners. As a princess, she chose to ride the subway to school just like commoners. It seems this truly reflected her genuine beliefs. That concludes my speech. Thank you everyone. She put down the microphone and walked off the stage toward the audience seating. Clap, 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 clap. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience seats. But most people weren't applauding because they were moved by her speech, it was simply because she was the princess. Hey, 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 the princess is coming toward the audience seats. Zhang Yang whispered while shaking Joku's arm. Obviously, she's also a freshman. Where else would she sit if not in the audience section? Joku pushed his hand away, urging him to act normal. Su Chenxi walked slowly, her eyes scanning for an empty seat. The gaze of most people followed her as she moved. There were empty seats next to some students. But after all, she was a princess by status. Even without any royal airs, she naturally carried an aura of superiority that made it difficult for others to muster the courage to invite her. As Su Chenxi passed by a certain row, a figure suddenly stood up. Joku frowned. Luxurious clothing, an unruly expression, and a square noble emblem on his chest. That person was Yi Lingtian. He slightly bent forward, extending a hand to Su Chenxi. Your Highness, if you don't mind, you may sit here. There was indeed an empty seat beside him. But Su Chenxi merely inclined her head slightly. Thank you for your kindness. Then she walked past that row. His posture froze awkwardly before he sat back down. Zhang Yang couldn't help but cheer inwardly. This is the first time I've seen a young master from the Yi family get snubbed. If an ordinary person dared to reject Yi Lingtian's invitation, they'd surely face consequences. But Her Highness is from the royal family. When she does this, Yi Lingtian wouldn't even dare to fart. Zhang Yang laughed, then turned to Joku. Hey, what do you think? There are empty seats near us too. Might the princess come sit by us? Joku felt somewhat exasperated. She can sit wherever she wants. Why are you so concerned? Suddenly, Su Chenxi stopped right at Joku's row. Her gaze turned toward Joku's direction, clearly having recognized him. Hey, Joku. The princess is looking this way. Is she looking at me? Zhang Yang immediately straightened his posture. I hope Her Highness really sits beside us. As if hearing his words, Su Chenxi actually began walking in their direction. Excuse me, is this seat taken? She asked Joku in a soft voice. No. You may sit, Joku replied indifferently. Thank you, she said before taking the seat directly. The surrounding students collectively gasped, whispering among themselves. Su Chenxi, as if not hearing them, initiated conversation. I saw your test results from the first 2 rounds backstage just now, both ranked first among all freshmen. Joku smiled modestly, just lucky. There was an accident during the second round's aptitude test that interrupted the examination. I was the only one who completed it. Otherwise, I couldn't possibly have ranked first. Su Chenxi also smiled. No need to be modest. Your performance on the subway convinced me that even if the exam proceeded normally, you would have achieved excellent results. If you weren't of common birth, you probably would have been selected as student representative and been the one giving the speech on stage just now. Before Joku could respond, Zhang Yang let out a strange exclamation. His gaze shifted between Joku and the princess, then fixed back on Joku with an expression as if his jaw might drop off. Both Joku and Su Chenxi turned to Zhang Yang in confusion. What's wrong? WH what? Joku, you know the princess? Zhang Yang asked in a hushed voice. Su Chenxi looked up at Zhang Yang and smiled politely. Joku, is this your friend? Joku didn't want to admit it, but still introduced. Su Chenxi, this is Zhang Yang, a friend I met when I first enrolled. Zhang Yang, this is Su Chenxi. We've met once before. Su Chenxi added, Joku saved my life, making him my benefactor. Zhang Yang gazed intently at Joku. Joku simply smiled in response. By the way, Your Highness, why did you choose to sit here? Zhang Yang suddenly asked this question. Su Chenxi looked straight ahead and said softly, then where do you think I should sit? Zhang Yang scratched his head. Our seats here are quite far back, mostly occupied by minor nobility. When Yiling Tian invited you earlier, I thought you'd sit in the major nobility section over there. Yet you completely ignored him. That was somewhat surprising. Joku and Su Chenxi answered simultaneously, not surprising at all. Su Chenxi turned to look at him. Oh, you know what I was thinking. Joku responded calmly, just a superficial analysis. As a princess, you actually bundle up completely when going to school and choose to take the subway. During your speech earlier, you said you hoped everyone wouldn't treat you as a princess. And at the end, you mentioned wanting nobles and commoners to coexist. All of this suggests you don't really want to be seen as a high and mighty noble lady. So, rather than sitting in the high nobility seating area, you prefer the ordinary seating area where minor nobles gather. And I'm probably the only person you know in this section, with an empty seat beside me. So, it's no surprise you choose to sit next to me. Su Chenxi froze. After 2 seconds, she laughed. If I didn't know you were the Plum K Divine card holder, I'd suspect you had a Heart Series ability. You've completely seen through my thoughts. Joku looked at her. So, among the Heart Divine cards, is there a mind-reading ability? Joku had already triggered the Red 7's ability once, so he naturally knew. But to maintain his cover and gather more information, he still asked this question. Su Chenxi nodded. Of course. As everyone knows, the divine abilities of heart-suited cards are generally related to the mind. Mind reading, mind control, hypnosis, memory modification, etc. Oh right, you're too outstanding. I always forget you come from a commoner background. She smiled gently. You still know very little about these things, don't you? If you feel uncomfortable here, you can always ask me. I'd be happy to help. Please don't stand on ceremony with me. After all, you saved my life once. I should find ways to repay you. Joku also smiled. So, you really did sneak out to ride the subway? Su Chenxi sighed. Yes. I finally managed to shake off a whole team of bodyguards wanting to experience public transportation only to encounter an assassin unexpectedly. I've caused trouble for the passengers. The government will properly compensate the injured civilians afterward. Looking at Su Chenxi's somewhat guilty expression, Joku thought to himself that the assassin was actually attracted by him, not her fault, but he just smiled slightly without saying anything. At this moment, Professor Chen Yun slowly walked onto the stage and adjusted the microphone. Everyone, quiet please. I am Professor Chen Yun, also the Dean of First-Year Students. The principal himself is unavailable to attend. Therefore, I will be introducing the school on his behalf. Chapter 16, Divine Relics. Professor Chen Yun spoke from the podium. First, our school holds the Elite Cup every year during mid-semester. This is a large-scale, school-wide competition organized by student clubs as units. New students who wish to participate may consult the presidents of our 3 major clubs. By the way, you've already met 2 of them during your first 2 enrollment tests. Joku lowered his head in recollection. During the new student tests, 2 senior students had indeed invited him to join their clubs. One was a tall, dark-skinned senior named Li Hanfeng, and the other was a seemingly aloof short-haired senior named Zhuang Xingyao. Professor Chen Yun continued. Second, before enrollment, new students traditionally undergo 3 rounds of entrance tests. However, due to some unforeseen circumstances, we only completed 2 rounds before the process was interrupted. At this point, Professor Chen Yun paused for several seconds. Joku seemed to sense her smiling gaze turning towards him, blinking once. Therefore, the most important 3rd round of testing, comprehensive assessment, will be held 1 week after enrollment. This assessment will only serve as a ranking of new students' strength and will not eliminate any classmates. Additionally, the top scorer in the comprehensive assessment will be rewarded with 1 divine relic. Upon hearing this, the entire auditorium erupted. A portion of students began heated discussions. Divine relics. For us. Wait, what? What are divine relics? Holy crap. If we could get one and sell it, we'd be set for life. Is that all you think about? Divine relics can't be measured by money. So what exactly are divine relics? I heard these are sacred artifacts left behind by the poker gods in ancient times, containing immense energy. But what exactly do these things do? While a small group of students discussed fervently, most still looked on with confused expressions. Sporadic words reached Zhou Ke's ears, and he whispered, "Zhang Yang, do you know about divine relics?" He originally expected Zhang Yang to chide him for his poor understanding of this world, but unexpectedly, Zhang Yang also shook his head with a puzzled expression. "This is my first time hearing about it too." Su Chenxi, standing nearby, let out a sigh. "It's normal that you don't understand. Divine relics are even rarer than your plum blossom divine card. Generally speaking, divine relics are conceptual treasures." Zhou Ke looked at the princess. For example, a blade that guarantees instant death, a clock that can reverse time, or a gem that revives the dead. But these are just legends. Very few people have seen them with their own eyes. However, since the professor mentioned it, it must be true. And there's actually one in our school. I never expected the school would offer a divine relic as this year's reward for the entrance exam champion. Su Chenxi suddenly looked straight into his eyes. "Zhou Ke, do you want to compete for that treasure?" She abruptly asked this question. "Why are you asking me this?" Zhou Ke couldn't help but be taken aback. "I just feel that if you want to win, the victor will definitely be you. But I'm just a commoner who knows nothing. You don't need to know anything. Magic level is the real measure of strength. Your 43 magic points already surpass many upperclassmen." Zhou Ke didn't respond but lowered his head in thought. After a while, he answered, "Yes, I want to obtain that treasure." Zhou Ke's gaze fell upon the noble section at the front. There, Yi Lingtian was boasting to other noble heirs that he would undoubtedly win the championship and claim that divine relic. "Ahem, I know everyone is very interested in the divine relic. But the third matter I'm about to announce is the real highlight," Professor Chen Yun said with a smile. "Those who perform exceptionally well by semester's end will qualify for deity card ascension." "What?" At this moment, the entire hall erupted in excitement. Zhang Yang couldn't help but wave his hands enthusiastically. Deity card ascension, how many people have dreamed of this opportunity? Even the usually composed and reserved Su Chenxi couldn't help leaning forward, her eyes filled with evident anticipation. Only Zhou Ke remained perfectly calm. It wasn't that he didn't want divine card ascension, but rather, he simply had no idea what divine card ascension actually was. "Ahem." Zhou Ke lowered his voice. "Your Highness, could you explain to me what divine card ascension is?" Su Chenxi was slightly taken aback, then smiled. "Of course. After all, I promised you could ask me anything you don't understand in this world." She then began explaining calmly. If divine relics give humans an opportunity to connect with deities, then divine card ascension allows for class transcendence, transforming from minor nobility to high nobility, one of the four great houses, the king, or even becoming a deity. Everyone possesses magical essence within them. When one's magical essence reaches sufficient levels by age 18, they receive a divinely bestowed artifact, what we call a divine card. However, the strength of divine cards isn't constant. Their special abilities can be upgraded. This process is called divine card ascension. The rank of a divine card determines one's overall physical abilities and power of special abilities, which ultimately reflects on their social status. Zhou Ke pressed further. "Could you be more specific?" Su Chenxi lowered her voice. "If you can ascend your divine card to the next rank, His Majesty my father will personally confer nobility upon you. You'll no longer be a commoner, but one of the nobility. Zhou would become a new noble surname. You would also receive rewards from my father, including ownership of a small business. And if you can ascend your divine card to the highest rank, you would undergo apotheosis and become a new deity." It's said only one person in the entire history of Dragon Nation has accomplished this. After hearing this, Zhou Ke silently felt for his Joker divine card in his pocket. He had endured enough of a commoner's impoverished life. Countless times he had fantasized about having a noble surname, status, and wealth. And now, all of this had become possible. He might even achieve divine ascension one day. The divine badge ascends. At this moment, Zhou Ke felt an urgent desire to understand this world better, acquire knowledge about divine badges, and enhance his own strength. The enrollment ceremony concludes here. Thank you all. On the stage, Director Chen Yun concluded his speech. Students formed small groups, stood up one after another, and gradually left the hall. "Let's go to the dormitory. I wonder what the school's dorm environment is like," Zhang Yang said excitedly. They left the hall. Su Chenxi had to go to the girls' dormitory, so she parted ways with the two of them midway. Zhou Ke and Zhang Yang headed together to the male dormitory area. "Wait a minute, are you Zhou Ke?" A male voice suddenly came from behind. Chapter 17, The Campus Network's Wager. Zhou Ke turned around and saw a boy dressed in luxurious clothes. Surrounded by numerous noble classmates, the diamond-shaped badge on his chest glimmered brightly. Zhou Ke remembered him, Yi Lingtian. Zhou Ke told Zhang Yang to go back first, then turned and said, "Yes, is there something you need?" Yi Lingtian lifted his chin arrogantly. "A commoner with 43 magic power, truly beyond my expectations. I originally thought minor nobles with inferior bloodlines were just as worthless as commoners." He grinned, his voice laced with venom. Around them, Yi Lingtian's lackeys burst into mocking laughter. Joko frowned. Get to the point. What do you actually want? Yi Lingtian snorted lightly. To be honest, I normally wouldn't even speak with commoners. I find them filthy unworthy. When selecting followers, I wouldn't even consider anyone below mid-tier nobility. But your performance during the entrance exam wasn't bad. I don't mean anything else by this, it's just, the comprehensive assessment is in 7 days. This year's assessment is different from previous years. The champion will receive a divine relic. I intend to become champion, and I can't do that without capable followers. An outstanding leader who aims for great achievements always needs many subordinates. You understand my meaning, don't you? Joko responded coldly. I appreciate your generosity. I completely agree with one statement. An outstanding leader who aims for great achievements always needs many subordinates. However, you're not qualified to be my subordinate. Joko turned around and walked straight out. The surrounding students who were watching froze for a moment, then all clapped and cheered when they understood the meaning in Joko's words. Yi Lingtian's mouth fell open, feeling thoroughly insulted. Standing in the center of the hall, he shouted viciously at Joko's retreating figure. A sharp tongue doesn't represent real ability. In 7 days at the comprehensive assessment, I'll take first place. When I obtain the divine relic, I'll make you kneel and lick my shoes. Inside the dormitory. Hey, Joko, do you really need to study this hard? Zhang Yang lay on the upper bunk, yawning. You're not actually taking Yi Lingtian's threats seriously, are you? Joko didn't look up, continuing to flip through his textbook. Zhang Yang, you've misunderstood. I've never considered Yi Lingtian a worthy opponent. I'm working hard for myself. It's me who wants to obtain that divine relic. Zhang Yang let out a long sigh. It's not geniuses' talent we should fear, but geniuses who work harder than us. Joko didn't respond, just immersed himself in flipping through the book. He knew too little about this world and had to cram theoretical knowledge that might prove useful during the comprehensive test 7 days later. This textbook, titled Fundamentals of Divine Card Abilities, provided clear and detailed explanations about divine cards. There are 52 types of divine cards worldwide. 4 suits, 13 ranks each. Divine cards of different suits possess distinct types of abilities. Spades specialize in combat, hearts control minds, diamonds create transformations, clubs disrupt causality. All spade-type divine cards are combat-related. Heart-type divine cards connect to the spiritual world. Diamond cards mostly create and transform objects. The rarest club-type cards in Dragon Country manipulate causality and conceptual abilities. These concepts were actually quite simple to memorize. Joko considered his memory superior to most people's. Because he excels at associative memory, he connects difficult-to-understand knowledge with familiar objects he already knows. The shape of the spade resembles a short sword or a shield, hence its association with martial prowess. The heart suit, obviously representing heart, relates to psychic abilities. The diamond suit can be associated with bricks, foundations, and thus connects to creation and transformation. As for the club, Joko associated it with his Club King card that successfully altered probability once, and probability represents conceptual causality. Joko couldn't help but reconsider all the divine cards he had encountered so far. The Queen of Spades, belonging to Su Chensi, has the ability to infinitely manifest weapons, clearly a combat-type power. The 7 of Hearts, which he had used on the subway before, grants mind reading, a psychic-type ability. The 2 of Diamonds is possessed by a short, stout police officer with the power to bisect objects, categorized as a transformation-type ability. The 5 of Diamonds belongs to Professor Chen Yun, whose ability appears to be teleportation, altering one's position, also classified as transformation-type. Plum Blossom K, the first supernatural ability he ever used. Its effect is to alter the probability of events, an ability that manipulates causality and natural laws. Hey! Zhang Yang suddenly shouted from his bed, interrupting Joko's train of thought. Joko had been deeply immersed in studying when the sudden disturbance annoyed him greatly. What are you yelling about? Joko snapped. Quick, look at the pinned post on the campus forum. Not interested. I'm studying. Joko silently turned another page of his book. Zhang Yang sighed and read out the title of the pinned post himself. High stakes bet. Who will be the champion of the freshman assessment? Winners will split 50,000 dragon coins. The poster was an unknown upperclassman. He had initiated a bounty voting. The names of all 1,500 freshmen were listed. Naturally, leading the voting by a wide margin was the princess of the royal Su family, Su Chensi. Over 600 upperclassmen had already voted for her. In second place was the eldest son of the Yi family, Yi Lingtian, with over 400 votes, all from upperclassmen. As for third place and below, the vote count dropped precipitously. Hey bro, you've got over 50 votes. Zhang Yang excitedly looked at Joko's name, which ranked around 500th. Not a single senior student had voted for Joko. All his votes came from first-year freshmen. Let me see where my name is. Zhang Yang kept scrolling until he finally found his name near the very bottom. 3 votes, that's terrible. I'm voting for myself. The post was flooded with countless discussions. As everyone knows, the Su royal family is a famous spades-type ability clan. Their combat abilities make them extremely powerful in freshman tests. The Yi family is strong too, the top family beneath royalty. They control the economic lifeline of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Never underestimate the power of money. Who is this Zhou guy? Zhou. Is there even a clan with that name? Why are only freshmen voting for him? What achievements does he have? I heard he's a commoner. Since when can commoners enroll in the Arcana Academy? At that moment, a senior female student with the ID Xianyao suddenly posted, "I vote for Zhou." Instantly, the campus forum fell silent. Xinyo is the ID of Zhuang Xingyao, president of the Red Heart Society. Normally silent, she rarely participates in such discussions, but she made an exception by betting that this unknown commoner could become the champion of the freshman assessment. How could such a lively event be without me? I'll cast a vote for Zhou too. A senior student with the ID eating a peach feels so cool also made a post. Li Hanfeng, someone exclaimed in the comments. Li Hanfeng, president of the Black Blade Society. Student societies are often at odds, but this time, the two presidents surprisingly reached a rare agreement. Soon, many other students followed suit in voting. Zhou's vote count quickly rose by nearly 50, instantly placing him in the top 100 rankings. After all, though Li Hanfeng usually seems unserious, he was the champion of last year's freshman assessment. The judgment of a champion definitely wouldn't be wrong. Just what is the background of this Zhou? He's pretty good looking, at least. But the freshman assessment isn't a beauty contest, what's the use of that? Soon, someone dug up all of Zhou's information. Zhou, born into a commoner family, was an internet celebrity streamer before age 18, skilled in magic tricks. In the first round, Bloodline test was evaluated with a magic level of 43, divine card being the king of clubs. In the second round, aptitude test, due to an accident that interrupted the exam, Zhou became the sole winner among all freshmen after eliminating a Skull Society assassin. An eerie silence fell. Swish, swish, swish. Zhou's vote count skyrocketed. Quickly surpassing 200 votes, he instantly became third on the overall rankings. Zhou, don't you want to vote for yourself too? Zhang Yang waved his phone, shouting at Zhou by the table. Not interested. Zhou was still studying his divine card. There's money to be made. Snap. Zhou immediately put down his book and pulled out his phone. Send me the link. Not taking free money would make him a damned fool. After opening the post, Zhou immediately found his own name. Rank 3. This seems too high. Zhou frowned when he saw the words 50,000 yuan to be split equally. Since it was equal distribution, naturally fewer voters would mean bigger shares. However, the intelligence network of the Divine Card Academy should not be underestimated. His performances in the first two rounds of freshman assessments were completely exposed. Never mind, as long as there's profit to be made. Without hesitation, Zhou voted for himself by clicking on his own avatar. Time flew by, and soon it was time for the third round of tests. At this moment, all freshmen gathered on the lawn in front of the school's grand library, each facing a computer identical to those used in the second test, complete with helmets. Zhou had slept soundly the previous night and was now full of energy to face the exam. In contrast, Zhang Yang beside him looked listless, yawning repeatedly. Before all the students, a senior student slowly approached. He was very thin, dressed quite plainly, with an unnaturally pale, almost sickly complexion. The moment Zhang Yang saw the senior, he immediately perked up. Chapter 18, The Title Battle. It's Senior Lu Yingming. They say he comes from an obscure minor nobility, but his academic results are outstanding and his control over supernatural abilities is exceptionally high. Exactly, I also heard he's the president of one of the three major student societies, Diamond Club. He's on par with Li Hanfeng and Zhuang Xingyao. As expected. I heard the three major tests in the annual freshman assessment are all supervised by the presidents of these three student societies. Zhou overheard the students nearby whispering. Senior Lu Yingming spoke in a very calm, measured tone. This test is the third round of freshman enrollment assessment comprehensive evaluation, which thoroughly examines students' physical ability, intelligence, decision-making power, adaptability, and other comprehensive qualities. And it strives to simulate real-world situations. Comprehensive evaluation is the most important assessment in freshman testing. It's also the longest assessment. The comprehensive evaluation consists of 3 interconnected phases lasting 1 week in total. What we're about to begin is Phase 1 of the comprehensive evaluation. This phase primarily lays the foundation for the remaining 2 phases. Those who succeed in this phase will gain an advantage in the overall assessment. Now, let me introduce the content of Phase 1. Zhou listened intently, not missing a single word. He must win. In Dragon Nation Society, there are 3 major classes: Monarch, Noble, and Commoner. The first phase of this test is called Title Competition. All 1,500 students must strive to earn as many points as possible in this competition. The top 3 in points will receive the Monarch title, while the top 500 will obtain the Noble title. The remaining 1,000 students will only receive the commoner title. The higher the title, the more advantage one can gain in the subsequent 2 phases of testing. The methods for earning points won't be disclosed before the test begins, leaving it to each participant to discover. Now, the competition begins. Please all students take your seats at the teleporters and put on your helmets. After a scattering of sounds, all 1,500 students put on their helmets. I've heard some students performed exceptionally well in the previous 2 test rounds. I look forward to seeing even more remarkable performances from these students. Was it just imagination? Joko momentarily thought Senior Lu Yingming glanced in his direction. Lu Yingming pressed a button at the front, and in the next instant, all students vanished. Head spinning. Ground cold. That teleportation sensation again. This dizziness was something Joko had already experienced during the second round of aptitude test, yet he still wasn't quite accustomed to it now. After the intense dizziness gradually faded away, Joko slowly opened his eyes. Where was this? He quickly stood up and surveyed his surroundings. He seemed to be inside a classroom, but it was different from last time. The lighting was dim, and through the windows he could see it was nighttime. Moreover, outside were the familiar teaching buildings, sports field, library, and large lawn. He was still on campus, specifically in one of the school building's classrooms. Joko noticed that on a sports field not far away, countless students lay on the ground, holding their heads as if they had just recovered from the same dizziness, looking around in confusion. Beep, title competition assessment officially begins. The examination venue is a simulated environment. No one will be injured or die. A mechanical, electric system announcement sounded. High in the sky, a gigantic screen glowed brightly. Several large characters flashed across it. Title competition. Rule 1, undisclosed. Rule 2, undisclosed. Rule 3, undisclosed. Undisclosed. Joko recalled the competition rules introduced by Senior Lu Yingming before entering the examination hall. The competition's goal is to earn as many points as possible to achieve higher rankings and obtain better titles. Joko remembered that there were only 3 slots for the monarch title. As for how to obtain points, that wasn't revealed. He looked up at the 3 undisclosed rules on the large screen. Are these 3 hidden rules related to how to obtain points? And how can these rules be revealed? Ouch! From the other side of the classroom, a fuzzy figure squirmed, emitting a familiar voice. That voice sounds like Zhang Yang. Joko called out uncertainly toward the figure. After the figure stood up, it also spotted Joko. The familiar long hair made it unmistakable. Big bro, carry me please. Zhang Yang instantly pounced over and clung to Joko's leg. Joko pulled him away with some exasperation. This exam isn't a team battle. You have to rely on yourself for everything. Zhang Yang scratched his hair and chuckled. Didn't they say nobles get 500 spots? I'm not asking for much, just making it into the top 500 with you is enough. Unless Joko, you want to be the monarch. There are only 3 spots for monarchs, meaning their scores must rank in the top 3 out of all 1,500 students. Might as well aim for it. Joko raised his hand, not hiding his ambition. While speaking, Joko suddenly noticed an electronic wristband had appeared on his left wrist at some point. He immediately tapped to check. The small screen on the wristband lit up, displaying several lines of text. Current identity, commoner. Score, 10. Hey, what are you looking at? Let me see. Joko dodged lightly, avoiding Zhang Yang's gaze. Don't you have one too? Check your own. Zhang Yang glanced at his own wrist. Oh, right. He tapped his screen and read the contents aloud directly. Current identity, commoner. Score, 10. Joko sighed in exasperation. You're just announcing this openly. Zhang Yang, however, shrugged carelessly. It doesn't matter, you're the expert anyway. There's no one else here. What's the harm in telling you? Moreover, Zhang Yang tapped on his wristwatch and performed a few operations. It seems you're also a commoner. All commoners are visible to each other. Hearing this, Joko lowered his head to look at his wristwatch again. Tap on that commoner label, Zhang Yang suggested. Joko lightly touched the words commoner with his finger. Immediately, a large table popped up on the wrist display, listing countless names, each followed by the label commoner. Both Joko and Zhang Yang were among them. Zhang Yang sighed. This actually resembles our real-world statuses quite well. You're a commoner, I'm a minor noble on the fringes, practically a commoner myself. Messages kept popping up on the wristwatch display, all originating from that list. It appeared to be some kind of chat group. Countless messages flooded the group. What's going on? Is this the examination hall? So what's the test about? I've been standing here doing nothing for ages. At least this wristwatch can be used for chatting, not bad. Is everyone in this group a commoner? I am. +1. +1. Joko ignored those meaningless messages and carefully studied the name list inside, suddenly noticing something unusual. He frowned. Zhang Yang noticed Joko's expression change. Big shot, what's wrong? Did you spot something? Chapter 19 Initial Identities. Joko showed this list to Zhang Yang. Some names aren't here. Really? Let me see. Zhang Yang stared at the name table, quickly scanning through it. Looks like Yi Lingtian's name isn't here, huh? Even the princess is missing. Let me count how many people are on this list. Zhang Yang started counting from the first. 1, 2, 3. No need, I've already finished counting. Joku interrupted him. 50 rows, 20 columns. Exactly 1,000 people. Oh, Zhang Yang seemed to realize counting one by one was somewhat foolish and scratched his head in embarrassment. So, having exactly 1,000 commoners represents what? Zhang Yang rubbed his nose. Joku rested his chin on one hand and said softly, I remember, the top 3 by score are monarchs, the top 500 are nobles, and the last 1,000 are commoners. The competition has just begun, yet there are exactly 1,000 commoners already. So I deduce everyone's initial scores are different. There are 500 classmates who started with higher scores than us. Outside the examination hall. At this moment, numerous senior students were closely watching this test. They watched real-time live footage of the examination hall on their phones while typing rapidly on the campus forum. Hey, none of the top 3 favorites on the championship prediction list drew monarch status. 2 got noble status and 1 is a commoner. At this moment, someone screenshotted the score chart and posted it in the thread. Score ranking list. 1. Zhangliang Monarch 300. 2. Wanli Monarch 300. 3. Su Xing Monarch 300. 79. Su Chenxi Noble 50. 130. Yi Lingtian Noble 50. 1228. Joku Commoner 10. That Joku who topped the first 2 rounds of freshman assessments isn't so lucky this time. Hard to say, maybe initial scores aren't that important. What are those hidden rules? Any experts care to analyze? Wild guess. Maybe you earn points by completing various tasks in the examination hall. Inside the examination hall, Zhang Yang touched his nose and casually sat down at a desk. 500 classmates started with higher scores than us. Why? Isn't this competition unfair? Joku shook his head. No. This round is a comprehensive test. They consider all factors, including luck. Moreover, Senior Lu Yingming said the exam tries to simulate reality as much as possible. Isn't real society the same? Some are born royalty, wealthy second-generation aristocrats, while others are born as poor commoners. Our different starting scores are just another form of luck assessment. Zhang Yang sighed. Bro, we're really in bad shape then. In reality, we're at the bottom. In this exam, we're still commoners. Sigh. Joku didn't show much dissatisfaction. Complaining won't help. The chance to turn the tables must be earned. Instead of sighing, think about how to gain more points. Zhang Yang was persuaded by Joku. You're right. It's more satisfying when underdogs make a comeback. So, he looked at Joku and chuckled. How exactly can we improve our scores? Joku remained silent, simply staring intently at the large screen outside. It listed 3 rules, but all were in an undisclosed state. I don't know. Nobody could possibly know right now. We'll have to wait until these rules are announced. What we can do now is go out and look for clues. The 2 of them left their classroom and came to the school corridor, where they saw a row of other classrooms. Let's go check them one by one. After some time, they had practically visited every classroom. Each classroom had about 2 students. They questioned quite a few people, but basically everyone was completely confused about this assessment. No one understood how to score points, and nobody was willing to reveal their scores or identity. They came to another empty classroom, which was completely bare. Apart from the blackboard and desks, there was nothing. Ah, the school is really something, making us take an assessment without even telling us the questions. Zhang Yang muttered as he kicked a nearby pebble. Pat! The kicked pebble flew onto the blackboard in front of the classroom. The blackboard flickered twice, then suddenly lit up. With the monarch's blood, reveal the law of ending. Zhang Yang read aloud the line written above. What does this mean? Why is it so hard to read? Joku examined the text and analyzed. Monarch blood, law of ending. Law probably refers to rules. Reveal the law of ending. Perhaps this is the method to reveal the rules. Joku made his own conjecture. Zhang Yang looked at the text again. That analysis seems plausible. So how do we reveal these rules? Joku pointed to the first half. The monarch's blood. Weren't we given 3 title identities? Monarch, noble, and commoner. This monarch's blood must refer to the blood of a student with the monarch title. Therefore, sprinkling a monarch's blood on this blackboard should reveal the rules. Zhang Yang scratched his long hair. Monarch. There are only 3 monarchs, right? Where are we supposed to find one? Then what does this termination law mean? Joku frowned in thought before finally shaking his head. Not clear. I guess perhaps it refers to the meaning of the 3rd rule. Zhang Yang glanced once more at the words on the blackboard. So does this sentence mean, by spilling the blood of a classmate with the monarch identity on it, we can reveal the 3rd rule? Joku nodded. Without further clues, this was the only interpretation they could have for now. Ah! Suddenly, a piercing scream from outside the window tore through the entire campus, interrupting their thoughts. They rushed to the classroom window to look outside. On the playground, one student was plunging a knife into another student's chest. Though the light was dim, Joku could still make out the face of the attacker. Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian murmured to himself. Anyway, as long as I'm in the top 3 scores, right. In that case, there's no need to figure out how to earn points. If I just kill everyone ranked above me, won't I automatically win? Hahaha, this exam is way too simple. The stabbed student clutched his chest in pain, kneeling on the ground. Blood dripped downward, soaking into the muddy grass of the playground. He collapsed to the ground, struggled weakly twice, then gradually stopped moving. After killing, Yi Lingtian quickly tapped his wristwatch. So that's how it is. Yi Lingtian muttered to himself. From the teaching building, Joku noticed the faint upward curve at the corner of Yi Lingtian's mouth. In the next second, Yi Lingtian suddenly started running toward the back of a building, eventually disappearing into the shadows of a teaching block. Wait, what's Yi Lingtian trying to do? Even though you can't actually die in the simulation exam, the pain is real. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth. Is he trying to win this competition by killing people? Joku didn't answer immediately, instead furrowing his brows in deep thought for a moment. I think I understand now. Understand what? Joku, don't tell me you're thinking of winning through killing too. Joku looked up and said, this match is a comprehensive test, which means the combat factor is also included in the assessment. When I say I understand, it's because I seem to have figured out how to earn points. Chapter 20, The Violent Princess. Outside the examination hall, campus network updates continued pouring in endlessly. The ranking changed, someone scored points. What? Who earned points? It's that eldest son of the Yi family, Yi Lingtian. Someone reposted the updated ranking list. Score ranking list. 1. Janliang Monarch 300. 2. Wanli Monarch 300. 3. Su Xing Monarch 300. 4. Yi Lingtian Noble 60. Hahaha, perfect. I voted for Yi Lingtian. Those supporting Su Chenxi and Joku are about to get their faces slapped. At this moment, the voting chart's numbers fluctuated rapidly. Yi Lingtian's votes surged by over 100, now neck and neck with Su Chenxi at 600 plus votes each. Joku's votes remained stagnant around 300, though still ranked third overall. The gap between him and the top 2 remained significant. At this moment, Joku's vote count quietly increased by 1. Some sharp-eyed individuals immediately identified who cast this vote through the back-end system. Lu Yingming. He actually supports Joku too. He's the chief examiner for the 3rd test. Why? From the live exam footage, I saw Joku just hiding in a classroom without doing anything noteworthy so far. Can't figure this out. I'll follow with a vote. The actions of public figures often have a leading effect. After Lu Yingming cast his vote, Joku's total votes increased by over 50 more. In this campus network's most popular voting thread, the school's 3 most famous figures, also presidents of 3 student organizations, all cast their votes. Black Blade Society President Li Hanfeng, Red Heart Society President Zhuang Xingyao, Diamond Society President Lu Yingming unanimously voted for Joku. Inside the examination hall, kill people. Joku uttered this word calmly. Joku, what did you say? Zhang Yang looked at him with disbelief. The way to gain points is by killing people. Joke aside, unfortunately, Zhang Yang were at a huge disadvantage in this competition. Why? Zhang Yang showed a puzzled expression, as if completely unable to comprehend what Joku had figured out. He explained, you can understand just by looking at Yi Lingtian's expression earlier. After killing a classmate, he checked his wristwatch. Moreover, he showed a pleased expression. What does that indicate? Zhang Yang hesitated before answering. It indicates some change occurred in the wristwatch's information that pleased him. Then, Zhang Yang lowered his head and thought for a moment before saying uncertainly, if it's about the wristwatch's information, did his score increase? Exactly. Joku nodded with a smile, and right after killing someone, he immediately found a place to hide. This shows he's realized the way to increase scores is by killing people. To avoid being attacked by others, he had to quickly conceal himself. That's why I say we're at a huge disadvantage in this competition. Because one of us holds a Plum Blossom God card, the other holds a Heart God card. And it's quite obvious that Spades-type divine cards are the most sought after. Joku never expected that the knowledge he'd read in books before the assessment would actually come in handy. Spades specialize in combat power, hearts control minds, diamonds create changes, clubs disrupt causality. He had long memorized this knowledge about different types of supernatural abilities. During the bloodline assessment, upon enrollment, he'd heard that Zhang Yang's divine card was hearts, while his own divine card remained unactivated for now. At least currently, a Spades-type divine card could enhance his combat effectiveness, extremely useful in this kill-to-score situation. Zhang Yang looked utterly defeated. That's true, neither of us has Spades-type abilities. Then what should we do? Joku, however, remained perfectly calm. He walked slowly, approaching the classroom window with light steps. A breeze passed by, lifting a strand of his hair. Joku breathed in the fresh air, smiled elegantly while looking outside, and domineeringly uttered a single word. Turtle. Ha! Zhang Yang stupidly sniffled. Joko maintained his usual smiling expression. As long as we keep hiding, we'll eventually see all the rules revealed. This competition is a comprehensive test. Brute strength alone won't guarantee victory. When all the rules are announced, that will be our chance to turn the tables and show our true abilities. The two civilians without combat power quietly hid in a storage room of a tall building. This storage room had an excellent position with a wide window providing clear visibility of the outside. Moreover, the room contained plenty of food. The two found a comfortable spot to sit and looked out through the classroom window. Since Yiling Tian started the trend, more and more students began attempting attacks on others. At first, they held back, reluctant to take action. They weren't even sure that killing would actually increase their scores. But there were always a few bold, fearless ones who took the initiative to attack. Gradually, everyone discovered that killing others did indeed increase their own scores. Even those unwilling to kill actively had no choice but to eliminate potential threats for self-preservation. After all, if you don't kill others, they might come to kill you. Thus, more and more students joined the mutual slaughter. Outside the window, screams rose and fell from the distant playground, teaching buildings and the comprehensive building. Meanwhile, Joko and Zhang Yang, each holding a bucket of popcorn, entered viewing mode. That guy has pretty strong combat power, must have killed many and earned lots of points. Look at that one over there, covered in blood. Damn, he just released a shockwave. Probably another powerful spade-type god card. Hey, isn't that Su Chensi going berserk in the middle of the playground, mowing everyone down with a submachine gun? Zhang Yang pointed at the nearby field. Joko narrowed his eyes to look. A silver-haired girl was spinning in place, wielding a submachine gun. Her movements were light and graceful, completely unlike someone engaged in killing. If not for her blood-soaked body and the muzzle flashes from her gun, Joko might have mistaken her for dancing. Countless students attempted to approach and attack her, but they were invariably struck by bullets. Gradually, no one dared to get close. To be honest, as a royal princess, Joko had assumed Su Chensi would be somewhat delicate, or at least not particularly cruel. But this blood-drenched princess, wantonly taking lives before his eyes, forced Joko to revise his impression of her. Speaking of which, where did Her Highness get that submachine gun? The firepower suppression is overwhelming. Others stand no chance against her, Zhang Yang remarked while staring at Su Chensi. Chapter 21, the first rule announced. Oh, I've seen her ability. She can materialize weapons out of thin air. Quite formidable, Joko said while stuffing another biscuit into his mouth. That makes sense. After all, she holds the Spade Q Divine card. The Spade suit leans toward martial prowess, and as a queen, her combat ability must be top-notch. The two continued their commentary on the ongoing battle outside, exchanging remarks back and forth. From time to time, they still stuffed popcorn into their mouths, as if this farce had nothing to do with them. Su Chensi had already killed all the classmates in that area. Holding her gun, she moved to another position, seemingly looking for new targets. The two of them stopped paying attention to her and instead searched for other interesting scenes. By the way, Joko, with all this crazy killing going on outside, we're just hiding here with only 10 points. Shouldn't we do something? Ever played PUBG? The one who survives till the end wins. Don't focus on how many kills you get if you can't survive. Everything is wasted. Joko took a swig of soda. Stop fighting already. It seemed to be a girl's voice. Joko and Zhang Yang simultaneously turned toward the source of the voice. In the center of the playground, a short girl with a ponytail was shouting. Her voice was thin but full of courage. The school didn't organize this competition for you to kill each other. Students should be tolerant, friendly, and cooperate with each other to earn points. Everyone stopped what they were doing. Some students seemed to hesitate too, looking at the butcher knives in their hands as if contemplating whether this method of earning points was reasonable. Ding dong, first rule announced. At this moment, the system voice appropriately sounded. On the large screen, the first rule quickly appeared. Rule 1, Spade Assessment Jungle Law, Limited Resources, everyone is a competitor. Points don't increase without reason, but are transferred through killing. Now it was confirmed. So students who saw the rules instantly understood. Those who kill can take the points of the dead. The girl standing in the middle smiled awkwardly. You all carry on, pretend I didn't say anything just now. After speaking, she turned and ran. Whiz! A stray bullet flew over, hitting her right in the head. Thud! Her fleeing movement froze instantly and she fell face first into the dirt, spectacularly receiving her lunchbox, died. Show off! Joko and Zhang Yang said in unison, tossing another potato chip into their mouths. Joko, when do you think it'll be our turn to perform? Zhang Yang said with his mouth full of snacks, his words unclear. Don't rush. Let the bullets fly for a while. Joko pointed at the screen again. We've deduced the first rule, but the second and third rules haven't been announced yet. Acting recklessly might yield half the result with double the effort. What if one of the rules says the more you kill, the more points you lose? Then wouldn't they all become clowns? And we could win effortlessly. Zhang Yang looked excited after hearing this. Makes sense. Ha ha, I feel like we're about to win. Time passed minute by minute. Outside, gunfire still raged and bullets flew chaotically. Students with Spade Series God cards were massacring those without Spade Series God cards. Although the scene was bloody and exciting, Joko found it somewhat boring after watching for so long. He was just about to yawn when suddenly, a commotion on the playground caught his attention. There, a student with a scarred face was slaughtering wildly. Ah, don't even think about running. The student with a scar over his left eye showed a cruel expression. He was holding a sharp knife, chasing after a petite female student. The female student seemed physically weak, unable to run properly, and was caught by the scarred-faced student in just a few steps. Thud! Without hesitation, the scarred-faced student raised his sharp knife and stabbed forward. The sharp knife penetrated the girl's abdomen. Her face showed horror, eyes widened in shock. Clutching her stomach in pain, she collapsed to the ground, struggling. The scarred-faced student chuckled darkly, showing no mercy whatsoever. Kneeling halfway, he kept stabbing downward repeatedly. Eventually, the girl stopped moving and quickly received her lunchbox, died. Beep. The scarred-faced male's wristband seemed to emit a sound. He raised it to check. Current identity, Monarch. Ha 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 ha. I've finally been promoted to Monarch. Who would have thought my trashy Spade Series Divine card would be so useful in this kind of exam? Crack! From a small corner not far away came the sound of a breaking branch. This unusual noise interrupted Scarface's celebration. Once again gripping his dagger tightly, he shouted sharply, "Who's there?" Scarface swiftly advanced with his blade raised. In that small corner, only a chubby little fellow could be seen, having fallen flat on his backside, squealing in panic. "Big brother, don't kill me, I'm scared of pain. I'm just a worthless civilian, only worth 10 points, not valuable at all." Scarface spat on the ground and said viciously, "A mosquito's leg is still meat, few points are still points. I won't let a single one escape." As he spoke, he raised his blade. Thud! A brick suddenly came crashing down from above onto Scarface's face. Scarface froze momentarily before quickly regaining his composure. "Fatty, you ambushed me." Scarface shook his head as if the brick had no effect on him. "Ha, didn't expect that, did you? My Spade Series Divine card makes me invulnerable. Ordinary physical attacks are useless against me. Otherwise, how do you think I've survived till now with just this broken blade?" The fat boy stared in horror at the arrogant scar-faced man before him, feeling utterly helpless. He had arranged for accomplices to throw bricks from upstairs while he acted as bait down here, but he never expected to encounter such a tough opponent. "Whoa, be gentle, I'm scared of pain." The chubby boy completely gave up resisting. He had already witnessed how this scar-faced man killed people, knowing he spared no one and only hoped for a swift end to his suffering. The scar-faced man licked his lips and swiftly thrust his dagger downward. Thud! Ha! The chubby boy touched his abdomen. Not a scratch. In contrast, the scar-faced man's expression froze. Then his abdomen suddenly exploded from within. Blood and flesh sprayed everywhere, intestines spilling across the ground. The scar-faced man didn't even have time to utter a word before he swayed twice with an incredulous expression, then collapsed to the ground dead. Beep! The dazed little fatty was suddenly startled by the sound from his wristwatch. Hesitantly, he tapped to check. Current identity, Monarch. Score, 310. He blinked in disbelief. Monarch! He had instantly been promoted from commoner to Monarch. This meant his score had suddenly become top 3 in the entire school. Overjoyed, he screamed while flailing his arms. "I'm a Monarch now, ha 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 ha." All of this was witnessed by Joko, who was pressed against the window. As expected, there was a reversal. Chapter 22, Counter Kill. Joko clearly saw that scar-faced student firmly thrust his dagger into the fatty's body. However, the moment the blade made contact, the dagger was sent flying. Simultaneously, the scar-faced student's body exploded instantaneously. Moreover, judging from the chubby boy's reaction when observing his wristwatch and his ecstatic expression, one could conclude that the chubby boy undoubtedly obtained the scar-faced man's points. It was precisely that fat boy who killed the scar-faced man. However, what Joko couldn't figure out for the moment was why the fat boy himself appeared so astonished. Could it be that he accidentally killed the scar-faced man? After pondering for a moment, Joko looked toward the large screen. Rule 1, Spade's assessment law of the jungle: points don't increase without reason, but are transferred through killing. Rule 2, not yet revealed. Rule 3, not yet revealed. The unrevealed rules could still take effect. Therefore, the scar-faced man's bizarre death must have been caused by some rules coming into play. "Hey, Joko, what are you looking at?" Zhang Yang asked, noticing Joko had suddenly stopped eating popcorn. Joko didn't respond, merely pointing in the direction of the chubby boy. "I'd become the king, ahahaha." The chubby boy stood up excitedly, dancing around with unrestrained joy. However, he forgot that the assessment wasn't over yet. The position of king was only temporary. Instantly, countless predatory gazes turned toward him simultaneously. FCK off. The chubby boy realized his blunder and immediately took to his heels. But how could an ordinary person without a spade god card, especially a fat one, outrun those bloodthirsty students? No one would let a king-rank big fish slip away. In an instant, a blood-red figure came rushing at terrifying speed. The cold glint of a dagger flashed. The chubby boy trembled violently, suddenly feeling warmth between his legs. He had pissed himself in fear. Thud! The chubby boy touched his own neck. Ha! Not a scratch. Before him stood a masked student holding a dagger, eyes filled with astonishment. Then, the student exploded into fragments. The manner of death was identical to Scarface's just moments before. Holy shit, am I this strong? People die when they try to kill me. But that's not my god card's ability. The chubby boy was completely baffled. What he didn't know was that a sniper rifle in the distance was aiming at his head. The sniper pulled the trigger. The bullet swiftly whizzed through the air, quickly reaching the chubby boy's temple. Click! The bullet was deflected away, as if bouncing off something elastic. At the same time, the sniper's head atop the building exploded on the spot. The chubby boy trembled as he checked his wrist display. Score 430. Thud! Another student lunged at him, only to spectacularly explode right where they stood. Score 480. The chubby boy's face was completely blank with numbness. Unable to comprehend what was happening, he could only keep retreating into the shadows. Did you see that? That fat kid is acting weird. Joker pointed at the figure disappearing in the distance. Zhang Yang scratched his head, feeling like his brain was overheating. This is beyond bizarre. Even as he was running away, so many people tried to kill him, yet they all blew up instead. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Joko analyzed. That chubby kid clearly didn't understand it himself. Therefore, this definitely isn't his god card ability. Rather, the rules came into effect. Zhang Yang looked at the large screen. You mean those two remaining undisclosed rules? But what kind of rule would make the murderer explode on the spot? Joko didn't answer immediately, instead carefully organizing the sequence of events in his mind. First, a scar-faced man killed a girl. He stabbed a sharp knife into the girl's abdomen. She was undoubtedly dead. After killing the girl, he very conspicuously checked his wristwatch and revealed an extremely pleased expression. If Joko wasn't mistaken, there had been some unexpected changes to certain information on his wristwatch. But what exactly was this change? There are basically two types of information on the wristwatch. Joko looked at his own wristwatch. Current identity, civilian. Score, 10. Identity and score. Judging by the bloodstains on the scar-faced man, he had probably killed quite a few people. So ordinary score increases shouldn't mean much to him. Therefore the changes on the wristwatch weren't just in score, but also in identity. The identity changed. Judging from Scarface's proficiency in killing, the points he earned should be enough to rank him in the top 500. Thus, he was at least a noble. And right after he killed that female student, he was promoted to monarch. Then, that Scarface found another target, a chubby boy. From the chubby boy's reaction when encountering an enemy, he was most likely a commoner. Yet Scarface, as a monarch, chose to attack this suspected commoner. The result was utterly bizarre. He exploded on the spot. Though the reason remains unclear, the chubby boy naturally inherited Scarface's points and became the next monarch. But why could Scarface attack the female student without consequences, but not the chubby boy? Moreover, the chubby guy acted too conspicuously when the scar-faced man died, even shouting excitedly, clearly having gained massive points and become the king. This naturally drew much attention, resulting in numerous attacks against him. Moreover, those who chose to initiate attacks were undoubtedly nobles. Because the commoners would either cower and flee for their lives or, like Joku, hide somewhere to watch the spectacle. Thus, only the nobles would actively attack. Yet these nobles had their attacks reflected back, getting themselves erased while the chubby guy remained unharmed. Joku didn't believe the chubby guy had anything special about him or had awakened some cheat ability. His survival could only be a coincidence, having inadvertently triggered some hidden rule. As for what exactly this rule was, Joku pondered carefully. First, the scar-faced man noble killed the female student commoner. Then, the scar-faced man king was counter-killed by the chubby guy commoner. Finally, all the attacking nobles were counter-killed by the chubby guy king. Noble killed commoner. Monarch attacked commoner but was counter-killed. Noble attacked monarch but was counter-killed. Combined with previous normal slaughter incidents, it's basically noble hunting down commoner. Joku suddenly looked up and said softly, "I understand now." Zhang Yang stared at Joku. "Boss, what do you understand?" Chapter 23, Overturning the Monarch. Joku said quietly, "I've figured out the reason why that little fatty survived. I've also discovered what one of the hidden rules is. Spade-type abilities aren't necessarily stronger than other suit abilities. After all, this is a comprehensive test, not just testing combat power. There must be ways for the weak to overcome the strong." Zhang Yang's eyes widened. "Joku, you've discovered another rule ahead of time." Joku glanced at him lightly. Soon after the first killing incident began, the examination hall announced the first related rule. "According to my deduction, as soon as a rule is triggered, it will be publicly announced shortly after. The second rule is, identities have an restraint chain." Restraint chain. Zhang Yang looked confused. Joko continued to explain. The king can kill nobles. Nobles can kill commoners. Commoners can kill the king. If anyone attempts the reverse, for instance, if the king tries to kill a commoner, the attack will rebound, causing their own death. This explains why Scarface could easily kill that female classmate but stumbled when trying to kill the chubby boy. Zhang Yang suddenly understood, because after killing the female classmate he was promoted to king. When he was still a noble he could freely kill commoners. But after becoming king he could be counter-killed by commoners. Joka smiled approvingly. The boy is teachable indeed. Outside the classroom, more and more people began noticing that killers occasionally faced counter-kills. Slowly, they stopped indiscriminately attacking everyone and instead chose to temporarily sheath their blades, adopting a wait-and-see approach. Ding, Rule 2 announced. Hearing this system prompt, all eyes converged on the large screen. Rule 2, Hard Assessment Class Suppression. The king executes nobles, nobles oppress commoners, commoners overthrow the king. You're my god. Seeing the results on the big screen, Zhang Yang was so excited he nearly knelt before Joku. You predicted the rules twice in advance. These assessments that hide their rules are completely useless against geniuses like you. Zhang Yang's flattery was about to overflow. Joka said helplessly. Save the bootlicking. Studying the rules more carefully will actually help us win this exam. Zhang Yang chuckled. Right. He looked again at the external screen. Hey, Joko, I think I've spotted some useful information too. Oh, Joka slightly raised an eyebrow. Do tell. Zhang Yang pointed outside. Currently, 2 rules have appeared. Correct. The hovering screen clearly displayed. Rule 1, Spade Assessment. Law of the jungle. Resources are limited. Every person is a competitor. Scores aren't gained but transferred through killing. Rule 2, Hard Assessment. Hierarchy Suppression. The monarch executes nobles, nobles oppress commoners, commoners overthrow the monarch. Zhang Yang read the words on the large screen aloud. I've noticed each rule is followed by a suit prompt. Could this imply some hidden meaning? Joka looked back at the rules displayed on the large screen. Rule 1, Spade Assessment. Rule 2, Hard Assessment. These must be the 2 messages Zhang Yang was referring to. Joka said softly. You're absolutely right. There's no redundant or useless information in these rules. Isn't this supposed to be a comprehensive assessment? Therefore, all qualities must be taken into account. The so-called Spade Assessment is essentially a test of combat prowess. Killing to steal points evaluates students' combat capabilities, while the Hard Assessment examines one's psyche. Zhang Yang nodded somewhat understandingly. I get the Spade Assessment, but why the Hard Assessment? What does the identity suppression chain have to do with one's psyche? Everything. Joko answered quickly. Would you reveal your identity to strangers? Zhang Yang shook his head. That's right. Joko continued explaining. So regarding the enemy's identity, it depends on your own judgment of the enemy. Which means, reading the enemy's mind. Tricking the enemy into revealing their identity. That's psychological warfare. Zhang Yang suddenly understood. Oh, so that's what it means. Joko, I feel like your mind works so fast I don't seem to have been much help again. Not true. Joko approvingly gave a thumbs up. Your information was very useful. Ha! Zhang Yang looked confused. Joko looked up at the big screen displaying Rule 3. I remember you saying Dragon Country doesn't have plum flower god cards, right? Zhang Yang was still puzzled. That's correct except for you. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Joko's mouth. Then, Rule 1 was Spade's test, Rule 2 was Heart's test. Therefore, Rule 3 must be Diamond's test. Zhang Yang suddenly realized. Right. Spades, hearts, diamonds each gets their own rule. Wow. Doesn't that mean we can predict the 3rd rule before it's even announced? Joko lowered his head in contemplation, murmuring softly. Spades specialize in martial force, hearts control the mind, and diamonds create change. Perhaps, when the 3rd rule is revealed, it will alter the entire battlefield situation. Zhang Yang grew somewhat excited. Then should we still play it safe? Wait until the 3rd rule is revealed. Joko raised his eyes to look at certain words of the 2nd rule. Commoners overthrow kings. He stood up, stretching lazily, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. No, that won't be necessary. I've already conceived a strategy in my mind. Now, it's time for us commoners to make our appearance. He opened the window, breathing in the outside air. The air carried mingled scents of gun oil, gunpowder, and a faint trace of blood. The soft moonlight fell upon Joko's figure as a gentle breeze passed, causing the hem of his long coat to flutter and sway. Joko peered through the window at the world outside. Countless people were still locked in desperate combat outside, their small figures flickering and moving in the dim environment. Joko was conserving his energy in a small room, preparing meticulously, and would only act at the crucial moment. From his high vantage point in the building, the crowd below appeared as insignificant as ants. A glimmer of excitement and madness shimmered faintly in Joko's eyes. He said softly, in this game, brute strength is secondary, ultimate strategy is the true path of kings. Within this small warehouse, I've already deciphered the winning method. Come now, let the commoners overthrow the king. Chapter 24, Supernatural Abilities Reactivated. Outside the examination hall. On the campus forum, discussions about this competition had exploded in intensity. When the first rule was announced, as most freshmen began participating in this slaughterous feast, campus forum messages poured in one after another. Holy crap, are this year's freshmen this fierce? They're going wild, absolutely slaughtering madly. Right now, the Spade series abilities seem dominant. Probably all top 3 will be Spade God cards. Hee hee, good thing I bet on the princess. Her Spade ability is really powerful, TSK tisk TSK. Yi Ling Tian performed quite well too. Although he has the diamond type ability, he still managed to ambush many people from the shadows and gained quite a few points. Hey, what's Joku doing? AFK. I voted for him specifically. You're really daring to do that. Someone of commoner background probably got scared stiff seeing such bloody scenes. Current overall rankings. 1. Zhang Liang King, 640. 2. Wang Li King, 500. 3. Lu Wei King, 470. 4. Su Chenxi Noble, 470. 5. Yiling Tian Noble, 460. Among them, the top 3 kings either got their positions by having others feed them kills, originally drew the king card by lottery, or accidentally rose from commoner status. They don't have much actual skill, but got lucky by having many reckless youngsters voluntarily feed them kills before the second rule was revealed. Moreover, they were excellent at playing it safe. After becoming monarchs, they would never go out adventuring again, hiding in some obscure corner and quietly waiting for the competition results. Only Su Chenxi and Yi Ling Tian, these two individuals, had accumulated their points by hunting civilians bit by bit, gradually climbing to this ranking. As for Zhou Ku and Zhang Yang, these two slackers who hadn't earned a single point, they naturally ranked at the very bottom. Inside the examination hall. Right after Zhou Ku finished delivering that cool line about overthrowing the monarchs, bang! The warehouse door was kicked open with a loud crash. As expected, there are still civilians hiding here. A crisp female voice rang out. TSK. Zhang Yang stiffly turned his neck to look back. A blood-red figure stood at the doorway, a submachine gun slung over its shoulder, blocking the only exit. Spare us, mighty warrior ha! Zhang Yang had meant to say something, but when he saw the face of the newcomer, he froze in surprise. Joku also stared solemnly at the approaching figure. Silver hair, a pale and stunningly beautiful face. Su Chenxi. Su Chenxi was slightly taken aback upon seeing the two, then politely smiled. This smile would have been beautiful under normal circumstances, but with bloodstains covering her body and the dim lighting, it instead appeared somewhat eerie. The silver-haired princess blinked and greeted them. Hi, what a coincidence. Neither side moved, temporarily at a loss for words. Ahem, Joku, what status do you think Her Highness has now? Zhang Yang whispered in a hushed tone. Nobility, of course. Joku answered without hesitation. Why? Joku swept his gaze up and down the princess opposite. First, judging by all her wounds and bloodstains, she must have slaughtered countless people, so she definitely can't be a commoner. Second, the sovereigns are already among the top 3 in school. They don't need to actively hunt prey but focus more on self-preservation, so she couldn't be a sovereign either. Based on the above, the identity of our counterpart can only be nobility. Hearing Joku's answer, Zhang Yang felt somewhat dejected for a moment. He saw Su Chenxi still blocking the doorway, holding the submachine gun without moving. Zhang Yang then smiled awkwardly and told a little lie. Your Highness, we're colleagues. Both Joku and I are nobles. After these words, an eerie silence spread among the 3 of them. Joku felt speechless. Was this guy insane? What nonsense was he spouting? Su Chenxi maintained her polite expression, her tone eerily calm. Is that so? She raised her wrist device. Then how come I don't see you in the wrist device's noble registry? Her tone sounded like she was humoring a child. Joku frowned. Just as expected. He had realized this earlier when he saw all civilian information in the wrist device. If civilians could see each other's information, then nobles must also share identity details among themselves. Although Zhang Yang's lie was rather clumsy, it did manage to probe out a useful piece of information. Zhang Yang's eyes widened. Damn it, I forgot about this detail. He activated his clever little brain again, coughed lightly twice, suddenly clasped his hands behind his back, and spoke again with feigned solemnity. Actually, the 2 of us are hidden kings, believe it or not. Put. This statement made even the dignified Princess Su Chenxi burst into laughter. She composed herself, struggling to maintain a serious and calm expression. Were you kings from the beginning? Out of 1,500 students in the entire school, there are only 3 kings, and you 2 just happen to account for 2 of them. How fortunate. Zhang Yang froze for a moment before hastily explaining. Of course not. We became kings later by earning points. Su Chenxi's eyes swept over them up and down. You don't have a single drop of blood or wound on your bodies. May I ask how you became kings? By eating snacks. Zhang Yang was speechless. Joku held his forehead and subtly shifted his steps to the side, pretending not to know Zhang Yang. Then he calmly looked at Su Chenxi. We are indeed commoners. But this doesn't necessarily mean we're enemies. We can cooperate. Zhang Yang quickly chimed in, right. We have few points, we're not worth much. We've talked before. As classmates and good friends, spare me. Let's cooperate. Su Chenxi sighed and finally put away her smile. Since this is an exam, we should take it seriously. Although we know each other, this competition isn't a team battle. Cooperation is meaningless. Sorry about this, I'll make it quick. You won't feel any pain. She raised the submachine gun and pulled the trigger cleanly. Bang! Zhang Yang was shot in the forehead, blood bursting out as he successfully wrapped up filming in this round of competition. Your turn. After killing Zhang Yang, Su Chenxi didn't hesitate at all, immediately moving the muzzle to point directly at Zhouke's chest. Her finger slowly moved toward the trigger. Outside the examination hall, when Zhouke deduced the second rule completely on his own before its announcement, the campus forum discussion area exploded. Holy shit, what kind of brain is this? Thought he was slacking off, but turns out Zhouke was someone to watch. Incredible! A commoner killing a monarch. This is epic. Zhouke's cool line during the announcement of the second rule gained him countless fans. The dramatic effect reached its peak after Su Chenxi appeared. Hey! I just thought Zhouke might finally turn the tables. Why did another noble appear midway? Holy shit, it's Su Chenxi. Damn, that long-haired guy got headshot. This big shot's follower just got eliminated like that. TSK bad news folks who bet on Zhouke, you're out of luck. Zhouke's about to die. Inside the examination hall, Su Chenxi was about to pull the trigger. Detected special ability trigger condition, divine card activated. Zhouke heard that shrill voice again. The ability trigger condition was met. At this moment, Zhouke suddenly felt like the protagonist of a novel, receiving his cheat ability just before death. Randomly drawing divine card. Diamond 8. Skill, transform appearance into any other person. Diamond series abilities. Zhouke remembered they were related to creation and transformation. Freely changing one's appearance naturally belonged to the Diamond series abilities. But what's the use of this ability? Zhouke already understood the effect of one square ability card. That was the square 5. Zhouke clearly remembered that Professor Chen-Yun's divine card was square 5, with the ability, instant teleportation. With this ability, Zhouke could effortlessly activate it to escape danger in this situation. But now, with this face-changing ability, what use was it? Perform a Sichuan opera face-changing act for Princess Su. Beep. Just as Zhouke was deep in thought, Su Chenxi's wrist device suddenly beeped. She raised her arm in surprise to check, then silently lowered the muzzle of her submachine gun after 2 seconds. Zhouke reacted quickly, immediately understanding what had happened. He raised the corner of his mouth mockingly and said softly, "What's wrong, my queen? Just ascended the throne." Su Chenxi threw down her weapon in resignation and sat on the ground. "I can't escape. Take my life." Zhouke slowly approached but didn't strike. Instead, he helped her up gently. As Su Chenxi stood up, a flash of surprise crossed her eyes. Zhouke curled his lips into an elegant smile. "Didn't I say it already, Your Highness? I want to cooperate with you." Chapter 25, The Law of Ending. "So, what's your plan? Why didn't you kill me?" Su Chenxi's expression looked somewhat desolate as she silently followed behind Zhouke. "I'm not as heartless as you." Zhouke glanced at her lightly and whispered, "I value our school friendship very much." The situation had become quite clear. When Su Chenxi killed Zhang Yang, she gained an additional 10 points for herself. It was precisely this 10-point difference that allowed her to successfully ascend as a new monarch. And because of this, the restraining relationship between Zhouke and Su Chenxi was instantly reversed. The current scoreboard shows 1. Zhangliang Monarch 640, 2. Wangli Monarch 500, 3. Su Chenxi Monarch 480, 4. Yi Lingtian Noble 470. As long as Zhouke killed Su Chenxi, he could easily obtain all the points she had earned. But he didn't do this, instead conceiving a more far-reaching plan. He ordered Su Chenxi to stay by his side, forbidding her from escaping. The two of them continued walking forward like this. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Their footsteps suddenly came to a halt. Zhouke whispered softly, "Your Highness, there's movement ahead." In an instant, a blood-covered man wielding a knife leaped out from the shadows, charging toward Zhouke. Whoosh! Su Chenxi raised her hand, pulled the trigger cleanly, and eliminated him with precision. "Thank you. That man was a noble. If you hadn't acted promptly, I'd be dead." Zhouke remained perfectly still, his arms crossed. "I understand," Su Chenxi said while reloading her gun. "You want to keep me around to protect you. Because I can kill nobles, and you can kill me, so you need to keep me alive to shield you from noble attacks." Zhouke smiled faintly. That reasoning is indeed correct. But shouldn't a monarch protect her subjects? Su Chenxi was about to respond. Tisk, she suddenly let out a muffled groan, clutching her left arm. "What's wrong?" Zhouke threw a questioning glance. "It's nothing, just a minor injury on my arm earlier." Su Chenxi seemed quite tough, stubbornly continuing to walk forward. "Let me see." Zhouke stopped him, his tone brooking no argument. Su Chenxi sighed, slowly lifting his sleeve to reveal a moderately deep wound. The wound was quite long, faintly turning reddish-brown. Seeing the faint traces of blood oozing from the wound, Joka suddenly had a mischievous idea. "Don't move. Let me bandage it for you." Joka took out a tissue, gently wiping away the blood from Su Chen's arm. Then he tore a strip of cloth from his own clothes and wrapped it around Su Chen's arm. Joka performed this whole process very seriously, carefully, and skillfully. Su Chensi froze for 2 seconds before saying softly, "Thank you, but I should tell you, there's really no need to bandage it after all. Once we're teleported out of the exam site, the wound won't exist anymore." Joka didn't look up, still focusing on treating the wound. "Of course it's necessary, Your Highness. We don't know how long this competition will last. If the wound isn't properly treated, you'll be in great pain." Su Chensi was slightly stunned, wanting to say something but ultimately remaining silent. Joka seemed to understand her thoughts. "No need to thank me. It's only natural for subjects to serve their sovereign. To put it simply, protecting you is essentially protecting myself. I wouldn't want Her Highness to lose combat effectiveness because of an arm wound." As he spoke, Joka carefully stored the blood-stained tissue on his person. "If you want to thank me, just stay by my side. After all, you're already a sovereign now, no need to waste effort improving your score. If I find and eliminate other sovereigns, you'll naturally be safe." Su Chensi nodded understandingly. All right. Joka's current plan was quite simple. As a commoner, he feared the nobles, while Su Chensi, as a sovereign, could suppress nobles. As long as he remained under Su Chensi's protection, he would be invincible. During this period, if you find and kill the second king, you can successfully stage a comeback. However, the two of them searched for a long time but couldn't find anyone else suspected to be a king. Currently, those with king scores all seem to be cunning individuals, hiding in obscure places and refusing to show themselves. Su Chensi looked at Joku as if she had something to say. Joku glanced at her slightly. "If you have something to say, please go ahead." She sighed and spoke. "You haven't found the other kings yet. If the game ends now, you'll only get a civilian identity. If you don't kill me, you'll miss your chance." Joku smiled. "Are you advising me to take your head? That's quite the spirit of sacrifice." Su Chensi's response was extremely polite. "I just don't want to owe you a favor. Last time on the train, it was you who saved me. I haven't found a chance to repay you. And this time, you could have killed me to become a king yourself, but you still didn't do it. Now it's been almost 3 hours since the detection began. It could end at any moment. If you still don't kill me, I'll owe you another favor. It's already been 3 hours." Joku always felt something wasn't right. It seemed there were still loopholes in the current competition rules. Before the competition began, Senior Lu Yingming only told us that the objective was to earn as many points as possible and achieve a higher ranking before the contest ended. But the points keep changing constantly, and the rankings are always in flux. So the question arises, when exactly does the competition end? When are the final scores and rankings calculated? Joka pondered this, then looked up. Why didn't they tell us about any time limit for this match? Su Chensi was taken aback. "What?" Joka glanced at her. "I mean, throughout this entire test, they only told us to accumulate as many points as possible. But the points keep fluctuating, and identities keep being exchanged. If the competition can't be concluded immediately, no matter how many points we earn now, they'd be useless." Su Chensi rested her chin on one hand. "That makes sense. I hadn't considered that." After thinking for a while longer, Joka raised his eyes to look at the rules displayed on the large screen. At this moment, only Rule 3 remained undisclosed. This competition has been going on for quite some time. Perhaps the method to end it lies within the rules. Su Chensi also looked towards the rules display screen. "Are you talking about that unrevealed Rule 3? Rule 3. The time has come." Joka raised his head. "Su Chensi, come with me to a place." Joka walked ahead, and Su Chensi followed behind him. The two walked like this until they arrived at what appeared to be an empty classroom. "Su Chensi, please guard the classroom door. I need to check something inside," Joka said to Su Chensi before entering. "No problem, I won't run away," Su Chensi whispered, standing beside the classroom door. I trust you." Joka entered this familiar classroom. The classroom appeared empty, but actually, Joka walked to the blackboard and lightly tapped it several times. The blackboard immediately lit up, displaying a line of text. "With the monarch's blood, reveal the law of termination." If I'm not mistaken, this law of termination not only means the final rule but also represents the method to end the competition. Joka took out a blood-stained tissue from his pocket. The blood on this tissue paper belongs to Su Chensi. Joka bandaged her bleeding wound just now, not merely out of kindness. He seized the opportunity to collect her blood sample. This was Su Chensi's blood, and her current identity was the monarch. Joka smeared the blood onto the blackboard. The blackboard suddenly flickered rapidly. After 2 seconds, the writing changed. Slowly, a line of silver text emerged on the board. "We pay homage to the monarch, presenting to you the final rule." Chapter 26, Disguise Technique. Rule 3, Monarchs shall not meet. If 3 monarchs gather, the game ends immediately. This rule will be announced school-wide in 10 minutes. Just as expected, Reading this rule, Joko felt a surge of excitement. The so-called terminating law didn't merely refer to the final rule, more importantly, it provided a way to end the game. Joko reread the rule carefully. If 3 monarchs gather, the game ends immediately. Instantly, a devilish idea flashed through Joko's mind. His divine card had currently transformed into the 8 of diamonds. The 8 of diamonds' special ability was altering appearance. In magic performances, a frequently used technique is called a substitute. The corners of Joko's mouth curled into a smile as he whispered with a laugh. The magic show is about to begin. Joko slowly walked out of the classroom. At the doorway, Su Chensi remained faithfully standing guard. I'm surprised you didn't take this opportunity to escape, Joko said with some astonishment. I promised to protect you, and I never break my word. Su Chensi nodded slightly at him. You made the right choice by not running away, Joko chuckled lightly. I have a way to end this competition, and make us both become monarchs. I'll be first, you second. I'll make all the monarchs my chess pieces and arrange a grand coronation ceremony. Such words might sound arrogant if spoken by anyone else, but Joko was the overwhelming champion of the first 2 rounds of freshman assessments, undoubtedly adding credibility to his words. Su Chensi's eyes flickered slightly. What method? Joko smilingly raised both hands. One of the 3 principles of magicians: never reveal the content of a magic trick beforehand. Just follow my arrangements, and you'll be fine. First, you need to open your monarch chat panel and send one message to those 2 monarch classmates. After the 3rd rule is announced, gather at the top of the school tower. The 3rd rule. Su Chensi didn't quite understand, but she complied nonetheless. She opened her wrist device and quickly typed out Joko's exact words in the monarch chat channel. Why wait for the 3rd rule? Why make them gather at the tower? You're not planning to? Su Chensi's eyes showed equal parts confusion and curiosity. Joko smiled elegantly. I already know what the 3rd rule is. And I can guarantee that after the rule is announced, those 2 monarch classmates will definitely go to the tower. Besides, Joko suddenly lowered his voice and whispered something into Su Chensi's ear. After hearing it, Su Chensi's pupils constricted abruptly. Her astonished gaze fixed tightly on Joko. You're a madman. Su Chensi covered her face and walked quietly along the school avenue. Swish, swish, swish. From a corner not far away, amidst the grass, came rustling sounds. Please come out. I'm not a civilian. There's no need to attack me. My marksmanship is precise. You can't escape. My score is already sufficient. If you show yourself obediently, I won't kill you. Su Chensi's voice was crisp and clear. She stopped walking and pointed her gun at that patch of grass. The person hiding in that corner still showed no sign of voluntarily revealing themselves. Su Chensi raised her voice. If you don't come out now, I'll shoot. Hold on. From the shadows, a slender figure emerged slowly. He performed a standard high nobility salute. Your Highness, good day. Refined in luxurious clothing, a sparkling square emblem on his chest, and that defiant gaze. It was Yi Lingtian. Su Chensi sighed. It's you. I've never liked you. Yet Yi Lingtian showed no concern upon hearing these words. Oh, but I've always admired you. My parents even proposed to His Majesty. The Emperor was quite satisfied with me, but you never agreed. Su Chensi's expression remained unchanged. Regarding this matter, I have my own considerations. Yi Lingtian frowned. Your own considerations? I've never heard of any boy who could catch your highness's eye. He paused briefly. Could it possibly be that commoner boy? During the enrollment ceremony, you rejected my invitation and chose to sit beside that commoner. Are you interested in him? Of course, everyone knows Princess Su doesn't care about others' lineage or status. But commoners are quite filthy. I advise you not to associate with that sort. Su Chensi raised her gun. Yi Lingtian, one more word and I'll kill you. No, don't. Yi Lingtian immediately panicked. Everyone knows Her Highness the Princess always keeps her word. Since I've shown myself voluntarily, as per our agreement, you should let me go. Yi Lingtian was no fool either. He saw Su Chensi's name suddenly disappear from the noble chat list on his wristwatch, naturally realizing she had been promoted to monarch. Thus, Su Chensi could easily kill Yi Lingtian, who remained a noble. May I ask, Your Highness, as a monarch, why reveal yourself instead of hiding in the shadows to await the match's end? Before the princess, Yi Lingtian became considerably more restrained, shedding his usual arrogant demeanor. I'm going somewhere, Su Chensi stated bluntly, unconcealed, revealing her objective directly. Where? Yi Lingtian inquired curiously. Su Chensi seemed to recall something abruptly. If you assist me with a task, I won't kill you and I'll tell you where I'm headed. I never break my word. Yi Lingtian gave a slight bow. Name it. What assistance do you need? Su Chensi extended one foot, smiling playfully. Kneel and lick my shoe. Yi Lingtian's pupils contracted in shock. These were the exact words he had once arrogantly thrown at Joku. To think Her Highness would say something similar now. Could this be a coincidence? Such somewhat vulgar words were hard to imagine coming from that dignified princess. But under threat of death, he had no time to ponder. He slowly knelt on the ground. Su Chensi's thick sneakers were already covered in mud and bloodstains from all her running around. Yi Lingtian knelt on the ground, his lips lightly touching the mud-stained shoe of Su Chenxi. After all, it was the princess's command even Yi Lingtian dared not disobey. Su Chenxi nodded with great satisfaction. Also, Zhou Ku is the handsomest man I've ever seen, far more handsome than you. Yi Lingtian's body trembled as he suppressed his discomfort, pretending not to hear as he raised his head with a smile. May I be spared now, Your Highness? You may go. Su Chenxi waved her hand as if shooing him away. But Yi Lingtian stubbornly remained unmoved. Also, might you now tell me where you're going? I believe that was our previous agreement. Everyone knows Her Highness the Princess never breaks her promises. Su Chenxi gave him a fleeting glance. Go to the tower, the top floor, to meet the other monarchs. After throwing out these words, Su Chenxi quickly disappeared from sight. Yi Lingtian remained standing there, murmuring to himself as if unable to comprehend the meaning behind these words. Meet other monarchs. Chapter 27, Block 8. The Tower. Meet other monarchs. Why? Yi Lingtian couldn't figure it out. The princess's character was common knowledge throughout aristocratic circles. Keeping promises and avoiding lies were Su Chenxi's life principles. Therefore, any information from her mouth must be true. There's no doubt the princess's identity is that of a monarch, only. There exists no restraining relationship between monarchs, nor can they attack each other. Why would she go meet other monarchs? Yi Lingtian kept puzzling over this until Deep Third Rule revealed. The familiar system notification sounded. At this moment, all examinees in the school simultaneously looked up at the large screen. On the screen, a line of text gradually materialized. Rule 3: Diamond Assessment: Kings shall not meet kings. If 3 kings gather, this match shall immediately end. After seeing this rule, Yi Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. If 3 kings gather, the match immediately ends. And just now the princess said she was going to meet other monarchs at the tower's top floor. Oh no! He suddenly realized. My score hasn't reached top 3 yet. The game can't end like this. Without hesitation, Yi Lingtian rushed toward the tower, disregarding potential attacks from others. School tower. Su Chenxi remained silent, quietly riding the elevator. Ding! Top floor, arrived. Taking a deep breath, she pushed the door open. The tower's top floor stood empty. She walked to the center, removed her mask, revealing her signature silver hair. Her voice remained crisp and melodious. Come out now, both of you. I've arrived. With rustling sounds, 2 peeking figures emerged. Your Highness, is it really you? Wonderful. Now all 3 monarchs have gathered. I never expected Zhang Liang, who's always been invisible, would rank at the top in the school assessment. Zhang Liang walked out excitedly. He sported a crew cut, wore glasses, and had an utterly unremarkable appearance. A boy named Wang Li also shuffled out slowly, a short fellow whose head barely reached Zhang Liang's chin. Once we stand together, the competition should end, right? This contest terrified me. People were killing everywhere. Luckily, I hid well enough to survive till the end and snag the king's title for free. The 3 of them gradually came together. Yet, no announcement came to declare the game's conclusion. Why is the competition still ongoing? Haven't the 3 kings met? Zhang Liang and Wang Li exchanged bewildered glances. Su Chenxi struggled to suppress her laughter. Your Highness, what's this about? The 2 peered at Su Chenxi, faintly sensing something amiss, but neither moved. At that moment, Su Chenxi could no longer contain herself, bursting into uproarious laughter. Under such a wild expression, that pale and handsome face actually displayed an unusual kind of beauty. The entire tower reverberated with Princess's crisp yet arrogant laughter. This thoroughly frightened the other 2. They had never seen the usually elegant and dignified princess behave like this. Su Chenxi stopped acting and now prepared to shed her disguise. She softly recited an incantation. Square, manifests all phenomena, 8 faces exquisite features. Upon hearing this incantation, the other 2 immediately changed their expressions. This isn't the incantation of the Square 8 divine card. Princess, weren't you supposed to have spade-based abilities? The other 2 monarchs' voices trembled. Su Chenxi's facial features rapidly distorted and her height suddenly increased. In the blink of an eye, the princess had transformed into a completely different youthful appearance. This youth was equally pale and exceptionally handsome, just like Su Chenxi. It was Zhou Ku. With his transformation dispelled, Zhou Ku curled up the corner of his mouth. Take another look. Who am I? Zhang Liang and Wang Li instantly froze in shock. They could never have imagined that despite receiving the message directly from the princess on their wristwatches, the person who came to meet them was someone else entirely. Zhou Ku didn't waste time with explanations. Instead, he instantly drew his dagger from his pocket. Swish! A cold glint flashed. Zhou Ku's movements were crisp and efficient, the blade tracing a perfect arc. Instantly, twin geysers of blood erupted from their necks. The 2 monarchs still wore expressions of shock and disbelief as they staggered briefly before collapsing with a thud. Zhou Ku had slit both their throats simultaneously. Smiling, he heard his own laughter-laced whisper. Commoners overthrow monarchs. Then, I shall be crowned as the new king. Beep! The wristwatch chimed. He opened the display. Current status: Monarch. Points: 1150. He tapped the Monarch button again. The wristwatch immediately brought up the Monarch's chat interface. Joku typed rapidly. Suchensi, you can come now. So this was your plan all along. The real Suchensi leaped in from outside the tower, her clear voice ringing out. To eliminate two monarchs at once, you're certainly bold enough. I must admit, you've executed it beautifully. The plan has proceeded perfectly up to this point. However, she raised a new question. You've become a monarch, but the game isn't over yet. Although your score must currently be first, that's only temporary. According to the second rule, the restraint chain means any commoner could kill you. How do you plan to guarantee your safety? Joku waved his hand dismissively. The commoners won't get that chance. Because the entire competition is about to conclude right here in this tower. Joku glanced at his wrist display. At this moment, the names of all three monarchs were clearly visible. Joku, Suchensi, and... He looked up toward the tower entrance with a knowing smile. Right now, the final piece should be arriving. A magic show needs its opening, its twist, its climax, and finally, boom! A panting figure burst through the doors. That slender figure was currently staring blankly at Joku and Suchensi. Yi Ling Tian. We must prevent the monarchs from meeting as soon as possible. This must be Yi Ling Tian's current thought. However, after Joku killed two monarchs, the current rankings had become Joku, 1150 points. Suchensi, 480 points. Yi Ling Tian, 470 points. Yi Ling Tian, originally ranked 4th, had now become a monarch. And the moment Yi Ling Tian entered the tower, the three monarchs gathered. Beep detected activation of Law of Termination. This match is concluded. The mechanical system voice timely announced Joku's overwhelming victory. Joku slowly paced to the tower window. A soft moonbeam gently spilled onto Joku as if draping him in a luxurious silver robe. This was the finest coronation for a newly ascended monarch. Joku murmured softly, reciting his favorite line after every performance. The magic show concludes perfectly. Chapter 28: Talent Competition. Outside the examination hall, countless senior students stared intently at the live broadcast from the simulation exam room. 1 second later, the scene of Joku cleanly severing the heads of two monarchs was transmitted. Awa! Countless students erupted in cheers. At this moment, an ordinary commoner instantly reversed his fortunes, leaping from the bottom ranks to achieve an overwhelming score. Joku firmly secured first place, his score exceeding the combined totals of second and third place. On the campus forum's hottest pin post, many senior students who had voted for Joku were thrilled beyond measure. Many who had voted for Suchensi and Yi Ling Tian hung their heads in dejection. Don't get cocky, you, Joe faction people. The third test is just the beginning. The remaining two phases are where the final outcome will be decided. Ha, who said commoners couldn't win? The great nobles are nothing special, just chess pieces. Due to Joku's dazzling performance in the freshman tests, more and more senior students joined the winner prediction event. Ding! The anonymous thread starter posted new information. Given the growing participation, the prize pool has been increased to 100,000 yuan. Several seconds later. Incredible! Boss is generous. Wishing you good fortune, boss. More and more students joined the guessing competition. Due to Joku's outstanding performance earlier, at this moment, Joku's votes had surpassed Yi Ling Tian's, rising to second place. With a dizzying spin, Joku returned to the familiar reality of school. He rubbed his head, breathing in the fresh air of the campus. Joku, you're freaking amazing. Instantly, another familiar figure pounced on him. Zhang Yang's eyes were filled with admiration. After I got eliminated, I kept watching your performance. When you disguised yourself as Her Highness the Princess and pulled off that ultimate reversal, the whole school went wild. You wouldn't believe how loud the cheers were from the dorm area. I could hear them all the way at the sports field. You're now the top contender to win the comprehensive test, the hottest figure in school. Hey, can you tell me how you pulled off that disguise? I remember that's an ability only the Diamond Divine card has. Joku prevaricated. I'm actually a magician in the commoner world. I can disguise myself without using divine cards. Oh. Zhang Yang scratched his head. I don't know much about magic, but I did hear about things like Sichuan opera face changing in the commoner world. He seemed to have convinced himself. Ahem. At the front, the chairman of the Diamond Group and proctor of this examination, Senior Lu Wingming, cleared his throat. The first phase of the comprehensive examination has concluded. We will now announce the 3 recipients of the king titles. When your name is called, please come to the stage. The entire lawn was filled with enthusiastic discussions. The small portion of students who had been eliminated midway through the competition naturally witnessed the final scene and were excitedly discussing it. Most students had been teleported out of the examination area together after its conclusion and didn't understand the competition's proceedings. They looked around curiously, apparently trying to figure out who had secured the top 3 positions. Senior Lu Yingming read out deliberately. Third place, 470 points Yi Ling Tian. Yilingtian stood up, his head held high. He strode forward with chest puffed out, as if wanting the whole world to know he'd won a top 3 position. Applause broke out, mingled with various murmurs of discussion. People from great noble families are really impressive. I knew he'd be among the winners. Ha, you don't know. Yilingtian becoming king was actually Joke's arrangement. Really? I didn't see the ending. Don't lie to me. Senior Lu Yingming continued announcing. Second place, 480 points Su Chenxi. Su Chenxi walked forward with a smile, her posture dignified and graceful, silver hair flowing. This time, the applause grew even more enthusiastic. Her Highness the Princess is still formidable. Her divine card is the powerful Spades series. She eliminated many opponents. I thought she was that spoiled princess type, but she didn't hesitate at all when killing. Exactly, I was instantly killed by her with one shot. Lu Yingming cleared his throat and continued. First place, 1150 points. Countless students craned their necks, eagerly anticipating who could possibly rank above Su Chenxi and Yilingtian in this round of tests. Zhou Ku. The entire hall fell silent for 2 seconds, as if unable to believe what they'd just heard. Then, thunderous applause erupted from the students. Most students recognized Joku. His image as a commoner-born genius had already been deeply imprinted in everyone's minds during the previous 2 tests. The most enthusiastic applause came mainly from minor nobility families who felt particularly resonant with this ultimate underdog story of a commoner claiming first place. Joku's face remained expressionless. He simply stood up calmly and walked onto the stage. Discussions exploded like a boiling pot. Joku. I know him. The genius with 43 units of magic essence. I heard he comes from a commoner background. 1,150 points. That many. This score, it's more than what the princess and young master Yi got combined. With such high points, how many people did he kill? Ha, you don't understand. I watched the whole thing. He only drew his blade once during the entire game. What? Just one strike. And he got over 1,000 points. On the stage, the 3 of them stood together with Joku positioned in the center. On the left, Yilingtian glanced sideways at him, let out a light snort, and turned his head away, refusing to look in Joku's direction again. On the right, Su Chenxi maintained her usual graceful and poised demeanor, nodding slightly in Joku's direction as a gesture of acknowledgement. Senior Lu Yingming laid out 3 postcard-like cards in front of them. He explained. These 3 cards are called Monarch cards, and they will be used as props in the next phase of the test. Joku, as the highest scoring student, please select one Monarch card first. As he spoke, Senior Lu Yingming presented the 3 cards. Each card was adorned with a crown illustration but bore different engraved symbols. The 3 symbols were spade, diamond, and heart. Why isn't there a club? Joku suddenly asked. Lu Yingming replied in a deep voice. Using spade, diamond, and heart as the 3 factions has been our school's tradition. After all, apart from you, our school has never had a student with the Plum Blossom Divine card. Therefore, the Plum Blossom King card is naturally not included. Then what functions do these 3 king cards have? Yilingtian suddenly asked. Lu Yingming shook his head. Sorry, the uses of the king cards need to be explored by yourselves. As you know, the comprehensive assessment is divided into 3 stages. What we just completed was only the first stage. All I can say is that the king cards play a crucial role in the final stage of the comprehensive assessment and may even turn the tide. Inside them lies clues to the competition that you'll need to decipher on your own. Joku examined the 3 cards once more. He glanced at Yilingtian's chest. The red family crest with vines entwined around a diamond sparkled brightly. Then he looked at Su Chenxi's left wrist. The family crest of a sword piercing through a spade was equally dazzling. He sighed softly and took the central Heart King card. Please, the second place winner, come forward to make your selection. As expected, Su Chenxi didn't hesitate at all and directly took the Spade King card. Yilingtian showed no change in expression and quite satisfactorily accepted the final Diamond King card. Now, announcing the content of Phase 2 for the comprehensive assessment. After distributing all the cards, Senior Lu Yingming immediately announced to all students. The second phase of the assessment is called Talent Competition. As everyone knows, the Dragon Nation values people above all. The rise and fall of any nation is deeply connected to the talents and heroes within its borders. The second phase, Talent Competition, is a contest where the 3 kings recruit teammates. Each king card represents a national faction: Heart Nation, Spade Nation, and Diamond Nation. Naturally, the 3 kings are the leaders of these 3 factions. Phase 2 of the assessment lasts 1 week and takes place within this school campus, allowing free movement. The 3 kings must recruit classmates with noble status and those with commoner status to join their respective national factions within 1 week. All students must choose a nation to join. Of course, the more supporters a national faction has, the more advantageous it will be in the final 3rd stage competition. We look forward to seeing the performance of the 3 monarchs within 1 week. After 1 week, the 3rd stage competition will begin immediately. I now declare the first phase of the comprehensive test officially concluded. After hearing the rules, Joku let out a slight sigh of relief and prepared to return to his dormitory to rest. He had expended too much energy in this first phase of the competition and urgently needed to go back to sleep to replenish his mental energy. The crowd also began to disperse in small groups. Before Joku could walk far, Senior Lu Yingming suddenly stopped him. "Wait a moment, Joku. Could you stay for a while? I have some words I'd like to share with you privately." Chapter 29, Distributing Flyers. Joku stopped in confusion. Senior Lu Yingming continued. "You might have learned about this during the enrollment ceremony. At the end of the semester, outstanding performers will qualify for the Divine Card, Ascension. I know you come from a commoner background and might not fully understand what Divine Card Ascension means. Would you like me to explain it to you?" Joku smiled. "No need. I've heard the gist from friends. Divine Card Ascension can greatly enhance supernatural abilities, and it's said that if one can elevate the Divine Card to its highest level." Lu Yingming's eyes flickered. "One can become a deity." Joku blinked. "Senior, you didn't keep me here just to explain divine cards, did you?" Lu Yingming responded immediately. "No, of course not. Generally, only those with outstanding performance within a semester can receive such an honor, and I can help you become that person." Joku grew interested. "Please enlighten me, Senior." Lu Yingming paused. "Perhaps you've already met Zhuang Xingyao." Joku thought of that short-haired senior girl. Somewhat aloof, somewhat proud, and the president of some club. President of the Crimson Heart Society, and also the only Divine Card Ascendant from the previous class. Her mana level is currently the highest among all senior students. I dare say it's even higher than many professors. And what enabled her to achieve such high mana levels was because she won the Elite Cup. Elite Cup. Joku seemed to have heard this term during enrollment. He asked, "Senior, may I ask what the Elite Cup is?" Senior Lu Yingming replied, "The school holds two major events every year. One is the 3-round freshman assessment. You're naturally already familiar with that. The second is the Elite Cup. Winners of the Elite Cup can significantly improve their mana levels. Of course, exceptionally outstanding performers may qualify for Divine Card Ascension. However, the Elite Cup can only be entered by student clubs as units." Upon hearing this, Joku immediately understood the other person's intention. Lu Yingming was also the president of a student club. He wanted to recruit Joku into his club. "Joku, would you like to participate?" Joku replied politely, "Senior, I know the Elite Cup is very important, but currently I have more urgent matters to complete." As he spoke, he waved the monarch card in his hand. "I still need to complete the freshman assessment." Lu Yingming stared directly into Joku's eyes, as if trying to discern his thoughts. After a long pause, he said softly, "Very well. If you're considering participating in the Elite Cup, you're welcome to join my club Diamond Group. Inside the dormitory, Lu Yingming invited you to join his club." Zhang Yang's eyes nearly popped out of his head. "Did you agree?" "No. Why not? First Li Hanfeng, now Lu Yingming. Every big shot is trying to recruit you, and you're still refusing." "By the way, Senior Zhuang Xingyao also invited me," Joku said calmly. Zhang Yang wore an expression of utter disbelief. "Don't tell me you rejected all of them." "Yes." Zhang Yang looked as if Joku had thrown away a 5 million yuan lottery ticket. It's extremely difficult for freshmen to get into the big 3 clubs. Even many upperclassmen would give anything to join any one of them. Those who can enter any of these student clubs are the elite among elites. Such golden opportunities were right in your hands, and you rejected them 3 times. Joku remained unperturbed. "There'll always be chances later. For now, I want to focus on the upcoming freshman assessment." He recalled the championship reward, Relic of the Gods. It was a conceptual treasure artifact. Regardless of what it was, he wanted to obtain it. "Alright, let's not discuss this for now. Joku, any thoughts about the second phase of comprehensive assessment, talent competition?" Zhang Yang lay on the bed, stuffing potato chips into his mouth as he asked indistinctly. Joku sighed lightly. "None. To put it bluntly, the second phase mission was about recruiting other students to join one's faction. This depends entirely on connections. I can't compare with Su Chenxi's noble status, nor Yi Lingtian's family wealth. As someone born into a commoner family, probably few would willingly join my team." "How could that be?" Zhang Yang abruptly sat up. "I'll join you, Your Majesty the Monarch, as long as you don't disdain my commoner status." Joku smiled. "Thank you. You're my first teammate." Zhang Yang brimmed with fighting spirit. "In that case, regardless of what the third phase assessment might be, we're now teammates. Since we're already teammates, we should think of ways to accomplish something." "Got it. Let's hand out flyers together at the school building entrance tomorrow." Zhang Yang seemed to have come up with a brilliant idea. "Hand out flyers." "Exactly. We'll list all of Joku's achievements on the flyers. After other students see them, they'll definitely join our team. I've even thought of the title already. The legendary commoner genius Joku teammates wanted now. Joku, age 18, magic energy level 43, ranked first in the Bloodline test. Defeated the Skull Society assassin in the Aptitude test, the only victor in the examination. overpowered all rivals during the title competition phase of the comprehensive test, scoring top marks. Join Joku's Heart Kingdom, now the optimal choice for passing the freshman tests. As he spoke, Zhang Yang jumped down from his bed with a thud and started tinkering with his computer. Joku curiously leaned in to look. Zhang Yang was using a photo editing software, designing something. I'm creating the flyer. An attractive flyer is crucial to draw people in. Zhang Yang kept his eyes glued to the screen as he spoke. Joku watched Zhang Yang's design process. He operated swiftly, appearing quite proficient at this sort of thing. You seem pretty good at this. Zhang Yang proudly patted his chest. Of course. My family specializes in propaganda design. Though it sounds like commoners' work, it's decent employment for minor nobility like us. I help out frequently too. It must be said, the flyers Zhang Yang designed were exceptionally refined. The layout and colors were perfectly harmonious. When Zhang Yang listed Joku's various achievements on them, Joku almost began to believe that he might actually win this recruitment competition outright. Haha, just wait. Tomorrow I'll promote you vigorously. You'll definitely be the most popular ruler among the three. This doesn't make sense. The next day, they arrived early at the academic building entrance, diligently distributing flyers. Yet not a single person accepted one. In fact, many kept their heads down and hurried past Joku without even glancing. What's going on, Joku? Did you offend them? Joku was equally perplexed. No way, I just enrolled. What could I have possibly done to them? At this moment, another female student passed by. Joku didn't have time to clearly see the newcomer's appearance before hastily handing out the flyer. Classmate, welcome to support my Red Heart team. Joku was already prepared to be ignored again, but unexpectedly, this student directly accepted the flyer. Joku, it's somewhat inappropriate for this flyer to end up in my hands. A clear female voice came through. Only then did Joku have time to look up and see her appearance. Silver long hair, black face mask. The girl gently removed her mask. It was Su Chensi. Distributing flyers to your competitor. Su Chensi smiled while waving the flyer in her hand. Su Chensi, you might not believe it, but today you're the first person to accept my flyer. Is my charm really that low? Joku sighed. It's not about your charm. Many people want to join your team. But Su Chensi seemed to know something but stopped short of saying it. She shook her head and pointed at the bulletin board in the distance. See for yourself. Then, she walked away with light steps. Joku and Zhang Yang approached the bulletin board. What's this? Chapter 30, School Bullying. The bulletin board was densely plastered with identical notices. Notice: all freshmen are prohibited from joining the Red Heart Nation in the upcoming competition. Yi Lingtian. There was also a QR code attached. This is blatant targeting. Yi Lingtian actually resorted to such tactics. Zhang Yang angrily tore off several of the notices. Hey, what's this code? Let me scan it. Joku and Zhang Yang picked up their phones and scanned the QR code, which led them to a web page. Now, the reason why no students dared to accept Joku's flyers became clear. The QR code linked to a post on the school forum posted by Yi Lingtian. Notice: all freshmen are prohibited from joining the Red Heart Nation. You all know who my father is. Your parents' businesses all operate under my father's influence. With just a flick of his finger, my father can bankrupt you. If you don't want to end up homeless and reduced to paupers, it's simple. Just don't join Joku's team. Proclaimed by Yi Lingtian. In a second post below, he listed the names of all non-royal freshmen. He added another line of text. I'm watching you closely. This is using one's power and influence as a threat, Joku said with evident displeasure. Can't compete with me fairly, so resorts to such underhanded tricks. Hey, Zhang Yang, what do you think? Joku turned to Zhang Yang, only to find his face deathly pale. Zhang Yang, what's wrong? Zhang Yang stiffly turned his neck, his voice trembling slightly. Joku, my parents' small design shop is actually a subsidiary of the Yi family's company. My name is also on that list. Joku sighed softly. I understand. If you've changed your mind about joining me, that's fine, you've already helped me enough. Zhang Yang lowered his head, lost in thought. After a moment, he suddenly looked up, determination in his eyes. Zhang Yang swallowed hard. Bro, I will never support Yi Lingtian. But he glanced again at the notice's contents. No freshman may join the Heart Kingdom. It only says we can't join the Heart Kingdom, it doesn't say we can't support Joku. I can choose to join Her Highness's Spade Kingdom while still helping you. Joku was momentarily stunned, then patted him on the shoulder. You little rascal, trying to be in Chao's camp but your heart remains with Han. Zhang Yang chuckled mischievously. But I'd promised earlier to join your nation, now I'm going back on my word. You wouldn't be mad at your bro, would you? Joku placed his hand gently on Zhang Yang's shoulder and said softly, don't worry. Choosing which nation to support is entirely your freedom. I'm not someone like Yi Lingtian. Many days passed, yet still no classmates were willing to join Joku's team. Just as he'd said before, although Zhang Yang didn't dare openly support Joku's Heart Nation, he'd been helping Joku recruit teammates these past few days. Thank you, Zhang Yang. Logically speaking, you plan to join Spade Nation and would be Su Chenxi's teammate, yet you've been helping me all along. Zhang Yang said carefreely, hey, no big deal. We're good bros, right? Besides, even if I end up joining the princess's team in the end, can't I still help your Heart Nation too? We agreed on this in Chao's camp, but our hearts remain with Han. Zhou let out a light sigh. I'm afraid in the end, I might really become a commander without any troops. Except for myself, not a single teammate would remain. They strolled slowly and soon arrived in front of the teaching building again. Something unknown had happened at the entrance of the teaching building, now crowded with people. A slightly shorter female student with a ponytail stood at the center of the crowd, seemingly delivering some kind of speech. Joko, look over there. Let's go check it out. Zhang Yang naturally couldn't resist the temptation of joining the excitement. As they approached, they finally heard clearly what the female student was saying. The comprehensive assessment is a fair competition. Resist authoritarianism. Reject class oppression. All students should have the right to freely choose their factions. Zhang Yang gently nudged Joko with his elbow. Hey, she seems to be speaking up for you. Who is this student? Joko carefully observed her appearance and soon remembered where he'd seen her before. That attention seeker. Oh. Upon hearing Joko's words, Zhang Yang also took a closer look at the female student. Short stature, ponytail. Isn't that the girl from the previous test who urged everyone to stop fighting amongst themselves, then got shot in the head? Her action is clearly opposing Yi Lingtian. While success isn't guaranteed, she's very courageous. Joko slightly furrowed his brows, sighed, and was about to take a detour away. Hey, what are you doing over there? A familiar voice called out. Joko couldn't help but look back. He saw Yi Lingtian approaching the speaking girl, surrounded by his large group of followers. The onlookers lowered their heads and quickly dispersed when they saw Yi Lingtian approaching. Only the ponytailed girl remained standing alone. She became completely encircled by Yi Lingtian's gang of riffraff. The girl was very short, appearing particularly vulnerable among this crowd. Yet she still summoned her courage and shouted, Yi Lingtian, I'm not afraid of you. What you're doing is wrong. The comprehensive test should be completed relying on students' own abilities. Relying on your family background and parents to threaten other students violates the fairness of the assessment. Yi Lingtian slowly stepped forward, looking down at her with overwhelming pressure. The girl couldn't help but swallow hard. What do you want? Yi Lingtian's face darkened. From what you're saying, you want to oppose me. You're joining Joko's team, is that it? Though somewhat afraid, the girl summoned her courage and shouted, so what if I am? He's a student from humble origins who earned the king title through his own ability, unlike you who tyrannized the school relying on your father's influence. Joko sighed and turned around, preparing to leave. Joko, you're just leaving like this. Not staying to watch? Zhang Yang asked from behind. Her actions have nothing to do with me. While I appreciate her speaking up for me, openly opposing Yi Lingtian like this is too impulsive. Besides, I don't even know her, there's no need to meddle in other people's business. Let's go, we still have classes to attend. Slap. A loud slapping sound echoed through the air. Joko's footsteps abruptly halted. He slowly turned his head. A woman standing beside Yi Lingtian had just slapped that attention-seeking guy. The woman wore heavy smoky makeup, one of Yi Lingtian's entourage. She raised her arm again, putting force behind it. Smack! This slap carried substantial weight. The shorter girl was instantly knocked to the ground. Clutching her face, she stared blankly, dazed. Yi Lingtian raised his leg and pressed the girl beneath his foot. School bullying. The term flashed through Joko's mind instantly. Even in Dragon Kingdom's most elite aristocratic academy, this phenomenon proved unavoidable. Zhang Yang, go to class first. I'll catch up shortly. Zhang Yang looked up worriedly. What are you planning? What's necessary? Joko replied calmly. Yi Lingtian sneered as he crouched down, bringing his eyes level with the girl's. Baring his teeth, he said, Joko only won those tests by sheer luck. He's just a common-born dog. His veins flow with plebeian blood, utterly unworthy of admission. Weren't you going to join Joko's faction? Didn't you think he's far superior to me? Where is he now? Probably hiding in some corner, sobbing about dropping out. Bang! A brick flew through the air, striking Yi Lingtian's forehead with perfect accuracy. The next instant, Joko leaped up, darting through the crowd at lightning speed, appearing beside Yi Lingtian in a flash. Then he reached out, grabbed Yi Lingtian's head, and smashed it against the ground. Simultaneously, Joko's right hand immediately drew his dagger, pressing it against Yi Lingtian's throat. Joko's grip was so forceful that instantly, a faint red line appeared on Yi Lingtian's neck. Beads of blood seemed about to seep out. Didn't your father teach you not to speak ill of people behind their backs? For a moment, Yi Lingtian couldn't comprehend what had just happened. When he finally recognized who stood before him, his head still pinned to the ground, he cursed viciously. If you dare kill me, my father will have you killed. Joko's voice turned icy cold, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. I really do dare to kill you. He lifted Yi Lingtian's head, then forcefully slammed it onto the ground again. Yi Lingtian immediately let out a muffled groan. His face was covered in blood, features twisted in agony. Yi Lingtian's gang of friends wanted to move closer. Take one more step and I'll plunge this sword into his neck. Joke's tone was calm but deadly serious. Yi Lingtian frantically shouted, "Stay back, all of you." Joke said softly, "Yi Lingtian, there's one thing you got right. I am just a nobody, no parents, no attachments. Nothing but this worthless life. Come on, let's trade one for one." Joke knew that against school bullies, reasoning was useless. The best solution was to fight violence with violence. He truly dared to stake his life against Yi Lingtian. After all, Yi Lingtian was a noble's son, while his own life was worthless. As the saying goes, the ruthless fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those unafraid to die. Though Joku usually jokes around, when it comes to critical moments, he becomes an utterly insane and lethally ruthless character. As he spoke, his hand applied pressure again, the knife tip sinking in. "Stop, Brother Zhou. I was wrong." Yi Lingtian saw the killing intent in Joku's eyes, and terror instantly spread through his entire body. Under the dual pressure of pain and fear, his tears shamefully streamed down. "Brother, spare me. Apologize." Joku's gaze remained icy as he spat out just these two words. Yi Lingtian hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, brother. I shouldn't have talked behind your back. I'm scum." Joku frowned slightly, his left hand loosening just enough to let Yi Lingtian lift his head from the ground. Yi Lingtian sighed in relief, thinking it was finally over. But the next instant, smack! Joku's left hand exerted force again, slamming Yi Lingtian's head against the ground for the third time. Yi Lingtian's face was now covered in blood as he lay lifelessly on the ground, his eyes unfocused. "Wrong," Joku said calmly, "not to me." Chapter 31, The Trio from Heartland. "Apologize to her," Joku said softly, tilting his head slightly toward the girl. The short girl remained half lying on the ground, covering one side of her face with a dazed look in her eyes. Yi Lingtian's head twitched twice before finally turning toward the girl. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hit you or said those things." Yi Lingtian's voice grew weaker and more feeble. The girl appeared flustered. "All right, that's enough." Joku raised his hand. "You, take him to the hospital." Joku's tone brooked no argument. Since Yi Lingtian had backed down, it was time to know when to stop. Moreover, he could see a professor approaching slowly from around the corner in the distance. Yi Lingtian's gang of friends hurriedly helped their leader up from the ground. Yi Lingtian glared at him hatefully with his head tilted, muttering indistinctly, "Joku, during the final round of the comprehensive test 3 days from now, I'll make sure you regret this." Joku maintained an impassive expression. "I am indeed better looking than you, thanks for noticing." Yi Lingtian only left behind a resentful glare. They also noticed the professor approaching quickly and fled immediately. "What are you doing?" A gray-haired elderly professor walked up to Joku, glanced at the female student lying on the ground, then at Yi Lingtian being helped away. "I heard quite a commotion from you all." Joku crouched on the ground, contemplating how to explain the recent conflict. Although acting out of justice, the fact remained that Joku had thrown the first punch. Moreover, he had indeed struck a bit too harshly just now. Before Joku could speak, the girl immediately cut in. "It was Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian assaulted me. This student just happened to pass by." The professor hesitated, eyeing Joku's fist still faintly smeared with blood. "You didn't fight, did you? That would violate school regulations." "No. The blood on his hand was from accidentally touching my wound while helping me clean it," the girl explained urgently. Joku was momentarily stunned. This girl had actually lied to protect him. "All right. You are Joku, right? Could you take this female classmate to the infirmary?" The old professor left. "Thank you. What's your name?" Joku wiped the blood off his hands. "Tang Xin." The girl blinked. "Hello, I'm Joku." Tang Xin blinked. "I know you, Brother Joku." Joku nodded understandingly. "I see. After all, I caused quite a stir when I first enrolled." "Not that," Tang Xin said quickly. "I knew you even before you enrolled." Joku looked at the girl's face again, completely unfamiliar. He didn't remember knowing Tang Xin before. "Have we met somewhere before?" Tang Xin continued speaking rapidly. "I used to watch your magic live streams often, and sent you lots of gifts." Joku originally thought he was just a small-time streamer, never expecting to meet a fan at school. "My ID was Sweetheart." Tang Xion's voice grew softer, seeming somewhat embarrassed. Sweetheart, the top donor in his live stream's fan rankings. She gifted wildly during streams. One could say Joku only managed to make a living from live streaming thanks to her. Joku originally thought she was some middle-aged woman, never imagining this top donor would turn out to be an 18-year-old student just like himself. Tang Xian rubbed her left cheek, seemingly still in pain. "Brother Joku, can I join your team?" Tang Xian suddenly blurted out. Joku gave her a surprised glance. Finally someone was willing to join him, which made Joku extremely happy. Joku almost agreed immediately, but swallowed the words at the last moment. "But aren't you afraid?" Joku asked. "Afraid of what?" Tang Xian blinked curiously. "The Yi family giving your parents trouble. Yi Lingtian giving you trouble." Joku pointed in the direction Yi Lingtian had just left. Tang Xin replied nonchalantly. What's there to fear? If you show weakness, they'll bully you endlessly. I want to strike back hard, just like you did earlier. Saying this, she threw a couple of mock punches at the air. But her mood seemed to darken again. My status is just a commoner. I might hold your team back. Brother Joku, I'd understand if you don't want me. Tang Xin. Joku interrupted her, looking solemnly into her eyes. Welcome to join my team. That night, as soon as Joku pushed open the dormitory door, he heard Zhang Yang's excited shouts. Bro, I want to join your squad. He waved his arms enthusiastically. You changed your mind. Joku didn't understand what had happened. Zhang Yang chuckled. Nice one, kid. You sent me away and went to fight Yi Lingtian by yourself. Joku raised an eyebrow. How did you know? I saw you go to class before I threw that brick. Zhang Yang said seriously. Next time there's such an opportunity, you must call me. I'll always stand by your side. Joku cleared his throat lightly. I was just afraid you'd be as impulsive as me. You're different from me. I have no parents or attachments. I don't fear Yi Lingtian. And you, coming from a family with your own small business, I was worried Yi Lingtian might use his family's influence to affect your household. Zhang Yang said with a solemn expression. I'm not afraid anymore. I want to stand up to him just like you did. So what if he's a rich second generation? So what if he's from the four noble families? Not afraid. Joku asked again. So how exactly did you find out about my fight with Yi Lingtian? Zhang Yang wore a mysterious smile as he took out his phone, opened an interface and handed it to Joku. Joku took it. On a trending post of the campus forum, someone had uploaded a video of Joku beating up Yi Lingtian. Countless comments were supporting Joku. So badass. If an ordinary student isn't afraid of Yi Lingtian, why should I be? Even if all freshmen refuse to join your team, I'll still support you. So satisfying. This is the first time I've seen Yi Lingtian get beaten. The four noble families are nothing special. Zhang Yang laughed. See, the whole internet is spreading your heroic deed. Joku frowned. He immediately took out his own phone, logged into his account, and typed a few lines. Thank you all for your support, but I know Yi Lingtian has threatened you. I don't want any classmates' family business to suffer suppression from the Yi family because of me. Therefore, I don't need everyone to join my heart kingdom. After sending this message, Joku's righteous image was instantly established. Countless classmates left comments. So touching. Joku, don't worry, we'd never join Yi Lingtian anyway. Then I'll join the Spade Kingdom. Princess, Yi Lingtian wouldn't dare interfere. Joku put down his phone and said to Zhang Yang, you should join the Spade Kingdom too. But Zhang Yang looked serious. I'm not afraid. I want to join your heart kingdom, be your teammate, and fight against Yi Lingtian. He immediately opened the freshman registration system on the school website and after some operations entered his name into the Heart Kingdom roster. Click confirm. I'm actually not the first one to join you. Zhang Yang looked at the member count of Heart Kingdom. 2. Joku smiled and said, remember that attention seeker. She was actually the first. Chapter 32 The Heart King Card. There are only 2 days left until the end of the second phase of the comprehensive test, the talent competition. At this moment, all students have already formed their teams. Joku sighed while looking at the comprehensive test interface on the school's official website. Statistics showed that 1,103 students had joined Su Chenxi's Spades faction. Yi Lingtian's Diamonds faction had 394 members. Joku's Hearts faction had only 3 members. Joku, Zhang Yang, and Tang Xin. This outcome was not entirely unexpected. Joku had already announced online that those who wanted to support him should join the Spades faction instead. Therefore, those who originally intended to join Joku's faction, fearing Yi Lingtian's threats, ultimately chose Su Chenxi. As a commoner, Joku wasn't particularly familiar with most freshmen. Rather than gathering unfamiliar teammates, it was more practical to form a small group with trusted acquaintances. Yet, staring at the number 3 under the Hearts faction column, he couldn't help but sigh faintly. After all, Senior Lu Yingming had mentioned the larger the team, the greater the advantage in the competition. I hope that when the test begins the day after tomorrow, team size won't matter too much. Besides lacking sufficient supporters, Joku had another concern. He gently took out his king card. It was a crowned red heart. At the end of the first round, Senior Lu Yingming had mentioned this card would play a crucial role in the final round. But the method of using it required personal exploration. Yet, what possible use could a single card have? Joku examined it carefully under sunlight. It appeared completely ordinary, indistinguishable from a regular postcard. Joku kept the card with him and prepared to visit the school library for clues. Brother Joku, Tang Xin. What a coincidence. Unexpectedly, Joku ran into Tang Xin right at the library entrance. Brother Joku, the third phase of competition is about to begin. Is there anything I can assist you with? Joku showed her the red Heart King card. Here, this card. They say it contains clues for tomorrow's competition. Do you have any ideas? Tang Xin held the card up to sunlight for inspection, but found nothing unusual. Brother Joku, have you tried heating it with fire? Fire. Yes, Tang Xian said, write on the paper with milk, wait for it to dry, and the writing will become invisible. If heated by fire, the protein in the milk will turn brown due to the heat, making the writing reappear. Joku looked at her approvingly, you know quite a lot. I usually like reading detective novels. Many clues are hidden this way. Ah, what a pity, I'm not the spade god card, so I can't produce flames. Tang Xian said regretfully. Use this. Joku immediately took out a lighter, clicked it open, and held the flame to this king card. Ah, I know this. Since commoners have no special abilities, they invented this little fire-making gadget. Brother Joku, do you smoke? Tang Xian asked curiously as she leaned forward. Ahem, I don't smoke. Joku explained, before coming to school, I was a magician. I often use lighters in my performances. Sometimes fire can create great magic. Ah, but you surely don't know I never perform any fire-related magic tricks during live streams. Tang Xian didn't understand what kind of fire magic could be called magnificent, but nodded anyway with only partial comprehension. The lighter's flame flickered slightly, heating the monarch card. Joku and Tang Xian kept staring at the card, but no color-changing traces appeared. Seems it wasn't written with milk. Joku put away the lighter inside. Tang Xian, do you know any other invisible writing methods? Of course. Tang Xian immediately became excited, happy to be helpful. Write with rice water, reveal with iodine tincture lemon juice. Writing also requires heating. There's also special ink that requires ultraviolet lamp exposure. Tang Xian rattled off over a dozen methods in one breath and showed no signs of stopping. Enough, enough. Joku quickly stopped her. Let's try them one by one first. All attempts failed. Joku rushed to the infirmary to get iodine, borrowed ultraviolet light tubes from the laboratory. He tried every possible method but still achieved no effect. By now, the sky had already darkened. Perhaps we're approaching this from the wrong angle, Joku said slowly while gazing at the starry sky. Hey, isn't this our little brother Joku? Suddenly, a tall figure appeared before him. You are. Joku looked at the dark-skinned boy who stood before him with a cheerful smile. Joku said uncertainly, Senior Li Hanfeng. That's me. What's wrong? Taking a stroll with a pretty girl and still looking so bloomy. Senior Li Hanfeng chuckled. Joku felt somewhat speechless. He initially planned to make an excuse to slip away, preventing the senior from pestering him about joining his club again. Suddenly, a phrase Zhang Yang had mentioned before surfaced in his mind. He remembered Zhang Yang saying that one of Li Hanfeng's achievements was, by the way, senior, I heard you were the champion of last year's comprehensive test for freshmen. Joku inquired politely. Li Hanfeng immediately straightened his face, pretending to be serious. Oh, you've heard of my achievements. Joku also pretended to be serious. No, but your face is full of stories. Li Hanfeng's expression turned subtle. Ahem. Don't judge me by my appearance, I'm actually quite outstanding. I always rank first in exams and frequently win championships in various competitions. Joku raised an upright palm. Stop. Who asked you about that? Then why did you mention the comprehensive test? Li Hanfeng asked. I just wanted to ask. Joku lowered his voice. Have you guys used these king cards last year? Li Hanfeng looked startled. You're not trying to pump me for information, are you? This technically we're not supposed to discuss this topic with freshmen. Then he changed his tone. But I don't play by the rules. Good lad, you've got the right idea. Knowing to ask upperclassmen about past exam questions and answers, I like that. Joku smiled. You flatter me. I don't have any moral qualms. I don't care what methods I use to win the exam. Li Hanfeng smiled mysteriously. I do know some relevant information. The key to unlocking the king card's secret lies in the differences between their suits. Oh, please elaborate. Think about it, there are 3 emperor cards, right? Why go through the trouble of differentiating them with 3 suits? The secret is actually quite simple. As long as you agree to join the Black Blade faction, I'll tell you. The hidden dagger was finally revealed. Never mind then. Joku walked away without looking back, leaving Senior Li Hanfeng swaying alone in the cold wind. After walking some distance away, Tang Xian, hold this emperor card for me. Joku handed over the card. Oh, sure. Tang Xian took it. Hold it higher. Joku instructed. Tang Xian pinched the emperor card, placing it in front of Joku. Joku stared intently at the heart symbol on it. Although he hadn't obtained specific help from Senior Li Hanfeng, parts of their conversation had still given him some clues. He kept pondering Li Hanfeng's earlier words. The difference between the suits. On divine cards, spades specialize in combat, hearts control the mind, diamonds create changes. His emperor card was the heart suit and hearts represent the mind. Could it be that we need to treat this heart king card with genuine sincerity? Joku suddenly leaned forward and gently kissed the card, whispering, I love you. Ha! Wait, what? Tang Xian clearly misunderstood Joku's action, her face suddenly turning bright red. Don't interrupt, I'm talking to this card, Joku said without even blinking. The next second, the Heart King card began spinning rapidly before suddenly releasing silver threads above it. These threads twisted and transformed until they finally formed a line of small text. There can only be one king in this world. It worked. His conjecture was correct. Filled with excitement, Joku looked at the revealed text. There can only be one king in this world. Is this the hint? Does this imply that in the upcoming final stage of the competition, the other two kings must be eliminated? Thank you, Tang Xin. You can give the card back now. Oh right. Tang Xin finally understood those words weren't meant for her and reluctantly returned the card. Chapter 33, Spade and Diamond, King Cards. The final day. Only one day remains before the commencement of the ultimate entrance examination. Joka had already deciphered the mystery of his Emperor card. But it wasn't enough, far from enough. What good would it do to only crack his own card? There were 3 Emperor cards in total. He wanted them all. The deities bestowed divine cards upon those with extraordinary talents, thus began the original nobility. In history class, the elderly professor continued tirelessly lecturing about world history. Countless students were dozing off beneath. Joka sprawled lazily across his desk, idly spinning his Emperor card. Not that he was unwilling to listen, but Joka had already flipped through every textbook on the first day of school. He had finished absorbing all these basic knowledges. His gaze fixed on a silver-haired figure sitting attentively in the front row. Su Chenxi sat ramrod straight, her eyes unblinkingly focused on the blackboard. After class, I must find an opportunity to inquire about her Emperor card. Ding ling ling. The class dismissal bell rang at just the right moment. Joku yawned, stretched, and was about to rise to seek information from the princess. But unexpectedly, the silver-haired figure flashed past and then sat down before him. Su Chenxi had actually come to find him first. Oh, I was just thinking of looking for you too. Joko blinked. You go first, what's the matter? Su Chenxi's expression turned somewhat serious. Joko, I know because of Yiling Tian's influence, basically no classmates have joined your team. This has caused many students who originally wanted to support you to instead join my team. Joko shook his head lightly inside. Well, there's nothing to be done about it. After all, Yiling Tian wouldn't dare bully you directly. Those intimidated students didn't dare join me, yet didn't want to help Yiling Tian either, so they chose you instead. Su Chenxi nodded. Yes. Because of this situation, there are actually some students in my team who originally wanted to help you. I shouldn't have taken your potential teammates, so let's form an alliance. An alliance. Joko blinked, signaling her to continue. Exactly. Tomorrow's competition should be a 3-way faction battle. Let's work together and prioritize dealing with Yiling Tian first. You can also command my teammates. Joko smiled. Thank you for your kindness. But I don't need it. Su Chenxi was stunned. You don't need it. That's right. Joka sprawled carelessly on the desk. For 18 years, I've gotten used to being alone. Too many teammates would just constrain me. Having 2 or 3 friends who genuinely support me is good enough. Besides, I'm very satisfied with my 2 current teammates, they're sufficient. Su Chenxi nodded understandingly. I see. But I still owe you from last competition. You never killed me until the end. I earned my king title mostly thanks to your help. If you ever need anything from me, just ask. As long as it's within my power, I'll help. Hearing this, Joko's eyelids flickered slightly. Anything at all. He raised an eyebrow with a smile. Su Chenxi nodded gently. I never break my promises. Good, then tell me your king card secret. Joko stated bluntly. This time, Su Chenxi was stunned once again. The secret of the king card. I don't know. Su Chenxi replied blankly. I didn't intend to decipher the mystery of the king card. I thought my own strength would be sufficient to pass the test. Impossible, let me see. Joku extended his hand. Without hesitation, Su Chenxi directly placed the spade king card into Joko's hand. Joku examined the king card carefully. Not a single trace of damage could be found. He let out a helpless sigh. My dear princess, though you're very intelligent, you rely too much on brute force. Might cannot solve all problems. As he spoke, Joko suddenly exerted force and cleanly tore the king card in 2. Su Chenxi stared at him dumbfounded, momentarily unable to process what had just happened. Redemption. What are you doing? Su Chenxi's perpetually polite and dignified expression finally showed cracks of emotion. She snatched back her now torn king card. Su Chenxi, you owe me another favor. Joko merely said these words. Instantly, silver threads floated out from the monarch card, then formed a line of small text. Kill to score. This is. Su Chenxi hadn't quite processed what was happening. Tomorrow's competition hint. Joko's answer was brief and to the point. But how did you decrypt it? Simple, look at the suit. My monarch card is hearts, meaning we should treat it with sincerity to decrypt, while your monarch card is spades, representing force and destruction. So the decryption method is equally simple, just destroy this card. Su Chenxi stared blankly at Joku, then gave a slight bow before returning to her usual serene expression. She solemnly declared, no matter what kind of competition it is tomorrow, I won't attack you. I owe you another favor. After class, Joku leisurely walked out of the classroom. By now, he had learned 2 clues from the monarch cards. Kill to score. There can be only one monarch. At this moment, as long as he could find a way to extract information from Yi Lingtian, he would have gathered all the necessary intel. Speak of the devil. At this exact moment, Yi Lingtian happened to emerge from the adjacent classroom. He was fiddling with his king card while muttering to himself. Damn it, how exactly do you read the information on this card? He sighed and tucked his king card into his left pocket. Joku quickly approached. Hello, want to see a magic trick? Yi Lingtian tensed up as if facing a formidable enemy when he noticed Joku approaching. What do you want? I haven't provoked you this time. Joku drew his short sword and gave it a slight twirl. Why so nervous? Can't I just chat with you? Yi Lingtian gulped when he saw the short sword. On the third spin of Joku's hand, the sword vanished with a snap. Yi Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. Vanishment technique. Wasn't that a diamond-suited ability? How could Joku use it? Before Yi Lingtian could react, Joku swiftly moved forward and reached for Yi Lingtian's pocket. Ah, so the dagger transformed to here. Joku took out the dagger from Yi Lingtian's pocket. The magic show is over. See you in tomorrow's competition. After throwing down these words, Joku walked away directly, leaving Yi Lingtian standing alone in place. Completely inexplicable, what a weirdo. Yi Lingtian shook his head and patted his own pocket. Oh no! Where's the king card? After walking some distance, Joku took out the diamond king card from his pocket. Magic is the art of performance, and the key lies in diverting the audience's attention. He pretended to transform the dagger into Yi Lingtian's pocket when in reality he merely used a clever technique to conceal it in his sleeve. Then under the pretense of retrieving the dagger, while Yi Lingtian couldn't react in time, he stole the king card from his pocket. This trick was something Joku frequently used in his childhood to pick pockets. Joku played with the diamond card in his hand. Now, it's time to uncover your secrets. Chapter 34, Battle of Three Kings. Spades specialize in force, hearts control the mind, diamonds create changes. So, Joku folded this king card left and right, quickly shaping it into an origami crane. In the next second, this paper crane came to life, floating in the air. Its beak slightly opened, releasing a silver thread. This silver thread, identical to the previous 2 instances, swiftly formed a line of text. Class suppression still exists. Class suppression. Joku quickly realized. It referred to the second rule from the first phase assessment last time. Kings execute nobles, nobles oppress commoners, commoners overthrow kings. Now all 3 were gathered. At this moment, Joku had collected all 3 hidden messages from the king cards. Kill to score. Class suppression still exists. There can only be one king. It seems tomorrow's match will closely resemble the one 7 days ago. The rules from 7 days ago were similar to these. Scores wouldn't increase without reason but would transfer through killing. Different identities formed a chain of suppression. However, the third rule had changed. 7 days ago, the rule was when 3 kings gather, the match ends. But this time, only 1 king may remain. Joku estimated this must be the rule to end the competition. The entire competition would only conclude when only 1 surviving monarch remained. It seemed that he, Suchensi, and Yi Lingtian were destined to be enemies in tomorrow's match. After Joku finished reading the rules, Yi Lingtian came rushing over angrily from nearby. Joku smiled faintly, folded Yi Lingtian's monarch card into a paper airplane, and threw it toward him. Yi Lingtian staggered but managed to catch it. Joku waved his hand. I've decoded the information for you, no need to thank me. Finally, the last segment of the freshman assessment that the entire school was watching was about to begin. All 1,500 freshmen gathered on the playground. Joku, Zhang Yang, and Tang Xian stood together. Brother Joku, who's this? Tang Xian looked at the long-haired Zhang Yang and raised her eyebrow curiously. This is my friend and roommate, Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, this is Tang Xian. Hello. Zhang Yang stared at Tang Xian with wide eyes. Show off. Ha. Tang Xian froze. While hastily covering Zhang Yang's mouth, Joku smiled and said, for this competition, the 3 of us will be teammates. Go Heart Kingdom. Yes. Brother Joku. Let's go. Tang Xian excitedly clenched her fists. Lu Yingming stood at the podium, reading out in his usual serious tone. The final stage of the 2025 Divine Card School Freshman Comprehensive Assessment begins now. This test is called Battle of Three Kings. The venue remains the virtual examination hall. No actual injuries will occur inside, and death will only result in teleportation back to school. As for the specific test rules, please consult your king. All participants, please prepare for teleportation to the simulated examination hall. The test now officially begins. 3, 2, 1. The world spun wildly. How's it going? How's it going? The competition has started, and live footage is coming through now. At this moment, the entire campus network was discussing this freshman test. After all, the winner of this test could obtain divine relics. Under discussion threads, someone posted data images from inside the competition. Total survivors 1,500. Spade Kingdom, 1103 people. Diamond Kingdom, 394 people. Heart Kingdom, 3 people. Countless senior students in the freshman group chat didn't know about Yi Lingtian's threats, merely speculating about the possibility of such a huge disparity in numbers. Ha! Such a big gap. Why does Joke's Heart Kingdom only have 3 supporters? Is he that unpopular? TCH, I always said commoners can't be relied upon. No popularity, no one trusts him. Oh no. I bet all my votes on Joku. He's not going to lose, is he? Inside the examination hall. This dizzy sensation again. His vision gradually blurred. Up to now, Joku had experienced this feeling countless times. During the first few occurrences, he couldn't adapt at all and felt extremely nauseous. But now, he had long become thoroughly familiar with this teleportation process. As his vision gradually cleared, Joku sat up. Blue sky, white clouds, ocean, beach, trees. Is this a deserted island? Joku attempted to walk toward the beach shoreline, but there seemed to be an invisible barrier preventing him from touching the seawater. Apparently, this was the boundary of the examination space. Only the interior of the island served as the student's activity area. Beep divine card ability activated. That familiar high-pitched voice sounded again. Joku sighed. Hey, that so-called Joker God, what exactly are the activation conditions for this ability? The Joker God continued speaking as if it hadn't heard him. Randomly selecting ability. Beep congratulations. Spade K. Ability, summon lightning for attack, strength determined by magic level. This divine card will revert to Joker after 1 use. Joku watched as the Joker card before him suddenly transformed into a Spade K, his heartbeat accelerating involuntarily. Finally, he had obtained a Spade series divine card, and a letter card at that. Lightning summoning attack. It sounded incredibly powerful just hearing about it. However, reverts to Joker after 1 use. As usual, this ability could only be used once. He needed to make this single opportunity count. Joku carefully stored the divine card away. As he stood up, Joku suddenly noticed his left wrist vibrating. It was the exact same wristwatch as during the competition 7 days prior. Joku quickly opened it to check. Identity, Monarch. Faction, Heart Kingdom. Current score, 0. Buzz. The wristwatch vibrated again, popping up an unread message. Joku clicked it again. Zhang Yang, hey, where are you guys? I seem to be on a deserted island. Tang Xin, me too. There are quite a few other classmates in the distance. I've already hidden myself. Zhang Yang, Joku, how about you? You're our king, you can't afford any mishaps. Joku immediately understood. Teammates from the same faction could discuss with each other via the wristwatch. I'm fine. Luckily, there don't seem to be other classmates nearby. Joku typed and sent the message. Tang Xin, our team is small. Maybe we should move together. Zhang Yang, good idea. And Joku can protect us. Ah no, we'll protect Joku. Joku automatically ignored Zhang Yang's first message. He looked up and roughly observed the island. There was a low hill in the distance. On the hill stood a cluster of small houses. Joku, then let's meet up at those houses on the hill. Better than staying in the open. By the way, be careful. This assessment still rewards points for kills. Joku posted the 3 rules in the group chat. Killing earns points. Class suppression still exists. There can only be 1 monarch. Zhang Yang, received. I'm really good at lying low. Tang Xin, I absolutely won't be the conspicuous one this round. Joku put down his wristwatch and prepared to head toward the small house on the mountain according to the plan, aiming to regroup with his teammates as soon as possible. He hadn't taken more than 2 steps. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the forest. Joku frowned and quickly ducked into a patch of tall grass. Someone was slowly approaching Joku's position. Chapter 35, Sanitary Napkin. Joku immediately held his breath and concentrated, observing from the shadows. The footsteps gradually drew nearer. 2 people arrived, and their conversation reached Joku's ears. Yi Lingtian actually hid by himself and sent us to scout ahead. Sai, what can we do? He's a noble and a rich second-generation heir. Plus, he's the monarch of our team, we have to obey him. He said that if we see Joku or any of his teammates, we're to kill them on sight. The key question is, can we really defeat Joku? He's a genius with exceptionally high magic power levels. Joku became serious. Unfortunately, these 2 individuals turned out to be from Fenghuai country, teammates of Yi Lingtian. Joku suppressed his breathing, remaining completely still as he quietly waited for them to pass. Currently unaware of these 2 people's identities, he absolutely couldn't reveal his location. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away. Joku took a deep breath and sat down on the ground. At least he had learned 2 pieces of information from this conversation. First, Yi Lingtian wasn't planning to take the initiative but was hiding instead. Second, Yi Lingtian harbored strong hostility toward him and had sent his subordinates to search for him. What's this? Just as Joku was contemplating his next move, in a small grass pile before him, a tiny box faintly appeared and disappeared. He approached and lightly touched it. Beep. His wrist device immediately emitted a sound and displayed a notification text. Random treasure box. Contains various weapons, items, food, and living supplies. Treasure box. Joku immediately understood. The likely rule for ending the competition was, only one monarch remains. But if the monarchs continue living, the competition might never end, possibly lasting for days. Although it's a simulated examination hall, all students can still get injured or go hungry. With a total of 1,500 examinees, there must be some way to obtain supplies. These treasure chests are how the school distributes food and other supplies to students. Joka placed his hand on the chest's lid. Ordinary chest daily supplies category can be opened by those with commoner status or above. Click. The chest lid immediately sprang open. Joku was somewhat speechless. Inside the chest, a sanitary pad lay quietly. A prompt immediately appeared. Sanitary pad provides the best care for you during your period while taking exams. The school authorities think of everything while useful for female students experiencing their periods. It's completely useless for Joku. Joka pocketed the sanitary pad. Though he didn't know what use it might have, keeping it couldn't hurt. Joku recalled the prompt text he had just seen. Ordinary chest can be opened by those with commoner status or above. Since there are ordinary treasure chests, Joku deduced that there must be higher level chests on this deserted island. Perhaps there are even chests that only monarchs can open. Joku jogged toward the mountaintop. He moved toward the predetermined meeting point while keeping an eye out for nearby treasure chests. Along the way, Joku found 3 ordinary treasure chests. He obtained a pack of bread, a bottle of mineral water, and a pack of tissues from them. At least there's some food, not too bad. As dusk slowly fell, Joku arrived at a lakeside. He bent over the lake, about to scoop up some water to wash his face, when he suddenly spotted a glimmer inside. Joku swiftly fished out the shining object. To his surprise, it was a metal treasure chest. At the same time, floating text appeared in the air. Noble's chest, greatly increased drop rate for weapons and special items. Only accessible to those of noble status or above. Joku, overjoyed, was about to open the chest. Put it down. A hoarse voice came from behind. Simultaneously, another sharp voice spoke. After searching for so long, we finally found someone. These 2 voices, they belonged to those 2 Diamond Kingdom members who were lurking nearby earlier. Joku was only startled for a moment before quickly regaining his composure. It's fine. They don't know I'm Joku. Although Joku had repeatedly topped the school's trending searches when he first enrolled, coming from a commoner background meant his fame couldn't compare to nobles like Su Chensi or Yi Lingtian. Joku's mind raced as he considered escape plans. Got it. Yi Lingtian's squad has over 300 members, there's no way they all know each other. He just needed to pretend to be one of their teammates to fool them. Brothers. Finally found you. Joku turned around with feigned excitement. This island is too big, I've been separated from the group the whole time. May I ask if you 2 are also brother Ye's men? When Joku saw their faces, he immediately realized his mistake. Oh no, they're acquaintances. The 2 men also froze simultaneously. An awkward silence ensued. Joku, what kind of act are you putting on? A crew-cut man with glasses sneered. Yeah, I'd recognize you even if you turned to ashes. A short man chimed in. These 2 were precisely the 2 kings that Joku had killed before the last match ended. Zhang Liang, Wang Li. Enemies cross paths often. You really made fools of us during the title contest phase. Yeah, we hid perfectly throughout the entire match, just about to win. But you tricked us, stole our points, and became king yourself. Thanks to you, this round we're civilians while you're the king. According to Yi Lingtian's intel in the wristband group, class suppression still applies. Civilians can kill kings. Joku, you're dead. Joku kept his eyes tightly shut, remaining silent. Run. There's only a lake behind him, where could he run? Jump into the lake. Fight back. No, absolutely impossible. The class restraint rule is absolute. If a king attacks a civilian, they'll instantly die on the spot, no matter how strong their abilities are. Dead end. Is there any way to escape? Joku silently reached into her pocket, intending to draw her dagger for a last-ditch fight, but unexpectedly touched something soft. This texture. It was that sanitary pad. Suddenly, Joku's brain trembled with realization. Who said sanitary pads were useless? She instantly conceived the perfect solution to break this deadlock. Joku was after all a magician. She thought silently, watch, I'll perform a perfect escape act right here. Joku suddenly opened her eyes with an innocent expression, slowly stepping forward. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Have we met before? This statement shocked both men. There was no way Joku wouldn't recognize them. Why pretend ignorance now? And wasn't Joku supposed to be royalty? Why approach commoners instead of retreating? The 2 involuntarily stepped back. Joku, what tricks are you playing? Why pretend not to know us? Seeing their retreat, Joku felt a slight thrill of triumph in her heart. He felt for the short sword in his pocket, touching its sharp blade, then deliberately pressed a finger against the tip. The finger was instantly punctured, a drop of blood welling up. Joka secretly let the blood drip onto the sanitary pad inside his pocket. While doing all this, he kept advancing step by step, continuing to weave his lies. What exactly are you talking about? Joku, I mean, have I met you somewhere before? Joku maintained his pretense of not knowing these two men, then, plop, the bloodstained sanitary pad accidentally slipped from his pocket. The two men stared dumbfounded at the pad. Zhang Liang scratched his buzzcut, hesitantly asking, "You got your period?" Chapter 36, The Deception of Impersonation. At that moment, all three pairs of eyes fixed on the bloodstained sanitary pad on the ground. Ahem, would you believe me if I said I'm actually a girl? Joka said with apparent embarrassment. Zhang Liang and Wang Li widened their eyes, looking at him as if he were a madman. You're a woman. Joka took another step forward. The two men stepped back in panic. Don't come any closer. Zhang Liang and Wang Li were completely confused. At this moment, their inner monologues were, why? He's not afraid of us at all. Why doesn't he recognize us? Why is there a bloody sanitary pad in his pocket? Ahem, Zhang Liang, do you remember how we died last time? Wang Li whispered to his accomplice. Of course, the original Princess Su suddenly did a Sichuan opera face-changing act and turned into someone else. Zhang Liang replied in hushed tones. You mean this person before us is also fake? Zhang Liang murmured in response. It must be like this, the person opposite has used a disguise ability. Wang Li declared confidently. That's right. Everything makes sense now. Why Joku isn't afraid of them? Why Joku doesn't recognize them? Why Joku is having his period? Because this is another girl with the 8 of Diamonds God card disguised as Joku. The 8 of Diamonds God card's ability is precisely disguise. It must be like this. The Joku before their eyes wasn't Joku, but a girl. She possessed the Block 8 Divine card. She had used her special ability to transform herself into Joku's appearance. Ha! I don't care who you are, don't come any closer. The two shouted at Joku, their voices trembling slightly. Joku was slightly stunned. What's wrong? What do you mean, no matter who I am? I am Joku. Zhang Liang roared. Stop pretending. I get it now. You're from the Spade Kingdom, aren't you? I heard the Spade Kingdom allied with the Heart Kingdom. Wang Li also screeched. This must be Joku's plan. He had people with disguise abilities among you all pretend to be Joku to trick us into attacking. Heh, too bad this trick won't work on us too. Because we've been fooled once before, and won't fall for it a second time. Hoof. While Joku's face showed surprise, inwardly he was laughing with joy. Joku was a magician. And magicians have 3 cardinal rules. First, never reveal how a trick is done beforehand. Second, never perform the same trick twice for the same audience. 3. Never reveal the secrets of magic. Joku has always followed these 3 rules, with the second one being, never perform the same magic trick for the same audience twice. He had already used the disguise technique in front of these two people. This move wasn't about disguise, but about reversing expectations. Ah, you're commoners, right? Joku approached slowly, holding the metal box. Maybe you're correct. I'm indeed not Joku, but an ordinary girl. I used the divine card blockade to alter my appearance for self-protection. But that doesn't necessarily mean I'm nobility either. If I'm not nobility, then you're not in danger. They were from the Block Kingdom. The information on the Block Kingdom's king card states class suppression still exists. Yiling Tian is the king of Block Kingdom, and this is the only rule he knows. Currently, this rule must have been sent to all Block Kingdom citizens via wristwatches. Naturally, these two individuals knew about the enduring existence of the suppression chain. Joku continued approaching while saying, since I pretended to be Joku, it means I wanted to impersonate the king identity. While the monarch can restrain the nobility, this means I fear the nobility. So, my identity must be that of a commoner, just like you all. Therefore, there's no need for you to flee. Zhang Liang froze for a moment. That actually makes some sense. Makes sense my ass. Wang Li punched him. Have you lost your damn mind? He pointed at the iron box in Joku's hand. Look what she's holding in her hand. Zhang Liang followed Wang Li's finger. That box, it's made of iron. Why? Aren't treasure chests supposed to be wooden? Wang Li shouted loudly. Only commoners' treasure chests are wooden. That thing is a noble's treasure chest. Only identities above nobility can open it. If she can open that chest, it proves she's nobility. You said identities above nobility can open it, so could she possibly be the monarch? Zhang Liang timidly asked. Are you fucking stupid? There's only one female monarch, Princess Su Chenxi. Wang Li looked absolutely livid, clearly frustrated with his companion's stupidity. And we all know the princess's divine card is the Queen of Spades. This girl's divine card is the 8 of Diamonds, definitely not Su Chenxi. Therefore, she must be some other girl. And she can open noble treasure chests too, which means her identity must be nobility. And nobles exist solely to hunt us commoners. Click. Joku smiled and obediently opened the treasure chest. Everything correct. The next instant, Joku pulled out its contents and lunged at the two men. Truth be told, had those men frozen in terror or called Joku's bluff, this entire performance would have failed spectacularly. But Joku understood deeply, the most crucial element in magic is conviction. If the magician doesn't believe in their own magic, how could the audience? Joku's solution was elegantly simple. Pretending not to know them, intentionally dropping feminine hygiene products all to impersonate some unknown girl. As for resembling Joku, obviously the 8 of diamonds provided shapeshifting. The men reacted with admirable speed, shrieking as they scrambled away. Joku even ran after them for quite some distance to make the act more convincing, until they no longer dared to look back. After the two had run far away, they said fearfully, "Holy shit, we almost got scammed to death." No matter who that person was, thankfully they made a mistake. Dropped their sanitary pad on the ground. Joku gradually slowed to a stop. In a magic performance, pretending to make mistakes is commonplace. The purpose is to build up to an even bigger climax. Watching the two fleeing in panic, he murmured softly, "Two idiots. There are no mistakes in magic. You just fell into a carefully arranged trick." After successfully driving away those two with his superb performance, Joku finally sat down to carefully examine the treasure chest he had just opened. Earlier, to make his performance more realistic, he had grabbed the items without even looking at them. Now, he could observe them properly. The item from the noble treasure chest was a strange bottle of potion. Joku gently held the potion bottle by its neck. Simultaneously, the description text immediately popped up. Noble treasure chest item type. Flame immunity potion. After consuming this potion, all fire damage including burns and scalds will be nullified for 1 hour. Flame damage immunity. This potion could actually be useful. Joku recalled his current divine card, the King of Spades. Since his current special ability was manipulating lightning, perhaps someone else might possess a flame control ability or something similar. After all, even a sanitary pad had proven useful for Joku. This potion might save his life someday. Joku carefully stored the item away. Chapter 37, Spoils of War. Joku pressed onward and finally reached the island's low mountain as complete darkness fell. He now stood before the agreed meeting point with his teammates, a black house. Joku approached the large iron door quietly, pushing it open just a crack to peer inside. The interior appeared filled with various random objects. He pushed the door open and entered. It wasn't until after entering that he noticed something unusual. What he saw weren't miscellaneous items, but rather countless standing human figures. Has this place been occupied by others already? Joku immediately hid in the shadows. But after waiting for a long time, those figures still didn't move at all. Feeling something was wrong, Joku slowly stepped out and approached one of the figures. Then, he discovered why these figures remained motionless. They weren't real people, but realistic-looking dolls. The dolls emitted a foul rotting stench, wrapped in yellowed cloth strips. Their appearance resembled mummies. Joku shook his head, deciding not to investigate these dolls further. Joku opened the chat panel on his wrist device and quickly typed a few words. "I'm here. I'm almost there too." Tang Xian's reply came quickly. Suddenly, Joku felt a hand pat his shoulder. He swiftly drew his dagger, turned around, and held it against the person's neck. Hey, Joku, it's me." Zhang Yang instantly raised both hands, trembling as he pleaded mercy with the blade. Joku exhaled and sheathed his dagger. "By the way, where did you get this sword?" Zhang Yang curiously leaned in for a closer look. It was left to me by my parents." Joku opened his palm. He remembered that Su Chenxi had also shown curiosity about this blade. Joku's short sword had a dark black plum blossom pattern engraved on its hilt, gleaming with an eerie luster under the dim light. No, I don't mean that." Zhang Yang looked at him with a strange expression. "I mean, how did you bring it into the examination hall?" "Ha!" Now Joku looked confused too. "I just put it in my pocket and brought it in like that. I've used this blade many times during exams." "What's wrong?" Zhang Yang's expression turned astonished. "What? Impossible." He shook his head. "The anti-cheating detection in exam halls is very strict. After being teleported into the school's exam hall, examinees can't bring anything except their clothes. Otherwise, if everyone brought their favorite weapons, how could the exam work properly?" Joku lowered his head in thought, recalling previous exam situations. "Indeed, in previous exams, I've never seen other students bring items into the examination room. Moreover, apart from this dagger, all other personal belongings on me have disappeared. Is there something special about this dagger?" Zhang Yang stared at the plum blossom pattern on the dagger, falling into deep thought. After a while, he asked again, "Joku, are you really from commoner background?" Joku recalled his childhood. His parents had never displayed any abilities related to divine cards, nor had they ever mentioned them. "I should be, yes." Zhang Yang pointed at the pattern on the dagger. "This craftsmanship resembles noble items quite closely." "How so?" Zhang Yang began explaining. "You see, due to lineage reasons, many noble families share identical suit patterns for their divine card abilities. Thus they prefer using these suit patterns as family crests. For example, Her Highness the Princess's royal family uses the spade longsword, while Yilingtian's family favors the diamond twig. As for yours. Zhang Yang suddenly paused, smiling as he returned the dagger to Joku. No, forget I mentioned it. This should just be some folk craftwork made by commoners. Why? Joku clearly knew what Zhang Yang had been about to ask next. He looked at the plum blossom pattern on the short sword. Isn't this the club suit from playing cards? Joku, have you forgotten? Zhang Yang scratched his head. But I can't blame you coming from commoner origins. It's normal you wouldn't be familiar with our world. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, there isn't a single noble family bearing the plum blossom crest. In fact, apart from you, I've never seen anyone else possessing a plum blossom god card. So the plum blossom emblem on your short sword must be just a coincidence. In the distance, a young girl came jogging toward them. Ah, our attention-seeking classmate finally arrives. Zhang Yang teased with a grin. Tang Xian, still catching her breath, completely ignored Zhang Yang's provocation. Sorry, I'm late. Now the entire population of Heart Kingdom was assembled, though that only amounted to 3 people. Since we're all here now, let's share our gathered intelligence. Zhang Yang was the first to empty his pockets. I looted a civilian treasure chest, weapon category. Feel like my luck is exploding. In Zhang Yang's hand lay a pistol. But there's only 1 bullet inside. After all, it's civilian grade loot, so I'm satisfied. Joku nodded. Keep it safe. That single bullet might prove very useful. Zhang Yang also murmured agreement. I think so too. Tang Xian pulled out a yellowed piece of paper from her pocket. I also found something good from a treasure chest. Joku examined the paper. What is this? A map of the entire island, Tang Xian explained. She unfolded the map. Joku saw the entire island was circular, with the large lake he'd passed before arriving right at the center. Apart from this central lake, every other part of the island was covered by dense forest. This whole island is nothing but trees, Zhang Yang said quietly. Joku added, probably arranged intentionally by the examiners to give everyone more hiding space. If the island were too open, this competition would just become another simple slaughterfest. Makes sense. The 3 of them continued studying the map. Their current location was in a warehouse on a low hill not far north of the large lake. The warehouse wasn't large or particularly conspicuous. If not for Joku's sharp eyes, they probably wouldn't have found it. Ah! Zhang Yang pointed at the large lake. I just remembered. I passed by there when I came. Many people were diving into the lake. Diving. Joku signaled him to continue. Zhang Yang smacked his lips and said, I was curious why so many people gathered by the lakeside and jumped in. So I moved closer to eavesdrop. Some people who looked like Spade's country folk said they had intelligence about a monarch treasure chest in the lake. That's why so many were diving to search for it. Joku, should we try to snatch the treasure chest too? Joku shook his head. The source of the intelligence is unknown, and with our small numbers, we definitely couldn't outcompete them. We should stick to our original strategy. Zhang Yang immediately understood Joku's meaning. You mean that strategy? Exactly. Joku smiled. Only Tang Xian looked at the 2 curiously. What original tactic? What are you talking about? The 2 exchanged glances. Joku said, Yang Zhang and I's original tactic. Hide. Zhang Yang agreed, exactly. Hide till the end, and victory is ours. Too bad, just when we were about to win, we ran into Her Highness the Princess. She shot me dead with 1 bullet, so cruel. Ah, let's not talk about this anymore. Zhang Yang shook his head regretfully. Tang Xian took out an iron box again. By the way, on my way here, I found a noble treasure chest. Unfortunately, I couldn't open it, so I just brought it along. I think Brother Joku, you should be able to open it. Tang Xian handed the noble treasure chest to Joku. As soon as Joku took the chest, a prompt window immediately popped up. Noble treasure chest weapon type. Click. The chest lid immediately sprang open. This is. Joku pulled out the contents. It was a small black round object, seemingly with a fuse on it. Concentrated bomb. Tang Xian exclaimed in surprise. They say this thing has tremendous power. It's a very powerful weapon. Joku handed the bomb to Tang Xian. Since it was you who found the treasure chest, you should be the one to hold this weapon. Eh? No, Brother Joku, you're more important. Such a good weapon should be kept by you. Tang Xian declined. Joku insisted on placing the bomb back into Tang Xian's arms. I'm not accustomed to using this kind of weapon. I'm more skilled with short swords. It was Joku's turn to display the loot. He rummaged through his pockets. I opened several treasure chests, 1 noble chest and the rest were commoner chests. The commoner chests had some food supplies. The noble chest contained a bottle of fireproof potion. As he spoke, Joku took out all these items at once. Actually, Joku had also found a sanitary pad chest, but he thought it unnecessary to mention. Zhang Yang stared intently at the bread Joku had produced. Gurgle. His stomach betrayed him with an untimely growl. Joku sighed and pushed the food toward him. You eat it. Zhang Yang shook his head. How could that be? Let's split it among the 3 of us. Tang Xian replied softly. It's fine, I'm not hungry. Joku also said, this piece of bread isn't very big to begin with, sharing it wouldn't be enough. Just eat it without worry. Consider it as you owing me and you'll repay me later. Zhang Yang chuckled, then I won't stand on ceremony. Don't worry, when I find food later, I'll definitely repay you. He tore open the packaging and wolfed it down, clearly starving. Indeed, the exam had been going on since morning and they hadn't eaten a single bite. The bread was truly too small and Zhang Yang finished it quickly, seeming unsatisfied. Zhouke summarized their spoils. Zhang Yang obtained a pistol with only one bullet. Tang Xin found a map and a concentrated bomb. Zhouke found some food and a bottle of fireproof potion. Let's search this warehouse area, there might be other treasure chests, Zhouke suggested. Chapter 38, Warehouse Exploration. Great! We might even find more food, Zhang Yang said with great enthusiasm. Thus, the three prepared to explore different sections of the warehouse separately. The warehouse was tall and spacious, but apart from some seemingly immobile cloth dolls, there was almost nothing visible at first glance. Zhang Yang takes the east side, Tang Xin searches the west, I'll handle the center. After Zhouke assigned the areas, they began the process of exploring for treasure chests. The central area did have many storage lockers, but they were all locked and appeared difficult to open. However, this didn't pose a problem for Zhouke. As a magician, lockpicking was one of his fundamental skills. Zhouke took out his short sword and picked up a metal piece from the ground, carefully shaving off a small section. Thus, he fashioned a lockpick wire. With some technique, ordinary locks were no challenge at all. And so, the lockpicking operation began. The first storage locker. Empty. The second one also empty. The third. When Zhouke opened the door of the third storage locker, he couldn't help but gasp. A person. There was actually a person locked inside the storage locker. After getting a clear look, Zhouke shook his head helplessly. It's just another cloth doll. The lighting was too dim, and at first glance, Zhouke thought the doll might come alive. He smirked self-deprecatingly and closed the storage cabinet. Time passed minute by minute. He kept prying open storage cabinets. But either the cabinets were empty or they contained the same kind of cloth dolls as before. Gurgle. Zhouke now felt intense hunger too. From the start of the inspection until now, he hadn't eaten a bite and his stomach was already aching faintly. Ah! I found a treasure chest. From the west, Tang Xin's excited voice came through. What is it? Zhouke didn't want to shout loudly to avoid wasting energy and making himself hungrier. Tang Xin's voice was quite loud. It's a common treasure chest, item category. Zhouke didn't want to keep opening these seemingly empty storage cabinets anymore, so he walked toward Tang Xin's direction to see what was inside the treasure chest. When Zhouke reached Tang Xin's side, she had just opened the treasure chest and was pulling out its contents. Is this a lighter? Tang Xin held the shiny little object. Brother Zhouke, you take it. I'm not very good with these. Zhouke accepted the lighter. At least they could make fire at night now and wouldn't freeze sleepless. Hey, come quick. I found a treasure chest too. From the east, Zhang Yang's drawn-out voice shouted, it's a noble's chest. I can't open it. Hearing Zhang Yang's voice, the two hurried toward the east. The chest before Zhang Yang was large, an iron trunk that indeed resembled the noble's chest Zhouke had seen before. Zhouke stepped forward and placed his hand on the chest's lid. Noble's chest item category. Another item category. Couldn't they give us some food instead? Zhang Yang muttered complaints beside them. Zhouke didn't respond, simply opening the chest directly. Item, gasoline can. Gasoline. Can we drink gasoline? Zhang Yang asked weakly. All three of them were currently both hungry and thirsty. Though Zhouke's mouth was equally parched, he maintained his composure and said calmly, the components of gasoline can cause irreversible damage to the human nervous system. If you want to become an idiot or a vegetable, go ahead and take a sip. Then what's the damn use of this thing? Zhang Yang complained while holding his head. Zhouke's gaze locked onto the gasoline as he pondered carefully. Gasoline and lighter, these two seemingly related items, had coincidentally appeared together in this warehouse. Intuition told Zhouke that these two items must have significant purpose. By the way, Zhouke, did you find any treasure chests? The two asked. Zhouke sighed. Come with me and see for yourselves. The three walked to the center of the warehouse, silently observing the wall full of storage lockers. This is the only place I can think of where treasure chests might be hidden. I've already opened half of them. Zhouke paused before continuing. Let's proceed. The three kept prying open locks, peering inside with hopeful anticipation. However, even when they reached the last storage locker, they found nothing of value. Instead, many of the lockers concealed cloth strip puppets. Tang Xin looked at these cloth puppets, a faint glimmer of concern flashing in her eyes. Zhouke noticed this keenly. What's wrong? Tang Xin gently supported her chin with one hand. I think I've read about these things in some book before, but I can't recall it right now. Never mind, it probably wasn't important anyway. They continued picking the locks. Zhouke had already given up hope, mechanically using muscle memory to pick open the final cabinet with his lockpick. Opened. Empty. Zhouke sighed, just about to say something when, click. Somewhere, a strange sound suddenly echoed. Zhouke swiftly turned toward the source of the sound. The central floorboard of the entire warehouse suddenly sprang open. The trio exchanged glances before moving toward the center. When the floor tile popped open, a pitch-black hole was revealed. The hole wasn't deep, only about 1 meter or so, and at the bottom of this cavity, this is. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up with excitement. Tang Xian also hopped excitedly a couple times, her ponytail swinging back and forth. A golden, glittering treasure chest lay quietly in the cavity. I never expected that opening all the storage cabinets would trigger such a mechanism. Joku muttered to himself, then jumped straight into the hole and reached for the chest. Monarch's treasure chest, unknown type. It's a monarch's treasure chest. Tang Xian's voice was brimming with excitement. Unknown type. Could there be food inside? Zhang Yang eyed the pop-up panel doubtfully. No idea. Let's open it and see. Joku exerted force through his wrist. Click. It wouldn't open. The chest seemed to be locked. The next moment, another panel notification popped up. Only after initiating the monarch's trial can this chest be opened. Proceed with initiation. The three of them exchanged silent glances. What's the monarch's trial? Tang Xian sounded puzzled. Probably some kind of quest, likely difficult or dangerous, Joku speculated. Come on. Nothing to be afraid of. Zhang Yang flexed the muscles on his arm. Initiate, Joku said softly. The next second, the treasure chest began shaking violently. Joku quickly moved aside. The chest suddenly popped open. Then it flew straight upward, stopping only when it nearly touched the warehouse ceiling. Now, the chest hovered at a height of about 7 to 8 meters. Monarch's trial has commenced. Best of luck. Boom! All warehouse doors and windows suddenly slammed shut. Joku immediately leaped out through the hole. So what exactly is this trial about? Tang Xian asked nervously. Creak, 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 creak. A strange, piercing sound suddenly emerged, echoing throughout the warehouse. This sound. Joku reacted fastest, immediately turning to look at the storage cabinets. The cabinet doors are moving. No, wait, not moving, someone's pushing them. At this moment, countless cloth puppets with glowing red eyes collectively turned to stare at the trio. Living flesh, they murmured, extending shriveled hands toward Joku's group. Pat, 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 pat. They jumped down from the storage cabinets one after another, walking slowly towards the trio. At first, they seemed unaccustomed to these bodies, moving very slowly. But gradually, their bare feet wrapped in bandages picked up speed, eventually breaking into a run. Their rotten, shriveled mouths gaped open, revealing sharp fangs. Living beings. Must all die. Chapter 39, Monarch's Trial. Run! Joku shouted sharply. In an instant, the three fled in different directions. Joku gripped the short sword tightly. When one of the bandaged puppets charged at him, he aimed for its neck and stabbed directly. Thud! The short sword plunged cleanly into the puppet's rotten flesh. But it had no effect. The bandaged puppet didn't bleed a drop, nor did it seem to feel any pain. The puppet shrieked madly as it lunged to bite Joku. Fortunately, Joku reacted extremely quickly. He swiftly drew his short sword and leaped backward. Several dolls charged forward, surrounding them. However, Joku was even faster. Spotting a gap, he deftly slipped through. The corner of his eye caught sight of his other two teammates. Zhang Yang grabbed something resembling a chair and swung it at the dolls. Tang Xian, however, wasn't running fast enough. Gradually, she was about to be surrounded by the cloth dolls. Just as she was about to be bitten by the doll's sharp fangs, in her desperation, she pulled out her divine card. She shouted loudly. Square transforms all phenomena. 5 dimensions determine the return path. Instantly, her figure vanished, only to reappear the next moment in a corner not far away. The ability of the 5 of squares. Joku clearly remembered that Professor Chen Yun also possessed this ability. Instant teleportation. Time passed minute by minute. The doll showed no signs of stopping, and the trio continued to dodge. Gradually, everyone began to run out of stamina. Although the puppets moved slower than them, they seemed never to tire. The entire warehouse had been sealed shut, leaving no possibility of escape. Zhang Yang failed to dodge in time and got bitten on the shoulder by a puppet. He quickly kicked it away and kept evading the puppet horde, but his movements were noticeably slowing down. What should they do? If this continued, they would eventually exhaust their stamina and be buried beneath these puppet mummies. Joku tightly gripped the divine card in his pocket. It was the King of Spades, possessing an extremely powerful offensive ability, the power to summon lightning. But it could only be used once. Should they really use it here? Moreover, these monsters couldn't be killed. Using it might not change their situation. Brother Joku, I remember now. Tang Xian shouted from afar. These monsters are called the living dead. They're already dead to begin with, so no attacks work on them. Zhang Yan yelled back from the distance. Thanks for sharing these useless trivia. But you probably haven't realized that through practice, we've long discovered this. Tang Xian frowned, seemingly deep in thought. A moment later, she shouted, fire. The only way to destroy them is by burning. This is the real purpose of the lighter and gasoline cans. Brother Joka, light it quickly. While still dodging attacks from the tide of corpses, Joka roared, "Impossible!" During this time, Joka had considered every possible method. Any idea Tang Xin could think of, Joka had naturally considered long before, including setting a fire. Absolutely not. This warehouse is enclosed and there are so many of these, living dead. If we start a fire, the entire warehouse will be engulfed. We'll be burned to death too. Brother Joka, don't you have fireproof potion? Drink it quickly. What about you two? The potion is only enough for one person. We don't matter. You're our king. As long as you win, that's enough. After blocking another attack from the living dead, Joka began desperately thinking again. Should he sacrifice his two teammates here? Zhang Yang and Tang Xian were the only two people in the whole school who supported him. Despite Yiling Tian's threats, they still decided to join him. But in this situation, they could no longer protect themselves. The current predicament was very clear. Either start the fire, leaving only himself alive, or all three of them would die here. In the distance, Tang Xian was still shouting anxiously, "Hurry, brother Joku! Only by sacrificing us can you survive." Joku didn't answer immediately. In this life and death situation, he stood still calmly. He forced himself to block out all external sounds. This was a difficult choice. What should he choose? 2 deaths, or total annihilation? Joku chose for all three to survive. He opened his eyes quickly. His gaze went straight to the warehouse ceiling. On the ceiling, the golden treasure chest was flickering faintly. The purpose of the monarch's trial is to open the treasure chest. That means if we can open the chest, the trial will end early. Tang Xin, teleport to that chest immediately. What? Tang Xin was momentarily stunned. Quick, trust me. But I've never tried teleporting to such a high place, I can't do it. You can do it. Tang Xin closed her eyes, holding her block 5 card, murmuring softly. All around, countless living corpses pounced toward her. Block transforms all phenomena. 5 dimensions determine the return path. Just as the zombie's fangs were about to sink into Tang Xian's shoulder, she disappeared. The next instant, she suddenly appeared atop the treasure chest. She happened to land right on top of the golden treasure chest. Fumbling nervously, she prepared to open the chest. Beep, commoner identity privilege level insufficient, cannot open treasure chest. She froze. Brother Joku, I can't open the monarch treasure chest. Joku dodged attacks while running toward the base of the treasure chest. Your job isn't to open the chest, but to attract the zombie horde. As Tang Xian approached the chest, countless living corpses began gathering below her at the warehouse center. They howled wildly, extending their rotten, filthy hands. But with Tang Xian standing at that height, they couldn't reach her, attracting the zombie horde. Tang Xian looked at the living corpses below, seeming to understand something. The zombies kept gathering in greater numbers. The later arrivals began climbing onto the bodies of those before them. Slowly, the zombies piled up into a small mountain of flesh. Countless rotting arms and legs writhed and flailed about. But the height still wasn't sufficient. The zombie at the peak remained 1 or 2 meters short of reaching the treasure chest. Not all zombies had joined this undead mountain. A small portion still chased after Zhang Yang and Joku. Joka noticed Tang Xian sitting silently on the treasure chest, apparently deep in thought. The next moment, determination suddenly flashed in her eyes. She picked up her god card and pressed it against her wrist. The edge of the god card was sharp enough to serve as a small blade. SSSHHHT. Tang Xian made a swift cut across her wrist. Blood droplets fell. Joka froze for a second. What are you doing? Tang Xian let her wrist hang down, shaking it toward the zombies. The best way to attract the walking dead is with the blood of the living. Indeed. The remaining zombies, smelling the blood, opened their mouths wide and murmured indistinctly. Blood, living blood. They gathered around the mountain of flesh and began climbing upward. Gradually, the pile of corpses grew taller and taller. When the last zombie stood atop this fleshy summit, its claws were less than half a meter away from reaching Tang Xian. It was time. Joka rushed swiftly toward the fleshy mound. Step by step, he climbed rapidly upward by stepping on the bodies of the walking dead. Exactly. Joka had utilized the zombies' tendency to chase living beings, piling them up to form a human ladder. Originally, this treasure chest floated near the ceiling, impossible to reach without teleportation abilities. But Joku effortlessly climbed onto the chest using this zombie-made ladder. He immediately touched the monarch's treasure chest, causing its lid to spring open. Joku directly took out the contents inside. It was a black scepter with plum blossom patterns carved on its surface. Ding, trial completed. The treasure chest instantly slid down. The pile of wriggling, growling living corpses suddenly fell silent. The red light in their eyes instantly dissipated, returning to their previous quiet and motionless state. The next second, the human ladder collapsed with a crash. Joku and Tang Xian fell straight down. However, cushioned by the pile of living corpses, neither of them was injured. It's over. Joka stood atop the pile of living corpses, raising the spoils high. The light reflected off the scepter, shimmering with dazzling brilliance. Chapter 40, Monarch Grade Artifact. Monarch trial concluded. The treasure chest descended and the living corpses returned to their previous tranquil state. They had succeeded. All three of them survived. Are you okay? Let me bandage you. Joko helped Tang Xian up from the pile of living corpses. Then he swiftly tore a strip of cloth from his clothing and wrapped it around Tang Xian's injured wrist. So cool. Zhang Yang emerged from the side. One decisively cuts their wrist, the other steps on the zombie tie to open the treasure chest. But what's this thing inside the chest? Zhang Yang picked up the black scepter, examining it curiously. Sigh, it would be better if it were food instead. Joko took back the scepter. This is an item from the monarch's chest, definitely much more powerful than food. Ding! A prompt panel popped up at the right moment. Plum Blossom Scepter Monarch Grade Item. The monarch possesses the right to establish laws for the world. Using this scepter allows one to learn all the game rules of this session. Additionally, the monarch can abolish one of these rules. Learn all the game rules. Instantly, the golden scepter shimmered with light, exhaling silver mist that listed 3 rules. 1. Killing earns points, but all points are reset upon death. 2. Class suppression still exists, but those of the same class can compete by strength. 3. There can only be one monarch when the monarch becomes unique. The test ends immediately. Now, the rules have been completely revealed. Previously, Joko only obtained the first half of the rules from the king's card. But now, all the rules are known. As expected, Joko looked at the third rule. You can only earn points by killing others, but if you die yourself, you lose everything. At the same time, the restraint chain imposes limits on killing. However, people with the same identity can still attack each other. Finally, the competition will only end when there remains just one king. This means, Su Chenxi and Yi Lingtian are both enemies. You may choose to erase one rule. Will you use this ability? No hurry for now. Joko put away the king's scepter. Beep King class item activated. Suddenly, a system announcement echoed loudly, seemingly reverberating across the entire island. What? Joko asked in confusion. I didn't use anything. Wait. This sound didn't come from his wrist device, it was a notification for the entire examination venue. Attention all examinees. King class item, Diamond Scepter has been activated. The Diamond Scepter. Joko had a bad premonition. Randomly reveal a monarch's location and immobilize them for 1 hour. Beep location of Heart Kingdom's monarch revealed. Joko, current position, Low Mountain Warehouse. The next second, Joko instantly felt his entire body stiffen, becoming completely immobile. After only a brief moment of shock, Joko quickly calmed down and understood the situation. There's more than one monarch tier artifact. If he could find such an artifact, so could Su Chenxi or Yi Lingtian. One of them must have discovered the cube scepter and activated it. This cube scepter could reveal a monarch's location and immobilize them. Joko struggled to force his body to move, but it was futile. Every limb felt completely paralyzed, refusing to obey. Is this the power of a monarch tier artifact? You run! Joko remained frozen in place, forcing his lips to move as he spoke. My location has been exposed to the entire examination hall. Enemies will be here soon, and you two absolutely cannot withstand their assault. Zhang Yang asked with an incredulous expression. Joko, are you planning to resist them alone? You can't even move. Joko said calmly, I know. That's why I've already prepared for certain defeat. But you're different, your identities are civilians. Even if I die, you can still slay the monarchs. You must realize, the points for killing a monarch might be extremely high. You might even rank at the top, maybe even first. Win the championship. Hurry and leave, don't worry about me. Zhang Yang's gaze was resolute. Impossible. Brother, we will absolutely not abandon you. Tang Xian also nodded repeatedly. Exactly. We're teammates, after all. Before this crisis arrived, Joko had chosen not to sacrifice his teammates. Now, his teammates would not abandon Joko either. Joko tried moving his body again, but there was no response. He said helplessly, You see, I can't even move a muscle. Don't hesitate, the longer we delay, the more likely enemies will arrive. By now, Joko could faintly hear the clamor of people approaching in the distance. Zhang Yang stood still, seemingly deep in thought. The next second, he made up his mind and immediately threw himself on the ground, frantically digging through the pile of living corpses with his bare hands. What are you doing? Joko looked puzzled at Zhang Yang's insane behavior. I'm going to hide you, Zhang Yang replied succinctly. Since you can't move, I'll bury you in this pile of corpses. Don't forget there's a hole beneath this pile. You'll be completely safe there. Zhang Yang, hurry. They're coming. Tang Xian anxiously peered out the window. Then she sized up Joko and suddenly began stripping off his outer garments. And what are you doing now? Playing your role. Tang Xian didn't pause in her actions. After removing Joko's outer clothes, she immediately draped them over herself. Your location has been exposed to everyone. When they reach this warehouse and don't see you, they'll definitely suspect you're hiding in this pile of living dead. so we must have a Joku exactly at the exposed location to divert their attention. By the way, Zhang Yang, give me the lighter from Joku's pocket. Tang Xin shouted anxiously. What do you need the lighter for? Joku suddenly realized what Tang Xin intended. Don't tell me. Zhang Yang quickly handed the lighter to Tang Xin. Tang Xin smiled, a somewhat desolate smile. Brother Joku, you once said a lighter could perform great magic. I want to try it. Soon, Zhang Yang had dug through the pile of living dead, revealing the hole where the treasure chest had been, and placed the immobilized Joku inside. Zhang Yang, you get in too. Tang Xin pushed Zhang Yang into the hole. You need to stay with Brother Joku. No, I should fight them together with you. But Tang Xin acted swiftly, burying both of them under the living dead. Then she stood straight atop this small mound, quietly waiting for the approaching crowd. At this moment, this was exactly how the entire warehouse looked. Joku and Zhang Yang were buried and concealed within the heap of walking corpses. Tang Xin stood directly above them, stepping on the pile of undead, quietly stationary while wearing Joku's overcoat. Joku, buried beneath the rotting stench of walking corpses, found himself completely immobilized. He could only hear countless footsteps flooding into the warehouse. There must have been at least several dozen, perhaps hundreds. The enemy forces had arrived. Is that Joku? Doesn't look very tall. No mistake about it. Joku has been immobilized in place, unable to escape. The system has pinpointed Joku's location exactly where that person stands, no deviation whatsoever. Countless discussion voices reached Joku's ears. Through gaps in the corpse pile, Joku caught sight of Tang Xin's figure. She wore Joku's clothes, her body trembling slightly. Joku heard Tang Xin's voice somewhat shaky yet resolute. She deliberately lowered her voice, imitating Joku's manner of speech. What's the matter? Doesn't Yi Lingtian dare show himself? Sending you all here to die instead. Fortunately, most enemies had never heard Joku's voice before, so they didn't become suspicious, merely assuming his voice naturally sounded somewhat feminine. Yi Lingtian. Hey Joku, have you perhaps misunderstood something? A burst of mocking laughter erupted from the crowd. A rough male voice from the lead laughed heartily. We are from the Spade Kingdom. What? Joku's mouth hung open silently, unable to utter a single word. Spade Kingdom. Su Chenxi. How could this be? Hadn't they agreed to form an alliance? Let me tell you the truth, it was the princess herself who opened the monarch's treasure chest and used the item. And it was she who personally issued the order for the entire kingdom to hunt you down. No, impossible. After hearing their words, Joku felt completely numb. Had Su Chenxi betrayed him? Chapter 41, The Show-Off. What nonsense are you spouting? Tang Xin's voice still trembled, clearly unwilling to believe Su Chenxi would stab them in the back. The Spade Kingdom and Heart Kingdom formed an alliance long ago. You must be one of Yi Lingtian's Diamond Kingdom operatives here to sow discord. The leader slowly approached. You're about to die, is there any point in me sowing discord? As long as I kill you there'll only be one king left. The game is about to end. He slowly moved closer. Through the gap, Joku saw the man's face. A scar. He immediately remembered where he'd seen him before. In the G title contest, that scarred face had once become king by killing others, only to be counter-killed by a chubby guy using game mechanics. The scarred man's words left Joku puzzled. As long as I kill you there'll only be one king left. The game is about to end. This statement revealed a wealth of information. First, this scarred face clearly knew the rule that there can only be one king. Other than Joku's Heart Kingdom trio, the only person who knew this rule was Su Chenxi. Perhaps Su Chenxi had informed all teammates of this rule through their wrist devices. This confirmed that the scarred man was indeed from the Spade Kingdom. Second point, as long as Joku was killed, there'd only be one king left. This means either Su Chenxi or Yi Lingtian has already died. It makes sense with nearly 1,500 people active on the island, conflicts and battles were inevitable. At this moment, only two monarchs remain alive. Ah Joku, since you've been hiding here all along, you must have no idea what happened outside. The scar-faced man grinned viciously. Well, the game is about to end anyway, might as well tell you. I am indeed from the Spades Kingdom, but I also work for Yi Lingtian. Following Yi Lingtian's orders, I infiltrated the Spades Kingdom and tricked Princess Su out of countless secrets. I killed Su Chenxi and took her wrist device. Since you're about to die too, I suppose there's no harm in telling you what really happened. The scar-faced man slowly recounted the events outside. 1 hour earlier, in the Great Lake, Su Chenxi, clad in a diving suit, moved through the lake's depths. Using her divine card to manifest a machete, she sliced through the water weeds while scanning the muddy lakebed. Countless Spade Kingdom teammates with diving abilities were searching underwater under her arrangement. Someone in the Spade Kingdom chat panel mentioned that a monarch-level treasure chest was hidden in the lake. Su Chenxi would never let this opportunity slip away. Suddenly, a beam of light caught her eye. Not far away, in a patch of muddy ground, a golden treasure chest was shimmering. Found it! She quickly swam over and touched the chest with both hands. A text window immediately popped up. Monarch-level treasure chest. Initiate Monarch Trial. Su Chenxi gave a slight nod. Monarch Trial initiated. The next second, countless half-human, half-fish monsters appeared around the treasure chest. She swiftly activated her divine card ability, materializing a harpoon to attack the monster horde. Scarface happened to be nearby. Seeing the mermaid monsters, he hurried over to assist. Wielding a dagger, he slashed at the mermaid creatures. Both possessed spade-type abilities, and soon, they had slain all the fishmen. After successfully passing the trial, Su Chenxi opened the treasure chest again. Inside, she retrieved a red scepter with square-shaped patterns. Square scepter, when used, randomly reveals the location of one monarch and immobilizes them for 1 hour. The scar-faced teammate immediately activated his wrist panel and typed, "Your Highness, this item is powerful, we should use it now." Su Chenxi shook her head and replied via her own wrist device, "No, its effect is random. It's very likely to expose Joku's location as well." The scar-faced man looked puzzled. "Why did you form an alliance with Joku? Isn't he our enemy?" Su Chenxi only typed a few words. "I owe him a debt. We agreed to ally. I keep my promises and never go back on my word." Then, she carefully stored the scepter away. Suddenly, thud, she felt an intense pain pierce through her back. Instantly, a mist of blood spread through the water. She turned around in shock. The scar-faced man sneered, holding the gleaming dagger in his hand. He grinned, mouthing some words. "Sorry, I'm the mole." He reached out and disconnected the oxygen tube from Su Chenxi's diving suit. Su Chenxi only felt an intense pain in her lower back, her whole body going weak. Along with the dizziness of suffocation, her vision gradually blurred. The scepter was seized, and Scarface didn't hesitate. He immediately used it directly. Monarch class item activated. There seemed to be a system notification sound, but Su Chenxi's consciousness couldn't focus anymore, completely unable to hear what the system actually said. She felt a tearing sensation at her wrist. It was the wristwatch. Scarface had taken the wristwatch. Su Chenxi still wanted to try resisting, but her body was powerless and her consciousness was scattering. Scarface tapped using Su Chenxi's wristwatch, then sent. "Alliance with Joku is voided. All members assemble at the Low Hill warehouse and kill him." Su Chenxi's body was falling, her silver hair spreading out. At the last moment before closing her eyes, she saw the ugly grinning face of Scar Eye. She felt the bone-chilling cold of the lake water all over her body, watching helplessly as she drifted further away from the surface. Amidst the spreading blood mist, she gradually sank. The silver-haired princess drowned at the bottom of the lake. Joku listened to the scar-faced boy's smug narration, his fists clenched tightly. Pity he couldn't move, otherwise he would never have hidden among these corpses. Watching helplessly as Tang Xian faced these people, Joku saw Tang Xian's face turn deathly pale as she spat out 2 words, "Beasts." In an instant, she threw back her hood and raised a small black spherical object. "Do you recognize this?" Tang Xian no longer lowered her voice. Scarface immediately changed expression. "Concentrated explosive." Tang Xian held up a lighter, whispering softly, "Brother Joku, I lied to you. Actually, I know how to use a lighter." Joku's pupils constricted suddenly. He faintly understood. She was going to ignite the concentrated bomb and perish together with the enemies. He wanted to shout out loud, but not a sound escaped his throat. Click. Tang Xian lit the lighter and moved it toward the fuse of the concentrated bomb. Scarface looked at Tang Xian's face. You're not Joku. Who the hell are you?" Joku saw a faint smile on Tang Xian's pale face. "Me. I'm just bait to distract you all. The technical term is attention seeker." Boom! An earth-shaking explosion erupted, accompanied by an intensely blinding white light. The air in the entire warehouse seemed to ignite instantaneously. Glass shattered, walls crumbled, bricks flew in all directions. Countless enemies panicked and fled, while Scarface's smug grin vanished completely. Under the devastating impact of the concentrated bomb, no one could escape. In his last moment before losing consciousness, Joku saw Tang Xian's blood-stained smile. Then, her body was torn apart by the explosion. On the data panel outside the examination hall, total survivors, 902. Spade Kingdom, 614. Diamond Kingdom, 386. Heart Kingdom, 2. The remaining number in Heart Kingdom changed from 3 to 2. So sleepy. My body feels so heavy. Joku wished he could sleep forever. But it's so cold and hungry. The intense hunger and dehydration tormented him, forcing him to open his eyes. He pushed himself up and found he was free from restraints and could move freely. The time limit had passed and the immobilizing effect of the diamond scepter had worn off. Surroundings were pitch dark. He seemed buried under rubble. He was buried deep, first beneath the rotting, putrid bodies of living dead, then under the exploded warehouse debris. A long time seemed to have passed as he felt completely drained, with only one thought, to eat a bite and drink some water. As he struggled, his legs seemed to kick something alive. Through the faint light from the cracks above, Joku vaguely saw a face covered in blood. Zhang Yang. He quickly shook him awake. Zhang Yang let out a muffled groan as he woke up. "Where are we? We should still be in the warehouse." It's quiet outside now. Tang Xin sacrificed her life to protect us. Those enemies should all be dead. We survived because the zombies covering us absorbed the blast impact. Zhang Yang, we need to get out now. Yeah, get out. Zhang Yang's voice was weak too, as if weakened by extreme hunger. Joku looked upward and began desperately clawing through the zombies, trapping them. Zhang Yang suddenly gasped in pain. Joku, I think I can't make it out. What's wrong? Joku glanced in his direction. A fallen steel rebar had pierced through Zhang Yang's leg. The flesh around the wound had turned dark red and stuck together. The blood on his leg had long dried up. Zhang Yang obviously noticed his own condition too. No wonder my leg hurts so much. His voice was extremely weak. Joku, I'm about to collapse. I'm in pain, dizzy, exhausted, and hungry. I don't think I can make it out with you. Joku immediately responded, don't talk nonsense. Wait there, I'll clear a path right now and we'll get out together. Joku started digging more frantically through the bricks, metal sheets, and undead corpses with his bare hands. But he had no strength left. The prolonged lack of food made his whole body feel weak. His fingernails were caked with blood and dirt. Suddenly, a system voice came through. Can you hear me? Joku. Zhang Yang. That voice, it's Professor Chen Yun. Chapter 42. Brother, you smell nice. This is Chen Yun. I've been monitoring students' movements outside the examination area. You're buried very deep in the ruins now, and your physical condition is deteriorating. You're suffering from both oxygen deprivation and starvation. AI assessment puts your probability of starving to death at 93.7%. However, you can directly apply to withdraw from this examination and be teleported outside the examination area. After all, we don't wish to subject students to such torment. Withdraw? What kind of joke is that? Joku replied directly, Professor, I won't withdraw. Tang Xin exchanged her life for mine. I won't let her sacrifice go to waste. Even if you don't withdraw, your fate will ultimately be starvation in these ruins. Your current physical condition doesn't support your escape from these ruins. Joku furrowed his brows tightly. No, I can endure. I will definitely make it out. Joku AI assesses your probability of starving to death at 93.7%, while the remaining 6.3% accounts for other fatal accidents. And without consuming a single bite, your probability of emerging alive from these ruins is 0%. Joku roared, even if it's 0%, I'll still fight. Joku, a voice as faint as a dying breath, called out. It was clear Zhang Yang had reached his absolute limit. Joku stiffened, then said, but Zhang Yang can withdraw. He doesn't need to suffer like this anymore. Joku knew all the injuries sustained in this examination were simulated. As soon as Zhang Yang returns to reality, he will immediately become lively and active again. No, I can't give up. Zhang Yang forced himself to say with effort. Professor, sorry, I'm not giving up either. Alright, good luck to you all. The voice hesitated for a moment, then disappeared. Joku said, Zhang Yang, why don't you choose to leave the examination hall? You don't need to suffer like this. Zhang Yang groaned and spoke. If I withdraw, my body will disappear too. My body has blood and flesh, it's food after all. Joku, you must be hungry too, right? You haven't had a single drop of water or bite of food for 2 full days. Joku's pupils suddenly contracted. He instantly understood the meaning behind Zhang Yang's words. He roared. Zhang Yang, what nonsense are you talking? We can get out of here together. Joku, do you remember what I said when I ate your bread? Joku felt goosebumps rising all over his body as he murmured. That was just a joke, you didn't need to take it seriously. Zhang Yang managed a feeble smile. Joku, that meal. Consider this my debt to you. When there's borrowing, there must be repayment. Joku silently opened his mouth, but no words came out. Now it's time for me to repay. Joku, you must be hungry too. You heard what the professor said. There's absolutely no way you can escape without eating anything. Zhang Yang suddenly raised his voice. Joku, kill me. Joku immediately shook his head. No. No matter what, I can't do something like this. Joku. Zhang Yang mustered all his strength to shout his name again. I'm already seriously injured. If you don't kill me, I'll either starve to death or bleed out. Both ways of dying are very painful. I'm afraid of pain. Zhang Yang murmured. Joku felt tears welling up in his eyes. He forced himself to stay strong and said, Still no. Do you think killing you with a dagger wouldn't hurt at all? Zhang Yang smiled, his voice growing faint again. Joku, have you forgotten? Or are you too hungry to think straight? So even my genius roommate has moments of foolishness. Zhang Yang seemed on the verge of passing out, his words broken and disjointed as if spoken without thought. But Joku knew he was serious. What? Zhang Yang, what are you saying I've forgotten? Zhang Yang moved slowly yet with determination, shifting his arm to point at his own pocket. The gun. There's a pistol in my pocket. That gun only has 1 bullet left. Joku felt a chill rush straight to his head. Don't say anymore, please don't say anymore. But Zhang Yang continued speaking regardless. Joku, you said it yourself, this bullet should be kept carefully, might be very useful. So it was meant for me all along. Joka forced himself not to look at him, frantically digging at the bricks trapping them. Stop talking nonsense, I'm almost out. I'm almost through. But starvation made his vision swim, his stomach twisted in agony, and his hands lacked all strength. Joku Joku! Zhang Yang shouted with his last ounce of strength. Kill me, then do what you must. Joku's movements froze. Do it quickly, Joku, I'm in pain everywhere, grant me a quick death. It would be my liberation. Joka watched him silently, saying nothing, lost in thought for a long while. Finally trembling, he reached out, fumbled in Zhang Yang's pocket, and retrieved a handgun. He raised the gun, but seemed unable to steady it, ultimately letting his arm drop weakly. Joka sighed deeply, then handed the gun to Zhang Yang. I can't bring myself to do it yourself. Zhang Yang smiled as he pressed the barrel against his temple. Brother, after we get out of here you must win. Bang! The gunshot echoed sharply. Zhang Yang's hand went limp, the pistol slipping from his grasp. Joka gently lifted Zhang Yang's body, carefully closing his eyelids. Having done what needed to be done, his strength gradually returned. He began digging frantically through the rubble of bricks and tiles, carving out a path. Using fingernails, a dagger, and picked up steel bars as tools. Finally, he saw the starry night sky. Standing on high ground, he wiped the blood from his mouth and greedily breathed the fresh outside air. Joka had emerged. Who's there? Unexpectedly, there was still someone guarding these ruins. Without waiting for the person to react, Joka rushed forward without another word and plunged his dagger into the man's chest. His eyes glowed with the red light of vengeance. The man didn't even have time to utter a second sound before struggling and collapsing dead. Joka stood motionless on the spot. Around him lay countless charred corpses from the explosions, and among the corpses stood a motionless figure holding a dagger, blood still fresh at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 43: Fire and Thunder. Zhang Yang was dead, Tang Xian was dead, Su Chenxi was dead. He would have revenge. Joka didn't know how many people were involved in Su Chenxi's murder, nor how many had participated in the attack against him. All he could do was kill everyone. Joka muttered with a darkened face. The howling wind swept across the nighttime island, rustling through the entire forest. The wind sounded like wailing ghosts from hell. The gale whipped Joka's coat as he raised one hand high. In his hand he clutched a black scepter. The plum blossom scepter. Capable of removing any single rule of choice. Joka had long decided how to use it. I choose to erase the second rule. Instantly, the restriction chain disappeared. An announcement immediately sounded throughout the examination grounds. Attention all examinees. Monarch class artifact Plum Blossom Scepter has been activated. Rules have now been modified. User Joku. Countless examinees looked up at this announcement. Yet none knew exactly which rule had changed. They knew even less that a Grim Reaper was awakening. With this rule removed, whether commoner, noble, or monarch, all would become Joku's prey. Every restriction that had hindered Joku's slaughter had now been lifted. Joku lowered his head and looked around, immediately spotting Tang Xian's corpse. Tang Xian's body was already charred black. Her eyes were wide open, staring straight at the night sky. Joku reached out, gently cradled her, and softly closed her eyelids. Then, he moved his other hand toward her tightly clenched fist. Tang Xian, I know you learned how to use the lighter, but your magic trick is only half done. Let me complete the other half for you. He retrieved the silver lighter. The howling wind continued to rage. Joka still trudged forward with heavy steps, finding the gasoline canister. He poured the gasoline over the heap of living corpses beneath his feet. The walking corpses were wrapped in cloth strips, excellent kindling. Then, Joka took out the fireproof potion from his pocket and drank it all in one gulp. Click! He decisively threw the empty vial to the ground, the shattering glass ringing sharply. He lifted the lighter and flicked it open with a crisp snap. Tang Xian, I'm glad you remembered what I told you. Joka spoke softly, like the whisper of death. Fire can create great magic. The lighter slipped from his hand. Boom! Flames erupted instantly. Aided by gasoline and corpse fragments, they spread like crimson serpents. The gale still howled, trees rustling violently. The fire grew increasingly fierce, first igniting the piles of living corpses on the ground, then with the wind's assistance rapidly setting the forest trees ablaze. The entire island was completely forested, which meant this inferno would consume the whole island. Ever since Joka saw Tang Xian's complete island map, this plan had crystallized in his mind. This island was blanketed by endless forests. Fire. A single spark was enough to reduce the entire island to ashes. A single spark can start a prairie fire. No one could escape. As the flames spread, Joka walked slowly through the inferno, his eyes shadowed. Soon, countless screams tore through the forest. They screamed, fleeing from Vulcan's grasp. Occasionally, someone noticed Joka strolling through the flames, but they had no time to care. The fire eventually engulfed the entire island. In the distance, Joka spotted Yi Lingtian fleeing for his life in the fire. Yi Lingtian had never taken the initiative to attack. He had always hidden deep in the forest, using his wristband to command his subordinates to search for the king and fight against Spade Nation. But now, forced by the raging flames, he had no choice but to flee. Joku looked up and happened to meet Yi Lingtian's terrified gaze, as if the latter was shocked by why Joku remained completely unaffected by the inferno. Then, he saw the gasoline canister in Joku's hand. It's Joku. Joku set the fire. Joku slowly walked toward him. Bloodstains still marked Joku's clothes, and the wind whipped at the hem of his coat, with an endless blaze behind him. At this moment, he looked like a demon crawling out of a mountain of corpses in hell. Brother Yi, the lake. Hurry, escape into the lake. In the distance, many people were crowding around Yi Lingtian as they fled. They weren't fools either. The land of this island was completely covered by forest. There was only one place to take refuge from the raging fire: the central Great Lake. Countless people were jumping into the lake. Those who couldn't make it to the lake in time were reduced to piles of charred bones. The number of examinees was rapidly decreasing. On the panel outside the examination hall, the remaining survivors had originally numbered over 900. Now the numbers were changing rapidly, finally stopping at 65. Only these 65 people had managed to hide in the lake, praying for the fire to die out quickly. However, Joku wouldn't give them the chance. Since Yi Lingtian and his group knew the Great Lake could provide refuge from the fire, Joku had naturally calculated everything. Joku had studied the map. He knew the central Great Lake was the only place on the island without tree cover that could provide shelter from the forest fire. Hiding in water could indeed prevent being burned to death, but it couldn't evade attacks from above. Joku wouldn't give anyone the chance to escape. His mission was to kill everyone, to avenge his teammates, leave no one alive. He slowly walked to the lakeside, his gaze icy as it fixed upon the equally frigid waters. He raised his head and took out his divine card, the King of Spades. Joku had kept his divine card ability unused until this crucial final moment. Water can resist fire, but not lightning. On the contrary, water is highly conductive. Joku stared at his divine card, sensing the flow of magical energy. His vision wavered, the air grew parched. The sky suddenly turned pitch dark. The distant rumble of thunder rolled across the horizon. Facing his divine card, Joku uttered the incantation to summon lightning. Like the whisper of death itself. Spades, annihilate 10,000 troops. Monarch, command heavenly thunder. The heavens transformed instantly. Winds rapidly intensified. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Boom! A deafening crash. At Joku's command, a colossal bolt of lightning struck down. This heavenly lightning bolt was like a blinding white light, illuminating the entire night sky. The night turned bright as day. In an instant, the lake's surface glittered brilliantly, with countless people silently screaming and struggling in the water. But not a single one could escape. All those hiding in the lake died instantly when the electric current passed through the water into their bodies. Innumerable corpses floated up one after another. Outside the examination area, the remaining survivor count on the display panel went mad, rapidly flickering downward. 65, 43, 22, 17, 5, finally settling on a definitive number. 1. Under the dual assault of fire and lightning, none survived except Joku himself. At this point in time, the original 900+ survivors in the entire examination area were all eliminated by Joku alone within half an hour. Joku slowly sat down on the ground, watching the ripples spread across the lake surface. At this moment, above, thunder roared and lightning flashed. Behind, a great fire raged. All around, fierce winds howled. Before his eyes, floating corpses emerged everywhere. And sitting quietly at the center of it all was the world's only, eternal, solitary monarch. He slowly lay down on the scorching muddy ground, whispering softly. Magic. Perfect finale. Chapter 44. The Sole Victor. A wave of dizziness assaulted him. The great fire, heavenly thunder, boiling lake water, all vanished in this moment. The familiar playground came into view once more. Here, the sun shone brightly, a gentle breeze stirred, birds sang and flowers bloomed. Everything was so peaceful and harmonious. As if all the experiences in the examination ground were merely a dream. Countless classmates slowly awakened, looking around as if still unaccustomed to their surroundings. Joku remained motionless where he sat. After a long while, he heaved a deep sigh and adjusted his immersed emotions back to reality. On the large data screen ahead, it clearly displayed. Remaining survivors, 1. Ranking results. 1. Joku, 15,000 points. 2. XXX, 0 points. 3. XXX, 0 points. XXX. Every other student besides Joku had 0 points. And Joku alone had earned over 10,000 points. All the freshmen unanimously turned their gazes toward Joku. Yet Joku's expression remained as calm and indifferent as ever. An overwhelming victory, Joku is the deserved champion. On the stage, Senior Lu Yingming seemed stunned too. After freezing for a few seconds, he was the first to start clapping. At first, his was the only applause. Zhang Yang was the second. The moment he returned to reality, his hunger and pain vanished. Now, he quietly watched his teammates, applauding to celebrate Red Heart Nation's victory. Tang Xian also regained her composure and slowly began clapping. Su Chenxi was the fourth. She had exited earlier and had already witnessed Zhouke's victory outside the examination hall. Her posture was elegant, her applause louder than anyone else's. Gradually, countless people began applauding. The applause grew louder, echoing throughout the campus. They agreed Zhouke deserved this championship beyond any doubt. Of course, there were still some like Yi Lingtian who stubbornly remained seated, but this couldn't dampen the crowd's spirits. The entire campus network exploded too. The scene of Zhouke setting the entire island ablaze and summoning heavenly thunder spread like wildfire across the campus network. Even the senior students had never witnessed such a magnificent feat during the freshman assessment. Without a doubt, Zhouke had brought the entire school an unprecedented, absolutely spectacular competition. Senior Lu Yingming picked up the microphone. Please let the well-deserved champion of the freshman assessment give his acceptance speech. Zhouke remained motionless for a moment. Then, he slowly rose to his feet. With his head lowered, he paced forward deliberately. His steps were measured, his expression concealed in shadow, making him difficult for others to read. Zhouke didn't look around, simply taking one step after another, moving forward. Upon reaching the stage, he lifted his foot to ascend the steps. The staircase wasn't long, but Zhouke's movements were unhurried. One step, then another. Like a monarch slowly ascending the grand staircase at his coronation, approaching his crown. Finally, he arrived on stage. Zhouke accepted the microphone. Countless eyes fixed upon him. After experiencing this heart-stopping comprehensive assessment, they all wondered what words the sole victor would say. Zhouke slowly raised his head, cleared his throat, and immediately shifted his tone. Ahem, does everyone remember that voting poll on the campus forum? The one betting on who would win, with the winners splitting 100,000 yuan. I just want to say, please have the poster transfer the money to me as soon as possible. I voted for Zhouke. I don't care about being champion or not, mainly because I'm quite short on money. His tone made it seem like his feat of killing nearly 1,000 people was just water off a duck's back. He returned the microphone, stretched lazily, and left with effortless cool. Below the stage, all the freshmen were stunned. A man with only 3 teammates, who single-handedly killed almost all the freshmen to claim victory, actually just asked for prompt payment of the prize money in his acceptance speech. What kind of ultimate thrill-seeker is this? So, Professor, where are we going now? In the elevator. Zhouke asked Professor Chen Yun. Professor Chen Yun smiled, of course to deliver your reward. Zhouke's eyes lit up. Divine relic. Chen Yun nodded with a smile, of course. The school's promise to everyone must be kept. Originally I thought the principal was insane for offering this treasure as a student reward. But after witnessing your performance in the freshman assessments, my perspective completely changed. You absolutely deserve this treasure. Zhouke smiled modestly. You flatter me, I was just lucky. Chen Yun pinched his cheek. Luck made you the only victor in all 3 assessments. Don't be modest with your teacher. She wasn't wrong. Zhouke had achieved overwhelming victory in all 3 freshman assessments. First assessment, bloodline test, top magic energy level among all freshmen. Zhouke scored 43 points, several times higher than the runner-up Su Chenxi's 15. Second assessment, talent evaluation. Although this test was interrupted midway, Zhouke accomplished an unprecedented feat, killing an assassin from the Skull Society. Third assessment, comprehensive examination. This one needs no explanation at all. Zhouke single-handedly eliminated all living contestants. He was the undisputed champion. Therefore, this divine relic belongs to you now. Zhouke asked curiously, so Professor Chen, what exactly is this divine relic? Why do we need to take the elevator underground to retrieve it? Professor Chen Yun mysteriously raised a finger to her lips. The underground serves as the school's entire storage facility, filled with all sorts of magical artifacts. As for what the divine relic actually is, you'll understand when we get there. Suddenly, Professor Chen Yun asked out of the blue, Zhouke, do you want to become a god? Zhouke was momentarily stunned, then looked into Professor Chen Yun's eyes. Her usual playful demeanor was gone, replaced by an unusual seriousness. So Zhouke answered earnestly, I don't know. Professor Chen Yun was also taken aback. You don't know? Zhouke nodded. That's right. I've heard that by continuously ascending divine ranks, one can elevate their social status. And if one ascends to the highest rank, they can become a deity. I do want to become a noble, earn more money, and acquire my own small business or something. After all, I come from commoner origins and have known poverty all too well. However, I don't have particularly strong desires about becoming a deity. Professor Chen Yun looked at him. That's because your time hasn't come yet. People can't resist the urge to pursue power. Someday, you'll desperately crave to become a deity. Zhouke asked politely, so, Professor Chen Yun, you're asking me this question not simply to know the inner thoughts of an 18-year-old youth, are you? Chen Yun smiled, of course not. I just want to know whether you would choose to collect all the divine relics. Zhouke looked puzzled. Collect all the divine relics. Does this relate to becoming a deity? Beep. The elevator reached the bottom floor. Professor Chen Yun motioned for him to continue the conversation while walking. You probably don't know yet, only a handful of people know about this. To become a deity, aside from ascending your divine card to the highest level, there's another method. That is, to collect all 14 divine relics. Professor Chen Yun led Joku to a small safe, then smiled. Now, you're about to receive one of these 14. She entered the password, and the safe clicked open. Inside, a crystal skull lay quietly. Joku took it out. The skull's eye sockets were profoundly deep, making Joku feel as if he might be sucked in. He quickly shook his head and averted his gaze. Chen Yun continued explaining with a smile. This treasure is called Prophet's Skull, one of the 14 divine relics in the world. Legend says it's the skull of a fallen deity. Joku felt the skull's cold surface. So what does the skull actually do? Professor Chen Yun waved her hand. I don't know either. What? Joku was stunned. Why don't you ask it yourself? Professor Chen Yun revealed a mysterious smile. The Prophet's Skull is alive. If it recognizes you as its master, it will serve you. Chapter 45 The Prophet's Skull. Prophet's Skull, one of the 14 divine relics. Legend has it that this crystal skull houses the soul of an omniscient deity. It can provide knowledge, avert disasters, and even predict the future. As of now, no one has been able to unlock the skull's full potential. Currently, this divine relic is stored in the underground vault of the Sacred Card Academy. Snap! Joku closed a thick book. The moment he obtained this divine relic, he immediately came to the school library to research relevant materials. He had learned that these 14 divine relics were all immensely powerful, each possessing world-shaking potential. And if one collected all 14, they could ascend to godhood. Such a formidable treasure, and Joku now possessed one. He had wondered why such powerful artifacts would be given as rewards to students and had directly questioned Professor Chen Yun about it. But Professor Chen Yun merely said it was the headmaster's decision. Joku sighed and picked up the green glowing skull again, staring into its hollow eye sockets. Hello! An ethereal and emotionless voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Joku was slightly startled but quickly regained his composure. The documents mentioned that the skull housed the soul of a deity. In other words, the Prophet's Skull was alive. Hello, I'm Joku, currently your owner. After a 2-second pause, the skull spoke again in Joku's mind. Deities don't have owners. You're merely holding my skull. This deity seems quite prideful. So, what can you do? Joku immediately asked. I lack physical form, but possess infinite knowledge and understand the laws governing all things. In other words, I know everything, including this world's past, present, and future. Joku's eyes lit up. Really? You know everything. So any question I ask, you can answer. Naturally. Then listen carefully. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? The trolley problem. Suppose a trolley is about to run over 5 people tied to the tracks, but you can pull a lever to switch tracks. But after switching tracks, it would kill another innocent pedestrian. Would you pull the lever? The ship of Theseus. If a large ship continuously replaces its damaged components until all parts have been changed, is it still the same ship? The Prophet's Skull fell silent. 2 seconds later. These are all meaningless questions, just brain teasers at best. You don't actually know the answers and are just trying to confuse the issue, do you? Provocations won't work on a deity. I had thought you might raise more valuable, more important questions. I see now, you're just a fortune-telling fraud. The skull fell silent again. Just as Joku was thinking, the Prophet's Skull wasn't that impressive after all. If I were you, I would ask, what were Mother's final words? Joku stiffened abruptly. How could you know that? Before you, I've encountered countless owners. Some became wealthy merchants with the knowledge I provided. Others entered royal courts and became influential politicians. Some have become undefeated generals. My previous owner successfully became the school principal by following my suggestions. So please stop questioning my abilities, this is just wasting time. Fine. Joku stopped trying to tease this deity and began seriously considering what questions to ask. To be honest, Joku was a transmigrator. His understanding of this world was far too limited. The types of divine card abilities, the logic behind societal operations, how to improve magic essence levels, the exact process of ascension for divine cards. He wasn't particularly clear about any of these, but these were all ordinary knowledge that Joku would eventually grasp over time. Therefore, the questions Joku should ask ought to be more important ones that would be difficult to answer. After careful consideration, Joku organized 3 questions in his mind. 1. There are 52 types of divine cards, so why did he receive the Joker card, which exists outside these 52? 2. Who killed his parents? What were his mother's exact last words? 3. Why is my magic level so high? Am I really just an ordinary commoner? He blurted out all his questions at once. The Prophet's Skull still emitted its faint green glow. Then after 2 seconds, your magic level is too low. The Prophet's Skull responded, still with that ethereal tone. Which of my questions does that statement answer? I didn't answer. I'm stating a fact. I possess independent thought, that much is true. but I also require a mental link with my owner to communicate with you accurately. The owner's magic level also determines the upper limit of questions I can answer. And all the questions you asked are important. The answers to these questions aren't something someone with less than 100 magic points can bear. Alright, I think I understand now. You look down on my measly 43 magic points and refuse to help Maine. I never expected even deities to have this kind of power discrimination. The skull paused momentarily. 43 points. No. That was just the past. Of course, you still can't break through the 100-point limit, but your current magic essence level is significantly higher than 43. Joko couldn't help feeling excited upon hearing this. Had his magic essence level improved? It's important to know that magic essence level represents combat power in this world. Even a slight increase means becoming stronger. His magic essence level was the strongest among all first-year students, but not the strongest in the entire school. Senior students, especially those club presidents, undoubtedly possessed higher magic essence levels. So, what's my current magic essence level? I cannot tell you, but you'll find out in tomorrow's class. Oh, is that a prophecy? Can you really see future events? Joko became interested again. The prophet's skull stopped responding. No matter how Joko pressed, it remained silent as if asleep. He sighed and put the skull back in his bag. By the way, the skull's voice drifted faintly. In tomorrow's class, you will die. Joko froze. Was he making a prophecy? Or cursing himself to death? Unless you bring the lighter, it can save your life. Chapter 46 Basic Mana Course. Joko, what a coincidence. A crisp female voice came through. Joko was yawning while heading to the teaching building for morning class when someone suddenly approached him. He turned to look. Su Chensi was still dressed neatly, her back straight as she walked slowly towards him. Hi, Joko greeted briefly. Su Chensi walked up to him. Are you also going to attend the basic mana class? Joko yawned again. Hi, yeah. Having class at 8 a.m. is insane. For middle and high school students, attending class around 6 a.m. is normal. But for college students like Joko, 8 a.m. is still too much. Su Chensi smiled. You should be careful not to be late. The professor teaching this class is Professor Yuan Xing, who's not particularly known for his good temper. And it's said he values students' lineage quite heavily. Students below medium nobility rarely receive his favor. Joko didn't seem to care much. Whatever. He teaches his way, I learn my way. Anyway, I finished reading the entire textbook last night. Su Chensi's eyes revealed surprise. You're already a genius, yet I didn't expect you to be so diligent. They walked side by side on the school's main road, drawing frequent glances from countless students around them, with many whispering among themselves. Joko noticed the surrounding commotion. Su Chensi, the princess accompanying a commoner to class might damage your image. Look, everyone's staring at you. Su Chensi froze momentarily before suddenly covering her mouth with a giggle. Staring at me? Do you really think they're looking at me? Aren't they? Joko shook his head and finally looked properly at the crowd. Nearby, small groups of female students gathered in clusters, gazing at Joko with admiration. As they passed by, Joko vaguely overheard these words. Wow, look. Joko seems to be looking in my direction. Nonsense, he clearly nodded towards me. Aha. Joko is even more handsome in person than in the campus network videos. Do you think he'd give us his contact info if we asked now? Don't you see Su Chensi beside him? You can't compete with a princess. Joko pretended not to hear and walked past quickly. Su Chensi maintained her usual smile. After passing the 3 freshman trials, your reputation has far surpassed mine. After winning that precious divine relic, you've long been the campus celebrity. If I weren't a princess, I wouldn't dare walk beside you. Joko modestly replied, Your Highness, please stop teasing me. Your popularity among male students is no less than mine. After several rounds of mutual flattery, they entered the classroom. Silence. After the class bell rang, a middle-aged male professor entered. The professor had short beard, meticulously combed hair, and an extremely stern gaze. After scanning the classroom, all students immediately fell silent. The professor swiftly wrote his name on the blackboard. Yuan Xing. All students instantly held their breaths. They had all heard that Professor Yuan Xing was the strictest teacher in the entire school. My class only accepts the best and most outstanding students. Yuan Xing maintained his stern expression while continuously scanning the entire class with his eyes. Most of those sitting here were top performers in the freshman assessment, elites among elites. Therefore, I don't want to see that messy scene in class again when I enter. He paused briefly, his roving eyes not stopping, then continued. I've noticed most students come from good backgrounds. This is excellent, as I've always believed in one principle. Bloodline is above all else. After saying this, he paused momentarily. Joko lounged half-sprawled on his desk, propping his chin with one hand, somewhat drowsy. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Su Chensi, sitting not far in front of him, seemed to slightly furrow her brows upon hearing Yuan Xing's statement. This was hardly surprising. Yuan Xing's philosophy was bloodline supremacy, while Su Chenxi had always advocated for class equality. But Yuan Xing suddenly raised his voice. I've also noticed that there are several minor nobles of humble origins in our class. Several students from minor noble families nervously hunched their shoulders. What's more, Yuan Xing suddenly fixed his gaze on Zhou Ku. There's even someone of commoner origin sitting in my classroom. Everyone naturally knew who the professor was referring to, and all eyes turned toward Zhou Ku. Zhou Ku remained half sprawled across his desk, eyes slightly closed. It wasn't that he didn't want to listen, but right now, the middle-aged professor at the front kept spouting nonsense without ever getting to the actual teaching. Naturally, Zhou Ku had no interest in lifting his head to listen. Perhaps some think they're geniuses who can sleep through my class. Zhou Ku finally opened his eyes and looked at him calmly. Zhou Ku, answer my question. How many tiers do divine cards have? As Professor Yuan Xing finished asking, countless classmates were secretly flipping through their textbooks. In the basic Mana Fundamentals class, content about divine card tiers appears in much later chapters of the curriculum, but Zhou Ku had long since read all the books himself, so he could answer with ease. 7 tiers. Professor Yuan Xing had assumed that Zhou Ku, coming from a commoner background, wouldn't know much about this. He hadn't expected such a quick response, showing slight surprise in his eyes. Many classmates also turned to look, slightly widening their eyes. Yuan Xing was only astonished for a moment before immediately pressing further. Which 7 tiers? How are they distinguished? The sound of flipping pages rustled through the classroom again. Zhou Ku remained seated without moving. Identifying a divine card's tier is very simple. Observe the card back. As he spoke, he took out his own divine card, placing it backside up. Magic Essence level 0 to 10 corresponds to an iron-backed card. The tier is iron. Countless classmates took out their own divine cards to check their back's material. Since most students' Magic Essence levels were below 10, they all had iron-backed cards. With Magic Essence below 10 points, abilities are actually quite limited. The power of supernatural abilities is also rather basic. For combat-oriented spades-type abilities, the potency is quite weak. The variable square ability is also quite limited in what it can achieve. In fact, many classmates can't even freely use effective abilities. Zhou Ku had personal experience with this point. Tang Xian's divine card was Square 5, and so was Professor Chen Yun's. The ability of Square 5 is teleportation. Professor Chen Yun could instantly move from dozens of miles away to the school entrance, while Tang Xian struggled to move just a few meters. The same divine card can have vastly different effects at different levels. Zhou Ku continued his explanation. To break through the 10-point mana restriction, one must undergo divine card ascension. Zhou Ku displayed the back of his playing card. After Iron Grade Divine Card Ascension comes Bronze Grade. In this class, only 3 students had Bronze Grade Divine Card backs: Su Chenxi, Yiling Tian, and Zhou Ku himself. Bronze Grade Divine Cards have mana levels ranging from 10 to 100. Those who reach this level can basically use abilities freely. And most ordinary nobles in Dragon Nation society are actually at this level, because 100 magic points is also a major threshold. To break through, one must undergo Divine Card Ascension again. Professor Yuan Xing suddenly raised his hand. Wait a moment. Zhou Ku, I didn't expect you to know so much. It seems I've underestimated you before. Zhou Ku replied politely. It's all right, Professor. This isn't the first time I've been underestimated. Though Professor Yuan Xing looked down on those of lowly origins, he deeply respected diligent and studious students. He cleared his throat. Zhou Ku, since you mentioned Divine Card Ascension, could you explain? How exactly does one ascend their Divine Cards level? Chapter 47, The Mystery of Divine Card Ascension. I don't know, Zhou Ku said calmly, his tone utterly composed. The surrounding students erupted in surprised murmurs. Don't know. Zhou Ku, the magic genius and champion of the freshman assessment, had actually said I don't know for the first time. There was actually a question Zhou Ku couldn't answer. Not far away, Yiling Tian suddenly burst out laughing. You've finally been stumped, kid. Pop, pop, pop. Rarely had Professor Yuan Xing ever shown a gratified smile. He was actually applauding. Absolutely correct, he said. Ha! More than half the class looked utterly confused. This question I ask one student every year, but they never knew the answer and would always fabricate something. I don't blame them. After all, how to ascend with divine cards isn't covered in our textbooks. Not even senior level materials mention it. So not knowing is perfectly normal. Yet unexpectedly, Zhou Ku, you actually gave the standard answer. Yiling Tian gaped, hesitantly raising his hand. Professor, correct me if I'm wrong. Are you saying the standard answer is unknown? Yuan Xing examined him, noticing the square emblem on his chest. You're from the Yi family, aren't you? You're absolutely right. The correct answer is unknown. Striding toward the lectern. Since ancient times, how to ascend with divine cards has perplexed humanity for millennia, yet no correct answer exists. Some people train diligently for countless years, yet remain trapped at the same level, unable to ascend. Others travel the mountains and rivers, eating, drinking, and enjoying themselves, yet inexplicably find their divine card ascending a level. Regarding the mysteries of divine card ascension, the ancient sages had countless theories. Performing certain rituals, winning divine favor, achieving spiritual enlightenment. Yet all were proven false. Thus, everyone was forced to conclude how to achieve divine card ascension. No one knows. Yuan Xing paused, scanning the room. I dare say, if someone could discover the secret of divine card ascension, the nation would surely ennoble them as a new great aristocrat. No, they'd be granted a marquisate or ministership, perhaps even become the Dragon Kingdom's first non-imperial king. Yuan Xing's lecture reached this passionate crescendo when he looked down to find all the students staring at him blankly, unmoving. His expression darkened. Why are you looking at me? Write down what I'm saying. The classmates woke up as if from a dream, flipping open their notebooks one after another to jot down the knowledge point, the mystery of divine card ascension, unknown to all. Yuan Xing nodded with a smile. Joku, you must have put in considerable effort after class to answer this question correctly. At this moment, Yuan Xing's impression of Joku completely transformed. Perhaps even those of humble origins had their merits. Yi Lingtian scoffed. He clearly didn't know and just happened to guess right by coincidence. Joku gave him a faint glance, his voice calm. Advanced Divine Card Theory, 3rd edition, page 257, line 7. Regarding the mystery of divine card ascension, ancient sages conducted countless explorations and ultimately concluded, unknown to all. Direct quotation from the book. Located on the 5th shelf of advanced books in the library's 4th floor. Professor Yuan Xing froze for 2 seconds. Clap, clap, clap. He applauded again, truly worthy of being a student in my class. Then let's return to our previous question. What are the 7 ranks of divine cards? Of course, classmate Joku has already helped us answer the first 2 ranks, iron and bronze. He blinked several times, then suddenly called out. Su Chenxi, Your Highness, could you please explain? The addressed Su Chenxi gave a slight nod before beginning her explanation. Of course, Professor. As classmate Joku just mentioned, a deity card's rank can be directly observed from its back. The first rank has an iron backing, the second rank uses copper. Above these, the third rank with magic essence between 100 to 1000 points is the silver rank. This rank is already extremely rare across Dragon Country and uncommon even in our university. To my knowledge, only a few senior students and professors have reached this rank. Deity cards of this rank can release supernatural abilities with considerable power. Taking Spade Series deity cards as example, silver rank can unleash power capable of destroying an entire building at maximum output. Yuan Xing nodded, excellent. Please continue. Su Chenxi made a dignified slight bow. The 4th rank, gold, requires magic essence between 1000 to 10,000 points. Abilities of this rank possess the power to destroy an entire city. At this level, they are extremely rare nationwide. Our school only has a handful. Of course, the fundamental reason is precisely the knowledge point Professor just mentioned. The mystery of divine card ascension remains unknown. Improving mana levels is simple. But once reaching 10 points, 100 points, or 1000 points, you hit the threshold. To continue advancing, you must ascend your divine cards level. However, no one knows how to achieve this ascension. Hence, the higher the card level, the rarer they become. Yuan Xing walked onto the stage. Su Chenxi, your answer was excellent. Actually, there's no need to explain the subsequent 3 levels. Why? Many students immediately questioned. They were all highly interested in methods to upgrade their divine cards. Who wouldn't want to become stronger? Because these exist only in theory. The final 3 levels, Platinum, Diamond, and Divine, are only recorded in ancient texts. No one has ever witnessed them in reality. Currently, no one in Dragon Kingdom has managed to ascend a divine card to Platinum level. It is said that people of Platinum and Diamond ranks already possess partial divinity and can be called demigods. Their bodies cannot be injured, they feel no hunger or fatigue, and they have even achieved immortality. As for the Yi God rank, as the name suggests, they are true deities, the creators of the world. Ah, what a pity! Yuan Xing lowered his eyes and softened his voice slightly. Becoming a deity has been the dream of countless people throughout history. Rumor has it only one person has ever achieved it, and even that might just be a myth. And demigods, they're merely theoretical. No. Su Chenxi looked directly at the professor, raising her voice slightly. Demigods do exist. Professor Yuan Xing looked at her. What did you say, Your Highness? Su Chenxi gave a slight nod. My apologies, Professor, but according to my father, there exists a demigod in the Dragon Kingdom. Yuan Xing's eyes flickered. Your father, His Majesty the King, said this. Su Chenxi replied, indeed. Yuan Xing looked somewhat excited. Really? Since it was said by His Majesty the King, could it be that esteemed person is within the Dragon Kingdom's court? Su Chenxi's eyes darkened. No. That demigod is father's enemy. He is. The Skull Society. Chapter 48. The Skull Society. The Skull Society. Upon hearing this name, all the students in class collectively gasped. Even the usually arrogant Yi Lingtian now had some color drained from his face. This reaction was hardly surprising. Joka had briefly studied this world's history before. The Skull Society was a top-tier assassin organization lurking within Dragon Kingdom. All those they targeted met gruesome ends. The key was their selection of victims followed no discernible logic. People from all walks of life, of all statuses, had been killed. One never knew when the Skull Society might target family members or oneself. The government remained powerless against them. In short, the Skull Society was a terrorist organization comprised entirely of antisocial elements. Therefore, all nobles would change their expressions upon hearing the term Skeleton Society. Professor Yuan Xing furrowed his brows. Are you serious? There's a platinum-level assassin in the Skeleton Society. Su Chenxi sighed. Yes, though it seems this platinum-level demigod's divine card ability isn't particularly strong in combat. So, he still can't pose a fundamental threat to the entire Dragon Nation. However, platinum is still platinum. The Skeleton Society's strength rivals that of the government. Fortunately, the Skeleton Society's leader seems to dislike wanton killing, only selecting specific targets for elimination. None who were targeted by them ever survived. And their current target appears to be. Su Chenxi suddenly stopped speaking. The classmates seemed to notice something as well, all turning their gazes toward Joku. Indeed, though the reason remains unknown, the Skeleton Society's next target is Joku. Professor Yuan Xing cleared his throat. The Skeleton Society isn't that terrifying. Didn't Joku also personally kill an assassin from the Skull Society during the freshman assessment? Yi Lingtian suddenly spoke with a mischievous grin. That was just temporary. My father said you should never provoke the Skull Society, because if you eliminate one small assassin, many more will come. What he killed was just a minor underling. The real lethal move is still to come. They never stop until they achieve their goal. Historically, all those they targeted have died under mysterious circumstances. Yi Lingtian looked at Joku with ill intentions and said, "You will die eventually." Joku remained calm. "I don't care. Ever since I killed that assassin, I've made it clear. I'll kill however many they send." Enough! Yuan Xing suddenly raised his voice angrily. "Stop spreading alarmist rumors. End this idle chatter now. Where were we in class?" Joku replied, "You just reached the topic of Divine Card Ascension and the 7 Divine Card ranks." Professor Yuan Xing regained his usual serious expression. "Yes. However, this course is Fundamentals of Magical Essence. Today's main lecture content remains how to improve magical essence levels." Wait a moment, Professor Joku suddenly raised his hand. "What is it? I still want to understand knowledge about Divine Card Ascension." Yuan Xing frowned. "Didn't we just discuss this? The mystery of Divine Card Ascension remains unknown to anyone." "I understand," Joku immediately replied, "but isn't it only unknown to humans? In other words, beings other than humans might know. For example, gods." Gods. Yuan Xing momentarily didn't grasp Joku's meaning. Divine Relic, the Prophet's Skull. Joku only briefly said these 8 words. Upon hearing the term Divine Relic, all classmates simultaneously raised their heads, looking toward Joku with great interest. They knew Joku had obtained a Divine Relic as the reward for being the champion in the freshman assessment. But the specific details remained unclear to them. "Ah, the Prophet's Skull." Professor Yuan Xing showed no resistance to this topic. "It seems you've done your homework and know what this Divine Relic does." Joku nodded slightly. "The Prophet's Skull is inhabited by an omniscient god. He claims to know everything past, present, and future." Joku remembered clearly, just yesterday, when he thought he wouldn't get any information from the Prophet's Skull, the skull suddenly spoke. "Yesterday, in the library. Tomorrow, during the Magic Fundamentals class, you will die." "What? If you don't do as I say, you will die." "Wait, are you out of your mind? How could I die just from attending a class?" "Wait, you're just a hollow skull, you don't even have a mind." "I am serious. Someone wants to kill you. He failed before, but hasn't given up. Tomorrow, he will succeed." Joku immediately became serious. The Prophet's Skull could foretell the future. Though unsure of its veracity, when it concerned his life, he'd rather believe it. "May I ask, Great Prophet, how can I avoid this calamity?" "Lighter." "What? Bring a lighter to tomorrow's class. It may save your life. You're a deity, yet you know about lighters." The skull fell silent again. Joku took the prophecy from it seriously and immediately kept the lighter on his person. Now, during this basic mana class, Joku appeared calm on the surface but remained highly vigilant. While listening to Professor Yuan Xing's lecture, he observed his surroundings, secretly gripping the lighter in his pocket, prepared for any potential attack. However, so far, the class had only involved exchanges between the professor and students. There was no danger whatsoever. Could it be that the Prophet's Skull couldn't actually predict the future? The Prophet's Skull, Professor Yuan Xing smiled. "Indeed. It knows." "What?" Joku momentarily lost focus, unsure if he heard correctly. "It knows. It knows how to ascend to godhood." "Of course. Professor Yuan Xing spoke with certainty. It is a deity, an omniscient one. Unfortunately, it won't tell us. That's the secret to godhood. Joku, do you know why would the principal give such a precious divine relic to you? Joku nodded politely. I'd like to hear the details. Because the old principal had already asked every possible question. He had already extracted all the knowledge the prophet's skull could reveal. Of course, he failed to learn the secret of the divine card's ascension. But perhaps you can. Me? Joku asked. Why? Professor Yuan Xing hesitated suddenly, as if considering whether to say it. Actually, the prophet's skull specifically requested to meet you. Chapter 49, Magical Artifact. Meet me. That's correct. Professor Yuan Xing said. It repeatedly insisted that you must be the one to possess it. But Joku asked, if I remember correctly, the prophet's skull should be the champion's reward for the freshman examination, right? What if I don't win the championship? You definitely will. Professor Yuan Xing stated with certainty, this is the prophecy made by the prophet's skull. Its prophecies have never been wrong. At this moment, all the classmates turned their gazes toward Joku. Joku was only pondering the professor's earlier words. His prophecies have never been wrong. And just yesterday, the prophet's skull had given Joku 2 prophecies. 1. Joku would learn his current magic level in this class. 2. Joku would face mortal danger, and only by carrying a lighter could it be avoided. Until now, the class had been peaceful. Though Joku hadn't relaxed for a second, no sign of danger had appeared. Neither of these prophecies had come true so far. Alright, Professor Yuan Xing knocked on the desk. Since we're an elite class, we've discussed many extracurricular topics. Now we'll begin the formal lesson. And I've always disliked teaching by the book. I firmly believe practice is the best way to absorb knowledge. Suddenly raising his voice, he asked, does anyone here have Spade 2 as their divine card? In the corner, a seemingly frail boy quietly raised his hand. Good. Tell us, what is Spade 2's special ability? The boy spoke softly. Spade-type abilities are related to combat. And Spade 2 represents the single target attack ability. Spade 2 can launch an attack on a single enemy, with its strength tied to the user's magical energy level. Professor Yuan Xing nodded. Correct. Then, what is your magical energy level? F4 points. Yuan Xing frowned in dissatisfaction. That's rather low. A mere 4-point magical energy level can't unleash Spade 2's true power. Never mind. Step forward. The boy seemed timid, hesitating before taking a few steps forward. The professor suddenly pulled out a small cage from under the desk, inside which was a white mouse. You attack it using your divine card. Oh, okay. The boy took a deep breath and chanted an incantation. Spade breaks through armies. 2 blades sever souls. His voice wasn't loud and it lacked confidence. But the divine card clearly still took effect. The white mouse in the cage suddenly trembled violently, letting out frantic squeaks. But after a few seconds, the white mouse seemed to return to normal and began jumping around lively again. Professor Yuan Xing clearly wasn't pleased. You must chant the incantation with conviction, your gaze firmly locked on your target. In your heart, you must envision destroying your enemy. He pushed the male student aside and took out his own divine card instead. Joku saw that Professor Yuan Xing's divine card was also the 2 of spades. His eyes fixed intently on the white mouse in the cage, he suddenly roared. Spade shatter armies, 2 blades sever souls. A loud explosion sounded. The white mouse let out an intense squealing shriek as if slashed by blades, its skin rapidly beating with blood. The next second, boom! The cage exploded. The white mouse inside burst apart from the middle, flesh and blood flying everywhere. The mouse died instantly within that single second. Many students gasped in shock. If I were to cast this on a living person, the result would be the same as this mouse, Professor Yuan Xing said softly. He turned to the entire class. Did you see? Even with the same divine card, the effects of supernatural abilities vary greatly under different magic levels. And this course is dedicated to improving every student's magic level. The simplest way to increase magic. Professor Yuan Xing paused deliberately. Many students leaned forward, visibly excited. After all, improving magic levels means enhancing supernatural abilities. Everyone wants to become stronger. Combat practice. Personally activating divine card abilities and constantly honing your skills will gradually increase your magic level. Now, please line up and come forward one by one to attack this training dummy. Professor Yuan Xing brought out a dummy from the classroom corner, wrapped with countless strips of cloth bandages. Through hands-on practice, you can increase your magic level. I will grade you based on the damage you inflict on the dummy. The highest scorer will receive this class's reward, a small vial of magic essence. Upon hearing this, many students widened their eyes and began whispering to each other. Joku heard Yi Lingtian whispering with his followers nearby. I must win that bottle of magic essence. Drinking just one of those can boost magic power by at least 10 points or more. So that's how it is. Joku understood now. Magic essence was a potion for rapidly gaining magic power, equivalent to experience books in online games. But Professor, a female student raised her hand and asked, Many of us don't have spades-type abilities and can't launch attacks. We can't damage the dummy either. Many students nodded in agreement, looking at the professor with confusion. The professor seemed prepared for this question. He took out something resembling a glass ball. No need to worry. With this magic device in my hand, anyone can launch attacks. Does anyone know what a magic device is? Su Chensi in the front row raised her hand. Professor Yuan Xing nodded. Very good. Miss Su Chensi, please speak. Su Chensi began. Magic artifacts are extraordinary tools crafted by nobles using magic essence. They can achieve various functions, producing effects similar to divine card abilities. Of course, being man-made tools, their effects pale in comparison to the divine cards bestowed by gods. The difference between magic artifacts and divine cards is akin to that between knockoffs and genuine products. However, magic artifacts are sufficient for our daily needs. Professor, if I'm not mistaken, the magic artifact in your hand must be infused with the magic essence of Two of Spades, right? Currently, its function is identical to that of the Two of Spades divine card. Professor Yuan Xing nodded approvingly. Excellent explanation. Correct. This crystal ball-like magic artifact in my hand can already perform single target attacks against enemies. Naturally, being man-made, its power can't even match that divine card used by the young man earlier. Therefore, you must fully utilize the magic essence within your bodies to enhance its offensive capabilities. Alright, now come up to the platform one by one, take this magic device and attack the training dummy. I'll keep score. Chapter 50, Silver, Rank. So the students stood up one after another, forming a line to take their turns. Joker positioned himself near the back of the line. It wasn't that he didn't want to take the test earlier. He just wanted to use this waiting time to observe the classroom again and guard against potential threats. The Prophet's skull had told him he would encounter a life-threatening crisis and that the lighter could save his life. What possible danger could there be in an ordinary classroom during a routine lesson? Joker wasn't sure yet, but he kept the lighter tightly clenched in his palm, never relaxing his vigilance for even a second. Ahead, the first student in line had picked up the magic device, face red with exertion as they tried to attack the dummy. But nothing happened. Professor Yuan Xing's voice came through. You must feel the magic energy flowing within your body before you can activate the device's power. While the professor was lecturing ahead, Joker took this opportunity to carefully observe the classroom and assess potential dangers. The classroom appeared utterly ordinary. There were standard desks and chairs. At the front stood a blackboard with multimedia equipment, while a wall clock hung at the rear. None of these objects appeared remotely capable of posing any life-threatening danger to Joku. Joku redirected his attention to the ongoing training session ahead. A rather petite girl brandished her magical artifact against a training dummy, yet the dummy remained completely motionless. The artifact merely emitted faint glimmers of light. Sigh, 30 points. Next, Professor Yuan Xing sighed, motioning for the next student to step forward. Thus far, not a single student had managed to achieve a score exceeding 60. Most could only inflict minor impact marks on the training dummy, with some students' artifacts failing to react at all. The next participant happened to be the boy who previously revealed his Black Spade 2 divine card. Professor, since my divine card is already Black Spade 2, may I proceed without using an artifact? The boy inquired hopefully. Absolutely not. Professor Yuan Xing firmly refused. After all, this isn't just ordinary training. I need to grade you based on your performance results. Abilities triggered by divine cards are much stronger than magic artifacts. Using your divine card would be unfair to other students. The male student dejectedly put away his divine card and accepted the crystal ball-shaped magic artifact. To everyone's surprise, the magic artifact suddenly emitted a radiant glow. The young man stared intently at the training dummy before him. Swish! An invisible blade seemed to slash through the air. Thwack! The dummy's body immediately bore a moderately deep cut mark. Not bad. Finally, among so many students, we have one decent performance. 80 points. Professor Yuan Xing nodded faintly. The male student appeared to exhale in relief, gratefully touching his nose. But don't get complacent. This magic artifact was already infused with the magic essence of Spade 2. It only triggered because your divine card also happens to be Spade 2, creating magical resonance. When the divine card and magical device are perfectly matched, they naturally perform well. Theoretically, you should score above 90 points to be considered qualified. The male student seemed discouraged again, lowering his head as he walked away. Joker wasn't worried about his own score. He was still pondering where the danger might lie. That crystal ball magical device. Would it explode when his turn came? Or was there another assassin from the Skull Society hidden among the students, waiting for an opportunity to strike? Next, Yuan Xing's voice boomed like a bell. Yi Lingtian stepped forward with full confidence. He took the magical device. The next second, the device emitted a faint glow. Professor Yuan Xing nodded slightly. The resonance phenomenon is quite good. Yi Lingtian stared at the dummy. Boom! The dummy shook violently. Swish! 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 It seemed as if countless blades were slashing through the air. Wood chips flew everywhere, and thud. One of the dummy's arms broke off and fell to the ground. Yi Lingtian proudly raised his chin. Yuan Xing clapped lightly. Not bad, 90 points. Yi Lingtian walked past, showing off to his gang of friends. What's so difficult about this? I've used this magic device countless times before coming to school. For me, this is kindergarten level stuff. Next, countless other students took turns in the training test, but none could surpass Yi Lingtian's score of 90. Yi Lingtian's grin never faded. The magic essence is mine now. Next, Su Chenxi walked forward with light, measured steps and stood before the platform. Surprisingly, the usually stern Yuan Xing revealed a smile and nodded at Su Chenxi. Su Chenxi gave a slight bow before accepting the magic device. Zing! The crystal ball shone with dazzling brilliance. Su Chenxi faced the training dummy and gently closed her eyes. The next moment, her eyes snapped open. The previously calm and dignified princess now had eyes as sharp as blades, filled with killing intent. This expression reminded Joku of the violent princess from the freshman assessment who had wielded a submachine gun, mowing down everything in sight. Boom! The training dummy instantly exploded into fragments. Excellent! Professor Yuan Xing clapped his hands. 95 points. As Su Chenxi was also a Spade Series Divine card holder who had already achieved bronze rank, attacking an inanimate dummy posed no difficulty for her. Her expression returned to its usual gentle demeanor as she bowed slightly to the professor and returned the magic device. After several more students took their turns. Next, Joka stepped forward with a calm expression. Since the previous training dummy had been destroyed by the princess, it had been replaced with a new one. This dummy's appearance differed slightly from before, wrapped in numerous yellowing cloth strips that seemed to emit an unpleasant odor. Joka frowned slightly as he examined the dummy. Dummy cloth strips. A conjecture had already formed in his mind. He accepted the magic crystal orb. Boom! The magic device immediately emitted an intense white light. A fierce gale erupted. Joka felt the magic device in his hand becoming frighteningly hot. Crack! Crack! Muffled explosive sounds continuously resonated through the air. Invisible blades of wind scattered chaotically. Swish! Swish! The desk was split in two. The windows shattered one after another. The students quickly ducked and scattered for cover. Boom! The classroom door burst open with a loud noise from the air pressure, swinging back and forth in the fierce wind. Joka focused intently, staring straight at the puppet before him, preparing to exert his power. Crack! The crystal ball in his hands suddenly exploded on the spot. All supernatural phenomena in the classroom instantly vanished, the violent wind stopping abruptly as if it had never existed. The classroom was in complete disarray. Glass shards littered the floor alongside students who had fallen in all directions. Yi Lingtian, who had fallen on the ground, got up and seeing Joka's magic tool broken, said gloatingly, "Ha, you broke the magic tool. Do you know how expensive a magic tool is? You couldn't pay for it even if you sold yourself." Joka quietly looked at the fragments of the magic tool on the ground and calmly said, "I'll compensate for it." He turned his gaze to Professor Yuan Xing, waiting for his reprimand. He had already made up his mind to accept whatever anger the professor might express. After all, it was indeed a fact that he had broken a magic artifact. Only by daring to take responsibility can one prove his manhood. To everyone's surprise, Professor Yuan Xing looked dazed. No need for compensation. He glanced at the broken pieces of the magic artifact on the floor, then looked at Joku again, appearing extremely puzzled. This phenomenon shouldn't be possible. After 2 seconds, a sudden look of realization appeared on his face. Could you be a semi-silver rank? Chapter 51, Magic Detection Device. Semi-silver rank. Upon hearing the professor's words, all students turned to look at Joku. Joku naturally understood the meaning of semi-silver rank. Having magic power above 100 points qualifies as silver rank. Although those with magic power between 50 to 100 points are still technically bronze rank, they are nearly twice as strong as those with 10 to 50 points of magic power. Thus, this transitional stage is called semi-silver rank. Professor Yuan Xing stood still, surveying the chaotic scene in the classroom before lowering his gaze to the shattered crystal ball artifact on the floor. He suddenly raised his head excitedly. "No, I actually encountered this. The probability is too low." He turned to Joku. "Wait for me, I'll go get the magic element detector." After saying this to himself, he abruptly left the classroom. Magic element detector. Joku couldn't help but recall the first prophecy made by the prophet's skull. You will learn about your current magic element level during tomorrow's class. A few minutes later, Professor Yuan Xing quickly returned, holding a precise instrument in his hand. Yi Lingtian, watching from afar, couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Isn't that the highest grade, magic element detector? To test someone of common birth, you'd use such a precious magical artifact. Yuan Xing ignored him and handed the magic element detector to Joku. Joku took it and examined it. This magic element detector was completely different from the bloodline detector machine used during orientation. It looked extremely advanced and exquisite. This magic element detector is the best instrument in Dragon Country. No matter how much magic element you contain, it can measure instantly without any deviation, Professor Yuan Xing explained. As soon as Joe could touch the detector's surface, the numbers on it began rapidly jumping. 434445, 60, 70, 80, 85, 86, 87. Finally, the screen stabilized at 87. 87. Professor Yuan Xing exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this number, the students all started whispering among themselves. Professor Yuan Xing looked up uncertainly and asked Zhou Ko, "What was your magic element level during enrollment?" 43. Zhou Ko responded immediately. "Have you ever consumed any magic element essence?" Zhou Ko replied politely, "Until I attended your class, I didn't even know what magic element essence was." Professor Yuan Xing wore an expression of disbelief. From enrollment until now, it's only been 2 short weeks, yet your magic element level has increased this dramatically. Moreover, you haven't consumed any magic element essence. The only way to naturally increase one's magic element level is through continuous training by activating one's divine card abilities. He suddenly chuckled and patted Joku's shoulder. "I understand now, Joku. You must have been using your supernatural abilities non-stop for these 2 weeks, haven't you?" Theoretically, 2 weeks of intensive training could increase magic energy levels this much, but don't overdo it. However, your dedication is worth learning from. Everyone, look, even a genius like Joku trains day and night without rest. Even geniuses need hard work. Joku smiled and shook his head. "Professor, you seem to have misunderstood something. During these 14 days, I ate when hungry, played when I wanted, and slept a full 8 hours every day. Except for necessary situations, I never used the divine card during this period." This left Professor Yuan Xing dumbfounded again. "Then how many times have you used the divine card in total?" Joku counted on his fingers and stopped at the 4th one. 4 times. The classmates gasped in astonishment. Yi Lingtian curled his lips. "Liar. Even increasing by 1 or 2 points would be difficult with just 4 divine card uses. And you claim to have increased by over 40 points. Impossible." "No," Professor Yuan Xing said with certainty, "Joku is not lying. I know of one circumstance that can significantly boost magical power levels. That is, to push one's divine card ability to its absolute limit, to the extent that it garners a glance from the gods themselves." Upon hearing the professor's words, Joku recalled his 4 divine card activations. The first time, the Plum Blossom K, by altering probabilities, he narrowly escaped death, earned the aptitude test, and even counter-killed the Skull Society's assassin. The second time, the Heart 7 mind reading ability. Though triggered during combat when it seemed utterly useless, he pushed it to its limit. Using mind reading, he achieved control over the tentacled monster, ultimately killing it. The third time, the Diamond 8 shapeshifting. This ability usage similarly achieved maximum effect. He disguised himself as Su Chenxi, tricked 2 other monarchs into meeting, secured a double kill, and won the first phase of the comprehensive test. The fourth time, the Spade K, the ability to control lightning. He didn't use lightning for simple attacks, but utilized water's conductivity to kill everyone in the lake at once. Every time Joku used his supernatural ability, he exploited its unique characteristics, not just employing its basic functions but achieving additional effects, truly embodying what the professor called pushing it to the limit. Perhaps it was precisely these actions that earned him so many magic points. "Joku, this magic detection device is worth up to 10,000 dragon coins. Right now, I'm giving it to you." Professor Yuan Xing patted Joku's shoulder. Joku froze. "This won't do. I can't accept such an expensive gift." "Hey, I've always appreciated outstanding students, and your performance has completely changed my perspective. Even with inferior bloodline, geniuses can emerge. I should be thanking you for attending my class. This is my personal sentiment, you must accept it," Professor Yuan Xing insisted. "From now on, you can check your magic points anytime, anywhere, very convenient." Unable to refuse further, Joku had no choice but to accept. "Thank you, Professor. I'll remember this kindness forever. With this item, things will indeed become much more convenient in the future." Joku put it in his pocket. Although his magic power level had skyrocketed and he had received a magic power detector, Joku wasn't particularly happy. Because at this moment, the first prophecy of the prophet's skull had come true. He had learned his current magic power level, 87. This meant the second prophecy was about to come to pass. Joku gripped the lighter in his pocket tightly. The pocket didn't just contain a lighter, there was also a bottle of fireproof potion. This was an item that had appeared during the previous comprehensive test, which Joku had used to escape flame damage. When the prophet's skull made the prophecy about needing to use a lighter, Joku decided to make thorough preparations. Having acquired the tool for starting fires, it would be best to prepare something for fireproofing as well. He learned that the school laboratory had this kind of potion. Coincidentally, the student on duty that day happened to be a young girl who was his fan, so he used his personal charm to borrow this bottle of fireproof potion. Of course, the borrowing method involved magic tricks and smooth talking. By the way, Joku, you haven't completed the attack test on the puppet yet. I need to prepare a better magical artifact for you. Professor Yuan Xing took out another crystal ball from under the lectern. The one that just broke was for students with magic power below 50, so of course it exploded when you used it. This one can be used by those with magic power between 50 and 100. Alright, take it. Professor Yuan Xing reached out and handed over the new crystal ball artifact. Chapter 52, The Awakening of the Living Dead. Joku took it and immediately felt that this crystal ball was much more stable than the previous one. The crystal ball emitted a faint glow, but unlike the previous one, it didn't tremble or explode. Holding the crystal ball artifact, he focused intently, staring straight at the puppet before him. His eyes gradually filled with killing intent. Magic power flowed through his body as he felt energy gathering at the center of the crystal ball. Swish! The power erupted. Windproofing condensed into a massive wind blade that slashed through the puppet's chest. This power was far more intense than what Yi Lingtian or Su Chensi had released. Swish! The blade struck the dummy. The dummy was sent flying by the tremendous kinetic force, crashing into the classroom wall. In an instant, a massive blade-shaped crack appeared across an entire wall of the classroom. Joku had actually cleaved through the classroom wall. Bravo! Yuan Xing immediately clapped, as if the classroom's destruction meant nothing. I've never seen such power before. 100 points. Huff! Just as Joku was preparing to withdraw his strength, the dummy suddenly twitched. The previously collapsed dummy abruptly sat up with a thud. At this moment, the entire class froze in place. The dummy came to life. A student muttered dazedly. The dummy suddenly stood up and opened its eyes. Crimson light shone from its pupils. Creak, 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 creak. The dummy's joints began moving. It slightly opened its mouth, its voice dark and withered. Living humans must all die. It instantly pounced toward Joku, who was nearest. Just as expected, Joku, already prepared, sidestepped and dodged with a slight crouch. Ever since Joku first laid eyes on this training dummy, he had sensed something amiss. Yellowed cloth strips. Rotten flesh. This was the monster that had appeared in the comprehensive assessment. The Walking Dead. When previous students attacked it, this Walking Dead showed absolutely no reaction. Just like before, Walking Dead remained motionless when activating the Monarch trial. Perhaps this one too required certain triggering conditions. Joku theorized that Walking Dead only awakened under specific circumstances. Perhaps this very trait made such monsters ideal training dummies. Yet Joku maintained vigilance, guarding against the dummy's potential attacks. That's why he perfectly dodged the Walking Dead's ambush. But this one was clearly stronger than the Walking Dead encountered during the comprehensive assessment. Its speed and reflexes far surpassed those sluggish corpses from the warehouse. Joku had barely steadied himself when the Walking Dead lunged at him again. The time had come. Joku tightened his grip on the lighter in his hand. Fire! He remembered clearly what Tang Xin had once said: the living dead couldn't be killed, and the only way to destroy them was by fire. Joku was just about to pull out his lighter. Danger, get away quickly. Professor Yuan Xing reacted and stepped in front of Joku. Joku lowered his hand that was holding the lighter. Right, there was still a professor in this classroom. As a Spade Series Divine Card Professor, he should be more capable than himself in dealing with these monsters. Thinking this, Joku obediently moved aside, leaving the professor to handle it alone. The living dead, blocked by Yuan Xing, seemed displeased and immediately pounced. Yuan Xing grasped his Spade 2 Divine card and shouted loudly. Spade, shatters armies, 2, blade sever souls. Snap! The living dead's body jolted violently but only staggered for a step before recovering its original speed and lunging at Yuan Xing. Yuan Xing was momentarily stunned, not expecting the living dead could still move. Being old, he couldn't dodge in time and was bitten right on the shoulder. The students were stunned. How is this possible? Professor Yuan Xing's Spade 2 God card should theoretically kill any single target instantly. Why isn't this monster reacting at all? Joku was naturally shocked too. But not because of the ghoul's lack of reaction. Rather, he was shocked by his classmates and Professor Yuan Xing's ignorance. What's wrong with you all? Don't you know this monster can't be killed? Joku shouted at his classmates. The other students all looked confused and shook their heads. Well then, Professor, do you really not know what a ghoul is? Joku asked anxiously again. Professor Yuan Xing barely managed to force the ghoul back one step using his God card skills. I don't know what the hell a ghoul is. Apparently unwilling to believe his God card couldn't kill such a simple cloth monster, Yuan Xing started attacking frantically with his God card abilities. However, these attacks clearly didn't have any practical effect. On the contrary, they stimulated the walking corpse, making it fight more fiercely. During their struggle, the walking corpse gained the upper hand again, biting Yuan Xing's arm once more. Stop! Walking corpses can't be killed, they have no life to begin with. Joku shouted again. But Professor Yuan Xing could no longer pay attention. He was severely injured, bleeding profusely, and nearly unconscious. Why? Joko couldn't understand how could Yuan Xing, as a professor, not know what a walking corpse was. The surrounding students looked terrified, backing away one after another. The quick-witted ones had already fled the classroom to call for other professors. Joko glanced at these classmates. They, too, looked utterly clueless. It seemed that everyone in the entire classroom, except himself, had never seen a walking corpse before. Closing his eyes, Joko calmed himself down and immediately realized the reason. Thinking about it, it made sense. Ever since leaving the simulated examination hall from the comprehensive test, Joko had combed through countless books in the library. Yet not a single book contained knowledge about the living dead. The only reason Joko knew about them was because Tang Xian had mentioned it. Had he never met Tang Xian, he would likely be just as clueless and bewildered as the other students. And Joko distinctly remembered Tang Xian saying that only fire could destroy the living dead. He was the only one who knew this fact, which meant he alone could eliminate this monster before the entire class. With this realization, a plan immediately formed in his mind. Joko swiftly turned his gaze to Su Chenxi. He saw Su Chenxi raising her Spade Q Divine card, about to manifest a weapon and join the attack. Stop! Everyone, don't attempt to attack this creature. Joko commanded immediately. Su Chenxi, along with all other classmates, take the professor and evacuate this classroom. What? Su Chenxi froze mid-action. Then what will you do? Don't worry, I have a plan. Joko leaped forward, drawing the living dead's attention. If I'm not mistaken, your target should be me, isn't it? The living corpse stopped harassing Yuan Xing, looked at Joko, and after half a second, it immediately pounced. Joko tightened his grip on the lighter in his hand. He chuckled inwardly. Hooked. Flame can create great magic. Ugly monster, prepare to face the baptism of raging fire. Chapter 53 for a greater goal. HSSSS. The living corpse made strange noises from its mouth and quickly moved to bite Joko. He dodged by bending his body. By now, everyone in the classroom had fled outside, making the space suddenly spacious. Joko could finally move freely. He took out that bottle of fireproof potion, removed the cap, and drank it all in one gulp. Crash! He neatly discarded the glass bottle, and the floor emitted the crisp sound of shattering glass. His entire body became extremely warm. Joko knew the fireproof potion had taken effect now. No flame could harm him. He slightly raised his lighter. Tang Xian had said only fire could destroy the living corpse. At that time, Joko chose not to ignite due to the excessive number of zombies, but now was the moment to test this theory. Tang Xian, I hope you're right about this, Joko murmured softly. In an instant, he flung the lighter into the air. The lighter spun through the air, its silver surface glinting faintly. Time seemed to slow infinitely. Even the zombies appeared to freeze for 2 full seconds. Joko suddenly lunged forward and grabbed the crystal ball artifact from the lectern. The small lighter alone couldn't produce flames powerful enough. The lighter contained a spark plug for ignition. Theoretically, it would explode upon strong external impact. At maximum capacity, it could release a fireball 30 centimeters in diameter. This would be sufficient to ignite a zombie completely wrapped in flammable bandages. But Joko refused to gamble with possible failure. He sought absolute, complete victory. He raised the crystal ball and aimed it at the spinning lighter in midair. Concentrating his energy, he channeled magical power into the artifact. Boom! The mana power from the crystal ball amplified the lighter's explosive force several times over. In an instant, the lighter rapidly deformed and exploded. A fireball expanded outward from the center, growing rapidly. The room's temperature rose sharply. The living corpse finally seemed to realize the danger, screeching wildly as it tried to flee the fire's epicenter. But how could its speed compare to instantaneous explosion? The fireball's diameter kept expanding until it filled the entire room. Immediately, the rags on the living corpse ignited as it weakly flailed its rotting arms in painful struggle. Joko stood within the flames, yet felt no burning pain, only a tingling, numbing sensation. He calmly watched the living corpse writhe and struggle in the flames. The rags fell away. Joko clearly saw a black skull tattoo revealed on the living corpse's body. Heh, so it's your people again. I told you, just keep sending your men. No matter how many come, I'll kill them all. Hiss! The struggling undead suddenly stopped moving, standing still while making only hissing sounds from its mouth. For the undead stared fixedly at Joko, its withered mouth suddenly speaking. For what? Joko remained vigilant, slowly stepping forward while keeping careful watch on the undead's movements. The undead suddenly pounced, grabbing Joko's shoulders, but didn't attack, just stared intently at him through 2 empty eye sockets glowing red. For a grander purpose. After uttering these words, it seemed to exhaust all its remaining energy and collapsed to the ground. A grander purpose. What purpose could a desiccated corpse possibly have? Joko regarded the fallen undead with suspicion. Boom! Flames erupted once more, filling the entire classroom. Desks, chairs all reduced to ashes. Outside the classroom, countless classmates stared at the tightly shut classroom door. When the classroom was engulfed in raging flames, they were all stunned. Has Joko gone mad? Is he trying to burn himself to death along with that monster? The classmates exclaimed in shock. Impossible. He's the most talented person I've ever seen. Joko will be fine. Su Chenxi stared unblinkingly at the classroom door. Though she spoke these words, her tightly clenched fists, the sweat slightly seeping through her hair, and her slightly pale lips betrayed the tension in her heart. Who would emerge alive from that door, Joko, or the monster? Bang! The door opened. What came out was a living dead. How living humans must all die. The students watched wide-eyed as the living dead swung its arms twice, howled twice, and instantly turned deathly pale. Ah ha ha, just kidding. Look how scared you all are. Joko, who had been hiding behind the corpse of the living dead, suddenly peeked out, released his grip on the creature's arm, and casually threw it to the ground. Don't worry, it's thoroughly dead. Joko casually kicked the charred corpse of the reanimated dead with his foot. Behind him, raging flames burned fiercely, creating a gentle breeze that rustled through his hair. He stretched lazily, completely unscathed. Su Chenxi, standing ahead, seemed both exasperated and amused by Joko's actions. Even in such a dangerous situation, Joko still found the energy to joke around. The campus fire brigade surrounding the area immediately began extinguishing the flames once they saw Joko emerge safely. With his backpack slung over his shoulder and a large bag of snacks in hand, Joko returned to his dormitory. Welcome back, superstar. A teasing voice rang out as soon as he pushed open the dormitory door. Zhang Yang's grinning face appeared, holding up his phone. Big shot, you've made it onto the campus confession wall again. What? Joko immediately grabbed the phone. Dear wall, I want to confess my admiration for Joko from the elite class. He saved the professor and our entire class from a terrifying monster. Moreover, he looked incredibly handsome when he came out. Below was also pasted a meme saying Joko, love, die-hard fan. There were countless comments underneath. Is this real? I heard even Professor Yuan Xing from the Spades faction couldn't hurt that monster, but Joko killed it alone. It's true, I saw it with my own eyes, and I took photos. It's true, I witnessed it personally, I'm Joko's classmate. It's true, I saw it myself, I'm the classroom blackboard. Traditional Chinese medicine for male enhancement, details plus V, XXXXX. Joko returned the phone with a helpless shake of his head. Zhang Yang giggled, how can you look this cool even during a class? Up to now, Joko had already triggered countless trending topics on the campus network. From the initial enrollment that caused a citywide 5-second blackout, to the 3 rounds of freshman assessments, then to this classroom incident. You've already reached number 1 on the campus popularity chart. Zhang Yang pulled up another interface. This was an independently created ranking by students of the God Card Academy, listing the popularity rankings of all students. Before Joko enrolled, the top spot on the leaderboard had been rotating among Li Hanfeng, Zhuang Xingyao, and Lu Wangming. After Su Chenxi enrolled, she briefly held the first position. But now, Joko has become widely known across the school, firmly securing the top spot on the popularity rankings. His popularity even doubles that of the second-place Zhuang Xingyao. It's all superficial nonsense. I don't care, Joko said as he handed the phone back to Zhang Yang and passed him a large bag of snacks. What's this? Zhang Yang blinked in confusion. For you. Chapter 54, Mana Essence. For me. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up with excitement. Yeah, Joko generously handed over all the snacks. As thanks for your self-sacrifice during the comprehensive assessment, consider it returning your food. Zhang Yang didn't refuse and took it directly. Come on, we're practically brothers. Just lend me your homework to copy next time. Even as he said that, he tore open a bag of chips and dumped the entire contents into his mouth. Joko sighed. We're not even in the same class. How are you going to copy my homework? After passing the 3 major freshman assessments, Joko, as the top student of his year, was naturally assigned to the best class, the elite class. Zhang Yang and Tang Xian were both placed in ordinary classes. There was no other way, since in the final round, everyone except Joko had scored 0 points. Therefore, the school administration had to use the bloodline assessment results and scores from the first round of comprehensive assessment for ranking. Sitting on his bed, Joko began pondering the last words spoken by that walking dead. For a greater purpose. What did this mean? Was the greater purpose referring to the Walking Dead's goal, or the Skull Society's objective? It was quite clear that Walking Dead bore the Black Skull emblem, proving its affiliation with the Skull Society. This meant the Skull Society had never stopped hunting him down. Walking Dead. Suddenly, Joko stood up and grabbed his jacket to leave. Where are you going? Zhang Yang asked indistinctly through a mouthful of potato chips. To find Tang Xin. I need to ask her something. As Joko passed by School Hospital, his footsteps abruptly halted. Perhaps, before seeing Tang Xian, it wouldn't hurt to pay that person a visit first. The student on duty at the school infirmary was a girl. As Joko approached, she said without looking up, visitors must register their names. Joko. Upon hearing this name, the girl suddenly raised her head. Joko. Her eyes were filled with stars. It's really you. Please give me your autograph. Joko gave a wry smile. The consequence of becoming famous was that wherever he went, he would encounter his fans. He quickly signed the autograph and hurried towards the ward. "Professor, I've come to see you." Joka placed a bouquet of flowers by the bedside. Professor Yuan Xing was covered in bite marks. Upon hearing Joka's voice, he struggled to sit up. "Professor, you should lie back down." Professor Yuan Xing lay back on the bed and sighed. "Sigh, this is the first time I've had such a major accident during class. Who would have thought that a teaching puppet could come to life?" Joka hesitated for a second before asking, "You really don't know what a living dead is?" "Living dead?" Professor Yuan Xing looked completely puzzled. "This is the first time I've heard of it. Is that what that puppet was?" "We've been using it as teaching equipment for decades, but today is the first accident." Joka shook his head. "It's nothing. By the way, Professor, I have another question to ask you. Do you know, have you heard of, for the greater goal?" As soon as Joka finished speaking, Professor Yuan Xing's pupils suddenly contracted. He began coughing violently, his eyes filled with terror. Where did you hear that phrase?" Joka didn't conceal the truth and answered directly, "From that puppet's mouth." Yuan Xing's eyes widened again. "Joka, that phrase is the motto of the Skull Society. They say it every time before conducting their killing activities." Joka continued asking, "So, what exactly is their goal?" Professor Yuan Xing shook his head. "No one knows. No one knows. Their modus operandi has always been bizarre. Despite possessing such formidable power, they neither seek wealth nor political positions. They only engage in killing activities. However, the greater goal, I don't know what it is, but their short-term objectives have become quite obvious." At this point, Yuan Xing suddenly looked at Joka with sorrow. "To kill you. They have never failed." Joka frowned. "They failed long ago. I've already survived 3 assassination attempts." Joka remembered clearly. The first time was during Russian roulette, when a hooded freak was shot dead. The second time, on the subway, a tentacled monster had its throat slit by Joka. The third time was today, with a living dead man sent as the killer. Professor Yuan Xing's tone suddenly became unusually serious. "You didn't actually survive them. Haven't you noticed? They only sent half-human monsters, not a single actual Skull Society member was lost. This means the real killing move is still to come." His eyes filled with sorrow again. "The Skull Society's motto is for a greater purpose, because they never act without reason. These failed attempts might have been intentional." Intentional. Joka was momentarily stunned. "Child, you're the most talented student I've ever seen. Although the Skull Society has never failed, I hope you'll be the exception." Joka pondered for a long while. "Don't worry, Professor. I want to survive more than anyone else." He stood up and bowed courteously. "Then I won't disturb your rest. I have another friend to visit." Professor Yuan Xing suddenly spoke again. "Wait, I almost forgot." As he spoke, he rummaged through the bedside for something. "Then, this item shall be yours now." Joka accepted it. A small vial of purple potion. "As I've mentioned, I reward the most outstanding student in class with a bottle of essence of magical elements." He pointed at the vial. "Look at my memory, I nearly forgot." Joka said politely, "Thank you, Professor." After leaving the school infirmary, Joka continued toward his predetermined destination. "You survived today." An ethereal voice suddenly emerged. Joka swiftly retreated to an empty corner, opened his backpack, and took out the faintly glowing green crystal skull. "Why do you act like a ghost, speaking without any warning?" "Oh right, you're already dead, you literally are a ghost." The prophet's skull didn't respond to Joka's dark humor. "I'm pleased to see you followed my prophecy, because no one in that classroom could have dealt with that monster. Had you not carried the lighter, you would have died in that living dead's mouth. Then, the whole school would be reporting your funeral." Joka waved his hand. All right, I know you helped. Speak, what else is there?" "I suggest you give that bottle of mana potion to the girl you're going to meet." Joka probed. "Can't I keep it for myself to drink? Your mana level is increasing rapidly, you don't need mana essence at all. Drinking it would be wasteful. Moreover, stop pretending, this was your original intention anyway." Joka chuckled lightly. "Can't hide this thought from you either. Yes, I wanted to give some gifts to thank my teammates." The prophet's skull remained silent for 2 seconds. "I see you still have questions to ask. Ask them." Joka sighed lightly. "Divine relics truly contain some remarkable things." "Then I'll ask. Exactly how can one achieve deity card ascension?" Chapter 55 Birthday Gift. "Want to hear?" Not telling you. I knew it." Joka sighed. "Because you'll soon find out for yourself." Joka's initially resigned mood quickly revived. "What?" I said, "the secret of deity card ascension, you'll discover it yourself without me telling you." Joka asked quickly, "But isn't it said that deity card ascension is something no one knows about?" "That's just the conclusion humans have reached. What's written in textbooks." "In truth, someone long ago discovered the trick to deity card ascension, it just was never made public." Joka pressed on. "Then when will I be able to learn it?" The skull remained silent for 2 seconds before saying eerily, "When you're afflicted with an unbreakable death curse, you'll find yourself in mortal peril. After that, you'll discover the method for deity card ascension." About how long until that situation occurs? Very soon, sooner than you think. Approximately within 1 month. Joka hummed in acknowledgement while swiftly pulling out his phone and opening the memo app. He then created a new note titled Prophecies Made by the Talking Skull, after which he began typing rapidly. Within 1 month, I will be afflicted by an unbreakable death curse. Then I'll learn the secret of divine card ascension. What are you? The palest ink is better than the best memory, Joka stated matter-of-factly. I admit you've got some skills, oh skull. As expected of one of the 14 divine relics, both prophecies you made came true. If I hadn't followed your advice to bring a lighter, I might have been done for. So I plan to record all your important advice and act accordingly. The prophet's skull remained silent for 2 seconds before saying, you humans are somewhat interesting, smarter than others I've met before. In that case, I'll give you one more piece of advice. Joka stared into its hollow eye sockets. Please speak. Don't agree to that girl's request. Joka continued typing rapidly, recording these words. That girl is Tang Xin, right? Don't worry, I'll listen to you. No matter what she begs me for, I won't agree. Aren't you going to ask for the reason? Isn't that waiting for you to tell me voluntarily? To try and save your life. Aha. Joka nodded, adding another sentence in his memo. Not agreeing to Tang Xin's requests, the purpose is to preserve my life. Joka had already decided not to try understanding the prophecies of the prophet's skull. Ultimately, it would always be right anyway. Just as Joka packed away the prophet's skull and hadn't taken 2 steps, another familiar high-pitched voice suddenly came. Hello, my child, do you still remember me? This was another deity, the clown god. Why are you here? Joka sighed. Just seeing you getting all cozy with other gods makes me a bit unhappy. You're jealous of deities. That prophet is just a skull, isn't it? Not so. In life, it was actually a sexy bombshell. What? You're saying the prophet's skull was female? Joka recalled that ethereal voice. It was hard to imagine it being a beauty. Hey, deities don't have genders, but by human standards, his appearance when alive could indeed be classified as beautiful. Who cares, anyway he's just a skull now. Joka suddenly thought of something again and asked, what if I ascend my divine card? How would my abilities strengthen? The clown god shrieked. You finally asked. Hee, if you upgrade your divine card, all abilities you draw will be at ascended level strength. Not only that, perhaps the ability activation limits, the random draw mechanism, and even the one-time use restriction might all be lifted. That powerful. At this moment, Joka suddenly felt an intense craving to ascend his divine card. If these restrictions could be removed, Joka would truly become the master of all 52 abilities. After obtaining the information he wanted from the clown god, Joka continued heading toward Tang Xin's classroom. The closer he got to Tang Xin's class, the thicker the crowd became. Many small groups of girls saw Joka approaching and immediately started whispering with starry eyes. Wow, look, it's Joka. He's so handsome. Why did he come to the ordinary class? Could he be looking for someone? Whoa, who could he be looking for? Joka sighed and automatically filtered out these noises. Now he finally understood why Suchensi always wore a black face mask. Turns out being famous and trying not to attract attention was quite troublesome. Inside the ordinary classroom, several girls surrounded Tang Xin, chattering away. What should we eat after classes end tonight? I want to go to the barbecue place outside school. Tang Xin, today's your birthday, right? Did you receive any gifts from boys? Ahem, I just arrived at school, no one would give me gifts. Tang Xin scratched her head in embarrassment. How could that be? You're so cute. Look, outside the window, one of the girls suddenly exclaimed, pointing outside. Outside the window, a handsome young man leaned lazily against the wall with a relaxed expression. Ah, it's Joka. He came to our class. Tang Xin, could he be looking for you? Tang Xin, I heard you and Joka were teammates during the freshman assessment. Who would have thought he actually remembered your birthday? At this moment, Tang Xin felt incredibly honored. Blushing quickly, she rushed out of the classroom. Miscalculation. Joka didn't expect his appearance would cause such a commotion. If he had known, he would have asked Tang Xin to meet somewhere else. Fortunately, before Joka could find Tang Xin, a small figure emerged on her own. Brother Joka, you were looking for me. She had tried to calm herself but couldn't suppress the excitement in her voice. Too many people here. Let's talk somewhere else. Joka directly grabbed Tang Xin's hand and left. Finally escaping from the cheering girls, Joka teased. Tang Xin, it seems you can't escape being called the attention seeker. Tang Xin patted her own cheeks. There's nothing to be done about it, brother Joka, you're a big celebrity now. Hee, turns out being the center of attention doesn't feel so bad after all. Having just been picked up from class by the school's most famous celebrity, Tang Xin instantly felt like the female lead in a novel. Watching Tang Xin's current excitement, Joka suddenly recalled her from the comprehensive test. That small frame holding up explosives, luring enemies, sacrificing herself for Joka's sake, her body charred black by the explosion. He couldn't help feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart. He handed over the bottle of magic essence potion. Here, a gift for you. Wow. Tang Xian's eyes lit up. Brother Joko, how did you know today's my birthday? Thank you for the birthday gift. Birthday. Joko froze momentarily in surprise. Skullhead, you really are something, he murmured quietly. It was the prophet's skull that had suggested he give this potion to Tang Xian, and now it had coincidentally become a birthday present. Prophet's skull, could even this have been part of your calculations? He cleared his throat lightly. Happy birthday to you. Of course, Joko's visit wasn't to deliver gifts. His purpose was to find out from Tang Xian why she knew about the existence of living dead. Making her happy first would make it easier to extract information. Tang Xian toyed with the bottle of essence of magical elements, unable to put it down. I heard this potion not only quickly boosts magical energy levels but also tastes delicious. With that, she uncorked the bottle. Brother Joko, I'll have a taste. Joko nodded. Go ahead, it's meant for you. Tang Xian happily brought the bottle to her lips and drank it all in one go. Wow, it's really sweet. Brother Joko, thank you for the gift. She seemed to suddenly think of something. By the way, Brother Joko, I have one more request. What is it? Joko pretended not to care, though he had already prepared his response. Just as expected, the prophet's skull was right again. Tang Xian would make a request. He had already decided to refuse whatever Tang Xian might say. Would you like to? But before Tang Xian could finish, snap! Her right hand suddenly jerked, causing the empty bottle to fall and shatter with a crisp sound. Her face abruptly stiffened before her entire body began to tremble. In the next second, Tang Xian collapsed to the ground with a thud. Foam gushed from her mouth as her eyes rolled back. Arg! She writhed on the cold floor, emitting agonized moans and screams. Chapter 56, Poisoning. HSSS Ugh. Tang Xian convulsed and twisted on the ground, her complexion turning purple. Her throat produced intermittent screams and groans of pain. Poison. Joko immediately realized that bottle of magical essence potion was tainted. Reacting swiftly, he scooped up Tang Xian from the floor and sprinted toward the school infirmary. We've never seen symptoms like this before. The school doctor's eyes widened in horror at Tang Xian's condition. Isn't there any treatment? Joko asked urgently. Tang Xian lay on the hospital bed, still foaming at the mouth, the ECG monitor beside her showing erratic readings. She was on the brink of death. At any moment death might claim her. Her struggling weakened slightly, but her breathing grew even fainter. All the school doctors present could see that Tang Xian was already a dying person. Joko brother Tang Xian murmured with eyes tightly shut. What? Joko started slightly, immediately grasping her hand. But after that single cry, Tang Xian lapsed back into unconscious moaning. Isn't there anyone who can treat her? Joko roared. One of the school doctors suddenly thought of something. She immediately picked up her phone and dialed. Professor, send Senior Lu Yingming over immediately. Lu Yingming. Joko demanded at once. Can he cure Tang Xian? The school doctor hesitated. I don't know. But his divine card ability is related to healing, and his mana level is very high. It might work. When will he arrive? He's coming right now. Joko nodded and sat back down by the hospital bed. Tang Xian, did you hear that? Someone's coming to save you right now. Tang Xian, with tightly closed eyes and continuous convulsions throughout her body, seemed to calm down considerably upon hearing Joko's voice. Joko noticed she appeared to nod slightly. Tang Xian's originally rather pretty face now turned purple, twisted in agony. Joko clenched his fists. At this moment, he realized Tang Xian was right on the edge of death. Little Spotlight, you must hold on. He recalled the first time he saw Tang Xian. A short ponytailed girl stood at the center of the playground, calling for everyone to stop killing each other. But when the rules were announced, she was immediately hit by stray bullets. At that time, he didn't know Tang Xian's name, only giving her a nickname Spotlight. Later, he encountered Tang Xian again. At that time, she was urging classmates not to fear Yi Lingtian, but instead suffered violent bullying. When Joko drove Yi Lingtian away, Tang Xian even lied to the professor, helping Joko avoid responsibility for the fight. It was at that moment Joko learned he actually had a little magic fan in this school. Then, Tang Xian joined the Heart Kingdom, becoming Joko's teammate. During comprehensive testing when attacked by the living dead, she resolutely used the sharp edge of her divine card to slit her wrist, releasing blood to divert the assault. Joko realized Tang Xian was no ornamental teammate, she was a little lunatic herself. Later, when Joko was completely immobilized, it was Tang Xian who first conceived the idea of impersonating him. Alone against hundreds of enemies, she unhesitatingly detonated explosives, perishing together with them. Her own body was torn apart by the blast. At that time, Joko felt some ripples in his heart facing Tang Xian's death. But it was all fake. In the examination grounds, no matter how gruesome the death, one would always revert to normal upon returning to reality. And now this is reality. Tang Xian writhed in pain on the hospital bed, hovering at death's door. While Joko could do nothing. Bang! Joko suddenly smashed his fist against the ground. He hated himself. He despised his own incompetence. Though everyone called him a genius, even geniuses have their limitations. He wanted to use his divine cards to save Tang Xin, but his divine card abilities hadn't even been activated yet. Joko hadn't cared before, but only now did he realize his abilities weren't particularly strong after all. The sole divine card, Joker, possessed all abilities, but the activation conditions were hidden and drawn abilities were random. Moreover, drawn abilities could only be used once. There were many restrictions. Suddenly, he recalled Professor Chin Yun's words from 2 days prior. People can't resist the desire to pursue power. One day, you'll desperately wish to become a deity. At the time, Joko hadn't fully understood, but now he personally grasped the meaning. If he possessed higher-tier divine cards, he could remove these ability restrictions. Oneself could be like a deity, achieving everything with just a flick of a finger, including reviving Tang Xin. At this moment, he desperately desired to enhance his own power from the depths of his heart. If only he were stronger, Tang Xin could have been revived. Bang! The ward door was suddenly pushed open. Senior Lu Yingming quickly stepped forward. Joko immediately said, "Senior, please save my friend." Without wasting words, Lu Yingming bent down to examine Tang Xin's condition. His usually expressionless face now showed faint traces of astonishment. "What kind of poison is this? I've never seen it before." Hearing Senior Lu Yingming's words, Joko's heart sank. "What? Senior, you can't do anything either." Lu Yingming looked grave. "I can only try. My divine card is Diamond 10, with the ability Purification that removes any specified substance. Perhaps it can cleanse the toxins from her body." As he spoke, he softly recited the incantation. Diamond transforms all phenomena. 10 directions cleanse the turbid dust. Joko saw that the back of Lu Yingming's divine card was made of silver. His magic element content exceeds 100, silver rank. Tang Xin began emitting a faint glow. The young girl gradually stopped trembling and slowly calmed down. The readings on nearby medical equipment stabilized into safe ranges. Tang Xin had returned from death's doorstep. Joko let out a long sigh of relief. Simultaneously, he felt profound self-reproach. His divine card was Joker, which could have transformed into Diamond 10. He could have saved Tang Xin himself, but his divine card's rank was too low to freely use special abilities. Even the activation conditions for his abilities remained hidden and undiscovered. If Senior Lu Yingming had arrived a moment later, he would have had to watch helplessly as a life withered before his eyes. After this incident, Joko desperately wished to discover his divine card's activation conditions to freely use his abilities. Beep, beep, beep. The nearby medical equipment suddenly blared urgently. Tang Xin began convulsing violently, screaming in pain. Senior Lu Yingming's face turned pale. Disaster. I made a mistake. Chapter 57. Better I betray the world than let the world betray me. I made a mistake. The poison in her system can't be simply purified away, it'll actually accelerate her death. Senior Lu Yingming's voice trembled for the first time. What? Even Senior Lu Yingming's silver-grade healing ability couldn't save Tang Xin. What else could he possibly do? Tang Xin's screams grew louder and more agonized by the second. She coughed violently, blood gushing from her mouth. Senior Lu Yingming clutched his head and lowered his gaze. These symptoms, no, I've definitely seen this before. Suddenly, he shouted, I remember now. Senior Lu Yingming turned abruptly to Joku. Only you can save her. Joku responded immediately. What should I do? Lu Yingming paused for 2 seconds, his expression frantic as if struggling to recall. This poison is target specific. The name of this poison is targeted toxin. Just like an arrow must hit its target, this poison will only dissolve when it senses its designated target. And the poison's target is you. Joku. Your part. You must feed her with your part to detoxify. What? My own part. Joku didn't hesitate and immediately plucked one of his hairs. He then snatched a bottle of antidote from the school doctor's hand and dissolved the hair in it. Without caring about the bloodstains covering Tang Xin, he immediately approached and fed it to her. Tang Xin's lips had already turned purple, moving unconsciously. She swallowed the medicine with great difficulty. After a few seconds, Tang Xin stopped trembling and her breathing became steady. All indicators on the medical equipment stabilized. Tang Xin had returned from the brink of death. Phew. The school doctor beside them wiped cold sweat. She'll need to sleep for a while, but she's no longer in life-threatening danger. Why did you lie to me? After leaving the ward, in a quiet deserted corner, Joko raised the prophet's skull high. If you dare tell another lie, I'll smash you to pieces immediately. I did not lie to you. The prophet's skull's voice remained perfectly calm. You are omniscient. You knew there was poison in that bottle of magical essence all along, and you still wanted me to give it to Tang Xin as a gift. I've said it before. All my suggestions are meant to keep you alive. I don't care about anything else. Then why didn't you just tell me to pour it away? The prophet's skull fell silent. 2 seconds later. I am omniscient. Including your inner thoughts, I know them all too well. Those pretenses you put up before your senior, before the school doctor. There's no need to perform them again before me. What do you mean? Joker's tone suddenly turned cold, his expression rapidly shifting from anger to calm. He frowned tightly, staring unblinkingly at the skull. I merely offered suggestions that aligned with your true intentions. After all, didn't you already know there was poison in this essence? Hadn't you long wanted someone to test the poison? What nonsense are you saying? Are you implying I deliberately tried to harm Tang Xin? Although Joka still hadn't admitted anything, his tone was no longer as panicked and anxious as it had been in the hospital ward. This calm tone seemed like he was conversing with an old friend. The prophet's skull's empty eye sockets were nevertheless penetrating. 2 seconds later. Joku, your cold-blooded madness has seeped into your very marrow. In this school, someone wants your life. You've known this all along. You've never let your guard down. You long suspected the mana essence was poisoned. You'd also already researched targeted poison in the library. You extracted information from the first assassin about the existence of a Skull Society killer in the school. Thus, you've been secretly searching for this person all along. Joku feigned doubt. Oh, so you're saying I suspected Tang Xin was that Skull Society member? Of course. This visit to Tang Xin wasn't just about gathering intelligence on the undead. After that accident during class, you've already realized that the living dead are related to the Skull Society. And Tang Xin is the only one who understands the living dead. In your eyes, Tang Xin is the most suspicious. So you deliberately handed the poison to Tang Xin. If she doesn't dare to drink it, you've caught her. After hearing the Prophet Skull's account, Joka's expression suddenly darkened. He lowered his head, his face hidden in shadows. Joka remained deep in thought, pausing for a long time. A moment later, he suddenly grinned and let out a few chilling laughs. It seems the Prophet Skull can really see through everything. In that case, I'll stop pretending. I must survive, no matter what means I have to use. Tang Xin is too suspicious. Why did she have to give that public speech at the school building entrance before trying to win my favor? How could it be such a coincidence that she's my magic show fan? In the comprehensive test, why did she sacrifice herself for the team? Why didn't she choose to survive herself? Over a decade of struggling in society through poverty and hardship has taught me one fundamental truth. All mortals act in self-interest. The Prophet's Skull remains silent. But you're wrong. Tang Xin drank the potion. What if she truly was your companion? Perhaps she really was your little fan. What if she genuinely liked you? Joku curled his lips slightly. I'm not that cold-blooded either. I wouldn't leave true companions to die either. Didn't I feed her the antidote at the very last second? That was only after Lu Yingming recalled the detoxification method, your reluctant last resort. After hearing this, Joku didn't respond. Instead, he raised his eyes and walked to a window. Outside, the sunlight was brilliant, while his smile turned utterly maniacal. That couldn't be helped. I must survive. All dangerous elements around me must be eliminated. He suddenly added, do you know Chow Chow? What? The Prophet's Skull seemed to hear this unfamiliar name for the first time. That was a historical figure from my world. There's one saying of his that I particularly like. Better I betray the whole world than let the whole world betray me. Joku, Joker. In many cultures, the Joker isn't merely a comedic character. It also represents terror, mystery, and madness. A breeze passed, tousling Joka's unkempt hair. A shaft of sunlight streamed through the window. The sunlight was warm, but Joka's face remained cold. His complexion was unnaturally pale. The corners of his mouth twisted upwards in a mocking smirk. Joka raised his still blood-stained hands, bringing his fingers to both corners of his mouth. Then he drew them slightly upwards at an angle, creating two crimson arcs. A bloody smile. At this moment, Joka's face more resembled that of a deranged Joker. Chapter 58, Orientation Party. So, your objective is? My short-term goal is obviously to survive. I want to live more desperately than anyone else. Someone in this school wants me dead. I'm in the light, they're in the shadows. But this person who wants to kill me must have had some contact with me. Therefore, it must be someone I know. Tang Xin's suspicion can be temporarily ruled out. Countless familiar faces flashed through Joka's mind. Zhang Yang, Su Chenxi, Yi Lingtian, these were his classmates. Li Hanfeng, Zhuang Xingyao, Lu Yingming, these were the senior students. Shen Yun, Yuan Xing, and the mysterious principal. It couldn't be ruled out that someone among the professors wanted his life. I'll find a way to figure out who it is. In just one day, 2 assassination attempts had already been made against Joku, and he had no intention of sitting around waiting to die. He would take the initiative to strike. Fine, in that case, our goals are the same. You want to survive, and I also want to keep you alive. Go see that girl, she should be awake by now. Don't forget, don't agree to that request she makes. Otherwise, you'll die. Inside the hospital room, Tang xin, how are you feeling? Joka sat by the bedside, asking with concern. I cough, I'm fine now. Tang xin's face was pale, her voice weak. Brother Joku, I heard you were the one who saved me. No. Joka said self-reproachfully, it was my fault. I didn't notice the poison in the magic essence. Tang xin continued between coughs. Brother Joku, don't say that. The doctor told me the poison in the magic essence was specially formulated for you. If you had drunk it, Brother Joku, you would have died within 1 second. She said with lingering fear. Fortunately, I was the one who drank it. Joka froze for a moment, then grasped her hand. Tang xin, thank you. By the way, Tang xin, before drinking the medicine, you seemed to have some request for me. What was it? Though Joka asked this, he had already made up his mind. No matter what Tang xin said, he would refuse. Actually it wasn't anything important. Tang xin said softly. I heard from classmates that the school will hold a welcome party at the end of this month. Welcome party. Joka hadn't expected Tang xin to mention something like this. I estimate the school's official website will post about it today. Although it's called the welcoming party, all students in the school will participate. Each grade will have several slots to perform in front of the entire school, singing, dancing, that sort of thing. Tang xin suddenly said with embarrassment. Brother Joko, would you like to participate? I just think if you performed magic in front of the whole school, it would be absolutely amazing. Joku originally wanted to refuse immediately, but he hesitated for a moment. You mean in front of the whole school? Everyone would be watching. Tang xin nodded. The prophet's skull's warning still echoed in his mind. Do not agree to her request or you will die. At this moment, Joku understood the meaning of these words, combined with Tang xin's request to consider. If he were to perform at the welcoming party, he would draw the killer's attention, and thus, would be unable to escape death. But this was also an opportunity to catch the killer. Instantly, a mischievous idea emerged in Joku's mind. He remained calm on the surface but laughed secretly in his heart. If I didn't dare challenge death, I wouldn't be Joker. He looked up and said to Tang xin, alright, I'll participate. Don't worry, I'll present a grand and spectacular magic show in front of the entire school. He agreed to Tang xin's request. Joku, for the first time in his life, made a crazy decision. He chose to reject the advice of the omniscient deity. What are you doing? After leaving the ward, the prophet's skull immediately roared. Didn't I tell you to reject her? I tried every possible way to keep you alive, and you're committing suicide like this. Were you just spouting nonsense when you said want to survive more than anyone else earlier? The prophet's skull, a deity, actually let out an extremely angry roar at this moment. But Joku wasn't in a hurry to respond, instead saying something irrelevant. I heard you were a great beauty goddess when you were alive. The prophet's skull suddenly froze. What does this have to do with what I just said? Of course it does. Joku smiled. Beautiful women aren't allowed to get angry. Madman. Enough. Joku stopped joking. Since you're still willing to talk to me, it means my death isn't set in stone, is it? So, is the future, is fate, something certain for you? No. Fate is a cluster of probabilities. I only see that if you don't agree to Tang xin's request and don't show up at the welcome party, you have an extremely high probability of surviving. What if I insist on attending the welcome party and winning the applause of the entire school? Your probability of survival would be 1 in 52. Joku smiled slightly. That's enough. Still quite high. What? Even if it were 1 in 1,000, 1 in 10,000, I would still take the gamble. And I will definitely win. A mere 1 in 52. What's there to fear? Hey, Skullhead, you're indeed a divine relic. Your prophetic abilities are truly powerful. But you're not the only divine relic in this world. You can see through the future, but you can't see through a future that's been tampered with. After saying this, Joku stuffed the skull back into his bag before it could react. Then, he took out his phone again and opened the memo titled Prophecy made by the talking skull. He quickly added these 2 lines. Participate in the welcome party, survival probability, 1 in 52. Meanwhile, he bolded this probability number. 52, what a coincidence. Joku muttered to himself. Hey, Joker God. Joku went to a deserted place and called out softly into the air. Coming. Missed me again. I want to ask you, if I use my God card publicly, what would others see? Oh ho ho. You're asking the right question. Remember during your admission bloodline test, that detection device announced your God card as what? Joku nodded. Yes, the device said my God card was King of Clubs. Exactly. That device was the most sophisticated detector in all of Dragon Nation, yet it couldn't perceive the existence of the Joker card. You can use it with confidence. Whether to human eyes or machines, they'll only see the King of Clubs. Even if you shove the God card in their faces, they'll just think you're using the ability of the King of Clubs. Hey, didn't you take basic magic element classes? Didn't you learn what magic artifacts are? When you use your special ability, your classmates still think you're employing some strange magic artifact. That makes things easier. Oh, so why are you asking about this? Of course, I'm preparing to use the God card in front of the whole school again. Oh ho ho, my child, have you forgotten something? The Joker card isn't something you can use whenever you want. To activate it, you need to fulfill a hidden trigger condition. Chapter 59, The Seven of the Skull Society. I know that. Joker's voice remained calm, showing no surprise whatsoever. Up to now, he had already triggered the God card's ability 4 times. Although each time was a passive trigger, Joker had vaguely begun to discern the commonality between them. Ever since my 18th birthday, when I first obtained the God card, you told me the activation condition for the Joker card is hidden. But I've already made a judgment about what this hidden condition actually is. But one more verification is still needed. Joker picked up his Joker card. The card flipped between his fingertips, with faint dark red patches barely visible on its surface. Snap! His fingers suddenly tightened, gripping one corner of the card forcefully. At the welcome party, I will actively activate the divine card. I will uncover the trigger condition of the supernatural ability. I will present all students with a perfect magic show. I will connect the present and the future, breaking that 1 in 52 probability limit. I will break through the death prophecy made about me by the prophet's skull. The death prophecy. Some corporate building. A man walked hurriedly into the elevator. This elevator happened to have only the man inside, which suited him perfectly. Beep. The man swiped his divine card and pressed a certain floor button. The elevator began its slow descent. The man kept checking his watch, his expression filled with anxiety. As the elevator was about to arrive, he reached into the inner layer of his clothes and took out a mask, slowly putting it on his face. The design of the mask was that of a skull. Ding dong. Underground level B1, arrival. This should have been the company's underground parking lot, but when the elevator doors slowly opened, what appeared before the man was a dimly lit, dark room. The room had no electric lights. Instead, countless rows of candles were lit in a retro style. The man slowly paced and entered the room. Inside the room was a long table, around which sat 6 figures all wearing skull masks. There were men and women, some fat, some thin. In the dim light, each figure was indistinct and shadowy. 3 people sat on the left side of the long table and 2 sat on the right. At the head of the table sat a lean man. His hands were interlocked, knuckles prominent, with his elbows resting on the table's surface. "You're late, Greed." The man at the head of the long table spoke, his voice hoarse and dry, yet so light it resembled someone singing lyrics. "Apologies, Pride. Something came up at the school. Couldn't get away." The man addressed as Greed offered a brief explanation. He pulled out the empty chair to his right. Screech! The empty room echoed with the grating sound of chair legs scraping against the floor. He paid it no mind, sitting down directly. "No blame. After all, we all know you're working for the leader. You're working for the Skull Society." The man at the head seat, codenamed Pride, still spoke softly. "You've done well. We're gradually approaching our goal." Greed gave a slight nod. "Correct. Thus far, I've strictly followed the organization's plans. Moreover, no one at school suspected it was me." A provocatively dressed woman sitting opposite Greed cleared her throat twice. She rested one hand on the back of the chair, swayed slightly, her tone full of skepticism. "But does all this truly benefit the leader? After all our assassination attempts against Joku have failed." Pride, seated at the head of the table, said softly. "Of course. Lust, you just need to follow the leader's plan. The Skull Society has its own arrangements." The woman called Lust still seemed unconvinced. "We've worked for the Skull Society for so long, why won't the leader meet us in person? And you, Pride, we've been following your orders, but how can we be sure you're really working for the leader?" Pride's voice revealed displeasure as he finally abandoned his previous ethereal, chanting tone, raising his pitch by an octave. "My loyalty to the leader is beyond question. The leader is currently indisposed, but before leaving, he personally entrusted me with his entire plan. I report directly to the leader, and you report directly to me." Seated to the right of Greed was a corpulent man. His voice emerged in a somewhat shrill tone. "Then can't you at least inform us about the leader's plan?" "No." Pride's voice brooked no argument. "Keeping it secret from you is part of the plan itself. Gluttony, what the organization requires isn't questioning, but execution." The obese man codenamed Gluttony hurriedly responded. "I maintain absolute loyalty toward our leader and the organization." "Good." Pride resumed their usual chant-like cadence. "Greed, repeat the orders you received." "Yes." Greed promptly replied. "I remain stationed at the school to receive organizational dispatches and arrange the assassination attempts against Joku according to the leader's plan. To date, I've already executed several operations. Deploying the hooded-type killing machines for Russian roulette. Deploying the tentacled-type killing machines for subway assaults. There were also zombie attacks, and drugging the magical essence." Arrogance continued asking, "Then, what were the results of these assassination attempts?" Greed spoke word by word, "All failures." The other meeting participants gasped in unison, all turning to look at Arrogance's expression. "But who would have thought?" Snap, snap, snap. Arrogance slowly began applauding. Excellent. It seems you've completely remembered the leader's requirements. Greed nodded, speaking clearly, only allowed to fail, not allowed to succeed. Arrogance satisfactorily tapped his forehead lightly. Including the assassination at the welcome party, it's the same principle. Greed, when the time comes, contact me via phone. Make absolutely certain Joker's magic performance proceeds smoothly. Not until the final second of his magic trick comes our ultimate killing move. He spoke in a sing-song voice, the unbreakable death curse. He stood up, making a fist with his left hand and placing it over his chest. The yellow candle flames danced in the wind, their faint light flickering across Arrogance's mask. Behind his dark golden skull mask, arrogance flickered in his eyes. And all of this is for swish, the sound of countless chairs being moved. All the others stood up one after another, placing their left fists over their chests. Their voices male, female, some high-pitched and shrill, others hoarse and deep-spoken unison. 4. A grander purpose. Chapter 60, The Unbreakable Death Curse. In the dormitory. Joko, are you really going to participate in the welcome party? Zhang Yang's voice brimmed with excitement. That's great. I heard you're a master magician. Those magic tricks popular among commoners, I've never seen them before. Hee buddy, after your performance before the whole school, you'll probably gain another swarm of fangirls. Joko lay on his bed, scrolling through his phone while responding absent-mindedly. It's just a magic show, quite common in the commoner world. You nobles just get excited because you've never seen it before. Joko had already signed up for the welcome party on the campus network. Of course, his purpose wasn't as vulgar as Zhang Yang said to gain fangirls. What he wanted to do was, first, take this opportunity to test the trigger conditions of his divine card. Second, to break the death prophecy made by the prophet's skull. At the same time, he would use this chance to find the Skull Society members lurking in the school. Of course, the magic show also had to be spectacular. Pursuing perfection was Joker's life creed. He opened the memo on his phone, found the entry titled Prophecy Made by the Talking Skull, and tapped on it. There were 2 lines of content. The first line, do not agree to Tang Xian's request, the goal is to preserve your life. Tisk. He curled his lips and deleted this line. He had already violated this prophecy and advice. He absolutely had to participate in the welcome party. The second line, participate in the welcome party, survival probability, 1 in 52. Oof. He snorted coldly. He deleted the words 1 in 52, then tapped the screen and added a few more words. Now, the sentence became, participate in the welcome party, survival probability, 100%. Joko continued reading. The third line, I will be afflicted with an unbreakable death curse. Joko frowned. An unbreakable death curse, this was a term he had never heard before. And Joko's usual solution for knowledge he didn't understand in this world was to go to the library. Inside the library. Damn it, completely unfindable. Joko flipped through countless books but couldn't find any similar content. He even used the school library's electronic search system, yet still found no similar keywords. But this was a prophecy made by the Skull of Prophecy. It couldn't have just made up a term to fool me, could it? However, although he failed to find information about the death curse, he did gain other discoveries. Joko sat in a small corner, flipping through a thick book. It was in this very book that he had previously found introductions about divine relics. Previously, he had briefly browsed through the currently discovered divine relics. These included the blade that kills with one strike, the clock that reverses time, and the all-knowing Skull of Prophecy. He turned to the page before the section about the Skull of Prophecy, the clock that reverses time. There was a pocket watch-style illustration in the book. Legend has it that this relic was left by the god of time. Whoever obtains it can reverse time and return to the past. Joka tapped his finger on this page and whispered softly, I want to collect all 14 divine relics, including this one. After leaving the library, Joka went to many different places and purchased various items. These are all essential props for a magic performance. Late at night, when he was alone, he went to the school auditorium by himself. The auditorium was where the upcoming freshman welcome party would be held. He carefully inspected the stage and made many advance preparations. After completing all this, a whole day had already passed. But Joko didn't feel tired, on the contrary, he found it fulfilling. Just wait, at the freshman welcome party, I will definitely present the most spectacular magic performance. Several days passed in the blink of an eye, and the school's freshman welcome party arrived as scheduled. In the auditorium, stage lights flickered and flashed. The spectator stands were packed with students. The entire school gathered here, watching the stage with eager anticipation. The opening rock music exploded through the hall, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Zhang Yang sat in the middle of the stands, wildly waving his glow sticks. This is awesome. Keep your voice down. Tang Xian beside him covered her ears, seemingly unaccustomed to such lively excitement. How often does the school hold large events like this? Lighten up and enjoy yourself. Zhang Yang's enthusiasm remained undiminished. Speaking of which, little attention seeker, why didn't you sign up for a performance? Hiding in the audience doesn't suit your character. Don't call me that, I have a name. Tang Xin sighed helplessly, glancing toward the backstage area. There, Joko was waiting for his turn to go on stage. Same as before, I'm more suited to being a magician's audience member. In a dim corner of the auditorium, a man was typing rapidly on his phone. Currently, the plan is progressing smoothly. Joko is about to perform a highly dangerous magic trick, and I have already sabotaged his magic props in advance. Not only that, I've also planted a humanoid killing machine hidden where no one can find it. It can launch an attack at any moment during Joko's performance. A few seconds later, a reply quickly came through. Good. Remain on standby. The man frowned and typed several more lines. But there are some details I still don't understand. Ask. All these plans of mine follow your instructions and you follow the leader's orders, correct? Naturally. But the leader also mentioned only failure is permitted, success is forbidden. Correct. Those were the leader's exact words. Hesitating, the man sent a few more messages. But if we proceed with this assassination plan as designed, Joko has no chance of survival. Based on my on-site assessment, his probability of surviving is very low. Your assessment is not wrong. The leader said his probability of surviving this assassination attempt is only 1 in 52. What's the difference between those odds and certain death? You're not wrong. The details of the assassination plan were arranged by the leader. The survival probability was also personally stated by the leader. However, you needn't worry. If he truly dies, this would prove Joko isn't the person we're looking for. Thus, if our assassination succeeds, the leader won't blame us. Then what if the assassination fails? If he truly hits that 1 in 52 probability, that would prove the leader's arrangements were flawless. Don't forget, our true killing move, the unbreakable death curse. There's absolutely no escape for him. The man chuckled softly, typing rapidly. I wonder how all these students would react, seeing their great magician die violently in public. Chapter 61, Waiting in the Preparation Room. Joko was currently in the backstage preparation room, flipping through the orientation gala program list. He didn't recognize most performers, though several familiar names still caught his eye. Lee Hanfeng, solo stand-up comedy performance. Joko immediately pictured that seemingly somewhat silly senior in his mind. Stand-up comedy also perfectly suited his personality. The second one, Zhuang Xingyao, original song solo performance. Joko recalled the image of that cool and aloof senior girl. Short hair, fair skin. During the freshman orientation she'd been somewhat stiff and distant toward others, but had treated him quite well. He wondered if her singing would sound pleasant. The third one, Lu Yingming, martial arts demonstration. This one actually surprised Joko somewhat. Senior Lu Yingming possessed a block-type divine card, yet he was interested in martial arts. Flipping to the next page. Besides these, there was another familiar name, Su Chenxi. Su Chenxi hadn't signed up for any performance but had become one of the event hosts. As for Joko's own magic show, it was scheduled as the very last item on the program list. Due to the special nature of his magic performance, Joko hadn't participated in any advance rehearsals. But privately, he'd already practiced alone countless times. With a sudden blast of music, warm-up melodies reverberated throughout the auditorium. The freshman welcoming ceremony had begun. Joko put down the program list and sat at an angle near the door in the preparation room, giving him a clear view of the stage. Since his performance was scheduled last, quietly appreciating others' performances during this time would help pass the time. Accompanied by music, a figure in white slowly ascended the stage. Su Chenxi, with her hair cascading down, wore delicate yet elegant makeup and a long white dress as she stepped onto the grand stage. The stage lights illuminated her, and at this moment, she captured the attention of all the audience. While the audience collectively gasped in admiration. Even though Su Chenxi wasn't performing yet and merely stood there, she commanded everyone's attention. Though merely a host, she created an illusion among all the spectators. It seemed as if she were the true protagonist of this evening's event. The warm-up music gradually faded as lights swept across the audience seats. Su Chenxi parted her vermilion lips, enunciating each word with perfect clarity. Good evening, teachers and fellow students. Freshmen of Class 25, please receive the blessings from our school. Tonight, beneath the auditorium of Divine Card Academy, there are no longer steel and concrete but a kingdom of music and dance. The ceiling of the grand auditorium had now transformed into a starry sky. Upon hearing Su Chenxi's address, all students began waving their glow sticks enthusiastically. How many burning dreams does this school hold? How many legends of transformation from cocoon to butterfly? And every single dream helps students become rising new stars. In the next 3 hours, we'll have soul-stirring performances, stand-up comedy that will make you laugh heartily, and eye-catching magic shows. Now, let the freshman welcoming ceremony officially begin. Su Chenxi concluded her opening speech with an elevated tone. Waves of cheers and applause rose from the audience seats. Even though Joko was hiding backstage, he couldn't help but be somewhat infected by this passionate atmosphere. But the weight of reality didn't allow him to waver in emotion or let his guard down. He constantly remembered that he wasn't here to play around at this welcome party. His magic performance wasn't merely an entertainment program either. After finishing her speech and announcing the first program, Suchensi quickly stepped down from the stage and walked toward the preparation room. Seeing her approach, Joku immediately clapped several times in praise. "Your Highness the Princess, a goddess descending to earth." Noticing Joku, Suchensi said somewhat shyly, "I'm just the host. The real contributors to this party are you performers. Joku, what magic will you perform? You didn't even attend the rehearsal, keeping it so mysterious." Joku curved his lips slightly. "First rule of magicians, never reveal your tricks beforehand. You'll know when I perform. Don't worry, it'll be amazing." Suchensi sat down beside Joku. "Your magic show is what I'm looking forward to most in this entire welcome party. Good luck with your performance." There were about a dozen students sitting in the backstage preparation room, all waiting for their performances. After each performance ended, Suchensi had to go on stage again to deliver transition speeches and introduce the next act. After some indeterminate amount of time, during one particular performance, Suchensi finished announcing the program list and returned to the preparation room, sitting down next to Joku. She took off her shoes and rubbed her heels. "Wearing high heels is really exhausting. I hope your performance comes soon so I can go rest." Joku responded. "You seem quite uncomfortable in these kinds of formal settings," Suchensi said softly. "As a princess, maintaining basic etiquette and attending various public events is a fundamental requirement. But I still prefer martial arts training and fighting." Joku nodded slightly. He had long known that although the princess appeared elegant and proper, at her core she was a violent young woman. "Oh, Joku, so this is where you've been hiding?" A male voice suddenly called out. Joku looked up. Senior Li Hanfeng's smiling face came into view. "I knew it. When I saw your name on the program list, I knew you'd be here." His loud voice made everyone in the preparation room look in their direction. Joku noticed Senior Lu Yingming staring intently at him from the corner. Sitting opposite him was Senior Zhuang Xingyao. She had been playing with her phone with her head down, but suddenly looked up in his direction. Noticing their reactions, Joku suddenly realized what Li Hanfeng was about to say, trying to drag him into trouble again. He cleared his throat lightly. "Senior, isn't it almost time for your performance?" Senior Li Hanfeng scratched his head. "Seems like I'm up next. Wait, don't change the subject." He suddenly put on an exaggeratedly serious tone, speaking like an experienced mentor. "Listen, Junior, the orientation party is just child's play. The real university-level grand event is the Elite Cup, and the prerequisite for participating in the Elite Cup is..." "Here we go again." Joku sighed and finished the sentence. "Joining a student club." "Correct." Senior Li Hanfeng grinned. "So, you haven't joined any club yet, right? How about checking out Black Blade Corps?" Joku noticed from the corner of his eye that Senior Zhuang Xingyao had put down her phone completely. Senior Lu Yingming also folded his arms and looked their way. It seemed they were all waiting for Joku's answer. Chapter 62: The Jokester and the God of Song. Not only that, Joku noticed even Suchensi nearby had turned her head, apparently waiting for his reply too. However, Joku still gave the same response. "Senior, I haven't made up my mind yet." Li Hanfeng sighed. "Aya, why are you still saying that? Forget it." He suddenly turned and casually asked Suchensi beside them. "What about you then?" "Your Highness." Suchensi clearly didn't expect the senior to suddenly throw the question at her and was momentarily stunned. Me?" She hesitated, looking at Joku, then at Li Hanfeng. "I'm not in a hurry either, still considering." Li Hanfeng pressed further. "Your Royal Highness, as fellow Spades card holders, Black Blade Corps is the top choice for Spades series clubs. Do you really prefer joining those two Silent Types club over the Black Blade group?" Li Hanfeng lowered his voice, discreetly pointing towards the two in the corner. The Silent Types naturally referred to Zhuang Xingyao and Lu Yingming. Suchensi hesitated, unsure how to respond. On stage, the music gradually faded. The performers from the previous act had already left the stage. Suchensi startled, quickly jumping up. "Sorry, Senior, I need to host the event now." After saying this, she bowed deeply, then fled the scene as if flying. Senior Li Hanfeng sighed, looking back at Joku. If you don't join us, Her Highness won't come either." Joku asked. "What do you mean by that?" Li Hanfeng whispered. "I just noticed. When I invited Her Highness, she glanced in your direction. It's obvious she wants to join the same club as you. Please, Joku, join our Black Blade group." With both the Freshman King and the Princess joining the Black Blade Society at the same time, we're about to take off. Joku curled his lips. "Freshman King? You mean me?" "Of course it's you. Every year's entrance exam champion gets called Freshman King during their first year. Back when I enrolled, I was also the Freshman King." TSK. Senior Li Hanfeng's thoughts seemed to drift into pleasant memories. On stage, Suchensi's voice floated faintly. "Please invite the next student to perform." Senior." Joku deliberately adopted a cautious tone. "What's up?" Li Hanfeng snapped back to reality. Isn't the next performance supposed to be yours? Senior Li Hanfeng's expression froze abruptly as he sprang up. Oh no! Then he threw out one last sentence. Joko, we'll talk later. And dashed toward the stage. This personality would actually be perfect for stand-up comedy. After Senior Li Hanfeng left, two figures standing not far away stood up simultaneously. Zhuang Xingyao and Lu Yingming stood facing each other, both seemingly aware that the other's purpose was the same as their own. Zhuang Xingyao stared directly into Lu Yingming's eyes without backing down. Lu Yingming also crossed his arms tightly, showing no sign of wavering. The two stood in silent confrontation, not exchanging a single word, yet their eyes seemed engaged in fierce battle. Finally, Lu Yingming's gaze wandered to Zhuang Xingyao's collar where he noticed the red heart badge. Eventually he sighed, sat down, and murmured softly, "You go ahead. Ladies first." Zhuang Xingyao gave a slight nod of acknowledgement before heading toward Joke's direction. Joke had been listening to Senior Li Hanfeng's stand-up comedy outside, completely unaware of the other two's confrontation. It must be said, Senior Li truly had a gift for humor. He was a born comedian. His jokes included both original material and trending internet memes. Nearly every punchline sent waves of laughter rippling through the student audience. A classmate once asked me why my club is called Black Edge Society. Is it because my spirit card is the spade, or because my name contains the character for edge? I say no, because I'm dark-skinned, a black person. The background music suddenly played, Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse. The entire audience burst into laughter. Joko also smiled understandingly, just about to listen to Li Hanfeng's next joke when, "May I interrupt?" A cool female voice suddenly came from beside him. Joko turned his head, focusing his attention on the girl before him. Senior Zhuang Xingyao still maintained her usual aloof demeanor, short hair, with skin so fair it seemed to glow. She seemed to have applied light makeup for this orientation party, carrying a faint trace of fragrance. Joko sighed, "Senior, you've already interrupted me, why bother asking again?" Zhuang Xingyao froze momentarily, then quickly lowered her head. "Sorry, my apologies." Her attitude was quite sincere. Joko spoke directly, "Senior Zhuang, I already know why you're here. My answer remains the same as last time." Zhuang Xingyao shook her head. "No, you've misunderstood. This time I'm not here to ask you to join my club. Next week there's a dance party hosted by the Qixin Club at the school's comprehensive building. I hope you can come see it. Of course, it's just an invitation. You can refuse." Zhuang Xingyao looked directly into Joko's eyes, her expression very serious. "Just to go and take a look." Joko replied, "Thank you for the invitation, Senior. If I have time, I'll definitely go." Outside the stage, Li Hanfeng told another joke, setting off cheers from the entire audience. Zhuang Xingyao returned to her seat, and Senior Lu Yingming was about to approach next. But Joka had already refocused his attention on the ongoing performance, occasionally clapping along. Lu Yingming thought for a moment, then ultimately sat back down without disturbing Joku. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the welcome party was already half over. Su Chenxi announced on stage, "Let's welcome Senior Zhuang Xingyao to perform an original song for us." Zhuang Xingyao straightened her outfit and strode out of the preparation room, looking completely unruffled. When Zhuang Xingyao stepped onto the stage, another wave of cheers erupted from the audience. It was even more enthusiastic than when Li Hanfeng had taken the stage. The two exchanged the microphone on stage. The stage lights shone upon them, both women radiant and beautiful. It was hard to say which one was more stunning. Su Chenxi returned to the preparation room and sat down beside Joku. Senior Zhuang Xingyao is incredibly talented. Her lyrics and compositions are all original works. The rock music on stage came to an abrupt halt. The next second, a mournful, lingering melody of ancient Chinese style began to play. The audience instinctively fell silent, immersed in the music's melancholic atmosphere. Senior Zhuang Xingyao slowly opened her mouth with just one lyric line. She conquered the entire audience. Woohoo! Glowsticks waved frantically throughout the venue. Many students were even shaking luminous color signs bearing Zhuang Xingyao's name. The song's style was elegant and restrained, with a drawn-out, graceful melody. It was indeed quite pleasant to listen to. However, "Ah, Senior, I love you. So beautiful. Divine vocals." Waves of screams rose intermittently from the audience seats. Every student in the audience, regardless of gender, wore an expression of insane infatuation. It resembled a massive idol chasing scene. No, it was 10,000 times crazier than a pop star concert. Some female students screamed at the top of their lungs, completely abandoning their composure, while some male students became wildly excited, roaring as they took off their shirts and waved them in the air. Joko frowned deeply. Unnatural. He admitted Zhuang Xingyao's songs were quite good, truly professional level. But the students' reactions were far too abnormal. It almost seemed like they were being controlled. Chapter 63, Jack of Hearts. Something's wrong. Joko leaned against the preparation room door, coldly observing the audience. Every spectator's emotions were running extremely high. His eyes swept across the crowd until they quickly located Zhang Yang and Tang Xian. Zhang Yang was currently behaving completely out of character, jumping up and down like an excited baboon. Even Tang Xin had both hands propping her cheeks, wearing that same infatuated expression. Zhouke's brow furrowed again as he turned his gaze back toward the stage. Senior Zhuang Xingyao kept her eyes closed, immersed in her singing, not paying much attention to the commotion in the venue. Zhouke shook his head slightly and turned to look back inside the room. To his surprise, even the classmates in the preparation room seemed to be showing this strange reaction. Each of them wore an identical expression of infatuation on their faces. Senior Li Hanfeng reacted most intensely. Little Zhuang, the goddess of song, peerless in the world. If Zhouke hadn't stopped him in time, Senior Li would have even tried to rush onto the stage. Not only that, from the corner of his eye, Zhouke saw that even the usually reticent and introverted Senior Lu Wingming was now sitting in place with flushed cheeks, tightly pursing his lips as if restraining himself. Zhouke sighed. Seriously, was there even one normal person unaffected in this auditorium? Of course there was. Su Chenxi remained completely calm, her expression unchanged as she said to Zhouke, "Have you heard of the sirens?" Sirens? Zhouke asked uncertainly. The legendary ancient sirens. Su Chenxi nodded slightly. Yes. In common folktales, sirens are legendary sea monsters. She often lingers between reefs and ships, emitting captivating songs. Her voice often makes passing sailors lose their senses, causing shipwrecks. Zhouke replied, "I've heard of this myth." Su Chenxi continued, "This is just commoners turning it into stories. But actually many deities, monsters, and vengeful spirits appearing in myths have their prototypes. They were all ancient owners of divine cards. Siren, the legendary sea monster, was one of the earliest divine card holders. Her card was Jack of Hearts. Also, she's said to be the ancestor of the Hearts family, the Yizhuang family." Zhouke nodded in understanding. "I see, this explains the strange phenomena happening here. If I'm not mistaken, Senior Zhuang's divine card is Jack of Hearts, with the ability Charm." Su Chenxi nodded, "Yes. Jack of Hearts, Charm. Using this ability greatly increases others' favorability toward oneself. The strength of Heart J's divine card is affected by its level. At Iron level, it only slightly increases a single target's fondness towards oneself. At Bronze level, it can make others develop intense love or even obsession towards oneself. Heart J at Silver level can already create group charm effects, forming small fanatical groups. But Senior Zhuang's divine card level is Gold level. Her magic power level exceeds 1,000 points. This is an extremely terrifying number. If she fully activates her divine card ability, she could make the entire school fall in love with her." Zhouke's expression flickered slightly. "That powerful?" Su Chenxi said softly, "Heart J, the Jack. Alphabet cards are far stronger than ordinary number cards in terms of ability strength. Moreover, she also has magic power enhancement." Zhouke looked outside at Zhuang Xingyao. "So, she used her divine card ability. Was that necessary for a small party?" Su Chenxi shook her head. "No, she didn't use the divine card at all. That's the most frightening part. She was just too focused and immersed in singing, completely unaware that she had inadvertently activated the magic particles within her body. If the magic particle level is too high and not strictly controlled, it could lead to an out-of-control supernatural ability situation. Although Senior Zhuang Xingyao's ascension to gold rank involved some effort, luck played a greater role. Thus, she still can't properly control the power bestowed by her gold rank divine card. Senior Zhuang is quite troubled by this matter too." Su Chenxi suddenly smiled faintly. "Did you know? Senior Zhuang wasn't always this cold and distant. We've known each other since childhood. She used to be very lively and warm. But after her first divine card malfunction she changed. She had no choice but to shut herself off, keeping everyone at arm's length. Her aloof, emotionless exterior isn't her true personality. Rather, she's trying her best to suppress her charm to prevent situations like today from happening. However, no matter how cold she acts toward others, she still can't completely prevent her magic particles from affecting those around her. Thus, there are still many who adore her, consistently maintaining the top position on the campus popularity charts. This is the power of gold rank letter cards." As expected of a princess, Zhouke couldn't help but admire Su Chenxi's extensive knowledge once again. Being around the princess who received aristocratic education since childhood, Zhouke admitted he actually learned quite a few new things. "But what makes me curious is why you're unaffected." Su Chenxi blinked, her investigative gaze scanning Zhouke up and down. "You're a normal young man too, aren't you? Yet you seem completely unmoved emotionally." Zhouke's expression remained calm as still water, without the slightest ripple of emotion. To be honest, Zhouke himself wasn't entirely clear about it either. Zhuang Xingyao's singing was indeed beautiful, but beyond that, Zhouke had absolutely no additional thoughts about it. "What about you, Your Highness? You seem to be the second person besides me unaffected by the charm effect." The best way to answer a question is to throw it back at the questioner. Su Chenxi smiled faintly. "That's because of my bloodline. Although both Zhuang Senpai and I come from the four great noble families, the Wang family's bloodline remains more exalted than the other three. Do you remember the comprehensive assessment rules, the class supremacy principle? The comprehensive assessment rules are modeled after reality. Higher bloodlines can naturally resist such involuntary mana malfunctions. Bloodline. Su Chenxi's eyes still couldn't suppress her curiosity, her lips parting slightly as if preparing to question Joku again. Joku had long understood her doubt. As a commoner without noble blood, why can you also resist charm effects? Joku immediately began considering how to evade the question. By now, Joku no longer believed himself to be an ordinary commoner. Various clues, including the Skull Society's pursuit, had planted suspicions about his origins. But for self-preservation, he still publicly maintained his commoner identity. Just as Joku was contemplating his response, the music gradually faded. Su Chenxi's expression changed abruptly as she stood up suddenly. Apologies, we'll continue this later. It's my turn to host again. Chapter 64, Deadly Escape. Zhuang Xingyao's song came to an end as the music gradually faded. As she emerged from her singing trance, the audience too returned to their normal state from their charmed condition. Many snapped out of their frenzied expressions, momentarily looking confused before sheepishly returning to their seats. Su Chenxi quickly took the stage, taking over the microphone to divert the audience's attention with calm announcements for the next performance, as if nothing had just happened. Senior Lu Yingming's martial arts demonstration was also spectacular, earning thunderous applause from the crowd. As one performance followed another, the entire welcome ceremony was approaching its finale, Joku's magic show. After the penultimate magic act, Su Chenxi cleared her throat. I believe everyone already knows who our final performer will be. He's the only common-born student in our school, the sole victor in all 3 qualification tests. The undisputed rookie king, top of the campus popularity charts, the most talked-about figure in school. Let's welcome Joku. Whoa! The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. As the top ranked on the popularity charts, Joku's fame had long surpassed that of Zhuang Xingyao. At this moment, the audience's emotional response was several times more intense than when Zhuang Xingyao took the stage. Joku! 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 The spectators spontaneously chanted in waves. Zhang Yang vigorously waved a fan sign that read, Joku, love. Superfan, Joku, go for it. Tang Xian didn't make as big a gesture as Zhang Yang, but her face was full of anticipation. Somewhere else. A man tapped on his phone screen, typing rapidly. It's Joku's turn now. Are you absolutely certain everything is foolproof? Yes. I've long since analyzed Joku's magic routine in advance. There won't be any mistakes. Is the humanoid killing machine also properly arranged? Of course, I've hidden it where Joku would never expect. The man's gaze remained fixed on the stage curtain. 3 more seconds, and he'll appear on stage. Not just the man, all the students in the school were also staring excitedly with unblinking eyes at the red curtain. 3, 2, 1. The curtain remained completely motionless. Joku did not appear. Su Chenxi stood at one side of the stage, seemingly puzzled as well. What's going on? A student in the audience whispered. Pop! All the lights in the venue suddenly went out. What happened? Students throughout the venue looked at each other in confusion, whispering among themselves. Pop! Another loud bang sounded. Suddenly, a spotlight illuminated the curtain. With all other lights extinguished, the circular bright spot stood out particularly dazzling in the darkness. Ladies and gentlemen, Joku's voice came from all directions, echoing throughout the auditorium. Magic begins now. His voice was resonant and full of contagious energy. At this moment, background music suddenly started playing. Elegant, lingering symphonic music echoed through the air. Whoosh! Countless playing cards came pouring down from above the stage. Then, 2 strings of white pigeons flew by, each pigeon holding one end of a red curtain in its beak, gradually pulling it apart from both sides. Joku's figure suddenly emerged from behind the waterfall of playing cards. He was dressed in a magnificent black and white ceremonial robe adorned with silver glittering sequins that shone exceptionally bright under the spotlight. He twirled and circled in the air, then surprisingly flew towards the audience seats. His ceremonial robe fluttered in the air as Joku's hair kept blowing upwards. The audience erupted into cheers that resounded through the auditorium, accompanied by thunderous applause. Joku circled around the entire auditorium once before reluctantly returning above the stage, descending slowly. Finally, his toes lightly touched the ground. This was just the opening act, yet it ignited the excitement of all the students. Glow sticks waved in the air as waves of chants rose one after another. Joku! 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 Standing at the center of the stage, Joku basked in the gaze of the entire audience and the baptism of stage lights. He gave a slight bow, then elegantly produced a rose from his hand and tossed it toward the audience. Some audience members quickly stood up, scrambling to catch the rose Joku had thrown. This scene was even more frenzied than when Zhuang Xingyao lost control of his magical energy. Of course, Joku had invested considerable effort into this magic performance. Although his primary goal was to use this magic show to discover the activation conditions of the divine card and find an opportunity to escape death. Nevertheless, as a magician, he still had to maintain basic professional standards. Presenting an exquisite magic show was also among Joko's aspirations. For this performance, he specifically spent money on a splendid costume, styled his hair, and even applied some stage makeup. This made his current appearance resemble that of a celebrity artist, 100 times more handsome than usual. Joko clapped his hands, signaling the audience to quiet down. The entire audience immediately restrained their enthusiastic clamor, though they couldn't suppress their ignited emotions, and watched Joko with anticipation. Joko slowly began to speak. Magic is an ancient and mysterious art. It allows a commoner like me to achieve effects similar to supernatural powers. What you just saw was merely a warm-up. The main event comes next. Clap, clap. He lightly clapped his hands twice. Instantly, the entire stage trembled slightly. At the center of the stage, on the raised wooden floor, a hidden door suddenly sprang open, and then a cylindrical object slowly ascended. A large water tank, 1 meter wide, 2.5 meters tall, filled with crystal clear water shimmering with blue light. As the tank rose, the water surface rippled. Boom! Another loud noise followed. The lights shifted upwards again, rising to the top of the stage. A large transparent glass box could be seen slowly descending, suspended by metal rods above. This glass box appeared like a miniature version of the water tank below, but with one key difference. The water tank was filled to the brim with water, while the glass box above was packed with sharp-toothed piranhas. Joko slowly stepped forward. Ladies and gentlemen, ordinary magic tricks are certainly unworthy of our welcoming party. Therefore, if I'm going to perform, it must be the most spectacular one. Now, I honestly tell everyone that if this magic act fails, I will pay with my life. After Joko finished speaking, the entire venue erupted in uproar. Many people gasped in shock. But challenging oneself is exactly what an excellent magician must do. I will gag myself and tie myself up to ensure I cannot use any divine card props. Then, I'll jump into the water tank. Afterwards, I'll try my best to undo the restraints and escape from the tank. Time limit 1 minute. Joko paused, then continued. Of course. I see some of you showing doubtful expressions. 1 minute isn't enough to drown someone. Why would it cost a life? Joko smiled and raised one hand, pointing at the glass tank filled with piranhas above. After 1 minute, the base of this glass tank will automatically open. At that moment, whether I'm in the water tank or not, the piranhas will all fall down. If I fail to escape, I'll be torn to pieces by these ferocious tropical fish. Ladies and gentlemen. Joko's voice rose passionately as the background music reached its first climax. Welcome to witness my magic trick. The Deadly Escape. Chapter 65. The Tank Escape Magic. Deadly Escape. As the name suggests, to the audience it naturally means the magician escaping from this water tank. But Joko's goal goes far beyond that. Deadly escape. What Joko truly needs to escape isn't the tank, but the Skull Society's murderous trap. Joko slowly paced up the stairs built on the stage. With each step upward, his figure grew taller, and each step brought him closer to his escape plan. He saw the audience still cheering and anticipating. Soon, he reached the top of the stairs. Before him lay the open top of the water tank. Clear water rippled. Of course, Joko had long harbored countless conjectures about the Skull Society's assassination method this time. Drowning himself, sending assassins during the magic performance, or setting up small deadly mechanisms in his own props. But he didn't care. He believed he would definitely survive. He believed that no matter what assassination method was used, he could handle it. He chuckled inwardly. Skull of prophecy, you can only see through the future, but cannot see through the future that has been manipulated. You can examine the probability of fate, but cannot discern the probability that has been tampered with. Joko took out 2 pairs of iron handcuffs and showed them to the audience. He deliberately pulled and tested the handcuffs' quality to prove they were genuine and very sturdy. He firmly handcuffed his wrists and ankles, then wrapped several coils of iron chains around them. By this point, some audience members had begun whispering. He's wrapped up like a twisty breadstick, can't even take out his divine cards now. Is he going to rely on his own strength to break free from the chains? You don't understand, do you? I've heard commoners have lock-picking skills. But 1 minute seems too short, wonder if he can succeed. It would be truly magical if he actually drowned. Joko raised both hands high, displaying the chains. Ladies and gentlemen, if I cannot escape from this water tank within the time limit, this magic trick will have failed. The corners of Joko's mouth lifted slightly. If that situation really occurs, don't forget to arrange a decent funeral for me. The entire audience burst into laughter simultaneously. Naturally, they all believed this was just Joko's dark humor as a magician. Joko took a deep breath, then held it, closing both eyes tightly. Pushing off with both feet, leaning his body forward, he jumped in. Splash! The magician's figure disappeared into the water-filled tank. The sensation of icy cold water spread throughout his body. Then, the red curtain used for concealment slowly covered the water tank. Beep! The large screen on stage immediately displayed bold red numbers. 59, 58, 57. The 1-minute countdown had begun. What all the audience members failed to notice was, the moment after he jumped in, the tank's lid suddenly popped up, then clamped shut. This lid was extremely thick and remarkably sturdy. A small, iron lock automatically snapped shut in an instant. The top was sealed shut. Joku was trapped inside the water tank. Success! He fell right into my trap. Somewhere in the auditorium, a man kept sending messages from his phone. After I saw him preparing the water tank and buying piranhas days ago, I researched extensively. Soon, I found it. In the civilian world, there's a magic trick called water tank escape. The main procedure of this magic trick is, the magician binds his hands and feet, then jumps into the water tank. Then, the magician must unlock these handcuffs and chains within the time limit and climb out, or he will drown. Of course, to heighten the thrill, they add many dangerous elements to this trick. What Joku did was place piranhas at the top that could drop at any moment. Naturally, skilled magicians should normally be able to pick the locks and climb out within the time limit. 1 minute is indeed very short, but for Joku, it might not be impossible. However, I've tampered with it. He absolutely can't climb out. I understand. Then, what exactly did you tamper with? The man calmly continued typing. Originally, his water tank had an open top. It was meant to facilitate his escape, but I installed a small mechanism. This mechanism automatically closes the tank's lid when Joku jumps into the water. Not only that, I also added a small padlock that will automatically lock as well. But didn't you say Joku has lock-picking skills? He can pick locks provided he can reach the lock. The padlock I installed is on the outer side of the tank. Even if he unlocks the handcuffs, he still can't climb out and will suffocate inside the tank. Good. The plan is thorough. Only, the man hesitated. Joku's probability of survival is practically 0. Then why did the leader say it was 1 in 52? That's not your concern. The leader has everything arranged. Don't forget, if Joku really dies, you won't be punished either. This can only mean we misjudged him. Joku is not our target. Understood. After confirming his plan was flawless, the man put down his phone and looked toward Joku's direction. A red curtain covered the water tank. At this moment, all audience members widened their eyes, tensely awaiting this thrilling minute. On the large screen, the red countdown continued its unhurried pulse. 42, 41, 40. Soon, 20 seconds passed. The curtain slowly rose, stopping again when 2/3 of the tank was revealed. Only Joku's feet were exposed. Look, Joku has already freed his ankles from the chains. The audience pointed at the tank and exclaimed. The countdown kept ticking. As the timer progressed, the curtain gradually lifted higher. 22, 21, 20. It now reached Joku's hands. The audience saw Joku manipulating a small wire with remarkable speed at the handcuff's keyhole. Click! The handcuffs opened. Joku appeared to flash an elegant smile underwater as he gently released the handcuffs. The handcuffs slowly descended through the water before settling at the bottom. The seemingly sturdy handcuffs were effortlessly unlocked by Joku in an extremely short time. There were still 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Oh! The entire audience erupted in cheers, with applause resounding through the grand hall. How did he do that? Is this commoner's magic? He unlocked handcuffs with just a small wire. 40 seconds. Plenty of time to spare. Joku appeared to be all smiles, seemingly bowing to acknowledge the audience. Without wasting a moment, he kicked his legs and began floating upward. When he reached the top of the water tank, his hands touched a lid. Joku's body froze. Chapter 66, Rain of Fish. Joku pushed hard against the lid atop the water tank. According to the original magic routine, having freed himself from all restraints, he should quickly emerge before the countdown ended. But, in the original magic routine, the water tank's lid was supposed to be open. He reacted swiftly, immediately realizing someone had tampered with the magic prop. Joku's eyes darted rapidly as he quickly identified the problem. On the outer side of the water tank's lid, there is a small black lock securing the cover. This lock was extremely compact and inconspicuous, which was why Joku hadn't noticed it before the magic show began. But, precisely because the lock was so small, the method to bypass it was equally simple. That method was, brute force creates miracles. 20 seconds left. I can't see any possible way for him to escape. The man watched the stage with knitted brows as he quickly typed. Don't rush. Keep observing. The outcome remains uncertain until the very last second. Understood. The man put down his phone and fixed his gaze intently on Joku on stage. At this moment, less than 20 seconds remained. Joku in the water tank had already freed himself from all restraints. Moreover, he had discovered the tampering. Joku, how will you solve this predicament? The man murmured to himself. Suddenly, Joku rolled up his sleeves, exposing his elbows. Then he sank to the bottom of the tank and stood firm, followed by a powerful jump upwards. Bang! He actually smashed his elbow against the lid with raw force. The most primitive method but effective nonetheless. The man slightly furrowed his brows. To avoid Joka noticing, when selecting the iron lock, he deliberately chose an extra small model. But there was one drawback: it wasn't sturdy enough. Of course, for ordinary people without divine cards, even this miniature lock would be extremely difficult to break open with pure physical strength. But Joka's body contained high levels of magical energy. His overall physical abilities had long been enhanced, granting him strength surpassing normal humans. Bang! When it didn't break on the first try, Joka repeated his method, raising his elbow again for another violent upward thrust. This time, the entire audience was stunned. Joka, what is he doing? Is he trying to break open the lid? Wait, wasn't the lid originally open? Could this be an accident in the magic act? In the audience seats, confused and bewildered discussions grew louder. Zhang Yang now looked somewhat worried too. Hey, little attention seeker, you don't think Joka's magic trick is actually going wrong, do you? Surprisingly, Tang Xian wore the expression of someone who'd seen it all before. You just don't know, do you? I've watched Brother Joka's magic acts many times before. His favorite trick is pretending to make a mistake. This must be part of Brother Joka's magic performance. Hearing this, Zhang Yang looked at the stage again. Is that so? Though he said so, there was still faint worry in his eyes. Soon, time flew by. The numbers on the big screen kept changing. Before long, only 5 seconds remained. Joka continued pounding against the lid. 5. Joka's expression lost its elegance, his movements becoming somewhat frantic. The murmurs from the audience grew louder. 4. Below the stage, as the host, Su Chenxi tightly gripped her microphone. She was currently very hesitant. Since Joka's act hadn't been rehearsed beforehand, she didn't know how his magic show was supposed to go. Of course, now anyone could see clearly. Joka's flustered movements and anxious expression seemed like genuine magic gone wrong. But Su Chenxi remembered what Joka had told her when refusing rehearsal a few days ago. No matter how dangerous the magic trick appears during the formal performance, you must not intervene. Everything is part of the magic show. Therefore, even when Joka appeared to be in an accident, she didn't immediately stop the performance. However, she still watched Joka intently with a worried expression. 3. Joka's movements against the water tank's lid grew increasingly violent. All traces of his elegant demeanor before the performance had completely vanished. He began frantically hitting the top of the water tank, his face contorted in pain. 2. Joka seemed to be suffering from oxygen deprivation, struggling to breathe. His movements suddenly stopped. Then, he abruptly threw himself against one side of the glass tank and began pounding on it violently. His once handsome face no longer showed that composed, naturally elegant expression. Instead, it was filled with helplessness and fear. He opened his mouth wide, apparently trying to say something, but he seemed to forget he was underwater, only releasing a bubble from his mouth. Joka continued banging desperately against the glass, pointing first to his own face, then to the top of the water tank. Then, he mouthed 2 words silently. Help! 1. Now is the time. Su Chenxi didn't hesitate any longer. This definitely wasn't part of Joka's performance. She saw the helplessness and panic in Joka's eyes. She refused to believe this could be part of any magic trick. She didn't think anyone's acting could be that convincing. Without further hesitation, she threw down her microphone and rushed toward the stage. 0. The countdown on the big screen reached 0. The red numbers now appeared shockingly vivid and blood-like. Instantly, the small tank above began opening at its base. Dense schools of piranhas wriggled frantically, about to fall. At this precise moment, Joka's eyes suddenly became determined. He seemed ready to risk everything. Then, mustering all his strength, he slammed his body against the lid. Bang! At that instant, the lid finally burst open with a crash. Hiss! Joka finally raised his dripping head above the water's surface, gasping for fresh air. However, it was already too late. The countdown had long since reached 0. In an instant, countless razor-toothed piranhas came raining down from above. Splash! The waterfall-like torrent of piranhas smashed Joka, who had just emerged halfway, back into the water tank. Soon, countless piranhas filled the tank completely, submerging Joka beneath them. The audience could no longer remain calm at this moment. Waves of commotion spread through the crowd. What's happening? Did Joka fail to escape? Has the magic failed? They looked around, hoping someone might provide a definite answer. But no one had ever seen Joka perform this particular magic trick before. Some among them even thought this might still be part of the performance. Until, splash, 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 the densely packed piranhas wriggled and thrashed madly, as if frantically tearing at something in the water. In an instant, blood began gushing out from the water tank. In that very moment, the originally clear blue water turned shockingly crimson. The entire water tank was now unmistakably filled with blood. At this point, the entire audience could no longer remain calm. Ah! Some students in the audience let out piercing, ear-splitting screams. The screams echoed endlessly throughout the grand auditorium, fraying everyone's nerves. Chapter 67. The magic trick didn't fail. It was still one step too late. Suchensi rushed onto the stage when only 1 second remained. But the piranhas had already fallen. Countless sharp-toothed, ferocious tropical fish thrashed and churned in the water, clearly tearing into something. Blood wildly surged outward, overflowing from the top of the tank and splashing onto the stage. The entire audience screamed, with some students apparently unable to endure the cruel, bloody spectacle and fainting in their seats. Suchensi simply couldn't believe what she was seeing. Her body felt weak all over, yet she tremblingly took out her divine card. Black spade shatter all armies. Princess forged divine arms. Her entire body trembled, the incantation coming out fragmented under the assault of fear and shock. Yet an enormous hammer instantly materialized in her hands. Perhaps there was still time. If Joko hadn't died yet, rescuing him now and transferring him to the school hospital might still save him. She rushed to the water tank, gripping the giant hammer with both hands, and swung it hard against the glass. Bang! Suchensi thought she had exerted tremendous force, yet she was instantly rebounded, her hands numb from the impact. The hammer clattered to the ground by her feet. Meanwhile, Joko's tank seemed to be made of special material unusually sturdy. Even under Suchensi's full-powered strike, it only developed spiderweb-like cracks. The piranhas continued swimming up and down, rolling and tearing at their prey. Suchensi didn't waste a single second, immediately picking up the giant hammer again to launch a second strike at the water tank. Crack! After all, as the holder of the Spades series divine card, Suchensi's mana level wasn't exactly low, and her attack showed results. The glass of the water tank shattered rapidly, shards cascading down like a waterfall, scattering across the floor. Bloody water surged forth like a miniature tsunami, erupting from the center of the stage and spreading outward. Numerous piranhas broke free from the tank, raining down like volcanic eruption debris. The piranhas' gills flared rhythmically, their razor-sharp teeth glinting menacingly as they frenziedly flopped about on the stage floor. The spectacle was truly awe-inspiring. Trembling, Suchensi peered into the water tank. To be honest, she desperately wished she wouldn't see anything. A sliver of hope still lingered in her heart. She hoped Joko's magic trick hadn't failed. She hoped this was all just part of the performance. She hoped this was just another one of his pranks. To be honest, Joko had played similar jokes before, hadn't he? During a basic magic element class, the training dummy suddenly came to life, and when Joko killed it, he was actually hiding behind the dummy, pretending the training dummy had one. Today must be the same, right? Joko's panicked expression in the water was just acting, wasn't it? This blood-colored water must be some kind of dye, right? But the scene in the water tank shattered all her illusions. Her legs suddenly gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. The bloody water soaked her calves, but she seemed to feel nothing at all. Aha! Screams erupted from the audience once again. A wave of terror swept through the entire auditorium. Inside the water tank, a corpse riddled with holes leaned quietly against the broken interior. Most of the flesh had been torn away, revealing gleaming white bones. Only a few remaining strands of flesh still clung to them. The corpse's face had been gnawed beyond recognition. But the black and white sequin coat on the body confirmed this was Joko's corpse. It's over. In the shadows of the auditorium, a man typed calmly. He failed. After what seemed like ages, his phone finally received a reply. Is that so? This is rather unexpected. I originally thought Joko was definitely our target. With 1 in 52 odds, missing is perfectly normal. But I thought probability meant nothing to him. What do you mean by that? Nothing. Forget I mentioned it. Actually, I never believed Joko would survive. Because my assassination plan was flawless. Even without that ceiling trap, Joko would have faced a second assassination attempt. After all, I had secretly planted a killing machine that he could never detect. Yes, you mentioned that before. It seems you've been quite dedicated to the organization's mission. By the way, where did you hide that killing machine? Inside the water tank's lid. That lid is very thick but hollow. Once the countdown ends, the killing machine will automatically activate. If Joko were still alive, he would deliver the finishing blow. After the man sent this message, the other party suddenly stopped responding. After what seemed like a long time, another message arrived. So, has the killing machine emerged? No. What's wrong? The killing machine strictly follows all kill commands. Why hasn't it appeared? Are you absolutely certain Joko is dead? The man looked at the stage, at the corpse dressed in magician's attire. Positive. I saw his body being completely devoured by piranhas. Let me ask you one more question. What was Joko wearing before the magic show began? The man paused slightly, not understanding why Pride was asking this seemingly unrelated question. But he still answered faithfully. Joko took this magic performance very seriously. He wore an extravagant overcoat and styled his hair. Come to think of it, he also seemed to be wearing heavy stage makeup. He looked somewhat like a handsome clown character. Within 1 minute after Joko jumped into the water tank, were you watching him the entire time? No. After Joko jumped into the water tank, the curtain quickly covered him. Then after about 20 seconds, the curtain slowly rose again. The man didn't understand why Pride was asking so many seemingly unrelated questions, but he answered faithfully based on facts. The response speed from the other side seemed to slow down again. Then, you've done well. Joker's magic trick didn't fail. He is exactly the person we've been looking for. What? The man froze, staring at the message on his phone, yet seemingly unable to comprehend its meaning. The next second, he heard a clear, confident, and spirited young voice. The entire venue had fallen into panic. Some students had already stood up, preparing to flee the auditorium. Others seemed interested in the excitement, wanting to approach the stage to check if the corpse was real. Some students had already fainted. But in an instant, in my many years of performing magic shows, my favorite magic line is, the entire venue fell silent as if someone had pressed a mute button. It was replaced by hushed whispers. That voice, it sounds like Joku. How is that possible? Didn't he die? Ghost. The dead has come back to life. Snap. All the lights in the venue went out. Then, snap. All the spotlights in the auditorium suddenly focused on a spot in the middle of the last row of the audience. There stood an elegant, magnificent, perfect figure with arms outstretched. Joku didn't have a single scratch on his body, nor any tear in his clothes. He spoke softly, uttering his favorite line, "Magic never fails. It's just you." Falling into a carefully arranged scheme. His tone was triumphant and confident. The echoes of his passionate delivery lingered in the grand auditorium for a long time. Chapter 68. It's just you falling into. The entire audience stood frozen in shock. A long moment later, the students began to react. All traces of panic, doubt, and speculation had completely vanished. They all stood up, cheering and jumping excitedly. Holy shit, it's really Joku alive. He was actually hiding behind the audience seats all along. I didn't even notice. What were you thinking? Everyone was watching the stage. Who would look backward? I really thought the magic trick had failed. Never expected this. Discussions rose one after another, but even more intense was the audience's applause. At this moment, the thunderous applause resounded through the clouds. Joku slowly descended the auditorium steps under the spotlight. The background music for the magic performance started playing again. With each step Joku took, the cheers grew louder, and the symphony's emotional expression rose another level. Finally, Joku stepped off the auditorium and returned to the center of the stage. Now, the symphony's musical rhythm had reached its climax. Stage spotlights flickered as all eyes focused on him at this moment. Joku revealed an elegant smile, standing high on the stage, bowing to the entire audience like a gentleman. The entire audience stood up, applauding, cheering, and shouting. In this moment, Joku genuinely felt he had become the center of the world. Beside the stage, Suchensi bowed slightly with slight embarrassment, secretly picking up the hammer she had conjured before quietly retreating off stage. In the audience seats, Zhang Yang wildly waved fan light signs while cheering and screaming, loudly saying to Tang Xian, "You were right. Joku was really creating a show effect." Tang Xian also looked excited. She had watched Joku's magic livestreams before, but had never seen anything like this. "I guessed it was for show, but I never expected Brother Joku to make it so realistic." The entire audience was as fervent as their emotions. However, while being shocked by the brilliant reversal of Joku's magic, they also harbored an excited speculation. Joku's expression earlier clearly showed the magic had completely failed. Moreover, what appeared to be Joku's corpse even emerged from the water tank. Yet the real Joku himself actually appeared from behind the audience seats. How on earth was this accomplished? The day before Joku's magic performance, even at that time, he had discovered a small iron lock mysteriously attached to the top cover of the magic water tank. This lock wasn't part of Joku's setup, nor was it intended for the magic trick. Reacting swiftly, he immediately realized someone had tampered with his magical props. The killer's idea was clever. This tiny lock was inconspicuous while it affected the lock's security. It greatly enhanced its concealment. But how could such a petty trick escape Joku's sharp eyes? Joku promptly tested by closing the cover. Sure enough, with a click sound, the iron lock automatically fastened and secured itself. Not only that, while closing the cover, Joku keenly noticed the weight of the cover felt wrong. This lid is noticeably much heavier than ordinary ones. Joku's water tank is a specially made magic prop with an unusually thick top lid, because it has a hidden compartment. As a magician, Joku designed the water tank lid's hidden compartment for magic performances to secretly store magical props. Therefore, Joku quickly realized that something must already be hidden inside the compartment right now. Judging by the previous assassination attempts and the current weight, what's hidden inside is a person. Joku immediately drew his short sword and took out handcuffs. Then, he swiftly opened the hidden compartment on the inner side of the lid. Just as expected, a black cloaked figure with a skeleton pattern on its back was crouching inside the lid's hidden compartment. The hooded figure clearly didn't expect to be discovered. Momentarily frozen in shock, Joku acted swiftly, pulling the figure out, pinning it down and subduing it. The hooded figure struggled but couldn't match Joku's strength, its hands firmly handcuffed. After restraining the hooded figure's movements, Joko pressed the dagger against his neck and asked softly, "Who sent you?" The hooded figure opened his mouth with a creaking sound, but couldn't utter a single coherent word. Through his shriveled, cracked lips, Joko shockingly saw the root of a severed tongue. "Ha, another modified human killing machine, is it?" Joko raised his dagger, initially intending to slit the throat directly. But the moment the dagger touched the hooded figure's neck, a violent shudder ran through his mind. Instantly, a mischievous idea emerged in his thoughts. He glanced at the handcuffed hooded figure, then at the small padlock on the water tank lid. An ingenious plan rapidly formed and perfected itself in Joko's mind. Why don't I turn their scheme to my advantage? With practiced ease, he delivered a sharp chop to the hooded figure's shoulder. Immediately, the figure stopped his muffled cries and ceased struggling. He fell unconscious, completely senseless. Joko completely removed the hooded figure's outer garments. Then, he took out a black and white sequin formal suit. He dressed the hooded figure in it. The originally shabbily dressed hooded figure actually appeared quite dazzling after wearing this outfit. Indeed, clothes make the man and the saddle makes the horse. As the magician's substitute, you must dress as handsomely as the magician himself. After changing the assassin's clothes, Joko took out a makeup palette and began carefully applying makeup to the hooded figure's face. Your face shape somewhat resembles mine, though your facial features are completely different. However, makeup is known as the mysterious, Eastern face-changing art. Under the effects of distance, lighting, and heavy stage makeup, everyone will mistake you for. Don't worry, the makeup materials I use are waterproof. Your handsome face won't reveal any flaws even when submerged in water. After completing all this, Joko satisfactorily helped the assassin to his feet. While admiring his exquisite makeup skills, he handcuffed the assassin's hands and feet. He additionally secured them with several iron chains. Finally, he stuffed the completely unconscious assassin back into the hidden compartment. A few minutes before the magic show began, amidst thunderous applause, Joko slowly ascended the steps towards the water tank. He glanced at the small metal lock on the tank's lid, then stared intently at the thick layered compartment. Smiling, he revealed an elegant grin before spreading his arms and speaking slowly. "The magic begins now." His body descended with a splash into the water. The moment Joko submerged, the stage curtain slowly descended, concealing everything happening behind it. Chapter 69, The Meticulously Planned Trick. The icy water soaked Joko's skin, yet he felt no cold, because victory was already in his grasp. The instant after Joko jumped into the water tank, click! As expected, the black cover at the top swiftly descended, secured by iron locks. Joko held his breath and without wasting a single second, immediately employed his well-practiced lock-picking skills to free himself from all restraints on his hands and feet. This entire process took nearly 10 odd seconds. It was time. Joko had an important purpose for performing this magic trick before the entire school: to verify whether his judgment about the activation conditions for the divine cards was correct. If he wasn't mistaken, beep, divine card activation conditions met, initiating random ability draw. The voice of the jester god immediately sounded. Just as expected, the divine card in his pocket grew slightly warm. He quickly retrieved it. The originally plain jester card now emitted white light, spinning rapidly in the water as its patterns gradually blurred. 1 in 52, this probability refers to the chance of drawing that particular divine card, doesn't it? Abilities were randomly drawn. The probability of failing to draw the desired divine card was extremely high, yet Joko felt an inexplicable confidence. Even if it's 1 in 52, before me, 100%. Come, the divine card I desire. 5 of diamonds. Beep. Divine card draw complete. The divine card is 5 of diamonds. The Joker god's voice also startled in surprise, as if unable to believe Joko had actually succeeded. On Joko's palm, the Joker card stopped spinning, its pattern becoming clear. 5 red diamond shapes arranged on the card face. 5 of diamonds. Although Joko already knew the ability of 5 of diamonds, he still dutifully explained. 5 of diamonds, bronze tier divine card ability. Teleport self to nearby locations. Distance range determined by mana level. Joko smiled slightly, gently accepting the transformed divine card. Originally, the magic trick would end here, but I want to play a little joke on the entire school. Suddenly he revealed a phantom-like smile that, combined with his makeup, appeared somewhat terrifying to outsiders. I hope this method of death won't be too painful. He suddenly reached out, feeling for the hidden switch on the top lid, and pressed it gently. Bang! The hidden compartment suddenly sprang open, and the figure inside rapidly descended. A person with bound hands and feet struggled as they fell into the water tank. This person wore an identical coat to Joko's, with identical clown makeup. Even their body type was somewhat similar. A perfect scapegoat. The Skull Society's killing assassin struggled, letting out muffled cries in the water. Joko curled his lips, placing a small metal wire into the double's hand. Remember, only by picking the handcuffs can you avoid drowning. The remaining magic trick, you'll complete it. After speaking, Joko tightly gripped the divine card and whispered, Diamond transforms all phenomena. 5 dimensions. Determines the return path. Whoosh! Unlike when Professor Chen Yun first teleported Joku, this time the initiative was in his own hands. The teleportation process caused no discomfort whatsoever. On the contrary, Joku felt his whole body becoming extremely light, as if flying through the air. He instantly separated from the somewhat chilly cold water. The surrounding scenery rapidly receded, leaving only blurred afterimages. In an instant, Joku landed swiftly. He perfectly arrived at his intended destination, a visual blind spot behind the audience seats. All audience members were intently staring at the water tank on stage. At this moment, the curtain was slowly rising, making them even more focused, with no extra energy to notice anything beyond the stage. Joku was quite satisfied. The entire teleportation process occurred without a single sound. Joku checked his body, not even one extra water droplet had been carried along during the teleportation. He remained as elegant, refined, and handsome as before entering the water tank. Leaning lightly against the corner, he crossed his arms and watched Joku's magic performance continue. The countdown reached 40 seconds. The curtain had already risen 1/3 of the way. The audience saw that Joku had undone his ankle chains and began cheering. Oh, seems your survival instinct is strong too. Trying to break free in such short time isn't easy. Joku had become a mere spectator, watching the magician on stage perform the thrilling water tank escape act. The countdown showed 20 seconds remaining. The curtain rose completely. The Joku inside the tank had fully broken free and was swimming rapidly toward the top. But upon reaching the lid, his movement abruptly halted. The lid, it was locked. The Joku in the tank had no other thoughts, focused solely on survival. So he adopted the crudest method, ramming the lid with his own body. Bang! Bang! One impact after another. Each strike drew gasps from the audience. "TSK, that looks painful," Joku murmured from his hidden corner, though his face showed only mocking indifference. "Let's see if you can break through." The countdown ticked away second by second. Finally, as it reached 0, kaboom! The iron lock was finally broken open, and the decoy in the water tank emerged, gasping for fresh air. What unfortunate timing! A swarm of piranhas came raining down from above. The poor assassin hadn't even climbed out before being smashed back into the tank by the furious tropical fish. Then, the piranhas thrashed, flailed, and tore at their prey with frenzy. "TSK, TSK, TSK." Joku clicked his tongue, covering his eyes in feigned sorrow. But the upward curve at the corner of his lips betrayed his true feelings. Up, Skull Society, assassin, killed by Skull Society's own trap. How absolutely hilarious. Crash! Suchensi charged onto the stage, conjuring a giant hammer to smash the tank before collapsing weakly to her knees. Lying amidst the shattered remains was the assassin, now half devoured into a skeletal frame. Ah! The auditorium erupted into screams, chaos, and terror. And Joku's playful mood gradually rose along with their panic. "It's time. Little assassin, thank you for presenting this spectacular magic show for everyone. But such an energetic performance must have tired you out. Look, you fell asleep the moment your head touched the ground. In that case, I'll handle the exhausting cleanup work." Oh, you ask what cleanup work entails? Why, it's none other than receiving the audience's flowers, cheers, and applause. Joku suddenly appeared, reciting his favorite dramatic lines as he slowly walked toward the stage. More and more audience members began to understand what was happening. Their initial panic completely vanished, replaced by deep amazement at Joku's incredible magic. They cheered and applauded with abandon. Joku reached center stage, raised both hands high as countless camera flashes illuminated him. The stage curtains began their slow descent. Bathed in the spotlight, Joku murmured softly, "Magic." Perfectly concluded. In a certain hidden corner, a man was staring intently at his phone screen, reading the incoming message. "What's his current condition?" The man typed rapidly. "He's gloating over his successful magic performance. TCH, he's still young after all, can't keep his composure. Don't forget, the conditions for casting the death curse have already been met." The man raised an eyebrow slightly. "Cast the spell on him now." "Yes, immediately. As you command." Within these 2 days, Joku will begin feeling unwell, then gradually worsen, until eventually. "You understand. Heh, I'd really like to see the look of utter despair when he realizes he's fallen into an unbreakable death curse." Chapter 70, Trigger Conditions for Divine Cards. Joku's magic performance at the welcoming gala had already set the entire campus abuzz. The headline on the campus network, "Stunning Reversal. Commoner Magician's Death-Defying Escape," had been shared countless times. The comments section was equally spectacular. "So amazing to watch. I really thought something had gone wrong with the magic trick at the time. That skeleton was truly terrifying. It looked so real. I'm completely becoming Joku's fan now." 398 Dragon Coin Full Magic Tutorial Package, perfect for impressing girls, guaranteed to teach until mastered. Details plus V, XXX. 111 Big Bro, are you really teaching this? Joku turned off his phone. His original intention for performing magic wasn't to become famous but to escape the Skeleton Society's next pursuit and to test the activation conditions of the divine card. So, how exactly did you do it? The voice from the opposite crystal skull drifted over leisurely. Do what? Joko played dumb. Survive. I clearly saw the probabilities of the future. Your chance of survival was only 1 in 52. Yet you actually made it. Why? Joko smiled faintly. Oh, so even an omniscient deity like you has questions you can't answer. Omniscience is only from your human perspective. When it comes to matters concerning deities, I don't know everything. Then it makes sense. What? One day had passed since the magic performance at the welcome party. Now, he was hiding in a wooded area on campus, enjoying a moment of tranquility. Joko stood up, basking in the sunlight. Perhaps I was just lucky. Perhaps I just happened to hit that 1 in 52 chance. Or perhaps. He suddenly paused, then revealed a mysterious smile. Probability is controllable for me. What? The prophet's skull naturally understood the implication in Joko's words. The special ability of the Plum Blossom King. But, at your current card level, you can only use one divine card at a time. And at that time, you had already used the Diamond 5. How could you have possibly used the Plum Blossom King before that? Joko stood in the woods, watching his classmates exercising on the playground. When I was drawing the divine card, I had this strong feeling. This draw would definitely be a hit. I rarely make judgments based solely on feelings, but when I have such inexplicable intuition, it's usually accurate. So, your intuition is? Joko smiled. Someone somewhere secretly used the divine card of Plum K. That person helped adjust the probability of drawing Diamond 5 to 100% for me. That's impossible. The prophet's skull spoke with certainty. Why impossible? Within Dragon Country, Plum divine cards have gone extinct. There exists no person possessing the Plum K divine card. Joko glanced slightly at the prophet's skull's hollow eyes. Your two eyes may be wide open, yet still can't see clearly. And, in my view, nothing is impossible. But I don't blame you. You've said yourself you can only see humans past, present, and future. But when it comes to the future of deities, you're completely blind. Are you claiming to be a deity yourself? Of course not. At least right now I'm just an ordinary human. But who can say for certain about the future me? The future you. Joko paused, then spoke softly. As I've said, you can see through the future but can't perceive futures that have been altered. One day before my magic show, I visited the library. I reread that book about divine relics. One of the divine relics was described as follows: the clock of time reversal, capable of returning to the past. At that moment, an intense obsession emerged in my mind. In the future, I must obtain this relic, then return to the present and adjust my survival probability to 100%. The prophet's skull remained silent for a long while. Then, still in that ethereal voice but with slightly less confidence, "So you succeeded." Joko didn't respond immediately. He strolled leisurely, climbing to the top of a small hill on campus. The breeze fluttered the hem of his coat. He slightly parted his lips. Who knows? Perhaps all of this is just my delusion. I might have just been lucky hitting that 1 in 52 probability. But one thing I'm absolutely certain about. In the future, I will collect all divine relics. I will definitely elevate my divine card to the highest rank. I must keep climbing from commoner to minor nobility, mid-rank nobility, and high nobility. Even, become the Dragon Kingdom's king, if the opportunity arises. I will become the world's strongest god. The prophet's skull paused. Why? Joko smiled. It was an elegant, generous smile carrying a hint of carefree ease. He still stood atop the mountain peak. He looked down at his naive classmates playing at the mountain's base. Then, he raised his head to gaze at the sky. He spread his arms, breathing in the crisp mountain air. Because, in my view, those below the peak appear smallest. The air atop the peak is freshest. The scenery at the summit is most awe-inspiring. After conversing with the prophet's skull, Joko returned to a secluded corner and called into the air. Clown God, are you there? Hello, yes dear, the shrill voice reappeared. Apologies my child, I eavesdropped a bit on your chat with that skull. You won't blame me, will you? Joko waved his hand. I intended for you to hear it. After all, during the freshman welcome party when I activated the divine card, your reaction showed genuine surprise too. Presumably, you also don't know how I managed to draw the 5 of diamonds. So I thought I'd explain it to you as well. Oh ho ho, so that's how it was. Now I understand. So, why did you come to find me this time? Joko smiled faintly. Naturally, to verify with you what the true mystery behind triggering divine cards is. Oh, hearing you say this, I suppose you already have some hypothesis in mind. Joko said softly. Not a hypothesis, a certainty. The Joker god seemed excited. Wonderful, my child. Then speak. What exactly is the hidden condition for triggering divine cards? Joko toyed with his divine card, gazing at the Joker pattern. The condition for triggering divine cards is very simple. Making a fool of oneself. Chapter 71, Making a Fool of Oneself. Making a fool of oneself, or to put it another way, having one's abilities questioned, being underestimated, being doubted. In short, being treated as a clown by others. Joku explained. The first time a divine card triggered was the King of Clubs, on my 18th birthday. My ability activated immediately after obtaining my divine card. At that time, 2 police officers doubted my identity. Even after I explained the citywide blackout, they thought I was joking. And precisely because of this, they treated me as a clown, thus activating my ability. The clown god laughed heartily. How amusing, Joka said softly. The second time was the 7 of Hearts. When that divine card triggered, Suchensi and I were attacked by the killing machines of the Skull Society on the subway. I clearly remember that moment when the ability activated. It was quite awkward. I had confidently told Suchensi that the killer was after me, but as it turned out, Suchensi was also the killer's target. This was the second embarrassment. The clown god's voice was jubilant. Ha ha ha, I remember that time. Even I thought you were more suited to be the clown god than me. Joku ignored him and continued. To be honest, ever since these 2 instances of arcana activation, I had vaguely guessed the triggering condition. It's making a fool of oneself. But the subsequent 2 activations made me less than 100% certain. Because during those times, I believed there weren't obvious spectators who saw me as a clown. Joku recalled. The third arcana triggered was the 8 of Diamonds. The moment its power activated was precisely when I was about to showcase my skills, only for Suchensi to burst through the door and gun down Zhang Yang. Actually, this was clearly another clown moment, but there were no apparent spectators. Of course, I later realized the comprehensive assessment was being live-streamed, meaning numerous viewers were likely watching me. And they, at that very moment, perceived me as the clown. The fourth instance followed the same pattern, the King of Spades. When the arcana activated that time, I didn't immediately discern the reason. It wasn't until after the competition concluded that I conducted a thorough review. Suddenly I discovered that many people on the campus network were paying attention to me. They noticed the other 2 monarchs had massive numbers of supporters, while I only had 2 teammates. Thus, I was questioned and mocked by countless people about my strength. In other words, treated as a clown. These 2 god card triggers also gave me a bold conjecture, and I discovered a method to greatly increase the chances of god card triggers. The clown god's interest grew increasingly intense. Oh, what is it? That is, it's hard to please all. As long as I have enough audience, a large enough base, then there will definitely be people who question my strength. To verify this conjecture, I decided to go against the Prophet Skull's advice and agreed to perform a grand yet extremely dangerous magic trick in front of the entire school. To outsiders, this kind of magic appears to have an extremely high failure rate. So, no matter my actual skill level, there will inevitably be people who doubt my abilities and see me as a clown. And that's enough. The clown god seemed to freeze for 2 seconds, then exclaimed excitedly. Good. Excellent. You're indeed born to wield the trump card. All correct. The answer is indeed making a fool of yourself. Whenever someone questions your ability and treats you as a clown, the special ability will trigger. The Joker card suits you perfectly. Truly, a good horse deserves a good saddle. Joko paused abruptly upon hearing this. Then, he revealed an elegant smile. Don't you find it ingenious, Joker god? Every playing card has its meaning. Spades specialize in combat. Their shape resembles a shield with a long sword. Hearts control the mind. Their shape naturally connects to the human heart. Diamonds create change. Their square shape represents building blocks, the foundation of all things. While clubs disrupt causality, their clover shape symbolizes nature, representing the natural laws of all things. And finally, the Joker card, its pattern is a jester, and its usage indeed involves making a fool of oneself. The thinking behind your divine creation of these god cards is truly marvelous. The Joker god chuckled playfully. Thank you for the praise. You're making me feel a bit embarrassed. But Joka frowned before continuing. I still have one question. The jester god's voice remained shrill. Say, Joko raised his question. The so-called making a fool of oneself is actually a subjective feeling. It can't be considered an especially objective situation. So, what exactly is the criteria for determining a jester moment? The jester god burst into laughter again. Good question. Excellent question. Regarding this doubt of yours, let me just say one thing. The final interpretation right belongs to the jester god. As long as I think your current situation qualifies as a jester moment, I'll grant you the opportunity to draw a superpower. Of course, my child, I've always been on your side. I'll always grant you powers at the most appropriate moment, no need to worry about that. And you've never disappointed me before. Some of the powers you've used in such creative ways have truly amazed me. Ha ha ha, I look forward to seeing even more outstanding performances from you. After saying this, the jester god's voice disappeared again. Fortunately, Joka had already obtained all the information he wanted from him. As expected, the activation condition for divine cards is to make a fool of oneself, and the judgment of what constitutes foolishness lies in the hands of the jester god. There are still restrictions on using supernatural abilities. But you also said once my divine cards ascend, the abilities I draw will become even more powerful. Many restrictions will gradually be lifted. More mechanisms will emerge. I will truly become the possessor of all divine card abilities. Joka suddenly felt slight discomfort in his throat and coughed lightly, but he paid it no mind, shaking his head slightly. Joka took out his phone, opened the Notes app, and tapped on Prophecies Made by the Talking Skull. There were only 2 messages inside. The first one: Welcome party, survival probability 100%. Joka chuckled and deleted it. The second one: After the welcome party, I will receive an unbreakable death curse, but within 1 month after that, I will discover the secret of divine card ascension. Tisk. Joka highlighted this prophecy, making it bold and blackened. Seems you take my prophecies somewhat seriously. The skull's voice came through eerily. I wonder if you'd be interested in hearing one more. This prophecy concerns your innermost secret. Chapter 72 Secret. Oh, go ahead. Joka found a small stool and sat down. I've always valued your suggestions. But he smirked playfully. Whether I'll follow them is another matter. Tell me, what is my deepest secret? Noticing the skull seemed somewhat speechless, Joka took the initiative to continue the conversation to accommodate this deity's fragile psyche. Naturally, it's your cold-blooded and merciless nature. Joka raised an eyebrow. Are you some righteous deity who looks down on people like me? Certainly not. I generally refrain from judging human values. Though I must say I quite admire your character. You pursue maximum self-interest while still retaining some humanity. This allows you to operate with equal ease whether doing good or evil. Alright, big-eyed skull, spare me the flattery. Just tell me quickly what exactly is this prophecy about my cold-blooded nature. The skull paused, as if considering how to phrase its words. Your next class will be the Heartsuit Divine Card Foundation course. And hearts, naturally, are related to the spiritual world. In this class, there's a high probability you'll expose your true nature in front of the entire class. Joka let out a light chuckle after hearing this. That's it. The skull seemed to have anticipated Joka's reaction and rephrased. You have far too many secrets that your classmates mustn't discover. During the welcoming party's magic show, you used a living person as a prop. You suspected Tang Xian was part of the Skull Society, so you deliberately handed her poison. Most importantly, your divine card isn't the King of Clubs but the Joker. These revelations would be better left unexposed, I presume. Joka pondered briefly and found the prophet skull's words reasonable. Suddenly, he coughed violently twice again. But he shook his head, forcing the discomfort out of his mind. Then, Joka straightened up and said to the prophet skull, Master, please enlighten me. What will happen in tomorrow's class? And what should I do? The prophet skull seemed quite satisfied with Joka's attitude. This young man is teachable. Tomorrow's class will be related to the mind. You'll naturally understand the specifics during class. As for how to avoid revealing secrets of the heart, I'll give you 8 words. Relax completely, surrender all resistance. Relax completely, surrender all resistance. At first hearing, Joka still didn't fully understand. Just as he was about to ask further, an idea suddenly emerged in his mind. Then he nodded and said, I understand. If certain situations arise during tomorrow's class, I will relax completely and surrender all resistance. The next day, on the way to class, Joka coughed twice again. After the orientation gala ended, Joka had been experiencing physical discomfort, occasionally coughing a few times. A cold. Since receiving the divine token, Joka had rarely fallen ill. Suddenly catching a cold seemed a bit suspicious. Joka decided to go to the campus clinic for a checkup when he had the chance. He suppressed the discomfort and continued heading to the classroom. Having experienced campus life before, he already knew how to dress for outdoor activities. He bundled up completely and wore a face mask the kind even his own mother wouldn't recognize him in. Yet some classmates still managed to identify him. Isn't that Joka? It really looks like him. Even his walking posture is so handsome I'm gonna die. On the roadside, numerous fans seemed to recognize him, screaming excitedly and crowding around for autographs. Joka sighed and quickened his pace, swiftly shaking them off. After his magic performance at the freshman orientation gala, Joka's fame had spread beyond just the new student community. He even had fan groups forming among upperclassmen. The campus intranet now hosted an official website for the Joka fan club. The website had quite a number of active members. They were all frantically discussing Joka's appearance, past, various deeds, and some even offered high rewards to buy Joka's personal belongings. Even Zhang Yang jokingly said that Joka had completely replaced Zhuang Xingyao's innate charming physique, becoming the real incubus of the school. After dodging the fanatical fan groups, Joka finally arrived at the classroom. Please take a seat. Normally, Professor Yuan Xing wouldn't give tardy students a friendly look, but when he saw it was Joka, he made an exception and said nothing. After all, Joka had practically saved his life in the last class. After Joka took his seat, Professor Yuan Xing cleared his throat. This class is the foundation course for Red Heart ability. As per tradition, it should be taught personally by the principal to the elite class. However, the principal remains occupied with personal matters, so I'll continue substituting. A wave of hushed whispers spread through the classroom. Silence. Yuan Xing rapped the desk and spoke authoritatively. I know what you're all thinking. You're all thinking Professor Yuan Xing is a Spades-type divine card, right? Is it appropriate for him to teach Hearts-type courses? The crowd quieted down, waiting for Yuan Xing's next words. Yuan Xing surveyed the surroundings, confirming everyone was focused before continuing. Although I do specialize in Spades-type abilities and have profound attainments, my knowledge of other suit-type divine cards isn't as extensive as other professors. However, teaching you inexperienced youngsters is more than sufficient. Professor Yuan Xing took out a crystal ball from beneath the lectern and placed it on the platform. Who can tell me what this thing is? For a moment, there was no response. Seeing this, Professor Yuan Xing added, same as last class, this session will count towards your performance scores. High scorers will similarly receive a reward. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingtian quickly raised his hand. Professor, this is called a magic artifact, equivalent to an artificial divine card. Once infused with the corresponding divine card's magical essence, it can temporarily function as that divine card. However, the effects of magical artifacts are quite limited. In fact, many people cannot even use magical artifacts effectively. For them, a magical artifact is little different from a spherical brick. Yuan Xing nodded in approval. Very good, truly worthy of being the third-ranked magic student in our class. It seems you've thoroughly memorized last lesson's knowledge. Yi Lingtian revealed a smug expression. However, there was one additional point I mentioned last class without emphasis. I wonder who still remembers it. After this question was posed, not a single student in the class responded. Some students even lowered their heads to intently study their desks. Noticing this, Joka's lips curled slightly as he directly raised his hand. Chapter 73, Mana Resonance. Professor, might you be referring to mana resonance? Joku answered. Mana resonance. Upon hearing this term, the vast majority of students still wore completely blank expressions. Joku continued explaining. Mana resonance. As the name suggests, it's when mana from different sources due to certain similarities triggers a resonance reaction. Of course, generally only divine cards with the same suit of magic essence can resonate. Let's take last class as an example. In the previous lesson, we used a crystal ball infused with the magic essence of Spade 2 for basic attack practice. We observed that students whose divine cards were Diamond or Heart suits struggled to use the crystal ball effectively. This is because different suits find it difficult to resonate. However, we also saw that students with Spade divine cards could efficiently utilize the crystal ball to launch attacks. Moreover, if the divine card happened to also be Spade 2, using this crystal ball would allow nearly full utilization of its power. This is what we call magic essence resonance. In simpler terms, divine cards of the same suit pair better with corresponding magic artifacts, making them more intuitive to wield. After all, everyone here was part of the elite class. As Joka finished his explanation, most students wore expressions of sudden understanding. Excellent, Professor Yuan Xing said. A very thorough explanation. Joka receives an additional 10 performance points for this class. Joka smiled and thanked the professor. Professor Yuan Xing gently touched the crystal ball artifact before him. Today's class will also be related to magical element resonance. He scanned the classroom with his gaze, then asked, all students with the heart-type divine card, please raise your hands. Joku didn't move. Neither Su Chenxi nor Yi Lingtian possessed heart-type divine cards, so naturally they didn't raise their hands either. About 1/3 of the class hesitantly raised their hands. Professor Yuan nodded slightly without comment, then continued. Students with the 7 of Hearts divine card, keep your hands raised. Others may lower them. Most of the raised hands went down, leaving only 3 students still holding theirs up. Yuan Xing walked to one of the female students and gestured for her to answer. What is the special ability of the 7 of Hearts divine card? The girl answered rapidly but methodically. Professor, it's mind reading. However, my divine card is only iron rank, so I can usually only faintly perceive others' emotions. To accurately read thoughts, one must possess at least a copper class divine badge. Professor Yuan Xing nodded. Let me add one more point. The mind reading effect is also related to the target's magic energy level. If you use a divine badge on a commoner, even at iron class, you can glimpse some scattered thoughts. But if you face a gold class opponent while being lower ranked, your mind reading effectiveness will be severely diminished. It might even fail completely. The sound of rustling note-taking filled the surroundings. Of course, Joka didn't write anything, he never took notes, relying solely on his memory. Professor Yuan Xing continued questioning the female student. What's your magic energy level? 9 points, Professor. Yuan Xing acknowledged with a hum. Not bad, relatively high among iron class practitioners. He turned to the other two Ace of Hearts students. And you too. One measured 5 points, the other 7. Yuan Xing looked back at the female student. It seems you're the highest in this class. Standing perfectly straight, he fixed his gaze on her. Use the divine card on me now. The female classmate lowered her head slightly. Yes. She took out the divine card and softly recited the incantation. Heart, steal 10,000 souls. 7. Emotions reveal truth. Instantly, Joku noticed red light flashing in the girl's eyes. This was quite similar to when I first used the Heart 7. Joku thought to himself. The girl's eyes fixed directly on Yuan Xing, her expression extremely serious. The two locked gazes, neither blinking. Professor Yuan Xing appeared relatively relaxed. In contrast, the female student's face turned red with strain, clearly exerting great effort. They remained deadlocked like this until I can't. The girl suddenly averted her gaze, clutching her forehead while gasping for breath, her expression contorted in pain. I feel so dizzy. Can't read anything. Just blankness. Professor Yuan Xing motioned for her to sit down, then addressed the entire class. Did you see? I actually didn't employ any defenses at all. My thoughts certainly aren't blank. She simply failed at mind reading. As for why her ability failed, it's naturally due to the excessive magic gap. My divine card is gold rank, exceeding 1,000 points. It's 3 major ranks above iron rank. This power disparity is overwhelming. Professor Yuan Xing paused. Our class is an elite class. While not mandatory, I still hope every student here can elevate their magic levels to be among the top in the school. After all, you've witnessed firsthand that magic level serves as the power metric in our aristocratic world. All right, he clapped his hands. The theoretical instruction ends here. You know my teaching style. Practice brings true knowledge. He quickly returned to the podium and lifted the crystal ball high. This magical artifact is infused with the divine card magic of Heart 7. Hearing this, Joku immediately furrowed his brows. He had already realized what the professor intended to do. The prophecy of the prophet's skull had indeed come true. Before class, Joku had already envisioned countless possible lesson scenarios. He was 100% confident that his acting skills were peerless. Without using special means, no one could possibly discern his inner thoughts. His true personality could never be exposed. But Red Heart 7 was precisely that, special means. Professor Yuan Xing continued his lecture. And every one of you students will undergo the mind reading test. Yi Lingtian whispered to his friends. Could it be that we're supposed to use this magic artifact to cast spells on others? Then I'll choose Joku as my opponent. I want to see if this overrated genius has any unspeakable secrets in his head. Professor Yuan Xing overheard. Student Yi, you're only half right. Each of you will indeed face the mind reading test, but the one performing the spell will be me. What? All the students immediately gasped, followed by hushed murmurs. Professor Yuan Xing performing the spell. Then the mind reading would definitely succeed. After all, everyone harbored some little secrets they didn't want others to know. They immediately became tense. Joku's expression grew increasingly solemn. The situation was more complicated than he had imagined. Revealing his true personality wasn't the most serious concern, but he possessed another secret, one that absolutely couldn't be known by others. There were only 52 types of divine cards in the world, but he possessed one. The Joker card. Chapter 74, The Mind Reading Test. Joku didn't want to expose the secret of his divine card. Up to now, he had already used his abilities multiple times in front of the entire school, including twice during the freshman assessment, disguising himself and summoning lightning. On how Joku achieved these, many students on the campus forum were discussing. Some students even created dedicated analysis threads. But after all, in everyone's understanding, there were only 52 types of divine cards in the world. No one knew about the existence of the Joker card except Joku. Thus, not a single analysis came close to the truth. Not even remotely close. Currently, the most widely accepted conclusion on the campus forum was, Joku was a magician, whether disguising or summoning lightning. It was all fake. Just magic effects. The disguise might just be makeup, and the lightning could merely be props from the royal treasure chest. Joku's water tank escape performance during the orientation further reinforced their view. It appeared miraculous, but there was actual magic theory behind it. Joku was naturally quite satisfied with their mistaken analysis. Therefore, he absolutely didn't want to expose his divine card in this class. He understood perfectly well what it meant when Professor Yuan Xing cast spells. Professor Yuan Xing possessed a gold-tier divine card. Even if his card wasn't of the heart suit, performing basic mind reading would be more than sufficient. He had over 1,000 mana units, while Joku currently only had around 80. Joku was certain that Professor Yuan Xing's mind reading would undoubtedly succeed. Professor Yuan Xing continued on the platform. Same as last class, all students line up to undergo the mind reading test. I'll use magic artifacts to launch attacks against your minds. and you must summon your strongest willpower to resist my mind reading. Of course, since you'll find it very difficult to hold out, so your performance score this time will be determined by duration of resistance. The longer you can conceal your inner thoughts under my mind reading, the higher your score. Of course, if any student completely resists the mind reading, they will naturally receive full marks. At this moment, Yi Ling Tian suddenly raised his hand. Professor, will our inner secrets be exposed to the entire class? Most of the classmates also turned their gazes toward Yuan Xing in unison. This was a question of great interest to all the students. Who doesn't have a little secret in their heart? After all, no one wants their privacy exposed. Professor Yuan Xing nodded. I regret to inform you that due to the limitations of the magic artifact, the thoughts read from you will be public. However, rest assured, I will do my utmost to protect everyone's privacy. This magic artifact will not read your secrets, it will only surface minor thoughts, fleeting notions, or trivial facts from your daily lives. For example, what you ate for breakfast today, or what time you went to bed last night, just insignificant things like that. Of course, if you offer no resistance whatsoever, more private thoughts might also be exposed. Personally, I consider this beneficial as it serves as a punitive measure to motivate you to give your all in completing the trial. Although Professor Yuan Xing stated this, many students still showed subtle expressions of concern. All students, please line up orderly for the mind reading test. Joko once again squeezed into a position near the back of the line. He needed more time to strategize. To be honest, the prophet's skull had already revealed the solution to this predicament to him. Complete bodily relaxation, surrendering all resistance. But this directly contradicted Professor Yuan's instructions. According to the professor's guidance, the harder one resists with full willpower, the better one can avoid mind reading. Conversely, making no effort at all increases the likelihood of exposing one's most private inner thoughts. For the moment, Joko couldn't be absolutely certain whose advice to follow. It was true that the prophet's skull could predict the future, having foreseen today's lesson would involve mind reading. It had consequently suggested surrendering resistance. But the key question is his real intention truly to help me? Joko looked toward the front of the line on the platform. Professor Yuan Xing held the crystal ball, staring directly at a male student. The male student's cheeks were flushed red, appearing to struggle intensely with resisting the professor's mental force. But before even 30 seconds had passed, the crystal ball suddenly displayed a line of small text. I really love eating stinky tofu. The boy seemed completely drained, staring blankly at the revealed words. This wasn't particularly private information, but neither was it completely ordinary. Yuan Xing checked his watch, 23 seconds, not bad, 70 points. Pay attention. If any following students resist for less than 20 seconds, they might expose even more private information. Don't say I didn't warn you when that happens. Some students in the back immediately shrank their shoulders in fear. Next, this was a very shy and timid female student who moved with noticeable hesitation. She stood before the crystal ball. Then, after barely 10 seconds had passed, a line of silver text suddenly appeared. I really like Joko. At this moment, Joko happened to be lowering his head in thought and didn't notice the girl's exposed inner thoughts. The girl covered her face and ran back to her seat. The classmates behind didn't make much commotion, mostly looking at the girl with sympathetic gazes. After all, having one's secret crush revealed to the entire class must feel quite unpleasant. Yuan Xing sighed helplessly, 6 seconds, unqualified, 50 points. How many times have I emphasized you must resist with all your might? Attention, students in the back. If your time is below 10 seconds, some of your embarrassing secrets, those inner thoughts inconvenient to share publicly, might get exposed. Yuan Xing glanced at the girl who was lying on her desk, afraid to lift her head, then at the distracted Joko in the distance, and added, all students listen up. You're forbidden to speak even one word about the secrets you saw today. Those caught will be severely punished. Everyone has secrets in their hearts, no one should look down on others. All the students immediately straightened their postures seriously, each declaring they wouldn't spread anything. Next, soon, it was Su Chenxi's turn. Su Chenxi's face remained calm, appearing completely relaxed. She stood before Yuan Xing in a dignified posture. Yuan Xing nodded slightly and activated the magical device. Many classmates craned their necks, staring intently at the crystal ball. After all, Su Chenxi was a princess. Everyone was extremely interested in what thoughts might lie in a princess's heart. Then, 30 seconds passed. 60 seconds passed. After a minute and a half, small characters slowly emerged. I prefer being alone. Su Chenxi had lasted remarkably long, though the message was quite simple. What the classmates muttered in disappointment as they withdrew. Excellent. A minute and a half, outstanding performance. 90 points. Next, Chapter 75, Abandoning Resistance. Joko had been deep in thought this whole time. Relax, completely abandon all resistance. Professor Yuan Xing had explicitly stated that the way to avoid mind reading was to resist him with strong willpower. From observing previous classmates' examples, Joko believed the professor's words held truth. The more relaxed and unguarded one is, the more easily one's inner thoughts become exposed, while those with firm willpower can hold out longer. But this completely contradicts what the prophet's skull said. To this day, the prophet's skull has never given him a single harmful suggestion, yet surrendering resistance hardly sounds beneficial for Joku. Suddenly, a conjecture flashed through Joku's mind. Could it be that what the prophet's skull urged him not to resist wasn't Professor Yuan Xing's mind reading? With this realization, Joku made up his mind. He decided this time he would fully follow the prophet's skull's advice. When his turn came for the mind reading test, he would completely surrender resistance. Next, Professor Yuan Xing called from the platform. Now that Joku had settled on his strategy, he turned his attention to watching his classmates undergo their tests. The next student happened to be Yi Lingtian. He wore his trademark arrogant expression as he strode confidently to the front and stared directly at Professor Yuan Xing. Joku's impression of Yi Lingtian was simple: a young master born into a powerful family. He must have never experienced any hardship since childhood, with a pure and artless heart. Regarding this assessment concerning willpower, Joku didn't believe Yi Lingtian could perform exceptionally well. However, all humans have duality after all. Yi Lingtian's mana level is remarkably high among his peers. Professor Yuan Xing immediately activated the magical crystal ball, his eyes flashing red before fixing intently on Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian suddenly abandoned his previously arrogant and casual expression, his face turning utterly solemn. He pressed his lips tightly together, furrowed his brows, and clenched both fists. Then 30 seconds passed. The magical crystal ball still failed to reveal Yi Lingtian's inner thoughts. 1 minute passed. Yi Lingtian continued to endure. A trace of surprise seemed to flicker in Professor Yuan Xing's eyes. He too abandoned his relaxed demeanor, beginning to treat Yi Lingtian's assessment with seriousness. Then, 1.5 minutes passed. This was the duration Su Chenxi had persisted, the best record achieved so far. But Yi Lingtian remained completely motionless. Joku's eyebrows raised slightly. It seemed Yi Lingtian wasn't just some spoiled rich heir who knew nothing. By now, Yi Lingtian's results had already surpassed Su Chenxi's. Another 30 seconds passed. At this moment, Yi Lingtian had already persisted for a full 2 minutes. Professor Yuan Xing now began exerting more effort, treating Yi Lingtian as a genuine opponent. Finally, Yi Lingtian's whole body began trembling, his face covered in cold sweat and contorted in pain. Yet he still clenched his teeth, not making a single sound. Finally, after 3 minutes, Yi Lingtian could hold on no longer. His body swayed as one hand clutched his forehead while the other braced against the wall to prevent himself from collapsing. Professor Yuan Xing wore an expression of astonishment. He glanced at his watch. 3 minutes. Bronze, grade divine cardholder actually endured 3 minutes under my serious casting. 99 points. As soon as the professor spoke, the crystal ball emitted silver threads, displaying the thoughts it had extracted from Yi Lingtian. I find Joku utterly detestable because he stole my spotlight at school, but he doesn't deserve to die. When this message appeared, the entire room froze. Joku keenly took in every detail of this message. This was too strange. Others' messages were all brief, yet Yi Lingtian's exposed inner thoughts actually contained 2 sentences. Moreover, according to the professors, the longer the duration, the more trivial the message becomes. But this particular thought clearly contains substantial information. The first sentence was easy to understand. Yi Lingtian's dislike for Joku was practically common knowledge among all freshmen. It wasn't even considered a secret. But what did the second sentence mean? When Yi Lingtian saw his exposed inner thoughts displayed, he himself froze momentarily. Then he let out a light sigh, his entire body relaxing. Noticing the puzzled gazes from other students, he said disdainfully, "What are you looking at? I do think Joku is detestable, but for someone with such extraordinary talent to be targeted by the Skull Society. My father said it before: if you become a target of the Skull Society, there's only one outcome: death. Joku is as good as dead in my eyes. With his high magic potential, heaven envies the gifted. It's quite a pity. So I don't think he deserves to die." Any problem with that? After hearing Yi Lingtian's explanation, the other classmates all shook their heads, indicating they had no objections. But Joku keenly caught a key term from his words: the Skull Society. Did Yi Lingtian think Joku shouldn't die because the Skull Society wanted him dead? Connecting this with Yi Lingtian's earlier desperate attempts to avoid mind reading, combined with his currently revealed inner thoughts, a bold conjecture formed in Joku's mind. Could it be that Yi Lingtian was connected to the Skull Society? That Yi Lingtian knew something about why the Skull Society was after Joku? Joku resolved that when the opportunity arose, he would question Yi Lingtian alone to get to the truth, by any means necessary. Professor Yuan Xing neither confirmed nor denied Yi Lingtian's explanation, but merely reminded the entire class once again to strictly prohibit the disclosure of others' secrets. Next, finally, it was Joku's turn. Joku walked slowly onto the stage. Gazing at the crystal-clear magical orb, he slightly closed his eyes. Joku had long made up his mind to follow the advice of the Prophet's skull. He took a deep breath and completely relaxed his body, abandoning all resistance. Yuan Xing picked up the crystal orb, channeled magical energy, and abruptly exerted force. Swish! The moment Joko completely relaxed, excruciating pain instantly spread throughout his entire body. However, Joko knew clearly this wasn't caused by Professor Yuan Xing's mind reading. Ever since the orientation party ended, he had vaguely felt physical discomfort, but he had been enduring it, avoiding the school clinic, instead using magical energy to suppress the pain within his body. All for this very moment. The instant he abandoned resistance, it felt as if a monstrous beast roared within him, violently tearing at his body from the inside. Joko felt all the blood in his body boiling. At that moment, Yuan Xing happened to be casting a spell. Boom! The professor, along with the crystal ball artifact, was blasted away, flew into mid-air of the classroom, then crashed heavily to the ground. Yuan Xing rolled twice on the floor before clutching his waist in pain and struggling to get up. What? Even this can cause magic to go out of control. Then, he looked at Joku. In an instant, Yuan Xing's pupils contracted violently, his face showing deep terror. Chapter 76, Blood Curse. Joko felt a strong wave of dizziness assault his mind. In that instant, all his senses became dull. The scene before his eyes grew blurry. Vision, touch, hearing, smell all were gradually weakening. He only felt everything around him growing distant. The classroom walls seemed to tilt backward. No, it wasn't the classroom tilting backward, but Joko falling face up toward the ground. He saw countless classmates around him with expressions of shock and panic, but their exclamations sounded muffled, as if coming from another world. Finally, he felt his back make contact with the cold ground. Joko collapsed straight backward onto the floor. A gush of blood erupted from his mouth. The mind-reading test was abruptly interrupted. The entire class gathered around Joko, yet none understood what had actually occurred. Professor Yuan Xing's face first showed confusion. This shouldn't be happening. This magical artifact only contains the mana of Red 7. How could it be dangerous? Scattered discussions rose from surrounding classmates. What's wrong with Joko? Could this be another prank? Doesn't seem like it. I can smell blood. Professor Yuan Xing knelt beside Joko, seemingly struggling to recall something. Suddenly, his face turned deathly pale. No, it can't be. This is a blood curse. Most students wore blank expressions upon hearing this term. Su Chenxi's expression shifted slightly as she rested a hand against her chin, deep in thought. Blood curse. Yuan Xing immediately lifted Joko with both hands. Joko remained unconscious, his whole body limp, with traces of blood at the corner of his mouth and one arm hanging weakly. Class dismissed early. I'm taking Joko to the infirmary. He shouted these words and was about to rush out the door. One of the students raised their hand. Professor, couldn't we just send 1 or 2 classmates to take him there? No need to cancel class, right? Professor Yuan Xing suddenly froze, then stood firm, roaring at that student. Blood curse. Joko is under a blood curse. Do you have any idea what a blood curse is? Everyone, leave immediately. No one is to spread word about Joko's collapse. Then he immediately rushed out of the classroom, muttering to himself. If word gets out that someone's been hit with a blood curse, the entire school would descend into panic. The students left in the classroom looked at each other in bewilderment. Though they didn't know what a blood curse was, judging by the professor's extreme reaction, it must be extremely serious. Thus, the students left the classroom one after another. Amid such great chaos, therefore, no one noticed. In a small corner of the classroom, the crystal ball magical device that had fallen to the ground flickered faintly, then spat out a line of tiny silver characters. Fortunately, everyone had already left the classroom. Not a single person saw it, otherwise it would certainly have caused another considerable panic. This line of silver text was Joko's heart voice being read aloud. I've killed 4 people. And enjoyed it. Joko, being held in Yuan Xing's arms, curled his lips slightly. His whole body's discomfort was real. The blood he vomited was also real. But the unconsciousness was his pretense. It worked, he thought. As expected, the prophet's skull wasn't wrong. Ever since the orientation party, his body had been racked with discomfort. But he had endured it all along. Until he heard the prophecy of the prophet's skull. Relax completely, don't resist. This message naturally didn't mean he shouldn't resist Yuan Xing's mind reading, but rather, he shouldn't resist that feeling of discomfort within his body. Although he considered himself to possess strong willpower and could endure Yuan Xing's mind reading test for a long time, he wasn't 100% confident that not a single thought would be read. Joko harbored too many secrets in his heart. Any one of them, even the most seemingly insignificant thought, he absolutely refused to let slip out. Inner thoughts are called inner thoughts precisely because they must forever be suffocated in the depths of one's heart and never exposed. Thus, Joko chose to solve the problem at its source. Create chaos to terminate this class. Yuan Xing, holding Joko's seemingly lifeless body, rushed toward the campus hospital. While running, he made numerous calls to professors, informing them of Joko's collapse. Soon, they arrived at the campus hospital. Joko was placed in the intensive care unit. Although not completely unconscious, his head throbbed with intense pain, his eyes remained tightly shut, and he could only vaguely hear some nearby commotion. Professor Yuan, what exactly happened to Joko? What's this? Joko faintly recognized this as Professor Chen Yun's voice. I couldn't help it, I could only rush him to the hospital as quickly as possible. This was Professor Yuan Xing's voice. But this can't be possible. I also think it's impossible, yet this illness has precisely manifested in Joko. Is it the Skull Society again? Damn it. Why does a regular student like Joko keep becoming their target? Who knows, we can never understand how those terrorists think. They ultimately succeeded. Then came another stretch of silence. After a while, Yuan Xing spoke again. In your opinion, how much time does Joko have left? Chen Yun's tone revealed sorrow. If he's lucky, no more than 1 month at most. If the situation worsens, he won't make it through tonight. Another silence followed. Then Chen Yun spoke again, her voice somewhat choked up. Joko was the student I brought here. I really grew quite fond of this kid. His magic tricks were astonishing and he knew how to be very likable. Actually, when he was first targeted by the Skull Society assassins, I already had a premonition. Under the Skull Society's pursuit, there's no way he could survive, it was only a matter of time. Yuan Xing remained silent for a moment before speaking. You clearly knew he was doomed, yet you convinced the other board members to make an exception and admit this commoner child into the school. Professor Chen Yun's voice was barely audible. I still remember the wonder and yearning in his eyes when I first showed him the divine cards. I quietly watched over him, observing how he transitioned from complete ignorance about our world filled with curiosity to gradually blending in. She paused, seemingly composing herself. But for it to end like this, Professor Yuan Xing heaved a long sigh. At least, as a commoner, he got to experience the world of divine cards and supernatural powers before his death. He probably died without regrets. Chen Yun asked unwillingly, is there really no way to save him? Yuan Xing shook his head. The blood curse is the most vicious, most evil of all curses. Current mortality rate 100%. Thus, it has another name, the unbreakable death curse. Hearing this, Joko's heart skipped a beat. Although he had long known his body wasn't well, he hadn't known what symptoms he had. Now, he understood. The unbreakable death curse. The prophecy of the prophet's skull had come true once again. Chapter 77, Voluntarily Providing Blood. But this shouldn't be possible, Joko heard Professor Chen Yun murmuring softly. Although the blood curse has a 100% mortality rate, as a death curse, its casting conditions are extremely difficult. How exactly did Joko contract this death curse? Yuan Xing's voice was equally puzzled. I don't understand it either. I even hesitated for 2 seconds when Joko collapsed. Yet his symptoms perfectly matched the blood curse. Vomiting blood, unconsciousness, ice-cold body, gradual loss of magical energy. So, no matter how impossible it seems, he must undoubtedly be under the blood curse right now. Chen Yao shook her head. But I still don't quite understand. Although the death curse is extremely lethal, very few people throughout history have actually died from it. After all, casting the blood curse requires the victim's active cooperation. Upon hearing this, Joko could no longer pretend to be asleep. Though with great difficulty he managed to open his eyes. The two professors seemed startled. Joko, you're awake. They exchanged glances. Chen Yao quickly suppressed her sorrowful expression, putting on a composed face. Joko pretended to have just woken up, asking weakly, Professors, what happened to me? Am I sick? Yuan Xing hesitated, then looked at Chen Yao. You should be the one to tell him. Chen Yao forced a relaxed expression. It's nothing, just rest in bed for a few days and you'll be fine. Don't stress about it. Joko let out a light sigh. To extract information about the blood curse, he ultimately decided to stop concealing the truth. Actually, professors, I faintly overheard some of your conversation while I was asleep. The two professors exchanged astonished glances. Then, Professor Chen Yun's expression turned troubled. You heard everything. Joko nodded. Yes, the blood curse, also known as the unbreakable death curse. His inquisitive gaze shifted between the two professors as he opened his mouth to speak. Chen Yun sighed. Ask whatever you wish to know. We'll answer everything. Joko directly posed the question that interested him most. Is there truly no way to break the blood curse? At most 1 month, am I really destined to die? Of course Joko didn't want to die, he wanted to survive more desperately than anyone. Although he'd already heard the blood curse had a 100% mortality rate, he absolutely refused to passively await death. Professor Chen Yun's eyes revealed sorrow as she avoided directly answering Joko's question. You don't need to attend classes these days. Eat whatever you want to eat. If you want to do anything, contact the school doctor. Maintain a positive mindset. Who knows, miracles might happen. The school hospital, to ensure your last month's experience won't perform any radical treatments on you, will prioritize your comfort to the greatest extent. Not a single sentence directly answered Joko's question, yet the implied meaning was crystal clear to him. The entire school hospital, even the entire Dragon Kingdom, had no treatment for Joke's condition. 1 month, that was his final deadline. Joke lay silently on the hospital bed. Looking at the school hospital's ceiling, he asked softly, I want to know what's going to take my life. What exactly is the blood curse? And why do you say this death curse requires the victim's cooperation? Professor Yuan Xing answered. Let me answer your first question. This disease is very similar to AIDS. It's a curse that attacks the human body from within. Those afflicted with the blood curse will gradually lose their magical essence and their life force will steadily weaken. The victim will progressively lose all mobility and will die completely within a month at most, or a day at least. Joku then asked. Then, specifically, how is the blood curse cast? And what do I need to do to cooperate? Yuan Xing shook his head. This is an extremely vicious curse, a forbidden art. Only the Skull Society knows the exact casting method. However, I do know one of the steps required to perform the blood curse. As the name blood curse suggests, this curse requires the victim's blood, and it must be voluntarily given. Joke's expression froze for a moment and he fell silent. Chenyun noticed Joke's strange reaction. What's wrong, Joku? Did you think of something? Joke slowly spoke, his eyes still fixed on the ceiling. I provided it. What? Both professors asked in unison, as if momentarily unable to comprehend his meaning. I said, I gave it voluntarily. I voluntarily provided my blood to the Skull Society. How is that possible? Why would you give them your blood voluntarily? And when? The two professors seemed incredulous, firing a rapid series of questions. Joke spoke slowly, as if recounting an insignificant past event. Professors, are you aware of the Skull Society's motto? The professors' expressions changed instantly, exchanging glances. We know, but we never mention it voluntarily. In our world, it's a terrifying phrase. As if not hearing them, Joku continued speaking to himself. For a greater purpose. At first, I didn't quite understand what this phrase meant. Until now. He suddenly turned to look at Chenyun. Professor Chenyun, you should remember this too. On my first day of enrollment tests, I encountered an assassin from the Skull Society. The test was called Russian Roulette. They arranged an unexpected test question. Hearing this, Professor Chenyun's face instantly changed color. She also recalled the sequence of events that had occurred that day. Her expression faintly revealed fear as she murmured. Could it be they've been laying their plans since that very day? Joku continued his narration. The test question was, place a red object on the table. But that examination room didn't contain any red objects at all. The only red thing I could produce was blood. Professor Chenyun's mouth fell open. Professor Yuan Xing also tightly furrowed his brows. They used this method to trick me into voluntarily providing blood. Joku paused briefly before continuing. For a greater purpose, though I don't know what their ultimate goal might be, but to achieve their objectives. They spare no consideration for how much time it takes, or how many intricate schemes must be devised. I originally thought all their assassination attempts were childish and simple, easily thwarted with minimal effort. Only now do I realize their long-term scheming. Every assassination attempt must have carried specific meaning and purpose. Every assassination is for their grander objective. Chapter 78, The Method of Life Extension. But they collected the blood long ago. Why are they only casting the blood curse now? Chenyun voiced her doubts in a low voice. Joku wasn't sure either, silently picking up the bedside water glass to drink. Yuan Xing explained. Collecting the victim's blood is just one key step in the blood curse ritual. Perhaps there are other steps we don't know about. Yuan Xing lowered his head, seemingly deep in thought. He murmured to himself. Blood curses are single-target poison curses requiring specified victims for casting. The most effective method usually involves dissolving targeted poison. Targeted poison. Joku vaguely caught this term. He understood what kind of poison this was. It's a directional, highly potent poison with specific targets. Just days ago, someone had put targeted poison into the mana essence, attempting to kill Joku. The school has been investigating the poisoner, but there's been no progress. Suddenly, Yuan Xing lightly punched his palm with a fist. Hair. They also need the victims to voluntarily provide hair samples. Dissolving hair in targeted poison is also one of the steps for casting the Yi blood curse. Crash. Upon hearing this, Joku's hand holding the water glass trembled violently, causing the glass to slip and fall. The glass shattered upon hitting the floor, scattering shards everywhere with a crisp sound. Joku's face darkened, showing no expression. A young nurse immediately rushed over to clean up the mess. Joku, did you think of something? You look even paler. Noticing Joku's unusual reaction, Chenyun looked at him with concern. It's nothing, professors. I'm not feeling well. I hope I could stay alone in this ward for a while. Joku continued staring at the ceiling. All right. If you feel any discomfort, just press the bell by your bedside and the school medical staff will come to check on you. After giving a few more instructions to the on-duty school doctor, the two professors left the ward. At this moment, Joku was the only one in the ward. He lay on the hospital bed, staring at the ceiling without moving for a while. His whole body ached slightly, and breathing was somewhat difficult. He could also feel the magic elements gradually dissipating from his body. Yet Joku showed not a trace of pain on his face. The next second, ha, he suddenly began chuckling softly, a weak, somewhat sickly laugh. But in the empty ward, it sounded exceptionally eerie for that moment. Skull Society, you truly want me dead. Collecting my blood and hair, every assassination attempt was for this purpose. An unbreakable death curse, is it? He recalled the day he'd handed over his hair. The hair had been fed to Tang Xin, making the probability of her being a Skull Society member extremely high. However, since Joku had chosen to give her the antidote, she might still be innocent. There was someone else with greater suspicion. Tang Xin did not choose to ask for hair. But what truly hinted that he needed to surrender a part of himself was another person. Is it you, Lu Yingming? Joku murmured on the hospital bed. You were the first to rush over to detoxify after hearing about the poisoning. And it was you who thought of using a part of me for the antidote. Have you been watching me all along? You're so weak, yet still capable of rational thinking. The ethereal voice of the prophet's skull suddenly sounded. You finally spoke. I have so many questions to ask you. All the people in the ward had been sent away by Joku so he could boldly converse with the prophet's skull. There are things you're omniscient about, right? So if I directly ask you, is it Lu Yingming who cast the blood curse on me, would you answer me? The prophet's skull remained silent for 2 seconds. I do know everything. I will try my best to ensure your survival, but I won't answer any questions based on your preferences. One day, you'll learn who the Skull Society members in school are. But not now. Joku nodded in understanding. Can I interpret this answer to mean that knowing the Skull Society members in advance would actually be disadvantageous for me? You understand correctly. Joku gave an acknowledging hum. Though Joku didn't completely trust the prophet's skull at this moment, he took every piece of its advice seriously. After all, up to now, its predictions about reality had been remarkably accurate. Thank you, Big-Eyed Skull. I followed your abandon all resistance advice and achieved 2 objectives. You know which 2 I mean. The prophet's skull whispered softly. First, abandoning resistance allowed the blood curse pain you've been enduring internally to erupt, thus enabling you to evade Yuan Xing's mind reading in class, preventing your darkest secrets from being exposed. This was my suggestion to you. Joku nodded. Second, I successfully contracted the unbreakable death curse, thereby fulfilling your prophecy. After being afflicted by the death curse, 1 month from now, I will learn the secret of divine card ascension. He suddenly laughed. The prophet's skull remained silent for 2 seconds. Yes, everything is proceeding according to your plan, perfectly. All thanks to your excellent guidance. Enough. Joku cleared his throat and asked the question that concerned him. You said you try your best to keep me alive. That was true, right? So getting infected with the blood curse won't actually kill me, will it? If you do nothing and just lie in bed idle, of course it will. The blood curse is the death curse. You have good constitution, but within half a month, you'll lose all your magic essence, bleed from all orifices, and die. Joku knew the prophet's skull was just trying to scare him, so he played along. How terrifying. Oh, great prophet. Then in your esteemed opinion, how might I avoid such a tragic fate? The prophet's skull replied as if it had long been prepared. The blood curse means certain death for mortals. But what is a death sentence for humans is another matter entirely for deities. You'll need an item to prolong your life. This is no ordinary item. Joku immediately caught the implication in the prophet's skull's words. Certain death for humans but not for gods. Are you saying that item, the one that could save my life, is a divine relic? Chapter 79, the tetrahedral stone. Correct. Only that particular divine relic can save you. Then, great prophet, could you tell me what it is and where to find it? To be honest, Joku didn't expect to get an answer. He had already anticipated the prophet's skull would say things like you must discover it yourself or knowing in advance brings no benefit. But somewhat unexpectedly, this is a divine relic left by the cube deity, called the tetrahedral stone. As the name suggests, it's a diamond with 4 sides. Tetrahedral stone. You're saying it's the cube deity's relic. That makes sense. The diamond suit in playing cards represents a 4-cornered gemstone. Joku pressed on, then where is it located? The prophet's skull didn't hold back either, answering directly again. The Yi family among the 4 great clans is the diamond family. The tetrahedral stone is their ancestral divine relic. Right now, it's hidden in Yi family financial tower. Joku was very familiar with this tower. This was where everything began. On Joku's 18th birthday, he had used this tower to showcase a magnificent magic show to the entire city. Since the divine relic capable of breaking the blood curse was inside this tower, Joku smiled faintly. It seemed that tonight, Joku would play the role of a phantom thief and head to Yi family financial tower to stage an earth-shattering diamond heist. Joku had made up his mind. No matter what, he must obtain this divine relic, not just to extend his life but also because this was an essential step in collecting all 14 divine relics and ascending to godhood. Thank you, Prophet. By the way, I believe you're the strongest among the 14 divine relics. Why do you say that? Well, aren't you omniscient? You even know the locations of the other divine relics. So obtaining you is equivalent to obtaining all the divine relics. Don't overthink it, I'm not that powerful. I only revealed the location of the tetragonal stone to save your life. Joka slowly stood up and dressed himself. You're going now. You plan to break into the building and steal the tetragonal stone tonight. What else? The longer I delay, the weaker I become. Since that object is my only hope for survival, I must obtain this treasure as soon as possible. I must remind you, the Yi family financial tower isn't a place just anyone can enter. Especially the area where the tetragonal stone is kept, it must be heavily guarded. It would be difficult for you to come out unscathed. Hearing this, Joka smiled and said to the prophet's skull, I know you're omniscient, but perhaps even you overlooked something. I once caused a complete blackout in that financial tower. That building isn't exactly unfamiliar to me. I'm confident I can stage another light show in that skyscraper. Joku paused, then asked, by the way, what exactly does the tetragonal stone do? Why can it help me lift the blood curse? I never said the tetragonal stone could lift curses. An unbreakable death curse difficult to dissolve even with divine relics. However, the tetrahedral stone can temporarily prolong your life. Moreover, the tetrahedral stone contains tremendous energy and the secret of divine ascension. Hearing this term, Joka's expression flickered slightly. The exact functions of the tetrahedral stone will become clear once you obtain it. That's enough. Joka finished dressing, spent some time making preparations, then looked out the window. Dusk was approaching as the sky gradually darkened. Apologies, Yi Lingtian. Your family heirloom will soon be mine. Don't blame me after all, I don't want to die either. I've said it before, I want to survive more than anyone else, no matter what it takes. Slinging a heavy black backpack over his shoulder, he stepped onto the windowsill before leaping into the night and vanishing. First floor, Yi family financial tower. Greed waited anxiously before the elevator, his expression tense. He pressed the descent button as the elevator slowly descended. He looked at his watch, anxiously waiting. As the elevator reached the first floor, its doors slowly opened. He quickly slipped into the elevator, then pressed the button for B1 level. Up to now, he had reached B1 level countless times. This floor was no longer unfamiliar to him. When the elevator arrived at B1 level, Greed swiped his divine card. The elevator doors slowly opened. It was still the familiar dimly lit room. The flickering candlelight added an even more mysterious atmosphere to the room. He put on his skull mask, then slowly stepped into the room and took his seat at the long table. The figure at the head of the table spoke. Welcome, Greed. Greed nodded slightly. I have flawlessly completed the organization's plan. The blood curse has been cast. Joko has less than a month left to live. Excellent. Pride's tone was very composed, yet faintly revealing delight. I assure you, when Joko meets his end a month from now, I will provide you with everything you require. I hope this can happen soon. Greed spoke with urgency. I sense Joku has begun to suspect me. Ever since he force-fed the targeted poison to a girl named Tang Xian last time, I've realized he's been secretly trying to locate me all along. Moreover, after the blood curse incident, my identity will inevitably enter his field of vision. Pride slightly raised his chin, appearing somewhat displeased. Greed keenly noticed this change in mood and quickly added, but I can guarantee the organization that I remain safe and concealed for now. Joka merely suspects me, but I can sense he still doesn't know exactly who I am. Pride raised a hand to signal him to stop speaking. Greed closed his mouth. Then, Pride asked, you said Joku administered poison to a girl named Tang Xian. Greed was momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to comprehend why Pride's focus was on this particular point. Yes, but Joku eventually had a crisis of conscience and saved her in the end. Nothing actually happened. What's wrong? Pride shook his head. No, it's nothing. Then, an eerie silence spread through the secret chamber. As if unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere, Lust from across the table suddenly raised their hand. So what exactly does the leader want us to do? First, we're not allowed to kill Joku, then we're ordered to place a blood curse on him. Everyone knows that mortals cannot survive a blood curse. Aren't these contradictory orders? Pride slightly raised his voice. Do not attempt to speculate about the leader's intentions. When the leader gives orders to the Skull Society, what we need isn't questioning but execution. The leader's commands might seem illogical in the short term, but in the long run they must serve a very grand purpose. Chapter 80, Yi Family Financial Tower. In front of the Yi Family Tower entrance, Joka walked quietly along the deserted street under the moonlight, head lowered while carrying a heavy backpack. Approaching the financial building, he examined his reflection in the tempered glass. A black baseball cap pulled low, cotton mask covering half his face, leaving only a pair of alert eyes visible. Good. Basically impossible to recognize him like this. Joka nodded in satisfaction and entered the building's first floor. The first floor served as the visitor reception lobby. Joka positioned himself near a corner, pretending to be just another passerby while carefully observing the first floor layout. At that moment, a company employee happened to be leaving work. The employee took out his electronic ID card and swiped it against the access control reader. Beep. The electronic door opened. The employee pocketed his access card and walked out with weary steps, not even glancing at Joku. Joku immediately understood employees needed to swipe their cards to unlock the electronic doors for elevator access to upper floors. Joku waited quietly, hoping for a second staff member to finish work so he could employ some pickpocket techniques to obtain their ID card. But after a long wait, no second employee appeared to leave work. Helpless, Joka had to survey his surroundings again, searching for alternative methods of entry. Apart from the electronic access control, there was also a reception desk on the first floor with an elderly security guard seated in front. Left with no other options, Joku approached the old guard. "What business do you have here?" The elderly security guard immediately stopped Joku upon seeing him. His bloodshot eyes scanned Joku's attire up and down, pausing at the bulky backpack. "Food delivery. Just leave it here." "Sir, I'm not making a delivery. I just forgot my card, could you please let me in?" Joku quickly lowered his voice and discreetly offered a cigarette. The old man waved his hand, refusing the proffered cigarette. "Give me your name and ID number," the security guard said while sitting with his legs crossed. Of course Joku couldn't reveal his real name, nor did he know any ID card numbers. Helpless, he had no choice but to lie. "Old man, I'm actually young Master Ye's friend. Yi Lingtian sent me to find him." "Surely you know Yi Lingtian, right? He attends the elite class at Noble Academy. I'm his classmate." But the old man merely frowned, as if hearing that name for the first time. "Yi who?" the old man asked doubtfully. "Yi Lingtian," Joku said with certainty. "Ling what?" The old man scratched his head. "Yi Lingtian," Joku emphasized. "Yi what?" The old man dug at his ear. "Alright, old man, just go stand over there and cool off." Joku shook his head helplessly. Since persuasion didn't work, he'd have to use force. Joku reached into his pocket. Just as Joku was about to draw his weapon and force his way in, he looked again at the elderly guard. Somehow, he seemed familiar. "Old man Wang. It's me, Little Zhou." Joku immediately pulled down his mask and announced himself. "Little Zhou." The old man didn't react immediately. "Ahem, magic tricks, building blackout, light show. Remember now." Correct, this old man before him was precisely the electrician who had operated the building's lighting system on Joku's 18th birthday. Oh, the old man nodded exaggeratedly. "Little Zhou. I remember." "Old man, how did you become a front desk security guard? Weren't you an electrician?" Joku glanced at the nameplate on the old man's security uniform. "Security." The old man chuckled. "Many skills bring no burden. I hold multiple jobs. I'm both security, an electrician, and the company's janitor." Swish. The old man flipped his nameplate around, revealing 2 characters on the back. "Electrician." Then with another swift motion, he opened his outer jacket to reveal the janitor uniform underneath. Joku was momentarily speechless. The old man changed his tone. "Little Zhou, helping you control those lights that day cost me quite some effort. How much did you pay me that day again? I've somewhat forgotten, spent it all in just a few days." Hearing these words, Joku immediately understood old man Wang's implication. He nodded understandingly, then quietly took out a red banknote from his pocket and discreetly slipped it to the old man across the table. "Old man, buy yourself some good cigarettes and alcohol, and get some educational materials for your kids. This is just a small token of my appreciation." The old man accepted the red banknote, and his originally stern expression instantly transformed into a beaming smile. "Easy does it. A friend of Yi Lingtian, eh? Opening the door for young Master Yi's friend is no trouble at all." Beep. With a few taps from the old man, the electronic security gate immediately opened. "After you." The old man chuckled slyly. Witnessing the old man's lightning-fast change of expression, Joku was momentarily speechless. "Seriously, old man, aren't you supposed to be a civilian? Since when could you perform face-changing tricks? Are you secretly holding the 8 of spades? So you were pretending not to know Yi Lingtian earlier, playing dumb all along." While thanking the old man, Joku muttered these thoughts to himself as he passed through the security gate. As he approached the elevator, something suddenly occurred to him. With dozens of floors in this building, which one could possibly conceal the tetrahedral stone? He turned back and asked, "Uncle, Yi Lingtian asked me to wait for him at the company's secure floor." "Excuse me, where is the secure floor located?" Directly asking about the vault's location would be too obvious, so using Yi Lingtian as an excuse helps conceal his true intentions. Although this approach still carries some risk of being seen through, it's far better than checking floor by floor. "Secure floor? You mean where Director Yi keeps the safe?" The old man's eyes immediately sharpened. Kid, you're not thinking of stealing something, are you? Joku froze momentarily. Then the next moment, the old man. Ah, just kidding. Young man, with looks as handsome as yours, how could you possibly be a thief? Besides, you know young Master Ye's name and that he's in the elite class must really be his classmate. The old man seemed to have convinced himself. As for which floor has the safe, I genuinely don't know. I only know that floors 2 to 30 are the commoners' working area. Floors 31 to 60 are the nobles' working area. As for higher floors, the security clearance increases. I've never even been there. You'd better go ask over there. The old man blurted out all the information at once. Got it, thank you, uncle. Joku thought to himself, Yiling Tian's reputation really works wonders in this building. After expressing his thanks, he turned and walked to the elevator. This building had 80 floors in total, and he planned to first check out the situation on the 61st floor. Putting on his mask, he pressed the up button. Beep. A moment later, the elevator arrived, its doors slowly opening. Joku immediately stepped in, only to suddenly discover a familiar face already waiting inside the elevator. That person had his nose held high and wore a square medal on his chest. It was Yiling Tian. Chapter 81, Old Man Wang. As Joku entered the elevator, Yiling Tian happened to be walking out. Just as Joku passed by Yiling Tian, the latter abruptly stopped in his tracks. He then quickly turned his head, scrutinizing Joku's disguise. Joku had himself completely covered up. There was no way Yiling Tian should have recognized him. Yet Yiling Tian still frowned tightly, his expression displeased. Joku's heart tightened. Could it be that even dressed like this, Yiling Tian could still recognize him? Yiling Tian pursed his lips and slowly spoke. Food delivery guy. Ha! No! I'm clearly a thief, damn it. Does this outfit of mine really look like a delivery uniform? Why did that old man say so, and now you think so too? Instantly, Joku felt the divine card in his pocket growing slightly warm. Joku immediately understood. This was a clown moment. The next second, the voice of the clown god immediately resounded in his heart. Ding, divine card trigger condition, embarrassment, achieved. Randomly drawing a divine card. Divine card, 3 of diamonds. 3 of diamonds, copper grade ability. Create a copy of an item. Only copies appearance. This divine card will revert to Joker after one use. Copy an item's appearance. Upon hearing the 3 of diamonds ability effect, Joku immediately thought of some usage methods. If before stealing the 4-edged stone he encountered access control systems requiring keys or fingerprints, Joku didn't need to spend effort stealing keys. He could simply use the block 3 to easily create replicas of these items. It must be said, this special ability was quite convenient. Joku didn't have time to think carefully, because at that moment, Yiling Tian was still sizing him up from head to toe. Delivery personnel are not allowed inside the company building. You can just leave the takeout at the front desk. Yiling Tian added. By the way, you need a card to use the elevator. You won't be able to go up. Joku keenly caught this piece of information again. This was troublesome. Joku didn't have an ID card. Just as Joku was contemplating how to respond. Young Master Yi, my apologies. He's not a delivery guy. Security guard Uncle Wang came trotting over. He's the new janitor. Just hasn't received his ID card yet. How about this? I'll take him to HR to get registered. No need to trouble you, young Master Yi. Uncle Wang forced an apologetic smile and pulled Joku into the elevator together. Janitor. Dressed like that. Yiling Tian didn't seem so easily fooled, his eyes still full of suspicion. Isn't this because we haven't had time to get the uniform yet? I've long prepared this for our little cleaner. As he spoke, the old man produced a brand new janitor uniform from somewhere. Don't worry, young Master Yi, I'll arrange everything perfectly. Yiling Tian continued staring at Joku, his brows tightly furrowed. For a moment, Joku had an illusion as if Yiling Tian had already seen through his true identity. Yet surprisingly, Yiling Tian nodded. Alright, Foreman Wang, since you're the head janitor, you handle the arrangements. After speaking, Yiling Tian gave Joku a meaningful look before turning to leave. The elevator doors slowly closed. Phew! Joku let out a soft sigh of relief before turning to Old Man Wang. Old man, I didn't expect you'd actually step forward to help me. Moreover, you must have realized long ago that I'm not actually Yiling Tian's friend, right? Old Man Wang simply smiled faintly. Young man, I've lived through many years, there's nothing I haven't seen. The roads I've walked would outnumber the grains of rice you've eaten. Your purpose for coming here must be quite special, right? The old man glanced at Joku's bulky backpack with an understanding expression. Speaking of which, your bag looks pretty heavy. What's inside? The old man asked curiously. Joku replied vaguely, nothing important. Then he quickly changed the subject. Since you know I'm not an ordinary person, why did you still let me in? The old man beeped his ID card at the elevator, then said slowly. Truth be told, I don't have much affection for the Yi family. I'm just an employee. The only reason I work here is to earn my meals. And soon I'll be retiring anyway. I don't care what you plan to do. Besides, counting last time, I've already taken quite some money from you. I understand the rule payment for service. The old man then asked, young man, which floor? I'll take you up and come right back. Joka thought to himself, since floors 2 to 30 are commoners' work areas and 31 to 60 are nobles' work areas, then any possible relics of the gods would likely only be stored above the 60th floor. Joka replied softly, floor 61. Got it. The old man pressed the button for the 61st floor. Looking at the ID card in the old man's hand, Joka couldn't help but form an idea. To find the 4 prism stone, he would likely need to take the elevator multiple times. And to use the elevator, he would definitely need an access card. Joka had known this old man before and had cooperated with him in the past. They were acquaintances, so reliability was guaranteed. Perhaps he could recruit this old man as his inside accomplice. Joka probed, old man, your salary must be quite substantial. Hearing this question, the old man replied somewhat awkwardly. Young man, to be honest, even with 3 jobs, my wages are pitifully small. To maintain basic living standards, I have to find other income sources, even if somewhat improper. Joka smiled inwardly. He had long noticed this point. From the 2 previous times Joka had paid him for help, it was clear this old man was greedy. Money could buy his cooperation. So Joka cautiously asked again, old man, would you like to make big money? The old man was startled, then sighed. Want to? Of course I do. Dream about it every day. But where would such money-making opportunities come from? Upon hearing this, Joka immediately said, old man, if you lend me your ID card, I'll give you 100,000 dragon coins afterward. Joka wasn't just making empty promises to the old man. He believed that Yi Family Financial Tower's vault certainly contained more than just this amount of money. After Joka successfully broke into the Yi family vault using the old man's ID card, Joka would take the divine relic while the old man got the money, a mutually beneficial arrangement. The old man didn't answer immediately, instead looking again at Joka's bag. When I heard you ask where the secure floor was, I understood immediately. Young man, you're actually a thief, aren't you? Seeing that the old man had seen through him, Joka decided not to hide the truth. Correct. Since you figured it out, I'll admit it. I am indeed here to steal something. The old man sighed. It's not that I don't want to help you. It's just I don't think you'll succeed in this job. Chapter 82, The Phantom Thieves Alliance. Old man, why do you say that? Joka suddenly realized this old man wasn't ordinary. He seemed to know something. The old man cleared his throat and spoke slowly. If you're here to steal money, I don't care. It's none of my business. Just don't say I let you in when you get caught. But if you're here to steal that treasure, don't bother going up. Just go home and sleep. Indeed, this old man knew something about the 4-cornered stone. Old man, what exactly is this treasure you mentioned? Joka asked casually, pretending ignorance. The old man gave Joka a calm look. The Yi family's ancestral treasure, priceless beyond measure. It's said to be a large diamond with 4 corners. Hearing this description, Joka felt a stirring in his heart. Yet he maintained his composure and asked, why wouldn't I succeed if I came to steal that treasure? The old man answered with confident expression. Because that treasure most likely doesn't exist. Doesn't exist? Joka raised his eyebrows in confusion. No one has ever seen that thing. I reckon it's just a gimmick, the Yi family's way of showing off how prestigious they are. Joka frowned slightly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. The treasure certainly existed because the prophet's skull had once said the tetrahedral stone was hidden somewhere in the Yi family building. Then how did the rumor about its non-existence come about? The elevator slowly ascended, approaching the 61st floor. Young man, quickly put on this janitor uniform. Your current outfit is too conspicuous. And that backpack of yours, it's too noticeable. Do you really need to carry it? Joka simply took the clothes. I'll need what's inside. After Joka changed clothes, the elevator doors slowly opened. Joka briefly surveyed the 61st floor. This floor appeared to be a recreational area. It was filled with various fitness equipment and different lounge and entertainment rooms. Alright young man, this is where we part ways. Good luck to you. The old man waved his hand and made as if to leave. Wait a moment. Old Juan was the only acquaintance Joka had in the entire building. If he needed help, Old Juan was the only one who could assist him. He must persuade the old man to join him. Uncle, where are you going? Walking while talking, the old man replied, oh, just to the power room. As you know, I'm also in charge of the electricity. That day when I helped you with your magic trick, I shut down all the lights in the building. It worked perfectly, no one suspected I was behind it. Joka had a sudden thought, uncle, could I take a look too? As he spoke, Joka slipped another banknote into the old man's hand. Why not? Come along, young man. The old man beamed with joy after taking the money. Happily fingering the bill, he continued walking while saying, ah, young man, so you really are planning to steal something? Joka immediately responded, not that treasure you mentioned, just money. This was of course a lie. Joka was only interested in the tetrahedral stone, and he could clearly see that Old Juan was only interested in money. The old man seemed to waver internally. Are you saying you'll really give me a share if I help you? Absolutely. This isn't our first deal, don't you trust me yet? The old man seemed to wrestle with himself before replying. You said you'd give me 100,000 dragon coins. That's right. No deal, too little. The old man waved his hand dismissively. The Yi family is filthy rich. I estimate just one antique vase in their vault is worth $1 million. Here's my counter after we succeed. You give me half of whatever you take. Joko readily agreed, deal. They shook hands. One wanted to steal money, the other wanted to steal jewels. And so, this odd pair, one old, one young, formed their Phantom Thief alliance. Soon, the two arrived at the power control room. The control room had a massive display screen covered with virtual, circuit breaker, icons. Seeing these circuit breaker icons, Joko had an idea. Old man, are these the controls for the building's lighting? Bingo! Here, let me explain. The old man pointed at the largest circuit breaker icon on the screen. This is the main lighting switch. After swiping the card, pressing it will turn off all the lights in the entire building. Then, the old man pointed to the densely packed small buttons nearby. These are the light switches for each floor in every single room. Looking at these light switches, Joko immediately had an idea in his mind. Old man, can these lights be controlled on a timer? Yes, let me show you how to do it. Joko's mind was quite nimble after all, and he learned quickly. Soon enough, he had set up the lighting control program for 2 hours later. The old man looked curiously at the screen. Young man, why do you need to turn off the lights 2 hours from now? Joko smiled faintly. After everything is completed, I plan to use the Yi family financial tower as a tool to stage for my success. A grand finale. You'll understand when the time comes. The old man just nodded somewhat comprehendingly. Is this another one of your magic tricks? Joko merely smiled. After arranging the lighting control program for the entire building, Joko clapped his hands. Let's go, old man. Young man, what's your plan? The old man asked, visibly excited as it was his first time doing a thief's job. Not yet. Ha! After all, this is my first time in this building. Old man, do you know which floor might be the security floor? The old man scratched his head. Well, I'm just a security guard and electrician, usually just turning power on and off. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. Ah, I remember now. The 65th floor is the executive meeting room. That's where President Yi holds meetings, often discussing confidential matters. Maybe if we go there, we can eavesdrop on where they keep their valuables. But, the old man sighed. My access isn't high enough. The 65th floor can't be accessed with my card. It requires fingerprint authentication. Joko asked again, then, can we take the stairs? The old man shook his head. No, the stairs aren't normally open unless the elevators are broken. Joko pondered the old man's words. Fingerprint authentication. Joko stroked his chin. Fingerprints. Old man looked at him curiously. Young man, what have you figured out? Joko just lowered his head and thought. After a long while, he suddenly looked up. Then, Joko smiled slightly and said, I have a way to obtain fingerprints. Chapter 83, Obtaining Fingerprints. At the restroom entrance. While pretending to be a janitor mopping the floor, Joko secretly observed employees entering and exiting the restroom. Young man, didn't you say you wanted to get fingerprints? Why did you really become a janitor? The old man whispered while sweeping the floor. Joko kept working with his head down, quietly saying, Old man, you don't understand. Pretending to be a janitor is actually a necessary step to obtain fingerprints. Ha! The old man was covered in question marks. Watching numerous employees come and go from the restroom, Joko quietly explained. To get fingerprints for the 65th floor, we first need to identify which personnel have that clearance. Only high-clearance fingerprints are useful. Otherwise, painstakingly obtaining some corporate drone's fingerprints would be pointless. And our purpose for staking out the restroom entrance is, by observing these employees who use the restroom, we can determine their status levels. What? The old man wore an expression of disbelief. Young man, are you saying that by watching them use the toilet, we can identify who has access to the 65th floor? The old man scratched his head. What's the logic behind this? Don't tell me noble lord's excrement differs from us commoners. Joko's expression remained unreadable, but his gaze locked tightly on the office workers emerging from the restroom. They were all dressed in identical business suits. From appearance alone, it was difficult to distinguish commoners from nobles. Moreover, even among nobles there existed hierarchical distinctions. It would be impossible to identify high-ranking executives with sufficient clearance based solely on clothing. But Joko didn't rely on attire to determine status. At this moment, his focus settled on an exceptionally well-dressed woman. After washing her hands at the sink, the woman chose not to use the hand dryer, merely flicking off water droplets before hurrying away. Joko quietly said to the old man, Old sir, see that woman? She probably doesn't have high clearance, just a middle-ranked noble at best, not our target. The old man opened his mouth in confusion, then said, Why is that, young man? I only saw she didn't use the hand dryer after washing. You're not judging based on that, are you? Hesitating, the old man continued. But whether one dries their hands or not shouldn't indicate status, right? Some hygiene-conscious commoners prefer using the hand dryers beside the sinks. I've also seen noble lords who just shake their hands dry and walk away. Ultimately, it's just personal habit, isn't it? Can you really determine status from this? Joe nodded. You're absolutely right, old sir. It's indeed just personal habit, impossible to tell. However, my judgment isn't based on whether they dry their hands. As he spoke, Joko suddenly spotted a target. A casually dressed, slightly thin man happened to exit the men's restroom. He whistled leisurely as he finished washing his hands at the sink. Then, as if unaccustomed to using hand dryers, he simply shook his hands to flick off the water droplets. Joko shook his head and was about to look away when, suddenly, the man made a subtle movement. He pinched the hem of his shirt between his right thumb and index finger, using the fabric to wipe them clean. The old security guard also noticed this gesture and shook his head. How sloppy wiping his hands on his own clothes. Definitely not any high-ranking executive in this company. Before the old man could finish speaking, "That's him." Joko immediately alerted the guard. "He's our target." "Ha!" The old man looked confused. Joko quickly lowered his voice. "Old sir, is anyone currently monitoring the surveillance footage?" The guard shook his head. "Young man, have you forgotten? I'm the only security on duty today. Rest assured, no one's watching the monitors. Besides, this is just outside the restroom, there aren't even any cameras here." As he spoke, the old man looked at Joko with curious eyes. "Young man, why did you suddenly mention surveillance cameras? What are you planning to do?" "Yes, I do need it," Joko replied calmly. After saying this, Joko immediately scanned the surroundings to confirm no one was nearby, then silently approached the man from behind and delivered a sharp chop to his neck. The man had no time to make any sound before being knocked unconscious immediately. Joko then lifted one of the man's arms. "Old man, give me a hand here. Help me drag him into the elevator." The old man, who had been watching from the side, was dumbfounded, only reacting when Joko called him. Oh, coming. The two of them, each holding one of the man's arms, slowly dragged him toward the elevator door. As they walked, the old man chuckled. "This is so exciting. Feels like we're secret agents in a movie." After hiding the man in a corner, Joko pressed the elevator's upward button. A moment later, ding! The elevator door slowly opened. No one was inside. Confirming it was safe, Joko motioned for the old man to help drag the man into the elevator. Then, Joko gently lifted the man's right arm and raised his index finger upright. The elderly man asked curiously, "Young man, this person looks quite young to me. He doesn't seem like someone who'd have clearance for the 65th floor. Are you really sure his fingerprint can activate the elevator?" Joko nodded confidently. "Don't worry, old man." Then, Joko pressed the man's index finger onto the fingerprint authentication area. Then, beep, a green light flashed. Authentication successful. Joko let out a quiet sigh. He actually couldn't be 100% certain this man had the clearance either. If authentication had failed, he wondered how the old man would have viewed him. If that had happened, he would have had to activate his clown moment again. Of course, since authentication succeeded, the old man now wore an expression of astonishment, his eyes wide as he stared at the confident Joko. "Young man, you actually did it. There must be very few people in this company with 65th floor access. And you really managed to identify an executive just by observation. So, how exactly did you figure it out?" Joko smiled slightly and began his explanation. "It's simple. I didn't actually discern his rank or status. But I can tell, first of all, this man is different from others. He doesn't wear an employee ID card around his neck. Secondly, he must frequently use fingerprint authentication." Joko smiled faintly. "Old man, let me tell you a little known fact. Wet fingers can't pass fingerprint verification, because water fills the gaps between fingerprints." Then Joko pointed at the collapsed man. "And this man, he doesn't have the habit of letting his hands air dry after washing them. But he does have the habit of wiping his index finger dry with his clothes." "What does that imply?" The old man was momentarily stunned. "It implies he must often use fingerprint access control." "Exactly." Joko nodded. The old man paused, then grinned. "Kid, you've got some sharp eyes. This actually reminds me of someone from the past." Joko didn't pay much attention. "Who?" The old man gazed ahead as if lost in memories. "My son." Chapter 84, The Human Juice Extractor. "Your son." Joko looked at the old man with confusion. The old man simply continued. "Young man, though you're not Yi Lingtian's friend from the Yi family, you're also a student at Dragon Nation's aristocratic academy, aren't you? Then, you must be nobility too." Joko wasn't actually nobility, but he couldn't be bothered to explain to the old man how a commoner like him managed to enter the aristocratic academy through special exceptions. So he simply nodded. "More or less." "Old man, from what you're saying, your son was also a student at the aristocratic academy." The old man shook his head with a bitter smile. "How could that be possible? I'm just a worthless commoner. Dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes. And the sons of rats can only dig holes their whole lives. The sons of commoners can only remain commoners. Still, my son did share some similarities with you. Both very observant, both quite clever. Joku responded non-committally. Old man, you must be over 50 now. So your son would be in his 20s or 30s. The old man glanced at Joku. That would be the case, if he had lived to see this day. Joku paused slightly, then patted the old man's shoulder. This old man seems to be someone with his own stories too. The conversation stopped here. Both of them remained silent. Joku just stared at the floor numbers on the elevator display without saying a word. 61, 62, 63, 64, 65. Joku frowned slightly. In this elevator, watching those blinking floor numbers, Joku suddenly felt something strange. But this strange feeling disappeared in an instant. Joku shook his head, dismissing the feeling. When they reached the 65th floor, the elevator doors slowly opened. The moment the doors opened, a terrifying scene instantly flooded into their view. Countless naked, twisted human bodies were soaking in large green vats. Looking around, the entire floor was densely packed with these vats. Moreover, each vat was filled with countless rotating blades. Some vats even appeared to be electrified as the spinning blades activated, mincing the people inside into pulp. Seeing this horrifying scene, one word suddenly surfaced in Joku's mind. Juicer. Except these oversized juicers weren't processing fruits, but humans. Holy shit, the old man seemed stunned by the sight, gaping as he stood frozen in place. Joku simply walked deeper inside, murmuring softly, "Old man, is this your first time seeing this scene too?" After snapping out of his daze, the old man hurried after Joku. Of course. What kind of shady business has the Yi family been conducting? This is murder. Illegal. No wonder this floor only opens to senior management fingerprints. Joku gazed at the human bodies in the tanks. Perhaps these people were all civilians. In their eyes, they don't count as human. Joku reached the end, expecting the entire floor to be filled with similar human extraction devices. But the end revealed a white conference room, starkly contrasting with the floor's dark, bloody atmosphere. Joku faintly saw several figures in business suits holding a meeting inside. He quickly hid himself. The old man also peeked at the conference room. It seems Chairman Yi is inside. Joku pressed close to the wall and strained his ears, but couldn't hear any of their discussion. It seemed this meeting room had excellent soundproofing. Joku looked around and spotted a small ventilation duct just large enough for a person to crawl through. After thinking for a moment, Joku said quietly, "Old man, this floor appears to be some kind of secret factory for the Yi family. I suspect they're using human corpses to manufacture something, but it's unrelated to our objective. We can't concern ourselves with whatever business they're running here. After all, we're just thieves here to steal money. And this floor doesn't seem to have any vault, so we shouldn't waste too much time here and lose sight of our goal. Old man, you go wait by the elevator first." The old man nodded, finding Joku's reasoning sound. "Young man, what about you?" Joku glanced at the people discussing in the meeting room, then back at the ventilation duct. "I plan to use this ventilation duct to eavesdrop on their conversation from the ceiling. Maybe I can overhear which floor their vault is on." The old man pondered for a while before finally nodding in agreement. "All right, young man, you seem quite clever, but do be careful not to get caught," Joku declared confidently. "Don't worry, old man. I've been a pickpocket since childhood, experienced in all sorts of places. Crawling through ventilation ducts is child's play for me." After the old man left, Joku carefully examined the ventilation duct and observed the conference room's ceiling, noticing a small exhaust fan inside. This duct should lead directly into the conference room. Having made up his mind, Joku immediately gently removed the small cover of the duct and crawled inside. It must be said, the duct was full of swirling dust. Joku tightly covered his mouth and nose, barely suppressing the urge to cough. If any noise were made here, the people in the room would surely hear it clearly. Then, the entire theft plan would come to nothing. Joku proceeded with extreme caution, slowly crawling on his knees until he successfully reached the space above the conference room ceiling. Looking through the rotating exhaust fan from above, Joku finally got a full view of the conference room. This conference room was quite ordinary, just a standard small meeting space commonly seen in large corporations. What wasn't ordinary, though, were the people sitting inside it. Joku quickly scanned the individuals in the conference room. They were all dressed exquisitely in suits and ties, clearly high-ranking nobles at first glance. Joku examined each of their faces one by one. He recognized almost none of them, except for the middle-aged man sitting solemnly at the head position. The man appeared to be in his 40s, with a shiny small badge pinned to his chest. This badge looked strangely familiar. Its design featured branches entwining around a red square. Joku immediately shifted his gaze to the man's face. There was absolutely no doubt. This middle-aged man's features were practically a carbon copy of his son's, just with more wrinkles. It was obvious this person was Yi Lingtian's father. Yi Lingtian's father sat upright at the head position, his eyes scanning the meeting attendees. Then, he parted his lips slightly and spoke slowly. Gentlemen, may I know your thoughts on the proposal I just presented? Chapter 85, Exposed. The several people in the conference room were clearly all high-ranking nobles. One of them stroked his beard. President Yi, regarding this product you mentioned, is its quality guaranteed? Yi Lingtian's father, named Yi Ding, slowly spoke up. Naturally, as you all saw when you arrived, the product I'm introducing is a new type of magic essence. As you know, magic essence is extremely precious and rare. A single sip with good effects can boost one's magic level by dozens of points. But the drawbacks are equally obvious. The traditional production process. The cost is too high. Yi Ding paused briefly before continuing. However, our company's research has discovered that although commoners possess almost no magic essence in their bodies, by accumulating small amounts and juicing them to gather the magic essence within their bodies, we can also produce magic essence liquid. Those juice extractor tanks you saw outside, that is precisely our Yi family's magic essence factory. This is truly a groundbreaking invention and innovation. Yi Ding raised his voice. Zhou Ke frowned. Extracting magic essence by crushing commoners' flesh and blood into juice should have been an extremely gruesome matter, yet this person described it with such casual indifference. Not only that, a nobleman with a receding hairline sitting across from Yi Ding said, "Of course we trust the inventions from President Ye's company, but my greatest concern remains the cost issue." Yi Ding curled his lips. "That's not a problem at all in my view." Then he said with a smile, "As I mentioned in my introduction earlier, the raw material for producing the new magic essence concentrate is commoners' flesh and blood, and I believe we can all agree on one point. Commoners' lives are worthless. Our research has shown that commoners under 18 years old, that is, adolescents, contain trace amounts of magic essence within their bodies, and our company employs a large number of commoner workers. Their children make excellent juicing materials." Upon hearing this, all the nobles relaxed their brows and smiled. "Hee, since the cost is low, we have no problem with this. President Yi, we can cooperate to distribute your products both domestically and internationally. Happy cooperation." Yi Ding's face lit up with joy as he said loudly, "Excellent." He quickly stood up and retrieved a bottle of champagne from the meeting room's liquor cabinet. "In that case, let's celebrate." Several nobles soon reached a business cooperation agreement, toasting and drinking merrily. In this small meeting room, the noble lords casually discussed ways to profit at the expense of commoners' lives while sipping expensive vintage wines. If commoners heard this, it would likely spark immense hatred toward the nobility. But Zhou Ke felt only mild discomfort, showing little emotional reaction otherwise. The nobility exploiting commoners was a fact Zhou Ke had known since childhood. However, Zhou Ke learned today that this so-called exploitation was quite literal in its physical sense. Zhou Ke shook his head. The shady business of the Yi family wasn't Zhou Ke's primary interest. The divine relic called tetrahedral stone was. He remained lying in the ventilation duct, patiently observing them. He hoped that Yi Lingtian's father might accidentally reveal the location of the tetrahedral stone during his drunken boasting. Zhou Ke waited for a long time, enduring the meaningless small talk and mutual flattery among these middle-aged men. "President Yi, I heard your family's enterprise is so successful and has become one of the 4 great families of Dragon Country. Is it because you possess an artifact left by the gods?" Just as everyone was drinking merrily, a slightly overweight middle-aged man casually asked this question. Upon hearing this question, the other aristocrats set down their wine glasses. They pretended not to care, but their eyes secretly glanced at Yi Ding, anticipating his response. Originally, this question was somewhat sensitive, equivalent to trade secrets. But Yi Ding, currently in high spirits from drinking, had somewhat dulled senses. Lifting his water glass, he cheerfully declared, "Exactly." The other aristocrats immediately perked up, their gazes locking onto him. Many people, whether nobles or commoners, know that the Yi family possesses a treasure. Commoners believe the Yi family has a business secret, while nobles naturally all know the treasure is actually a divine relic. Upon hearing this, the slightly plump noble continued probing. "Since it's such an important divine relic, President Yi surely wouldn't keep it in a bank, would you?" Zhou Ke secretly cheered when he heard these words. "Well done, uncle. You asked exactly what I wanted to ask." Yi Ding's smile instantly vanished upon hearing this. He gently set down his wineglass, surveying the excited crowd. "Don't think I don't know what you're all thinking. Everyone knows how precious divine relics are. You're trying to get me to reveal its location." The plump noble froze, about to explain his abrupt words. But the next moment, Yi Ding's smile returned as he raised his glass again. "But it doesn't matter. We're all friends here, business partners. We can discuss this treasure. And this is because I'm absolutely confident no one can find where it is. I can state definitively, this item is in the Yi family building, but it's not on any floor of the building." Upon hearing this, everyone secretly shook their heads. A slightly overweight noble said with a smile, "President Yi, you must be drunk." Yi Ding looked puzzled. "Who says I'm drunk?" "I'm not," another noble remarked. "If the treasure is in the building but not on any floor, doesn't that mean this treasure simply doesn't exist. This was also a popular rumor in society. People said the Yi family treasure was just a gimmick, a tool for business promotion, and in reality, didn't exist at all. Hearing this, Yi Ding showed no anger. Believe what you will, but I'm speaking the truth. The topic soon passed. After sharing several more drinks, the nobles rose one after another to bid farewell to President Yi and prepare to leave. Yi Ding's face was somewhat flushed. I should have personally escorted you out, but currently, I still have some personal matters to attend to in this room. The guests unanimously declined, saying it wasn't necessary for President Yi to see them downstairs personally. The nobles left the conference room. Once Yi Ding confirmed their departure, he instantly sobered up from his drunken demeanor. He had only been pretending to be drunk. His face darkened with unreadable thoughts. Just as Joku was about to leave after gathering the information he needed. Do you really think I wouldn't notice you hiding there? Our guest in the ventilation duct. Yi Ding's voice suddenly rang out, remarkably calm in tone. Joku immediately turned his gaze toward Yi Ding. He saw Yi Ding raising his head, staring directly at Joku's position. Then, Yi Ding reached his right hand into his pocket. Chapter 86, Bottle to the Head. For a moment, Joku thought Yi Ding was reaching for a gun or perhaps his divine card. But surprisingly, Yi Ding actually pulled out his phone. Joku swiftly kicked open the ventilation fan and leaped down. He swiftly dropped down and kicked Yi Ding's phone away with his foot. Drawing weapons was a minor matter with Joku's agility. He was confident he could escape before Yi Ding could react. However, he absolutely couldn't let Yi Ding call for backup. Only by sneaking in undetected could he possibly steal the divine relic and escape successfully. But if he were chased by a whole crowd of security guards, that would be an entirely different matter. Taking advantage of Yi Ding's distraction, Joku swiftly crushed his phone underfoot, eliminating any chance of him calling security. Yet, this also gave Yi Ding time to counterattack. Yi Ding didn't seem to have any weapons on him, but he hurled his entire body straight at Joku. In an instant, Joku felt nothing but excruciating pain throughout his body. Crash! Joku's back slammed into the liquor cabinet, sending countless bottles of expensive, high-end alcohol shattering to the ground. Despite his merchant-like appearance, Yi Ding was surprisingly strong. But that was to be expected after all. As one of the 4 great nobles, his mana levels had to be exceptionally high. Even though Yi Ding held the Diamond God card rather than the combat-specialized spade, his physical prowess alone surpassed Joku's. Moreover, Joku was currently afflicted with the blood curse, his entire body weakened, making him even less of a match for Yi Ding. Even in hand-to-hand combat, Joku found himself at a disadvantage. Soon, Yi Ding had Joku's throat in his single-handed grip. Joku coughed drily, feeling as if he couldn't draw breath through his entire body. Not only that, but the sudden intense movements seemed to aggravate the blood curse within him further. Troubles never come singly. Joku felt his vision blurring, all his senses growing dull. Joku saw Yi Ding's face before him, twisted in a vicious snarl. His mouth was stretched wide, his eyes carrying an eerie gleam. You little janitor, you've got decent features. Prime material for a juicer. He roared these words. Today, I'll teach you what happens to kids who eavesdrop on adults. Joku felt Yi Ding's grip around his neck tighten even further. I have a feeling you're no ordinary civilian, Yi Ding muttered to himself while applying more force. Even better, your mana levels seem remarkably high. Your corpse alone could yield enough mana essence to fill an entire vial. TSK. Imagine your body soaking in disinfectant, then being sliced piece by piece into minced flesh. Joku felt his strength rapidly draining away. No, Joku couldn't die here. He wanted to survive more desperately than anyone. In an instant, his eyes suddenly turned vicious. His previously limp hands regained vitality, frantically groping behind his back. Suddenly, Joku's fingers brushed against something, a blunt cylindrical object. Whack! Joku seized the blunt instrument and smashed it against Yi Ding's head with all his might. Arg! Yi Ding's hands jerked open as he dropped to his knees, howling in pained fury. The blood curse's effect still plagued Joku's body, every fiber screamed in agony. But he forced himself to exert all his strength. He picked up the blunt weapon again and smashed it towards Yi Ding, who was covering his head and rolling on the ground. Crack! Yi Ding instantly collapsed unconscious, his face covered in blood. The blunt weapon in his hand immediately shattered into pieces. Only then did Joku realize it was just a bottle of liquor. He gently threw away the broken glass bottle and slumped onto the floor, panting heavily. Lucky, just lucky. At this moment, Joku felt a sense of relief. He knew the Yi family were the Square clan, and Yi Lingtian's father's divine card ability wasn't combat-related. Otherwise, with his blood curse condition, he could never have won this physical fight against a grown man. Joku scanned the meeting room but found no surveillance cameras. This meant he still hadn't been exposed. After resting for a while, Joku slowly stood up and helped the unconscious Yi Ding to his feet. Then he took out a roll of hemp rope from his pocket and tied him up securely. After confirming that Yi Ding couldn't free himself from the ropes by his own strength, Joku tore off a piece of cloth from Yi Ding's clothes and stuffed it into his mouth. This way, even if Yi Ding woke up later, he wouldn't be able to call for help. Then, Joko opened the wine cabinet and hid the unconscious Yi Ding inside. Snap! He closed the wine cabinet door. After completing all this, he roughly cleaned up the meeting room. He cleared away the broken glass from the wine bottle and the spilled wine, making it appear as if nothing had happened. This ensured that even if someone came here, it would be difficult to detect any signs of violent conflict. After arranging everything properly, Joko straightened his clothes and quietly left. Hey young man, you finally came out. Damn, have you been fighting? The old man had been guarding the elevator entrance, and when he saw Joko approaching, his eyes widened slightly. Joko's clothes were somewhat disheveled, and there were faint handprints on his neck. Joko waved his hand. No problem, we won the fight. He's just like his son when it comes to fighting, frail as a reed in the wind. The old man opened his mouth, then hesitated and closed it again. Let's not talk about that, Joko said. Aren't you curious about what I overheard? Joko wore a smile on his face. Seeing Joko's expression, the old man asked with evident anticipation. Young man, from the way you're talking, don't tell me you actually heard where he keeps the safe. More or less, Joko nodded, then proceeded to recount most of what he'd heard in the conference room. Of course, since the old man was a civilian, Joko withheld information about magic essence and divine relics. The old man's previously calm expression froze suddenly upon hearing Joko's account, as if he'd heard something horrifying. With a strange look on his face, he asked in a trembling voice, Young man, are you certain about this? All these people being juiced, they're civilians. And most of them are young people, selected from employees' children. Listening to the old man's words, Joko sensed there was more meaning beneath his questions. After brief contemplation, he spoke. Old man, what did you think of? The old man froze momentarily before regaining his composure. He waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, lad, I'm fine. By the way, young man, isn't our goal to steal money? We shouldn't concern ourselves with their shady businesses. The old man chuckled and walked toward the elevator. However, Joko didn't move. Then, Joko looked directly at the old man and asked softly, Old man, your son, how did he die? Chapter 87, Scaling Walls and Vaulting Rafters. The old man's figure stiffened. Then he sighed lightly. Young man, don't trouble yourself with my story. Let's just finish this job quickly. With money all pain will disappear. Joko didn't respond to this. The two entered the elevator. So then, young man, have you discovered where they've hidden their secret vault? The old man changed his mood and asked Joko. Joko shared his analysis. Based on what the Yi family patriarch, Yi Ding himself, has said, their family's so-called treasure is in this financial building, but not on any floor. At the same time, based on rumors that such gemstones don't exist in society at all, I've already vaguely formed a hypothesis. But it still needs verification. And the verification method is taking the elevator. Joko then looked at the old man. Old man, when we came up from the 60th floor, did you feel anything unusual? Unusual. The old man scratched his head. I didn't notice anything strange. Joko simply raised his wrist to check his watch, then pressed the 60th floor button again. The elevator slowly descended. The display numbers kept changing. 65, 64, 63, 62, 61, 60. As the numbers changed, Joko's gaze kept shifting between his watch and the floor display. Beep. The elevator arrived. Young man, why did we need to come back here? The old man looked at the familiar 60th floor and asked in confusion. Joko slowly looked away from his watch and said, As I suspected, my feeling was correct. Old man, how many floors are there from the 60th to the 65th floor? The old man counted on his fingers. 1, 2, 6. There are 6 floors in total. What's the matter? Joko stared intently at the elevator's display screen, murmuring softly, But I keep feeling like we've traveled 7 floors. Joko's intuition had always been sharp. With the enhancement from the massive amount of magic elements in his body, all his senses were heightened. Such details couldn't escape his perception. Even during his first elevator ride upwards, he had keenly noticed. When the elevator moved from the 64th floor to the 65th, the floor number changed more slowly, and the elevator took noticeably longer to move. Thus, Joko formed a bold hypothesis. There was a hidden floor between these two levels. Between the 64th and 65th floors, there existed a concealed 64.5th floor. The gemstone is in this building, but not on any whole floor, because it's in a half floor. Joko's voice remained calm as he revealed this astonishing truth with simple words. The old man's mouth fell open, his eyes widening in surprise. Young man, isn't this too fantastical? The elevator's speed is erratic, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. That's possible, right? Are you absolutely certain this building has a hidden floor that's not marked in the elevator? Joko shook his head. My conclusion isn't just based on the elevator's speed. First, old man, you mentioned earlier that the stairs aren't used except in special circumstances. But that makes no sense, does it? For a financial tower with such heavy foot traffic, why seal off the stairs and rely solely on elevators? Second, why does only the 65th floor require fingerprint authentication? I suspect besides housing a secret juicer factory on the 65th floor, there's a more crucial reason. That is, the floor below the 65th isn't actually the 64th floor. The fingerprint verification is the Yi family's security measure to prevent anyone from breaching the 65th floor's surface to reach this hidden level. The old man froze for a moment, then rubbed his nose. Hold on, young man, let me sort this out. He then began counting on his fingers, quietly repeating Joke's analysis to himself. After a long silence, he raised his head, but his expression wasn't admiration. Traces of doubt still remained. Young man, I fully understand what you just explained, and I must say, it does make some sense. But isn't this just speculation? What if there really isn't any hidden floor? Or even if such a hidden floor exists, maybe it's just an unfinished, abandoned level. Joko had anticipated these questions. With a smile, he replied, Old sir, your doubts are completely reasonable. Because, as I said, my belief about floor 64.5 being there is merely conjecture. And the best way to verify a conjecture is action. If you want to know whether this hidden floor exists, the simplest way is to go see for yourself. The old man slightly opened his mouth as if wanting to ask something more. Joko gestured for him to speak freely. Scratching his head, the old man asked again. Even if we assume for argument's sake that this 64.5 floor exists and your so-called gemstones, vault, and riches are there too, how exactly would we get there? We can't possibly go to the 64th floor and just punch a hole through the ceiling, can we? Or go to the 65th floor and blast a big hole in the ground. Each of these methods would make quite a commotion. What if we accidentally attract attention? Hearing this, Joko smiled faintly. This was a question Joko had long considered. For ordinary civilians, creating a completely sealed hidden floor would be utterly meaningless. But for nobles with supernatural abilities, it makes perfect sense. Moreover, the Yi family belongs to the suit of diamonds, and among diamond abilities, the 5 of diamonds represents teleportation. Presumably, the Yi family normally accesses the 64.5th floor through the 5 of diamonds ability. But Joko's current divine card isn't the 5 of diamonds, so he can't teleport through walls into this hidden space. However, Joko has alternative methods. A rather violent yet effective approach. Parting his lips slightly, he slowly said, Old man, you need to broaden your thinking. To enter a hidden floor, external breakthrough is indeed required, but it doesn't necessarily have to be from above or below. The old man repeated Joko's words, not above or below. Without further explanation, Joko simply stepped out of the elevator and quietly led the old man into an unoccupied small room. This was a small entertainment room with a large floor-to-ceiling window. Joko peered slightly upwards through the window. Every floor of this building had such floor-to-ceiling windows. Then, Joko took out another short section of rope from his chest and began wrapping it around his waist. Different from the rope used to bind Yi Ding, this one had a small black grappling hook at one end. The old man had initially looked completely confused, but upon seeing Joko's actions, he suddenly understood. Young man, don't tell me you're planning to. Joko pulled his body back slightly and smiled. Walking on walls is basic skills for a phantom thief. Not above, not below, but sideways. Then, ignoring the old man's astonished gaze, he suddenly took off, charging toward the window before leaping out. Crash! Shattered glass exploded behind Joko like a myriad of stars. The icy wind stabbed into his nostrils like frozen daggers, electrifying every nerve in Joko's body. At this moment, time seemed to slow down infinitely. The shattering sound of glass appeared muted as well. At this height over 200 meters, a handsome youth floated mid-air, his coat billowing in the cold wind. Behind him stretched the starry sky, with the moon shining brightly. Beneath him glittered neon lights and streams of moving vehicles. Relying on momentum, the youth swung a grappling hook toward the building's windows, reflecting white light. Amidst the howling high-altitude winds, he heard his own amused panting. The magic show begins now. Chapter 88, 64.5th floor. The wind cut like knives. Joko lightly stepped on the building's exterior, gripping the rope tightly as he climbed upward slowly. At this altitude over 200 meters, anyone with acrophobia finding themselves in Joko's position would likely faint from terror if they looked down. But Joko moved with practiced ease. Inching upward bit by bit under cover of night, he reached the space between the 64th and 65th floors. Looking through the glass of the 64th floor, one can see ordinary office decorations that appear completely commonplace. Peering through the glass of the 65th floor reveals rows upon rows of human juice extractors. Only this particular floor between the two appears completely empty, containing nothing at all. That's right, this is the building's sole hidden floor. The 64.5 floor. Crash! Glass shards cascaded downward. Joko exerted force through his feet, shattering the window of the 64.5th floor as he leaped inside. Upon landing, Joko immediately rose and took cover in a corner. He then began carefully surveying his surroundings. The space had no lighting, and being nighttime, it was pitch black, not even a hand visible before one's face. Joko quietly took out his phone and activated the flashlight. As he had anticipated, this floor was indeed a hidden level containing almost no facilities whatsoever. Not even the walls had proper finishing, they remained exposed concrete and steel. Clutching his phone, Joku advanced cautiously while scanning the area. The floor was remarkably spacious. Apart from a small platform-like box at the center, there was absolutely nothing else. It seems this is the location of the tetrahedral stone. Joku cautiously approached with slow steps. Upon reaching the platform, Joku finally got a close look at the small box. The small box appeared extremely exquisite, adorned with hollow carved patterns. Suppressing his excitement, Joku carefully examined the area around the box. Generally speaking, in movies, such boxes would have various anti-theft devices or traps nearby. But after thorough inspection, Joku found no such mechanisms. Finally, Joku had to conclude. This was just an ordinary box, without any protection. It's that simple. The tetrahedral stone was simply hidden inside this box. But Joku quickly came to terms with it. Any high-tech security might be ineffective against a thief possessing the divine card. The hidden 64.5th floor served as the best disguise for the tetrahedral stone. And this secret had been cracked by Joku. Thinking this, Joku hesitated no more and immediately reached out to open the small box. Inside, there was nothing. Completely empty. Joku's first thought was that someone had stolen the quadrilateral stone in advance. But he quickly dismissed this idea. Because the interior of the box was covered in dust, showing no signs of having held anything. Just as Joku was pondering, the box suddenly spoke. It was an emotionless mechanical voice. To find what you seek, reveal the truth of this object. 3 attempts remaining. Upon hearing this, Joku immediately understood. This was the quadrilateral stone's anti-theft device. Essentially a password lock. But traditional password locks are easily cracked, so the Yi family chose to replace the password with an ambiguous question. Translated, the question's meaning was clear. To find the quadrilateral stone, one must speak its truth. The answer to this question was surely known to Yi Ding. But Joku had no time to go back and interrogate Yi Ding for the answer. Delay would only invite complications. Therefore, Joku had to solve this question alone. The truth of the quadrilateral stone. Joku first recalled the rumor that the quadrilateral stone didn't actually exist. Both the old man and those nobles meeting with Yi Ding had once believed so. But the prophet's skull clearly told Joku that the tetragonal stone was in Yi Corporation's building. Joku looked at the line below. 3 attempts remaining. 3 attempts. Who do you take me for? I'll waste one first. The tetragonal stone doesn't exist. Incorrect answer. 2 attempts remaining. Joku curled the corner of his lips. There were 2 reasons for using up one attempt. First, Joku wanted to confirm whether the tetragonal stone was indeed real and that the prophet's skull hadn't lied to him. Second, Joku already had the correct answer in mind. During the meeting, Yi Ding had once confidently declared, the tetragonal stone is in the financial tower but not on any single floor. Having grown up mingling with all sorts of people, Joku had honed one particular skill. He could roughly determine whether someone was lying based on their tone and demeanor. And Yi Ding's expression when he spoke those words had been one of confidence, pride, and absolute trust in his treasure's security. In other words, his statement was true, and it came from a mindset of I'm telling you the truth, but you still won't figure it out. Joku let out a cold laugh. But he had already figured it out. Yi Ding's words were actually quite simple to interpret. If it's not on any full floor, then it must be on a half floor. This meant the tetrahedral stone had to be somewhere within this 64.5th floor. And Joku had already searched this place thoroughly. Apart from this shabby little box, there was nothing else here. So the truth was now glaringly obvious. A detective from a certain literary work once said, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Therefore, filled with confidence, Joku softly voiced his conclusion. The cube creates change. The tetrahedral stone's appearance has been altered to resemble something else on this floor. That thing is you. The little question-asking box. The tetrahedral stone has taken the form of a box. This is the truth about the tetrahedral stone. Joku picked up the case with one hand, ready to embrace victory. Wrong answer. 1 attempt remaining. Ha! Joku froze momentarily in place. Put! A familiar high-pitched voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Detected embarrassing behavior. Randomly drawing divine card. Drawing failed. Oh dear, I forgot you've already drawn your divine card. Ha ha ha. This is too hilarious. I can't hold it in any longer. His mind filled with the jester god's raucous laughter. Joku shook his head helplessly. You saw everything. Of course. Ha ha, my child, that confident look on your face when answering, then getting instantly proven wrong. It's just too entertaining. Ha ha ha. Joku interrupted somewhat displeased. Stop laughing. Aren't you supposed to be on my side? Just tell me how to answer this question. The jester god finally ceased his laughter. Oh, don't tell me you want outside assistance. That won't do. That's cheating. That's using hacks. You must steal the tetrahedral stone by your own ability, not with divine assistance. After all this talk, you actually don't know the truth about the tetrahedral stone either, do you? Joker saw through it at once. The clown god emitted an embarrassed sound. Humph. I'm different from that skull, I'm not omniscient. Isn't it normal for me not to know? When it comes down to it, don't you also not know the answer? No, I do know, Joker said calmly. The moment I saw this question, two possible answers flashed through my mind. I merely chose the more plausible one to respond with. Joku paused. As for that second answer, to be honest, I really don't want to say it. Because the answer is too insane. Chapter 89, The Truth of the Tetrahedral Stone. Too insane. How interesting. Quick, tell me. Let me hear what's going on. Hearing Joku's words, the clown god immediately grew interested. Joku looked at the small box's prompt. One attempt remaining. He closed his eyes tightly, reviewing everything once more in his mind. After confirming his reasoning was sound, he slowly spoke. The so-called tetrahedral stone is this very floor. On this floor. I know that. But where exactly on this floor? Joku corrected the Joker deity. Not on this floor. This floor is it. The hidden 64.5th floor of the Yi family financial tower is the tetrahedral stone. Hearing Joku's words, the Joker deity seemed stunned. My child, are you alright? Are you sick? Oh right, you really are sick, with that blood curse, a terminal illness. But that shouldn't have fried your brain. Clearly, the rambling Joker deity completely failed to grasp Joku's explanation. Joku didn't elaborate further, merely glancing lightly at the small box's display panel. To find what you seek, speak its truth. Your answer, 64.5th floor. Completely correct. Deepa green authentication light flashed on. Ah, my child, you actually answered correctly. Joku picked up a small pebble and squatted to scratch a few lines on the ground. He drew a flat, small rectangular prism. Clown god, look at what I drew. What does it resemble? It resembles a four-cornered square. Did you draw the tetrahedral stone? Correct, but at the same time, Joku stood up and surveyed the entire floor. It's also this very floor. Yi Family Financial Tower has 4 walls. If a certain floor of Yi Family Financial Tower were to be separated from the building by some force, then that floor's shape would likewise be a 4-cornered square. Joku spoke in a measured tone. Yi Ding's words were the best hint. The tetrahedral stone is inside the financial tower, yet not inside any single floor. What could exist within the tower, yet not within any floor? The answer is obvious. The floor itself. And there's one extra floor that shouldn't belong to the tower. The hidden 64.5th floor. This is the truth of the tetrahedral stone. So that's it. This is what you meant by a crazy answer. The tetrahedral stone isn't just a small gem, it's an entire floor. Marvelous, my child. I shall grant you abundant mana as reward. Your mana level has risen again. You're nearing the threshold of ascension. When you return successfully, test it with a mana detector. After these words, the jester god's voice faded away. Mana reward. Instantly, Joku felt noticeably more comfortable. It seemed his mana level was increasing faster than his peers, clearly the jester god's assistance at work. Joku shook his head and focused on the panel before him. The small box merely stated his answer was correct. And through this, he had confirmed the truth about the tetrahedral stone. But how could he possibly take away an entire floor? Before Joku could ponder further, the small box's panel changed again. Answer correct. Providing the seeker with what was sought, the tetrahedral stone shall return to its original form. Return to its original form. In an instant, Joku felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Bad. The next second, he leaped up violently and rushed toward the outer wall of the 64.5th floor. Then, the earth shook and mountains trembled. The entire floor began to shake violently. Joku noticed that the outer wall of the entire 64.5th floor was gradually shrinking and moving toward him. Joku quickened his pace. Boom! Dust swirled as debris from the ceiling came crashing down. The entire 64.5th floor was rapidly shrinking. At this moment, it had already shrunk to half its original size. If Joku failed to jump out the window before the shrinking completed, he would likely be crushed into pulp. Fortunately, Joku ran forward with all his might, while the walls were also moving toward his direction during the shrinking process. Thus, it didn't take him long to reach the outer wall. The rope was still firmly hooked to the outer wall of this floor. Joku swiftly leaped and jumped out the window. Then, he grabbed the rope abruptly and slid downward. At this moment, the entire 64.5th floor had shrunk to the size of a small water vat. Joku's figure descended rapidly. 64th floor, 63rd floor, 62nd floor, 61st floor. Joku saw the 61st floor, with the gaping hole in the shattered floor-to-ceiling window that he had kicked through. He swung forcefully and propelled himself back into the building along the rope. Old Man Wan was still waiting in that small recreation room on the 61st floor at this moment. While lighting his cigarette, he flipped through a pornographic magazine with a rather revealing cover, occasionally chuckling to himself. When Joku suddenly jumped in through the window, he got startled and hurriedly hid the magazine behind his back. Kid, why are you covered in dust all over? Boom! A sound resembling an earthquake came from upstairs, startling Old Man Wang again. What's going on, kid? Did you blow up their floor? Something like that, Joku replied nonchalantly. At this moment, the 64.5th floor had shrunk to the size of a diamond. The floors above it crashed down one level with a thunderous boom. It was nothing short of a miracle that after Joku had completely removed an entire floor from the building, the upper floors hadn't tilted or collapsed. Perhaps the entire building was designed this way from the very beginning. When the 64.5th floor is removed, the 64 floors below and the 65th floor above can seamlessly connect. After steadying himself, Joku immediately began pulling the rope, bringing the grappling hook dangling outside the window back inside. Soon, he retrieved the entire length of rope. At the end of the hooked rope, the small black grappling claw was quietly holding a crystal-clear object, a dazzling diamond. The diamond was shaped like a four-cornered cube. Upon closer observation, one could notice that its sparkling surface bore remarkable resemblance to the glass walls of Yi Family Financial Tower. Joku carefully removed it and tucked it into his pocket. The old man asked excitedly, "Young man, is this the Yi family's treasure? Was there anything else left on that floor?" "No," Joku answered succinctly. The old man's eyes showed faint disappointment. "I thought there'd be lots of money." The old man's tone suddenly changed as he curiously observed Joku's movements. At this moment, Joku was carefully storing his climbing ropes back onto his person. "Young man, why do you always keep things inside your clothes?" Old Wang paused and asked again with confusion. "I've been meaning to ask this for a long time. Aren't you carrying a black backpack? It looks quite heavy, why don't you use it? What exactly is inside?"